ਝੋਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾ ਬੈਠੀ ਕੋਠੇ ਤੋਂ ਦਿਸਦੀ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਲੱਗਣ ਨਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਪੈਰ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਮੁਖ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੱਕੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਅੱਕਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਥੱਕਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਫਿਕਰ ਤੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ ਚੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਹਿਮ ਤੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਦੇ ਲੈ ਲੈਣੀ ਤੂੰ ਪਿੱਪਲ ਦੀ ਛਾਂ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਕਹਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਓਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਕਹਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਓਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ
What's up, yo?
Yeah, what's going on? Where we at?
I just sneeze like crazy, but we out here in Oakland.
ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ
यो 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 क्या हाल है? आवाज सही आ रही है? क्या सीन है? लिव हे हे एक मिनट क्या सीन है? लिव सही है। क्या हाल है पब्लिक? कैसे हो यार? तुम भाई बदेर क्यों बोल रहे हो भाई? भाई जिम गया भाई आज काफी टाइम बाद, मजा आया भाई। भाई हेवी पब्लिक है आजकल जिम में, क्या सीन है भाई? हाँ नहाया भाई, नहाया भाई, ऑब्वियस नहा के एकदम फ्रेश होके आया। पता है भाई कल जो मैं गलत सोया भाई, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, गलत सोया बाबा, गलत सोया। क्या हाल है भाई के? और बताओ, एक मिनट ये सब सेट करता हूँ एक बार। और बताओ क्या चल रही है पब्लिक? हेवी मैचेस है आज, सारी सबकी वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हैं अब। हेवी वॉच पार्टी करेंगे आज। ट्विटर पे कलेश भी हो गया। राका भाई उंगली तो करनी है, उंगली तो करनी है। फैमिली टाइम, फैमिली टाइम भाई, कल भी गया भाई स्ट्रीम। फैमिली टाइम भाई। और बताओ क्या स्क्रिप्टेड कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी? भाई कोई स्क्रिप्टेड कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी नहीं, मुझे पता ही नहीं था, लेकिन भाई के रिप्लाई तो था। पब्लिक भाई की रिप्लाई कैसी थी? +1 वाली, कम ऑन मेरी जान, सोने से पहले बॉम्ब डाल के सोया मैं। सुबह उठ रहा हूँ 100 नोटिफिकेशन। लव यू यार, +1 लव यू बेबी, लव यू लव यू। वॉच पार्टी में लाए दोस्ती में दरार। हाँ बाद में देख रहा हूँ सब लोग ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, अंकिता की देखा बाद में, तगवाई का 3 ट्वीट, उसके बाद सिद्ध का ट्वीट, सबकी ट्वीट। हेवी कलेश, कल हुई हेवी कलेश। अब मेन सवाल ये है कि क्या ये न्यूज़ गेमिक्स न्यूज़ या फिर कोई नियॉन मैन में आने वाला है, ताकि राका भाई कौन है सर्च करके उसकी सब्स बढ़े। मेन सवाल ये है। और बताओ, लेकिन मजा तो आया कुछ भी। राका उसके बाद पर्सनल हो गया, उसके बाद बोल रहा है आई चैलेंज यू ऑन वैलोरेंट, यू लॉस्ट। कम ऑन ड्यूड, दैट इज पर्सनल मैन। Man, you're talking about watch party streamers. I'm talking about RP guys. Why are you going personal, yo? Guys, वो कमबैक नहीं है, क्या बोलते हो? उस हिसाब से मैं भी बोलूंगा भाई, उस दिन 1v1 तू हार। नहीं भाई, ना। क्या बोलते हो guys? नहीं होगा। और बताओ। हेवी हो गया कुछ। बात तो सही है, वही है भाई। एंड्रा का नहीं क्या है, ट्विटर में जो भी होते हैं बच्चे जो, और कुछ नहीं। ला 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 ला। और बताओ गाइस, आज किस किस की गेम, पहले VLR GG में जाके देखते हैं। एक मिनट, किसका गेम था आज? भाई वाचिंग फ्रॉम ऑफिस GG अगर निकाल दिया तो अरे कुछ नहीं होगा। मैं जैसे मैं बात करूँ, कौन सी ऑफिस बताओ? टाटा है तो डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट है, रिलायंस है तो है कांटेक्ट लेकिन थ्रू है, टाटा डायरेक्ट है। बाकी कौन सी ऑफिस है बताओ भाई? इन्फोसिस थ्रू है। ना 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 ना, हेवी मसल ऑन टुडे। ईवाई क्या होता है? छोड़ दे, वो नहीं चाहिए। पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ कंपनी का नाम। भाई गर्मी चालू हो गया बे, एक मिनट। बैंगलोर टेम्परेचर भाई आज क्या पता नहीं भाई, जिम में ऐसा क्या हुआ भाई, हेवी क्राउड थी आज, ऐसा क्या हुआ मुझे बताओ। टिवन भाई ऑफिस पे अवे डाल दिया, आपके लाइव आए तो क्या बात है, क्या बात है। आज सारी मैचेस की अब लव वॉच पार्टी, सॉरी आई मीन लव मैन, सारी वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हैं आज। हम इतनी वॉच पार्टी करेंगे कि सामने वाले बोले ये सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी ही है। समझ रहे हो किसको बोल रहा हूं मैं? आगे से वो बोलेगा, अगर मैं उसको आरपी स्ट्रीमर बोलूंगा, वो मेरे को बोलेगा वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर। इतनी वॉच पार्टी करेंगे। मैं तो बोलता हूँ मेरी पुरानी स्ट्रीम का भी मैं वॉच पार्टी करूंगा, पुरानी स्ट्रीम का ऐसे बैठ के। वाओ वाओ वाओ, वो सो फनी मैन, लूल। तो आरआर शोडो में सवाल ये है कि अभी 500 के होगा या नहीं। ये लास्ट ट्राई था राका का। अब इससे आगे मेरे हिसाब से सीधा जाके अज्जू भाई को ऐसा कंट्रोवर्सी करना पड़ेगा। ये लास्ट ट्राई था हमारे बीच में। अगर ये भी नहीं हुआ तो मिस्टर बीस्ट जाना पड़ेगा उधर तक, ट्वीट करना पड़ेगा, क्या वीडियो बनाता है रे तू फालतू, ऐसा कुछ करना पड़ेगा उसको। ये लास्ट ट्राई है। टीबोन बाय लव यू बेबी, लव यू टू। आपकी बेटा भी स्ट्रीम करेगा पता नहीं यार, मैं तो करने वाला, मैंने कल बोला था। भाई सच्ची बताओ, कोई स्क्रिप्टेड नहीं था, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा। मैं जब राका का वो देखा इंस्टाग्राम में, क्या बोलते हैं कि आज उंगली करूँगा ट्विटर में, मुझे पता था ये कुछ अलग करेगा, कुछ बकचोदी करेगा, ऐसा कुछ। बाद में साला हमें उंगली कर रहा है। उससे भी बढ़िया कमबैक कर सकते थे यार। एक और आइडिया था मेरे पास, वो करता तो और ओपा हो जाता, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा, लेकिन वो किया ही नहीं मैंने। वो एक्चुअल प्रॉपर हो सकता था उसके कमबैक, समझ रहे हो? ठीक है, आज कितने मैचेस की वॉच पार्टी? यार वॉच पार्टी मैं सबका करने वाला हूँ आज, क्योंकि सारे ओपी मैचेस है। ये देखो कौन कौन है, यह देखो, जेंजी वर्सेस PRX, ब्लीड वर्सेस G, T1 वर्सेस ZOTAC। कैसे मिस कर सकते हैं यार? क्या हाल है भाई? मैक्सी फुल टाइम जूस वॉच पार्टी, लाइम जूस वॉच पार्टी। ओ तुम लोग को संडे है ना उधर, इसलिए एंजॉय करो रवल भाई। नहीं लास्ट ट्राई होगा। यो आज हम देखेंगे जीडी की ट्रेन रोक सकते कि नहीं। 100 रैंक्स। यार ये सब बकचोदी है गाइस, तुम लोग उसको जाके भरो मत, ये हमारे बीच में की बकचोदी है। तुम क्यों ट्रिगर कर रहे हो चैट, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता। ट्विटर में जो होता है सब बकचोदी के लिए होता है और कुछ नहीं, ठीक है। एंड ऑफ द डे मैं और राका हम सब दोस्ती है और कुछ नहीं, समझ। एक मिनट यार भाई, मेरी आवाज बराबर आ रहा है ना? स्ट्रीम की सेटिंग्स थोड़ा कैजुअल है। Never take Twitter seriously, वही तो। पैम पैम पैम। वो जाटो आ गया, चालू हो गया क्या मैच? ओह ये व्हाट एम आई डूइंग? भाई मेरा फेवरेट बंदा आ गया।
Much information, but you know we've been prepared and we know they're doing like.
यार कल ग्लोबल एंथम के उसमें वो आ गया भाई।
Prepare well, so
क्या बोलते हैं उसको?
ready for the match. Okay, so you just.
क्लेम आ गया भाई।
Right?
क्या हाल है पाटो भाई? आरपी स्ट्रीमर्स हमें उंगली कर रहे हैं आजकल, क्या सीन है?
आप मेरे बारे में गलत बोल रहे हो, मैं सुन रहा हूँ।
आपके हमारे तो पता नहीं, लेकिन आरपी स्ट्रीमर्स उंगली कर रहे हैं हमें आजकल, क्या करें?
भाइयों पे वार करा उसने।
भाइयों पे वार कर, मिलेगा ना अगली बार।
लेकिन टीबोन भाई, सबसे अच्छी खुशी बताऊं क्या थी मेरे को?
क्या थी? मेरी कमेंट?
आपके रिस्पांस।
लव यू। उसके बाद राखा भाई पर्सनल हो गए, वो कमबैक नहीं है। मतलब दिल पे लगा, दिल पे लगा।
मेरे बेटे का कमेंट। क्या बोलते गाइस?
वो जब उसने बोला कि 1v1 हार गया, चैलेंज हार गया, मतलब दिल पे लगा, दिल पे लगा। ये वो राका। हाँ जी।
अगर गलती से 1% चांस है, अगर जीत जाएगी आज
भाई, अगर आज जीता ना, मेरा बेटा टकला होने वाला है सबसे नंबर 1। मैं सोच रहा हूं मैं भी क्लीन शेव कर दूं। डांसिंग क्लीन शेव अगर आज जीत गई। डांसिंग वैसे भी दाढ़ी ज्यादा आ गया, मम्मी भी आ रही है।
ड्रेक स्टाइल करूं आपकी तरफ?
ऑन स्ट्रीम करे फट भाई, ऑन स्ट्रीम। ये क्या बोलते हैं इसको? क्या बोलते हैं इसको?
सॉरी,
क्लीन शेव ट्रिमर पे डांसिंग।
अपना
भाई आई होप जीते
मेरे बहुत सारे
जी, क्योंकि मुझे क्लीन शेव वाकई करनी है, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा।
सरकाज़म था भाई, वो सरकाज़म।
क्या ये भाई इसने बोला है टकला बनेगा, अभी चेंज नहीं कर सकते भाई, चेंज नहीं कर सकते भाई। सरकाज़म कुरकाज़म कुछ नहीं है। मेरा तो ठीक है, क्लीन शेव है, बेटा टकलो होने वाला। नहीं, आप बकचोदी ना करो। आपने ट्वीट किया है अगर जीता आप टकला होने वाले हो, सिंपल सी मसला है, ठीक है?
अन्ना तोड़ेंगे भाई, आज तक वीएलटी के लिए ऐसा कुछ नहीं करा मैंने। अन्ना
भाई वो अन्ना से मैं बात करूं तो टेंशन ना ले। हाँ भाई वो टेंशन नहीं है, आप टकला होने वाले हो भाई कुछ तो कुछ हो जाए भाई। जीते
वैसे भी डैंड्रफ बहुत हो रहे हैं मेरे। चलेगा,
चलो डन सीन भाई,
चलेगा डन सीन
भाई, प्लीज जीत जाए प्लीज।
आज जीती तो टकला। और टीबोन भाई शेव क्लीन,
मैं क्लीन शेव ऑन स्ट्रीम करेंगे, ऑन स्ट्रीम है। जीरो भाई, ऑब्वियसली क्लीन शेव मतलब जीरो ही होती है, और क्या, सिंपल सी बात है भाई।
ठीक है,
हाँ डन सीन गाइस, याद रखियो।
टीबोन किसको सपोर्ट? टीबोन भाई वैसे जी को सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे जैसे।
हेलो, दिल से तो करता है यार, लेकिन थोड़ा सामने वाली लाइनअप देख के थोड़ा डर लग रहा है। अगर कल जैसा खेले ना तो फिर नहीं होने वाले, सिंपल सी बात है। कुछ नया करे आज,
बनाया एल डियाब्लो।
वैसे लास्ट टाइम ब्लेज किंग ने बहुत मारा था भाई ब्लीड को, जो उधर हम देखे थे। कहाँ पे वो, क्या बोलते हैं उसको,
क्या
एसेंशियल में वही था ना, वो उसमें था ना, क्या टीम है वो, मैं भूल गया। मैं जीता तो तेरे को 100 गिफ्टेड। डन सीन रवल भाई, वरना 50 चले।
सेटा इसमें था?
अरे नहीं बाबा, वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, इसमें।
ठीक है,
अरे एसेंशन में जो थाईलैंड गए थे हम। भाई राका मजाक और कम को डिस्करेस्पेक्ट करने में डिफरेंस भूल चुके हैं। हाँ क्या सौरभ भाई सीरियस हो गए यार? मुझे लगता है सौरभ भाई रात को जो राका ने स्टोरी डाला वो आपके लिए ही है, क्योंकि आप ट्रिगर हो चुके हो, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है। क्या रे ट्विटर के बच्चे को सीरियस मत लो, सिंपल बात। एक मिनट, बुंग्स भाई किधर है पता नहीं यार, आएगा कि नहीं पता नहीं, मेरे को कुछ बोला नहीं उसने। डिस्करेस्पेक्ट चलो
We're starting this early in the year.
You're normally the guy that is a Genji hater.
Hate is a very strong word. I'm usually doubting the Korean teams, but
पर
first one
एक
was
बंदा
very
बोल रहा
impressive.
है
Thought what
बस
they showed
जिंजी
against our
बाकी
RQ,
सब
and this has nothing to do with my hope you
जस्ट सिंह PRX की नई वो है
really played up to their potential.
मोनी भैया खेलने वाले हैं नाच
What everyone wanted to see from this.
क्या लगता है ये वाला गेम बताओ जेंजी वर्सेस PRX व्हाट भाई बोलो
I don't know if PCIE is going to be quite ready to face off against these
One
players
side,
who are actually
baby.
playing.
भाई
क्या चीज
इतने दिन से भाई इतने दिन से बोरिंग मैचेस जा रहे थे आज कुछ ऑसम देखने को
इतने
मिलेगा
बोरिंग मैचेस में था पहला वाला अच्छा था भाई कल का थोड़ा कैजुअल था
ओवरऑल
Achilles,
की
what was
बात
the
कर रहा हूँ
ACS on
यार
Twitch
मेरा
again?
It was
फुल
high.
चार्ज नहीं है यार
क्या बोलते हो guys?
But you're also you were ridiculing me for giving 10.
You are XW gaming baby let's go
Performance.
Whoa,
So what?
अबे यार क्या एसी है भाई
I saved my tens for the MVP of the whole season. So.
I gave out 2, 1 to Governor, 1 to Texture. Those were my 2 10s.
भाई प्रेडिक्शन PRX भाई कम ऑन 2-0
Texture
क्या है मैप बताओ
really
पहले
well. I just think we don't know enough where the standard is, right? Because like we don't know how much of that was also RQ maybe folding a little bit because Genji was looking so strong because he came out.
जिंग नहीं खेल रहा है बाबा वो उधर गया ना आर्मी क्या बोलते हैं उसको
Against RQ. It wasn't a
आर्मी
good
सर्विस
duo, so I think
कुछ
there's
तो
a lot
करने के लिए
more
गया
to do, but I just think stylistically
तो
Genji's
मैं
actually
क्यूटी का नाम क्या है आज तक मेरे को तो नहीं बोले यार
How do
किसी
you
ने
think the old habits are
ठीक
gonna
है
come
गाइस
back?
इतना ही है बाय बाय यो बाय बाय की क्या बोलते हैं उसको
Look, I think that this is going to be a close series. I think that if PaperX do have that kind of like rougher starting point because we haven't seen them yet, they have to get
बट
back
भाई आपका क्या है बताओ
be acclimated to the environment. I could see this absolutely being very close. Genji
Oi.
absolutely impressive so far. I'm
मेरा हाल ना हो
expecting
जाए
three
वैसे
maps
भाई
almost no matter what
हेडफोन
unless
बैग कुछ
PaperX comes
खासा
out. It looks so much better than we could have anticipated
Sure.
in the top.
भाई अलग से अलग है
But
एपैक खेलना था जिंग को पता नहीं यार
We're basing our predictions on
अबे वो करना भी जरूरी है ना
that history. We are going off the expectations of these players.
ला 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 भाई कल मेरी बेइज्जती हो गई भाई हेवी वाली
Listen, my rear has already been bitten
मॉल में heavy
against
बेइज्जती हो गई, मैं झूठ नहीं
actually,
बोल
so
रहा।
I might as well just go on
बर्दू
with the
है
Genji
कौन
But I love that you
ट्यून
brought
भाई
this
अकॉर्डिंग टू
up.
यू जिंग टू रिजर्व रोस्टर में मूवी किया है अकॉर्डिंग टू वीएलआर बाबा वो कैसे खेलेगा बताओ जब वो आर्मी सर्विस के लिए जाएगा तो कैसे खेलेगा ऐसे थोड़ी होती है वैसे मौनी भी अच्छी प्लेयर है भाई अभी PRX मेरे हिसाब से उतना ही स्ट्रांग है
And suddenly it just flips, and T1's like, well, we've run out of options. We don't know what to do. And even
मेरे
after
हिसाब
we
से
talked to the players, Tavai was like,
उतना ही
"This
strong.
looks scary. Like they looked strong. Saya's fire. But at the end
he's
of the
back?
day, they still won pretty handily.
Yeah, I feel
क्या?
like we're actually not going to be seeing the same Paper X that we did.
कहाँ से बैक हो गया उसका
I'm actually prepared for maybe a Paper X that's a bit slower, maybe not as
Whoa,
aggressive.
that's
I mean,
insane.
that might be a bold prediction on my end. I'm not saying that it's not exactly a bad Paper X. It might
Sure,
be a new
sure.
one. It might be actually something that's a little bit more controlled.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what kind of compositions they're going to be going through because if they're going to be running the Yoru quite a bit with Forsaken maybe picking that up, if not somebody else, then I could
भाई
see
आज
a
भी टेक
question
पॉज है क्या
continuing from this team. But
इस सीजन का देखा यार मैंने क्या था भाई वो
that could just come down to the map draft.
And also the question of a lot of people still seem to favor Raze on a lot of these maps, and something is obviously much more known for his jet. We even saw him
रियल गन से खेलेगा
sometimes a fracture in the past. Now Gecko
क्या
and
लैंग्वेज
Sunset
है
on in the
भाई ये
offseason.
एसी
So
खराब हो
does
गया
something
क्या
flex a bit.
गाइस एसी जब एसी नहीं देता है उसको क्या होता है
He's just picking up every H and then firing his gun more than his utility.
I mean, that's the thing is you do have that.
रिफ्रेश करना होता है क्या जय श्री राम देवन भाई जय श्री राम
Sure, an agent. Forsaken's got
ये तो
so
कुछ
much
भी नहीं दे रहा है
If
भाई
you're going to have any kind of
हाँ?
pressure, he's about the best person in the
बोलो।
world he possibly could. And
यार कोई
Forsaken's
earphones
building
बता दो
something into a bit of a
क्या?
D1 where he can go over
Earphones,
play,
wireless
like the ASRock,
earphones
play
for
breach,
gaming.
etc.
वायरलेस ईयरफोन्स मुझे नहीं पता भाई आई एम रियली
That's
लिस्ट
actually a really
knowledge.
scary prospect,
क्या हरामी
and
है
it's something that they have been working on since the APL concluded.
कैसे थे एक
It's
टाइप
going to be very scary for every single team
अन्ना ने
out there.
पूछा
TRX trying to
अन्ना ने
reclaim the
30,000
throne.
वाले दिखाए
If something is able to play
अन्ना से
both of
पूछ
the
रहे
roles
हैं
at the
ना
same
एक
time,
मिनट यार
I don't know if it's going to happen.
Basically, we're not sure what to expect at this point. We could be going up
analysis.
against. Yeah,
I mean, first
we
game for
don't know.
Paper X, right? And they've been hiding it quite a bit during the off season as well, even giving more chances
भाई
for
मेरे
Jake to
इसी
kind
तरह
of
हो
show us
गया
the
क्या?
last time. gotten a couple of those games, and that was great to see. But again, therefore, I mean, Solo mentioned in the interview of like, well, we just don't have tape to study. Like, we don't know what they're going to come out with. We don't know what this core 5 looks like of Paper Rex. And everyone's expecting, like you said, Mika, like, is it a slower versus even faster? Like, are they flexing everybody? Because they have Life Ray trying the Sova on a couple maps as well.
कौन सा मैं सोच रहा हूँ मैं वॉच पार्टी करूँ उसका ट्विच पे
I think it's one of the biggest mysteries that we're going to have here in Pacific, right? What kind of
वो होती है असली रिवेंज उसकी स्ट्रीम की वॉच पार्टी करना
This is their debut.
हाँ ना
क्या बोलती गाइस
ठीक है
He's very excited.
पे
Also really
और अपन
excited.
रिएक्शन
Up
करेंगे
their sleeves right
रिएक्शन
now.
रिएक्शन
The
करेंगे
winner of this series becomes the first team to qualify into playoffs and are that much
अबे
closer to
यार।
Masters Madrid, Achilles.
Yeah, and I mean,
वो मजा है
obviously
यार ग्रे गूस चढ़ दे रही है दूसरे कौन सी बाई करूं
want that, but
नहीं शर्म करो रबल भाई ग्रे गूस नहीं चढ़ रही है
not being able to push it all the way to a game 5, getting that second place at the biggest
भाई ये
event
क्या है यार
around,
टेंपरेचर कुछ
that
होगा
is
क्या
going
मेरे
to leave that kind of bittersweet feeling in your
Swing
in your
off.
heart. And no matter how much you reset, you don't think about the past, that
Oh, you know,
is still going to be lingering there within yourself. So I think for them, being able to kick off the year, get straight
हो जाए
to
यार।
Madrid and then go on to
वो होती है असली रिवेंज
that would be a great way
उसकी
to
स्ट्रीम की वॉच पार्टी करनी है चालू करो
Yeah,
यार
and of course, also
गाइस टेक पॉज लग रहा है मुझे
you
आज
see those early championship points as well, so that's one step closer
Very
towards
थोड़ा
champion.
लाइक्स
Then
हो
you go to Madrid, if you
जाता
win that, you get more points as well, so you kind of
यार,
have
ये
the
बहुत भारी
same
लग रही है
spot
यार।
to go all the way to champions now in Seoul for
आज
2024,
काश ने
and
जी
that
का
would be
prediction नहीं
the
लिया।
absolute best start for Paper Rex.
जी?
I'm looking so much. I'm looking so forward to just all of the absolutely crazy.
फिल्टर साफ करो ठीक हो जाएगा हाँ भैया
This is how Sentinels get the championship points. And this is how they're gonna make it over there if
We
they
should do
continue
that
going
to this
down.
board. We
There
should
you
do
go.
that to
Yeah, we
this board
should
one day.
Start
track of
writing
it.
all over this thing.
टिबन बाय व्यूज ऑन राका गेमिंग राका जोन गेमिंग ट्वीट कौन है वो मैंने सुना है ना आज से मेरा और राका का दुश्मनी कट आई मीन दोस्ती कट
They're gonna be people who are trying to do the math, figuring out like this is where they can get this, and
Well, that's what
if they
keeps
do
it
that,
interesting.
and this team loses, then blah 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 blah, and then somehow it'll still come down to am I
देख लो मेरे इंस्टाग्राम जाके अनफॉलो कर दिया मैं
And a coach playing it.
Block भी कर
Bring
दिया।
some victory for another team, yeah.
व्हाट्सएप पे ब्लॉग इंस्टाग्राम पे ट्विटर पे सारी जगह ब्लॉग
And it is so exciting to welcome, you know, the champions from last year, the Pacific champions from last year, over back to the Pacific League
लेकिन उसको
stage.
YouTube पे मैंने
And
unsubscribe
Gen G,
नहीं किया
this
क्योंकि
is going to be
मेरा भाई है
a
वो
tough kind of like they threw the
But
sport towards the
Instagram
straw,
में
so to say. It's like, oh,
follow
we're
वगैरह
just
सब कुछ
paper
बंद।
Rex this time around, right?
I mean, group of
एक बार
death
उसका
also
500 के होने था
also
उसके बाद मैं
whether it's
unsubscribe
RRQ
करूँ
or Gen G, it's a group of death no matter what. And the biggest thing is
चाचा कितना वधिया वधिया मेरी जान कॉक ब्लॉक क्या होता है बे भाई क्या क्या हो रही है भाई आज तो मैं आपकी इंस्टा क्या मेरी इंस्टा फॉलो कर दो थैंक्स टीबन भाई आप पोकेमॉन किसके साथ पकड़ोगे एक्सेप्ट प्लेइंग पालवर्ल्ड विद हिम बाकी सब ब्लॉक
very much consider something that I
पाजी आपने सिर्फ घर बना के छोड़ दिया आपने पालवर्ल्ड
It's like okay, Paper Rex, they're gonna come back.
हाँ
They're gonna be very
100 के
strong.
इनकमिंग और वाह वही तो
Do we see the back-to-back champions within Pacific itself, or is there going to be a change-up? You know, does somebody else ascend to the throne? If it's not TRX,
तो कल की
who else is
impression की
going to
पैसा
be?
आ जाता
So
तो
I think it's just neat to think about all of the teams that we've seen so
राका भाई वो सब ठीक है कल की इंप्रेशन की थोड़ा पैसा मिल जाता
It's nowhere close to what we expected coming into the season. You know, we've been on, you know, very.
पाजी पुणे गए क्या सीन है आपकी हाँ?
We have been so far off the mark already within the first 2 days. And
भाई तुम चालू करोगे कि नहीं बताओ
a bit more time, maybe things do settle into that kind of pattern we had laid out. But for right now, it's
भाई जरूर डर लग रहा है आज कुछ है क्या सोमवार है
been utterly wrong about
टेक्निकल वगैरह हुआ तो यार आपके घर के चक्कर में हमारा घर जाएगा इतना लेट नाइट करते हो सेम चीज भाई भाई लेकिन कुछ नहीं कर सकते यार भाई मेरे हिसाब से मेरा पालवर्ल्ड हो गया वैसे भी सर्वर बंद होगी 4 से 5 दिन में हो गया मेरा एक तो उस दिन में टिल्ट हुआ भाई आधा घंटे से एक बॉस पे लड़ रहा हूँ एंड में उसने मेरी बुंड मार दी मेरा हो गया एक अंडा अनबॉक्सिंग करेंगे अगर अच्छा निकला तो ठीक है हो गया जा रहा हूँ CS2 जा रहा हूँ कुछ भी
because those are some veterans who have played against the PRX boys quite a few times. He has to be able to hold his ground.
I love that these rookies, the new
PS5 भी NHK
special seasoning over here in Pacific, right? You have these teams that we thought
ये राका ने टीबोन को भी बिगाड़ दिया बीसी हाँ ना बे वैसे अभी मेरी डेडलाइन आ चुका है वैसे कल ही रात को डिस्कस हुआ मैक्सिमम 3 बजे वो है डेडलाइन उसके बाद मुझे रिटर्न में मिला है कि भाई सोफा में सोना पड़ेगा। अब प्रॉब्लम नहीं है कि सोफा में सोने का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मैं सो सकता हूँ, लेकिन मेरी ये जो हाइट के वजह से वो सोफा थोड़ा स्मॉल है, तो वो प्रॉब्लम की मैं पैर ऐसे जाता है। देखो ये सोफा है, मैं हूँ पैर ऐसे, प्रॉब्लम वो है, वरना सोफा में आराम से सो सकते, कोई मसला। 3 बजे डेडलाइन है मेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वाली, उसके बाद नहीं।
Whether it's challenger league players, whether it's unknown recruits like Heron, we're seeing teams scout out new talent.
टिपुन भाई बिना कंट्रोवर्सी करके आपने 242 के किया, हो गया क्या 242? ये वू ये मैं उंगली आज नहीं करने वाला, मैं भी 500 के जब आसपास होगा ना तब उंगली करूंगा। कम से कम 5 साल लगेगा वैसे। टिबोन भाई तुम्हारे चैनल पे मैंने मिस्टर मारलेगा की वजह से सब्सक्राइब किया जब तुमने उसको जेल से एक्सेप्ट कराया था। लव यू शशांक भाई, लेकिन यार भाइयों के बीच में अभी हुआ एक झगड़ा। आई एम रियली सॉरी शशांक। तो हाइलाइट्स ढूंढना पड़ेगा जिसके साथ राका के साथ और मेमोरीज है वगैरह वगैरह, एडिटर को बोलना पड़ेगा। देखते हैं ऋषि भाई एक हो जाए। ट्विटर वार्स गोइंग फ्रेंडशिप में, ओ भाई रुको ये सुनते हैं भाई। कल जी एंथम में मेरे को क्लेम आया, आका बात हो गई। क्या लैंग्वेज है पब्लिक है बताओ।
Our team is stronger than last year, but we grew stronger as well. Don't forget that we're the champion last year. We are in the different group.
우승해야죠.
Japanese.
우승. 당연 아니겠습니까?
네네네네네네네네네. पिज़्ज़ा मत दिखाओ।
This year, I'm very excited. I think we don't really have.
भाई PRX की कुछ ना कुछ नया होगा ना। कन्नड़ा, ये हम कन्नड़ा आएंगे।
The team of Esports, the chemistry has been in an all-time high. Kickoff will be the perfect start for us to prove ourselves and show up.
Yeah.
Before the kickoff,
स्टार्ट कब होगा? जा पूछ क्या? लव यू बाय ATT गेमिंग। कैसे यार? आज कौन लाइव है? आप हो या फिर तलीब भाई? कौन है आज? तलीब भाई मेरे से स्कैम ना करो यार। ATT की आटो भाई कल क्लेम आया क्या? तो भाई स्क्रिप्टेड कोई वार नहीं है भाई, सब कुछ नेचुरल था भाई। हाँ जी एंथम में
퍼시픽 내에서는 피지컬이 압도적으로 좋은 것 같고.
अरे बाबा
보셔도 될 것 같습니다.
मैं देखना छोड़ दिया भाई। आज सुबह वाली स्ट्रीम में मुझे क्लेम नहीं आया टिबोन भाई, और
अमेरिका ही देखो
मिरेकल हुआ, मिरेकल मेरे साथ।
क्या हुआ?
येलो नहीं हुई पहली बार भाई।
और लौड़े फाटू कैसा है? लौड़े ओ लौड़ू फाटू वो सुड़ी के
क्या बोल रहे
भाई मिल गया क्लेम मिल गया। चलो भाई रोज 10 रुपए की रोटी जा रही है, याद रखियो ये वॉच पार्टी में।
क्लेम मिला
सॉन्ग अच्छा है।
누가 진짜 잘하는지 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
There is a unique strength of our team. We don't care who we face and we don't care how hard it is. No matter what happens, we will always win. Everyone knows that we're the champion last year, but this time we will get even more stronger than before.
मैं सोशल ब्लेड में प्रेडिक्शन आपका 500 के 3 या 6 मंथ्स 3 साल में होगा क्या 500 के? भाई 3 साल में कैसे होगा भाई? तो भाई बीजेएमआई के अगेंस्ट कंट्रोवर्सी करो, इजी 500 के दोनों का यू यार। मेहनत से भी तो कर सकते हैं ना यार। 5 हाँ पाजी मेहनत से भी तो कर सकते हैं ना यार 500 के। ये मेरी ओबीएस ऐसे बहरन जैसा क्यों काम करता है? बम 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 बम। टेक पॉज लग रहा है। 10 की रोटी 20 क्या स्ट्रीमर पैसे कमा पा रहे? बस एक 5 BHK हाउस ले सकते। अरे तो दोती खोल रहा है यार।
Welcome to the Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. After a wave of changes.
रवल भाई इतना भी सच नहीं बोलने का बाबू, मतलब पता है आपका रूम के अंदर हेवी चल रही है। तो मुझे फाटो ने भेजा है तुमसे फोटो कंट्रोवर्सी कराने। शशांक भाई सच्ची में फाटो भाई हेट बेचते हो इधर? अबे यार ये एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन म्यूजिक थोड़ा कैजुअल है एंट्री की। पता कुछ है ही नहीं रे, मतलब ऐसे कुछ करो। एंट्री अच्छी थी लेकिन म्यूजिक थोड़ा कैजुअल है। भाई अच्छा तगड़ा प्लेयर है भाई, लेकिन जिन जैसा गेम प्ले दिखेगा वो देखनी पड़ेगी आज। समथिंग 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 यो।
Themselves against old rivals RRQ. Rev up the engine and keep the momentum going for the return of the ultimate Gen G.
अरे टीबोन भाई वो कौन सी साइट है?
कौन सा?
गाने यूज कर सकते हो? नहीं गाने यूज कर सकते हो। एपिडेमिक
मोनी भाई टेक्सचर ने बहुत मारा, मैंने सुना है भाई। लास्ट वीक का टॉप 1 था ये। फट भाई याद रखियो, जीता तो आज आप टकला, मैं क्लीन शेव, याद रखियो
भाई। पीआरएक्स का मैच है, पहले उसकी बात करेंगे हम। पीआरएक्स और जेनजी में से चलो टीबोन भाई, अगर जेनजी जीता
इसमें क्या करना है भाई?
क्या करोगे?
हाँ ये क्या बात हो गई भाई? इसमें हर बार मैं अभी क्या सब कुछ शेव करते रहो क्या? तो भाई दे टीजे टीबोन फॉर एंट्री म्यूजिक। भाई मैं सच्ची में इससे बढ़िया काम करता भाई। वो जो एंट्री में थोड़ा म्यूजिक थोड़ा कैजुअल है। टेक्सचर वर्सेस मोनी एट ओल्ड जी। हाँ ना रे दीपेश भाई बहुत इमोशनल हो रहे हो यार, आप बहुत इमोशनल हो रहे हो यार। तो भाई बीजे में सुनिए आप फ्री फायर से डायरेक्ट काउंटर कर दो डन से। मैच प्रेडिक्शन 2-0 भाई, कम ऑन। आज की मैचेस में बताता हूँ 2-0 पीआरएक्स। जी वर्सेस ब्लीड भी 2-0 है। लास्ट वाला अच्छी मैच रहेगी मेरे हिसाब से, मेरे को लगा। मैं सीधी फैक्ट्स बोलता हूँ, सीधी फैक्ट्स। भाई ये बंदा बहुत औसम बंदा है यार, सच्ची बता। Hello, Tibun back.
Well, now going into our map bans for Paper Rex versus Gen G. This is going to be so interesting because we have two teams that can be very flexible, right? Paper Rex, pretty much everybody's expecting something to be flexing already, and we have Meteor and Munchkin that are able to flex as well for the side of Gen G.
Gen G लेगा Icebox.
We're not sure.
नहीं Icebox cancel हो गई, देख लियो। End कर दो इसको, माफ करो।
भाई प्लीज आइसबॉक्स बैन करो।
आइसबॉक्स बैन होगी वरना पीआरएक्स जीतेगा। ओ भाई पीआरएक्स ने बैन किया आइसबॉक्स। भाई मैं समझ गया सीन क्या हो रही है। सबकी हार्बर मेटा चल रही है, हार्बर वाइपर देख लियो। अगर ब्रीज में अगर वाइपर और हार्बर है तो फिर मेटा है। क्या बोलते
I'm wondering if Gen G are going to be playing that Yoru as well. You know, do we get
to see that
coming
through? Not
something I believe that Taichi really played a handful of times in his career, but none of them really.
टीम जो भी जीते जीतना चाहिए। बाकी मैं फुल स्क्रीन में जा रहा, बाकी तुम झूलते रहो। नहीं $50 देके मेरे को क्यों तोड़ा? नहीं आपने $50 देके मुझे क्यों तोड़ा? भाई जीतना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। सामने जो टीम है काफी ओपी है। ब्लेड सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, अगर कुछ नया हुआ तब जीत सकते हैं। कुछ नया जैसे अगर कल जैसा खेला तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है जीतने का। भाई मैं सीधी फैक्ट्स बता रहा हूँ, मैं किसी का हेटर वेटर नहीं। कल जैसा खेला नहीं होने वाला, दोनों गेम जैसे खेला उन लोगों ने नहीं होने वाला। मैं ऐसे लिख के दे रहा हूँ, कुछ नया किया। पोली भाई ने कुछ ऐसा मारा, भाई क्या हो रहा भाई इधर, ऐसा कुछ हुआ तो जीत सकते। सीधी बात।
PRX का कोच भी मुझे बहुत
लेकिन रवल भाई के लिए एक हैशटैग ओपी हो जाए भाई। लाल आया भाई, लाल है, लाल है। EMI स्पोर्ट्स का क्या होगा भाई? EMI स्पोर्ट्स का भाई उसका भी बात करेंगे भाई। मैं बोला कि नहीं भाई, ये हार्बर भाई जीत गए भाई 4 सेकंड भाई। ये कुछ नया मेटा है भाई। भाई ये 4 सेकंड भाई, ये हार्बर और वाइपर का मेटा है। ओ भाई इनके पास ये भी है, एस्ट्रा भी है।
ये क्या मेटा है?
वुमन का है, मैंने देखा नहीं। फिट किस कहां पे वुमन था?
कंट्रोलर भाई ये क्या मेटा है भाई?
कहां पे वुमन था, मैंने देखा नहीं।
अबे वुमन वाइपर हार्बर सोवा योरू।
किसका? PRX में? तूने देखा नहीं रे मैंने, मैं बस इसमें फोकस। हाँ बे भाई क्या ही टाइम देख, टाइम पे PRX सिर्फ डोलिश खेलते थे, अभी सिर्फ स्मोक खेल रहे
भाई। बहुत क्रेजी
है कि नहीं?
हर बारी कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी लाता है भाई PRX, और बहुत मजा आता है देखने में
भाई। वो तो है, वो तो ऋषि भाई को बोलो ये को ब्लीड से जी में ले ले मिड टूर्नामेंट। वाई के मतलब ऋषि भाई को बोलो ये को ब्लीड से जी में ले ले मिड टूर्नामेंट। वाई के भाई के मतलब यू नो क्या? ओ भाई नाइस। You know. ऐसे थोड़ी होता है बाबा, इधर से उधर कैसे?
A good chunk of a big map such as this breeze, especially on the attack, right? Just having 3, sets of smokes to cycle through. You can see that they already sent out a high tide across A. It creates a bit of pressure, but at the same time,
में कैमरा लगाया रे उसने
towards this B site,
भाई क्रैक
Genji gets a bit of information.
प्रोडक्शन कैजुअल।
Not really too much.
ये मॉनी कब बन गया सब? दवाई भाई या समथिंग कब बन गया?
There's still so many options they can choose for, and I think they're just making sure that Genji
भाई इतना स्लो क्यों खेल रहे हैं ये लोग? क्या हो गया भाई?
For the start of this. Apart from that, also just with the gate crash that something is using, they're going all over the map. But here it comes.
इसके इधर उधर हो गए।
Tripwire on that A site. This is the Yoru though, so he can't bypass it. Needs to break it. Munchkin has been given up already.
Munchkin
right in front of him. 2 on the contact point. It's good. Something finds another. And they already secured an A site in the blink of an eye. Rest of
2-0 bro.
On that rotate back to the A site.
I 20 लाख smoke से इधर.
He's the first vanguard for the moment. Holding, whiffing. He's gonna go down.
मैंने दवाई भाई।
देखा
मैंने।
It was good hit nonetheless.
3 कंट्रोलर है ना? हाँ बे। दवाई है।
Dash in.
ओ भाई।
Into this as well as
क्या मारता है बे?
but of course, Paper X just going to be playing that post plan. Something coming around the corner. Repositions, has to help out his team. Right in the precipice of the spell. The push from Dexter. In a second, he can.
क्या मार रहे बे?
Finds another one and he picks up the 4K.
No way. First round.
क्या मारा भाई?
See how he has that trigger discipline.
4 मारा उसने।
You're hiding, waiting for the opportune moment. He's just waiting to trap as the movement slows down, and that is unbelievable skill.
एक चीज नोटिस किया है, जो भी VNT छोड़ के जाता है वो ओपी हो जाता है। अब तो जी के साथ भी यही हो रही है। नहीं वो पहले ही भी ओपी था, वो अलग बात है। टेक्सचर को रखना था यार जी में यार। भाई ऐसे ना बोलो, जी में ऐसा नहीं मारा भाई, मारता था भाई वो। पब्लिक सारे टूर्नामेंट में मारा है
They give him the satisfaction.
हाँ पब्लिक मारा है, मारा है।
His teammates breaking and giving as much support as possible, and one gets down already.
I mean that's the other thing, right? Because it's
भाई जीत सकते हैं लग रहा है। हाँ पब्लिक।
Powerful. Anything on an eco round, it just chews right through. So these guys, Paper X, they got to be so careful.
आज
You can already see one spawning the tripwire outside of B main. Still, it's not going to stop PaperX from starting to move their forces all the way here. Looks like they're just okay with that. Devi still hasn't gotten any contact with the Sheriff that he's bought the past 2 rounds.
बस टेक्सचर और मोनेट में कंपेयर किया तो कौन अच्छा प्लेयर है?
Texture actually pushing all the way up onto mid. This could be very bad for PaperX. This is spike drops.
भाई अगर TRX ने टेक्सचर को ले लेते तो क्या होता भाई? हाँ?
So they're running out of options. You can't go back into elbow. You can only you're pretty much stuck inside of B main. Texture, well,
टेक्सचर ही क्या? TbOne अच्छा love you Scully.
But 30 seconds left, ASRock.
Something's gonna just try to make something happen. You know, no pun intended. Make some contacts here. Does have his great crash available. It was a challenge.
भाई
Texture, but when it's 140.
भाई 10 मारा क्या? हेलो. एक इसको भी मारेगा.
You're just feeding him the kills, and now he's got that ace.
इसलिए
भाई 9 kill 2 round में भाई.
Confidence for Texture.
क्या हो गया भाई?
Well, yesterday he said he was angry. Today, I don't know what he's on, but this is a whole look. Blade Storm already available. I mean, the other thing is also just PaperX, they have sheriffs. They're just trying to maybe go for some picks or the spike plan. Couldn't really find anything, and that's a little bit surprising.
There's so many players,
wow,
I think,
that's a good
in this 2024 Pacific League that is on
ऐसे तोड़ सकते हैं आराम से.
Like Lenny, not getting the chance to play for Team Secret, the Texture, as the
सामने सोवा भी नहीं है वे कैसे?
Any opportunity to showcase his duelist, but here comes the dueling potential for something as he pushes up onto Orange. Any tricky business? Spots one, getting into the astral dimension. Goes out, flashes. He still challenges something. He's got to make something happen here, and he does get it. Follow up by Monya.
डिफरेंस देखा कल जो T1 में जो योरू था और इसमें जो योरू है वो सिर्फ इन्फो के लिए खेला था. इधर उसने फ्लैश करके मार के मारा.
They want to burn down the timer and they want to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, Munchkin's coming around the corner here on double doors. They're just waiting for him to drop down already. Forsaken's right here for the first contact, but gets punished by Meteor. He's going to be alone by himself. 1 versus 1 though. Devi, unknowing of where his opponent might be, not spotting Meteor, getting closer and closer. He might not even know about this. There it is. No more utilities for Meteor, so it's a straight up start of the defuse.
Yeah.
Playing and will be winning the gamble on the peak.
मार रहा था उसको आराम से जाके यार पब्लिक.
भाई तू देख रहा है वो और उसका कंट्रोल ले रहे हैं भाई.
Utility that PaperX uses, you can see that. Yeah, you know, 3 controllers. You got Mind Freak on the Sova. What?
Omen का स्मोक कर रहे हैं बे.
But no, it still very much is. The dimensional drift gives them so much space. Monyet is already there, kind of like what Will said on the desk. That secondary duelist, instantly trading back and forth with the entire team. And with that, you know, spike down, it's tough for Gen G to retake in such situations.
True, but
let's go. Dawai
they
hai.
love their first contact and Texture on this operator. There's not really much utility that can really punish him, but okay, gravity will activate it, stuns as well. And that's gonna be as the dust settles, 2 kills down against Gen G. PaperX have somewhat of an advantage.
एक को मारना ही पड़ेगा.
Still pushing through.
Oh! मारेगा मैं करेगा.
Triple kill by Nacho, and Myfreak is alone by himself on a.
क्या हो गया बे? उल्टा हो रहा है. ये एग्रेसिव खेल रहे, वो आराम से खेल रहे.
Mask PaperX's intentions for just a second, but he reacts
just. इसका राउंड है पूरा. एक लेगा पक्का. Oh shit, देख लिया. देख लिया उसने.
भाई पीछे से आवाज आ रही है तेरे को सुनाई दे रहा है.
A main control for the longest time, but the smokes, man, the peek outs and the flashes just. Even though they have the triple controller, it doesn't seem like it's.
Jing missing.
ये हुआ ना मैच देखने लायक फैन शो.
Yeah, not yet. That's the thing. I mean,
ये में भाई.
भाई आज ये लोग एग्रेसिव. भाई क्या हो गया भाई? फुल फॉर्म में रे.
Karan was just popping off in that round. Round 5, this guy has 6 kills already as a controller.
I bet Will is starting to foam at the mouth. Yes, 3-1.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
Yes, this is what I was thinking, hoping about, predicting. PaperX still wanting to get that quick contact, feeding all the orbs for something. This is a pretty good idea. It's still
आप जिसको जबरदस्ती मारती है भाई नहीं रे बाबा सबर करो ना. It does give them
a lot more access into the back of the site, but of course they still have to deal with this close contact that Lakia is setting up on A.
Yeah, the positioning that Gen G has, that classic 2-on-2 split. Oh, actually it's a
doubling नहीं हो रही है.
3 split. 3 stacked
थोड़ा
up.
स्लो खेल रहे हैं ना मैंने नोटिस किया.
It's just a little bit tougher for PaperX to break.
ऐसा लग रहा है ये लोग कंट्रोल ले रहे हैं.
Stars as well, and those are really annoying. So maybe trying to bait around.
लेकिन सामने वालों को ना
bait Karan into a peak. But then you also got to worry about texture in this op.
This is the problem about having a flash initiator. You just can't really flush out these set angles that they just break that. People break that themselves. Anyways, hold on. There's gonna be two elements. Caron and Texture on that contact. Forsaken pushes out, but Texture, he doesn't respect this wall. He just goes and swims through with the high tide, giving him a high time. And now it's only my
PRS टीम ने अडॉप्ट करते हैं आप देखो
double door doesn't secure anything, so that has
5 राउंड के बाद जो अडॉप्ट करेंगे लोग देख लो तुम लोग बस
He only has the Sheriff in hand. 3 versus 1, 20 seconds. He's gonna have to start pushing in, but because of how much out the open he is, he's gonna be exposed.
Just wait करो अभी देख लो.
And that's gonna be the 4-1.
थोड़े टाइम में जो अडॉप्ट करेंगे लोग अभी देख लो. वेट करिए तुम लोग बस देखते रहिए.
They're like, yo, you guys think you're the Kings of Pacific. Wait till you see what we've got. I mean, this Genji, Texture on the up, Caron popping off with kills. They are able to play these anti-flash positions.
Confidence में यही रहना था क्या? Public बताओ.
Throws at them.
कौन थे? Confidence में रहना.
Execute like that off of, you know, something on the Yoru. You've got Monyet on the Paranoia with the Omen. It's just not quite landing as it needs to.
You know, I usually talk about win conditions.
आप छोड़ दो गेमिंग भाई मुझे क्यों गाली दिया भाई मैंने क्या किया मैं तो एनालिसिस कर रहा हूँ एनालिसिस चाल हो गया इसका चाल हो गया इसका चाल हो गया बे आप जो कमबैक देख लो
मैं चाहता हूँ कि हर एक राउंड के बाद मेरे को एक कोच का रिएक्शन दिखाएं
याद है लास्ट टाइम
भाई वो राउंड जीतते भी है ना तब भी ऐसे मुंह बना के बैठ रहते हैं
available for them when again like you're mentioning they're only really relying on the triple smoke to kind of blot out these certain positions that's not really making Texture afraid of holding the spots, you know, using that tailwind to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, precisely, right? I mean, that's the other thing. It's just having those 3 smokes, 3 controllers. Surely it can be used to, you know,
अबे easy win है PRX तुम लोग काय टेंशन ले
रहे हो certain areas make sure that Texture can't really, you know, dominate the map in his current fashion. So whatever it is, you know, that's kind of what the desk was talking about.
मैं भी आ रहा साथ में शर्म करो शर्म PRX जीतेगा 100% easy रे बाबा.
We shall see what kind of effect it has.
Well, Reckoning and Dimensional Drift is available for 2. Love this push from Texture.
थोड़ा late हो गया.
And something doesn't waste any time though. He does use his ultimate to start playing things up. Reckoning coming in from double doors, and he already finds one. Caron could be in a world of
मारने का ही plan है रे.
Out of harm's way. Back at the side is going to be Meteor, using the cyber cages to give him a bit of positioning here to roam around.
चाल हो गया भाई. I guess coach ने call किया होगा. तुम लोग इतना slow क्यों खेल रहे हो? जल्दी W दबाओ ना.
They don't even expect it.
He gate crashed backwards. I
क्या हो रहा भाई?
heard it. So now everyone's kind of split up. Device still up towards mid. It's a good bit of vision, but it's a 2-on-3 nonetheless.
दवाई को देखा है?
Use the Viper's pit.
दवाई भाई मिड पे वो
by himself right now. I mean, there's even smoke coming into double doors. They have really segmented the 2 players.
Shot रे बाबा. चलो इन्फो मिल गया.
The savior here, Mindfreak's been given up out in the open. Texture, he's got everything, but Davai takes everything away from him.
दवाई है
दवाई है रे बाबा दवाई.
हमेशा क्लच करता दवाई. क्या बोलते हैं?
मुझे लगा ये मारेगा भी Texture.
Getting information as to where Texture was positioned, as to where the rest of them were trying to approach from. They knew how to find those shots, and that's again something that PaperX can always do. But I think the crucial thing in that round was how something used that dimension, how he pushed up all the way towards orange, towards bridge side, and from that point
तीन बुलेट मारते हैं ना पाटो.
on towards medium.
30 बुलेट्स स्प्रे करते हैं.
1 देख रहा
हाँ ना?
एक जैसे रीसेट करते हैं.
हाँ ना?
लेकिन
पब्लिक आज से मैं भी
हमारी बुलेट कहाँ जाएगा?
सुना जाता है रे हमारा.
Ultimately, as you mentioned, you know, with what you said, works in the favor of PaperX on that push.
That's it, though. We still need a few more rounds. Both sides have ultimates.
Phantom नहीं रही है इस सिचुएशन में वैंडल ही
Now he's swapped up over back.
तू देख रहा है ना कोई Phantom यूज नहीं कर रहा.
Is trying to approach here.
Except वो Cypher.
He's already preparing himself.
थोड़ा long वाला सीन है ना
इसमें. I think just shot through to smoke. That's going to be the punish on Monyet. Waiting for the rest of the
Split में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा Phantom यूज करते देख.
So many tripwires here. It might get a little bit tricky, but something just slowly walks up. That's all you need, you know.
ये तो रॉसी भी करता है. मैं भी तो करता हूँ. वो कुछ नहीं करते. जिन किधर है भाई? चा पूछ क्या?
So now that the spike has gone down, Genji are sensing that they don't quite have the timing on this retake. Davai
Yeah, he's getting the first contact.
अब सारे गेम में तो
waterfall down mid. He's already been spotted. Oh, Forsaken's not hitting any shots. Finally, he does able to do so. Oh, the pinch works out.
कर ले अडॉप्ट भाई, एक कॉल दिया कोच ने,
But man, he's got some options
कर ले
here.
अडॉप्ट.
Time might not be one of them though, so he might have to save up and Mind Freak through the smoke.
हर बार टाइम आउट के बाद वो लोग राउंड जीतते हैं भाई, हर बार मैंने वो नोटिस किया.
दवाई को देख रहे हो तुम?
He will not.
भाई ऐसा क्या बोला होगा बे कोच ने? कुछ तो बोला होगा उसने एलेक्स भैया ने. भाई क्या कर रहे हो यार तुम लोग? ऐसा कुछ बोला होगा. Love it and by your live stream make my day always. Love you Deep Jyoti मेरी जान.
Creep in, cut out space, and really block off and cause a lot of chaos for Gen G's defenses.
थोड़ा ओपी कर दो दीप भाई को.
Counter timeout being called now by Gen G.
Yeah, they just again they're starting to lose grip from a 4-1 and already turns into a 4-3 very quickly to turn around for Paper Rex.
अंडी बंडी शंडी बोलोगा उसने.
Wake in their boots, and this is where I think it makes a lot
15
of
मारा यार,
sense
देखा मैंने.
Again, just take a step back first because they were putting a lot of emphasis
टीम
on
का
using
कुछ नर्वस हो
Texture
रहा है, मैं
as
भी
that
कुछ बोलूं
big
क्या?
contact, but when he really can't find a contact, it feels like there's not a lot of
सामने वाला
options
कुछ
here
बहुत बोल रहा है, मैं क्या
for
बोलूं?
Gen G to kind of try to do something else on that defense. Sure, you get the offhand kill from time to time as they start to creep up onto certain positions, but Paper Rex, I feel with the composition
Gen Z is even
they're
नहीं
so
रे
flexible
बाबा.
at just getting those
2-0 PR
kills,
है.
even when it's a 4 versus 5 as they push up into a site. I mean, even if it could be like a 3 versus 5 because of how many smokes they can keep utilizing to block the sight lines of the players of Gen G.
Yeah, that's right. And not just that too, right? I mean, apart from blocking off sight lines, I love how they're using this third controller, Davai as the Viper, as more of a sentinel, as more of a lurker of all things. Because as soon as he deploys his toxic screen, he's like, all right, I'm good. I can hang back towards mid, can get
क्या टाइम आउट है क्या?
try to cut off rotations as Gen G tries to retake. And that is something that we've seen him do a couple of rounds now. He is the top fragger for Paper Rex.
And additionally, I mean, if anybody pushes through that, you know, vulnerability as well as the decay makes challenges or fights for him quite easy. Anyways, Paper Rex now looking to go for that B side. They do have the shock darts. They are breaking as much utility as they can. And of course, yep, I love this. When you use the decoy, it activates the trip, so at least you'll know where not to. Meteor is doing his damnedest to just, again, dodge everything, but it's not working.
Ignore किया क्या इसने?
Is already positioned here for the favor of Paper Rex. Toss in the back of the side. Texture does make a bit of wave at the back of things, but it's not going to work out, and Divide finishes it off. And we
4 is all they get.
It is an anti-eco round after all, but what a bit of an execute. Paper Rex got the fake
blind था क्या?
and they knew exactly how to work against Meteor's setup. And that's the main thing.
4 is all they get, yo.
They want to figure out a way to go through. And they've done
अरे fake बराबर है.
He's trying to step over it. He is that secondary duelist. Something as the Yoru just cuts in space, he can, you know, break open those trips and
PRX है भाई वो.
And it just does so much.
कोई छोटी टीम नहीं है भाई. उनको पता है क्या होती है गेम के अंदर.
Some changes in terms of the defensive setup.
Texture still committing on this operator of
किसकी लाइनअप कौन सी?
Something one away from the dimensional. Imagine just like as Texture seeing that out of the open, right? Anyways, he's already committed the tailwind, so might as well over push just in case he can get that again, that one-off kill if ever. Seems like because they spotted again Texture on B or an A, excuse me, they're just gonna bring the whole enchilada on that B site.
Yeah, why not? We know we can avoid that.
क्वालिटी में आवाज आता है ना ट्रिप का?
Meteor, we can go
मार
straight
दिया भाई
for
तो.
Munchkin, take out those two, and then we have the site. Seekers were deployed by Lakia though, and he's already here to reinforce. Something's trying to
पता ही नहीं है साइफर को इधर है.
To the interior of
दो
the
ले
site.
लिया भाई, लो हो गया.
Onyet trying to find somebody inside of smokes, and
हो
it
गया
is
भाई.
so confusing to be in all of that positioning. Somehow it is Gen G getting on top of things. Onyet, no ultimate for him, so he's stuck here until Davai comes in. So he is waiting for his teammate to give him that assistance. 4 seconds on the clock, and this is a pretty smart move from Paper Rex now that they still have that toxic screen to block away that control at the back of the site, where you already see Carol getting closer. He might not be spotted, as well as Texture coming in from B main.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They gotta watch all exits, all entrances of this Viper's pit. Texture could be the linchpin for Gen G.
As a shot denied, Shorty's good. And look at this! Caron picks up the 4K. able to isolate.
Maybe Faiz all they
feed
get.
off of the play to Texture is giving him the opportunity
Bhai,
to
Karen
retake the
actually
site
अच्छा
and
aimer hai
secure
bhai.
the round once again for Gen G.
Again, right? I mean, this guy, Karen, picked off this.
उसने read किया है उसको उधर.
The rookie coming out from like almost nowhere, but
Bhai,
proving
चार
himself
मारे
again
उसने
and
Karen
again.
ने इस round.
You talk about firepower, and PaperX has a lot of it, but Gen G in this new form
क्या हो गया यार? Forsaken, Mindfreak वगैरह step करनी पड़ेगी भाई. थोड़ी step करनी पड़ेगी.
Again, just not having any form of extra information there for PaperX. They were just going
close जा रहा.
blind into
Next
calls
level
that they
close जा रहा
wanted to
भाई.
do. They even saved the operator here for Texture, so he's got a chance again to find
Faiz all
something.
they get.
Not the player, but you know the opportunity to get. I'm gonna have to find another other than something to.
उसको पता है ना उसने देख लिया
do
ना.
this. Anyways, Paranoia is activated. Texture's blinded here. He's looking for a TP, but Lakia is making some waves at the front of the site on Brick, and fortunately, Texture's not gonna find the paper
कुछ नहीं कर सकता. क्या कर
That's
सकता?
gonna be a secure plant on the spike.
क्या कर
Everyone else
सकता?
here for Gen G.
Will you watch the next match? Obviously, yeah.
That is being handled by Mindfreak.
Still somehow Karen getting a tap onto something. That brings things back to a 3-on-3. Of course, Mindfreak wanting to play off the Hunter's Fury, but he knows that there's a potential play coming through.
Another one. Meteor gives himself a bit of space. Push left or right. What it's going to be? It's going to be the right.
मैं बोला उसको right side. सुना नहीं क्या?
Oh, this is going to be so bad, difficult even for him.
Faiz all they get, yo.
Divine bringing it back.
Faiz all they get.
Very, very confusing fight there for Gen G. You just saw everybody look everywhere to look for any.
क्यों मैं आप जिसको भी support दो हाथ पे कृपया जी को support ना करो डर से.
Grandpappy Achilles will be smiling about that one. He's like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I remember there's PaperX back in the day. This is what they used to do. They orchestrate chaos. And that's exactly what they do.
बहुत मार रहा है ना ना.
Gate crashing in. He's got the
क्या पनो तेरे पापा? देख लियो अभी.
for Gen G as they try to.
ठीक है भाई, Gen G जीत ले तो मैं पनोती हूँ. ठीक है, Dunsin भाई.
Not to mention Monyet, who
Dunsin, done लिखो अगर done.
inside the smokes, and that's what he was known for back on Global Esports last year.
Having Lakia choosing whether he has to go for the gunfight or flash for Texture here makes it even additionally difficult. Once again,
Dunsin बाबा.
how close something
फिर
is
मैं आपकी
already
game
gone.
lead और game sense तो है. Coach क्यों नहीं बन रहा? Love you कार्तिक. सच्ची बता. क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
But at what cost Forsaken? He's already decayed down to 20. My goodness.
Yeah.
This man is walking on thin ice.
It got a little bit risky because Gen G are trying to get a good read for the game right now. They've got these 4 players stacked up on B,
Lock
so
is
able
close.
to shoot through. And with the space now, Lakia pushed up halls, but not quite able to capitalize.
Look at how they just left pieces of the play.
Bye, मैंने बोला ना, Faiz all they get,
sprinkled just to
yo.
get those lurk kills, and it is actually working for them, especially.
defending कैसे करेंगे मैं बताओ?
By feels like Gen G is just pressured
Bye.
to try to get control elsewhere.
3 smoke है.
PaperX, it's a lure into their trap, man. They're just
Attack कैसे करेंगे वो लोग
sure.
बताओ?
Thank you very much. Texture though.
एक जगह एक smoke
This is a
डालो.
perfect chance for him to get some kind of information, some kind of impact.
You wanted to say
बताओ.
something, didn't you?
I stopped myself mid-sentence already, alright? You didn't have
बहुत
to
बीटी होगा भाई उनको attacking में. बहुत बीटी होगा देखो.
I can already feel it.
Single round, single hit आ रहेंगे Gen G देख लो.
Like this, no vocabulary.
7-5 तो होगा पक्की बात है.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, it's not.
देखो भाई how much salary expect ऐसे coach यार देखो बिना salary में काम करूँगा यार.
He's gonna probably just wait till this
सच्ची बता.
event horizon engulfs.
I just want
Oh wow,
exposure.
he even finds Monyet.
Oh my god. That would be great if
Mara
you get
bhai.
more or pick up a rifle at the very least. Look at how he's so careful jump peeking out, but up against Forsaken.
7-5 TbOne something default vandal use कर रहा है.
Again, it's just kind of what we
तो
saw.
आप क्यों रो रहे हो?
You know, PaperX they can
उसका है
play
भाई.
around the entire map
Something
thanks to the utility of
Shoti
something's Yoru. I
ulti
mean, gate crashing back and
half
forth.
में.
They can rotate so easily. Sometimes Gen G has to catch up to it.
Jingbai missing तो हो रहा है public.
Something in the rest of the team. As I
I was
mentioned,
not
हाँ, public.
playing the
Jingbai is
opposition
missing तो.
works, playing with Gen G.
देखा?
And one more round. It is pretty close though. Gen G's able to get this.
वो उनका duo अच्छा है भाई.
They played
Jingo और
it
उसका.
right, but with the Reckoning and Dimensional
हाँ ना?
Drift activated, it could be very difficult. But Texture's already pushed
क्या हो रहा है भाई इधर? Shake भाई.
They're not going to run this, but he whips. Thankfully enough, he has Lakia right beside him to help him out. PaperX are dwindling in numbers.
Nice 2v2.
With the Odin. And he brings it right back, 3 versus 3. Plenty of walls. Can they calm themselves down to plant the spike even?
ये round pair उसका देख लियो तुम लोग.
Monyet has controlled the back of the site here. Ultimate activated right now by Mindfreak. Big flanks coming in from Munchkin.
मिल गया
So the
एक
time
और।
for Monyet to make something happen is very minuscule here.
अरे
2 versus 1.
ये out of syllabus
Now
का है।
backing himself away, gonna double up with his teammate, and this is the perfect time for them to try work their
Difficult
magic
है।
against the one. What is this TP? Is he trying to pick up a spike? No, he's just trying to reposition for the fight. Very aggressive from Monyet, but it's not gonna work out.
Nice try. Nice
6
try.
is all they get, baby.
Dude, you
अबे आउट ऑफ सिलेबस था, मैंने देखा नहीं वो जो बैकस्टैप कर रहा था बाबा, वरना उनका था।
How many flashes did we see in that round? I mean, first of all, we had, Mindfreak holding the angle with the Odin from window, but then afterwards, Munchkin coming back.
मैं क्यों पनौती बोल रहा हूँ भाई?
The texture and Lackey approach from.
सबसे बड़ा पनौती कौन है पता है?
PaperX, their whole game plan kind of gets thrown off.
Guess
You can
करो।
see that what they
सबसे
wanted
बड़ा
to do
top
throughout
1
this
में
entire
अभी
map
scoreboard
was
में।
truly was just either going for executes off of Monyet and something,
बताओ।
or create a bit of noise, bait out that utility,
Top
and
1
then rotate over thanks to their gate crash. Leave the Vi on that lurk.
मेजी भाई
Work out.
एग्जैक्टली
Genji just goes
कल
in
चैट
for,
में
you know,
आके
a bit
सुपर
of a
चैट
fight
करता है,
for retake.
आज
And that's
सोल
the thing
जीतेगा
that
बोल
you
रहा
don't
है,
really
बहुत
have
खराब
without,
है
like, a,
मेजी जब भी बोलता है भाई
proper-ish Sentinel. Yes, Divide.
उल्टा।
You got Viper, that's great, but no traps, no info.
And again, it takes them a lot of
देखा
time
क्या गल
to
तुम
fiddle
लोग
with
ने?
their abilities, right? To throw it into a site. You already see
TbOne by spending 150 rupees for the last 30 months so that TbOne can have it. Love you Arsh यार, इधर आओ। वो बिंग्स भी टॉप 2 में आता है भाई, मैं टॉप 8। मेरे प्रेडिक्शंस 90% काम होती, सच्ची
The
बात।
question comes into play, what is PaperX going to do on that defending side? Are they going to do something similar to what Talon was doing when they didn't have the Sentinel, where they were just charging out because they can't
वो
really
फेक था भाई, कौन फेक?
anchor the site? Or as you were talking about, are they going to
ना 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 नहीं भाई, मेजी ने पहले ही दिन बोला था एंटिटी जीतेगा। कहाँ से बाबा? कल मैं देख रहा था वो स्ट्रीम उधर, सुपर चैट करता है कि ये जीतेंगे ये लोग बोल रहे हैं।
Three controllers.
जो चैट में स्पैम हुआ ना,
So very curious to see how this will play out. I mean, you don't want to die too early on as a Viper either, right? Because then
Cold
you can
player predicting pro
your
team के
abilities.
routes, love you यार।
PaperX
Good
has to
track
be
is all
careful,
you
a little bit
get.
mindful about how they want to
I'm a
push out
T3 player,
if
no?
that
Just
is their game plan.
Speaking of pushing out, there's like 3 players of PaperX about to
Ball डाल दिया ना वो।
party outside A main. Smoke
देखो
quickly placed
कितनी
there as
difficult
well
होगी
as
इनकी
the
attacking देखो।
Cascade. Shock darts
पड़
from
गए क्या?
Mindfreak to dissuade anybody
Shock
from
dart
pushing
नहीं
up
पड़ी।
onto the Hall's position.
भाई possible ही नहीं है ये लोग
Swing
attack
of
करना।
PaperX, like I mentioned,
ठीक
because
है,
they don't have that Sentinel,
ठीक
they
है,
have to start peeking and pushing, and as well as just getting that contact.
ठीक है।
Shots through the
वो उससे
smoke,
spam मारा।
able to get Lakia, the push out from Dexter, and he finds something, just get another
भाई
one.
क्या है मारता है भाई ये?
Down to 25, but his lethality is still very much felt. Thus settling numbers.
भाई मेरे को टेक्सचर जैसा प्लेयर बनने का यार जिंदगी में।
Device already coming in for the flank here, and
Deadliest
Texture
duelist है
is very
भाई
much unaware of it.
He is holding a bit of an
पर
off
ऋषि
angle,
सर जब
though, so
देखेंगे ये
Divide
मैच
can
उनको
really
दर्द
just
नहीं हो रहा हो क्या अंदर
waltz
से?
right through that door.
कि भाई
Mid though, that's
ऐसा
going to
क्यों?
be Monyet by himself.
मैं किसको दिया
Does
यार?
have the paranoia. I'm not sure if he actually spotted the other one.
सबको मारा, इसको भी
Texture,
मारेगा।
oh, that door closes. The opportunity for Devi.
अंदर से थोड़ी सी तो दर्द हो रहा होगा ऋषि भाई को जब ऐसे वो मार
The
रहा है।
so close
He
yet
opened
so
the door
far
again.
away
He
situation.
opened the door again.
Okay, so his positioning is already given. He's pushing out, jumping through the smoke smartly to try to
गया,
Texture.
दवाई गए।
And this is the thing. Every single opponent of Devi right now is low, so his Sheriff has a lot of lethality on it.
Just one shot to the body. But look at the positioning.
He's so unaware, and you can see that with
भाई
how he's
heavy
out here
दिमाग लगाया
forcing and
भाई।
forcing against Charon, but he's so afraid
टेक्सचर
of
ने
where
heavy
Texture
दिमाग
actually
लगाया,
might
heavy
be.
वाली,
Even thinking
heavy
he could
वाली
be
दिमाग लगाया। अब हो गया काम, क्या क्रॉसफायर बनाएंगे और क्या?
Main one to look out
इधर
for
से
right
वो
now.
मारेगा, उधर से ये मारेगा, सिंपल।
I think he heard the drop down too. Texture's about to just peek out. The Devi, can he be able to reel it in for the round win? Cool, calm, collected. My man is patient as can be.
Clutch of the map.
मैं कुछ बोलूंगा ही नहीं आज।
It's got that sheriff. It's got the
तू
word
भी
written all over it, and he just
वो
clutched
heavy
it
पनौती
over.
लग रहा है यार आज।
Apart from being keeping his composure, just knowing, okay, I have a rough idea of where Texture is.
heavy
As long as I
penalty.
keep my sight
राहुल
right up
शेट्टी,
around door,
येन
I should
चोलर
be okay.
बेबी,
But the
तू
main
भी
thing is
इजी,
also
तू भी
knowing
इजी
that Karen's
काम
around
कर रहा है,
the
साला
corner.
बिजी काम कर रहा
Back and forth. Now catching up to Texture.
है। राहुल
in terms of
शेट्टी,
kills.
love you मेरे भाई।
He completely turned around W Gaming. It turned into an M.
मुझे क्यों तोड़ा राहुल भाई?
You know?
Yo, like what?
भाई
Mario,
heavy
Wario,
पनौती
okay.
यार आज।
What am I?
आज बोलो क्या सिर्फ ब्लीड जीतेगा।
But I mean, dude, is, I used the term
मत कर रे तू,
yesterday,
मत बोल. Sorry.
very zen with how he approaches these fights. He's not impatient like you mentioned. He
Love
has
you,
a lot of
Totkarsh.
stuff. Anyways,
मैं थोड़ा हैशटैग करो, लाल आया चैट में. दो कोडी का हाइप नहीं है. राहुल शेट्टी को ओपी करो.
Forsaken though, dipping his toes as well into the swing game outside of A main. Oh, it's Manya, I love this. And he actually challenges, but Forsaken drops. This could be bad. If you reach out once again, he's the only one holding the site for the moment here. And he has to back away, wait for the reinforcement.
हर एक शॉट में ऋषि सर को इधर
slowly creeping up back onto A.
Trades the elbow for Bulldog.
हर एक शॉट
just wants additional firepower. We've got a little bit of support from Mindfreak coming through halls just to check.
Wings की बनोती मेरे को आया ऐसा लग
Genji
रहा
are
है.
bunched up together. It's a full squad of classics and marshals. He hears the jump.
Nice.
The first shot.
He gets away too.
Similar to मेरा सो gameplay, similar.
Throws out the recon dart for a bit of that safety.
खाली जुबान
He's home safe. Wait, no. Okay, now he's home safe.
Genji really just wants to wait for more picks and then maybe try to soften up defenses, try to sneak through. But at this point, only 30 seconds left.
My texture was playing in same in G2, but Genji's coach no. Hot retailer texture in good way. सच्ची में यार, सच्ची.
Genji might have a better time in this round.
Oh my goodness, Mindfreak couldn't really do anything.
Mood में है रे आज Genji.
And the rest of Genji gonna be walking up to
10 seconds.
It's all up to something. He's got a Guardian. The aim god. Okay, good at the first. Gets the second one instantaneously, but he's dropping in HP. Bullets him and everything. And it's down once again to Monyet. Oh, was that a tag? It was. Look at how just low both of these players are. I mean, even if Meteor drops down, you can already see Charon waiting patiently at the back of the site, and even finds Monyet trying to reposition, and Genji somehow makes the thrifty round work.
I'll tell you somehow, it was Meteor.
All it took was a marshal,
and this guy's still as lethal as he was last year. Maybe not on the jet anymore, but as soon as he pushes the halls, look at these picks that he's getting. It might not always be headshots.
Genji का मैं तो अरे Genji मेरे बाबा Genji है. मानो मैं क्या करूँ मैं आपको बता.
He keeps himself tucked away, and he's always able to chip away.
Marshal से round निकाला बे. 7 is all they get. Exactly, Shambhai. 7 is all they get.
But it's not clean enough for an anti-eco round that PaperX was meant to win.
Absolutely. I mean, he just also felt like PaperX was agreeing to the and Genji was coaxing him to do that. There was
you want to aim tool.
Exactly. Lesser risk for Genji to do that because it was they were just on marshals, man. They weren't even committing to purchase this, and Forsaken was that actually get through the defense, the line of sight.
CS:GO players
have to trigger the trap here.
Classic से मारा उसने उसको.
A 1-to-1 trade. I mean, I don't know how impactful that is going to be, but
Genji
it's going to show how both teams very
Lil
much
bro
willing
said
to take
Genji.
those off-angle risks to try to get something.
Both of them are in the fight very much so. 7-7 right now, and that's the main thing. You definitely can't underestimate PaperX too much, and I think that's why Genji are taking things really slow right now.
साइफर चाहिए था ना अब लेके इधर ये ओमन नहीं चाहिए था साइफर चाहिए था I am not gonna lie bro साइफर would have been more effective
executing onto A right now and it depends on how well PaperX can
अपने +1 की नहीं
what a far smoke from Manya too Mindfreak's gonna be gifted himself a bulldog and no one's there to trade Genji so they get themselves some control but Charon and Munchkin making quick work of that A site
हारने वाले क्या
themselves the advantage
सांस लेने से पहले खत्म हो
गया lead. It was against pistols, but you gotta admire how they, went in silently. Made sure that they were, going to pre-fire some of these corners. They checked some of it. Although Meteor did die, it was a bit of information that they could use to go up against,
क्यों लिया इन लोगों ने 3 smoke में?
And a relatively clean round for Genji, and that's what you would have wanted for PaperX in the previous. So.
8 is all they get. Done say. And में बोल देना 13 is all they get.
Absolutely. They even have themselves Charon's Cosmic Divide. Oh, finding Meteor through the push on A main. This is what they want. They want to stop multiple angles of attack. Go for a little bit of coverage, and the flashes is so good that
that's it. 8.
Rub their eyes and wait for the blindness.
देखो रे बीटी देखो रे इसका smoke उसका smoke
Forsaken devours, and that's gonna be a
डन
flawless
रे
round
हो
for
गया
PaperX.
हो गया रे बाप
Wow, I mean, that's another one of those things again, because when you think about
Okay,
PaperX, every single one of these guys have the potential to frag out. And
By PRX needs you
single-handedly picking duels outside of, you know, A main. You know, he's got support from the team. You've got Forsaken watching mid. And it's just that much more difficult for Gen.G to really pull off some of these like.
भाई आज से मैं भी 3 बुलेट मारूंगा यार फाटो. No more.
Strategies, you know, if this character foresee a timeout being called by
गेम में ऐसा लग रहा है डिजाइन. ऐसा कुछ कोडिंग में लिखा होगा only 3 bullets.
Feels like they have better grasp.
वाह भाई इधर स्मोक उधर स्मोक.
Again, it just goes to show how even it is that 8 to 8.
वो इसके लिए पूरा सेटिंग हो रहा है उधर.
Something is on this mid control. How risky it is too. A straight pop shot.
Control ले लिया भाई इधर.
There's the pop shot. He's actually getting tagged. He might want to get away right now.
Movement though.
But he did give away his teleport on. He does have the dimensional drift, so he can get away from this without having to use that gate crash. Or because he's off angle and he's that Yoru, he can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he's gonna gate crash out now. Definitely doing what he wants. Just getting enough information.
इतना मेहनत करके 2 स्मोक वगैरह डाल के इधर आया. But से इसके.
Now the high tide invested.
फिर से वही कर रहे हैं.
A little bit awkward though with the
फिर से वही कर
curve.
रहे
So
हैं.
texture has made it onto the other side.
अभी टेक्सचर को पता चल गया. पता चल गया टेक्सचर को. Every day not Monday from last 20 years. अबे ये क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
The wall's dropping down and Forsaken. How he used his teammate.
क्या स्ट्रेटजी है बे? स्विंग. सब लोग उधर जाओ. चलो चलो ले लो.
He does get some
पिकनिक में जाएंगे.
30 seconds left and Gen.G lose all control of that mid push, but they wait to use that neural tap for that information.
ASRock, we are pushing out here, but it's big information.
वो info मिल गया.
Now we know Devi is alone and cold
उसका
on the
पान नहीं है
B-side.
क्या? पान तो को
Maybe
पान
we
तो
can
को.
harpoon him, but you've got
अब लेट हो
13
गया.
seconds left.
क्या जजमेंट है रे?
He's just gonna hold by himself.
शॉट रे
Again,
बेबी.
boy's patient, man. He just has to wait for him to peek into his crosshair and the
बट 3 ही बुलेट बे बस. ये देखो स्प्रे किया हो गया.
No, but because of the recon dart, he's given away his position. Meteor is just having to hold so many angles. The shot dart, Mind Freak, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you a freak? Well, he could definitely be. Paranoia misses Meteor, but no, exactly.
Clutch.
3 bullets in a dream. And is this dream going to turn into reality?
Clutch.
As Monyet denies.
बोलो ना clutch.
Oh fuck.
Comes up, man.
अच्छा खेला Meteor भाई, nice try.
Does not miss.
मैं एक्चुअली इसको बोला था
All he's
उल्टा.
got to do is to go in for that burst.
Who be supporting PRX for life baby.
He might be the youngest player, but still.
PRX को ही support करेगा ना.
Might have been a global esports last year, but he has been
Panot
playing
yaar.
around Indonesian valorant for quite a while, and he's always been this talented. And apart from that, you know, also just Defi. You know,
भाई क्या aim है रे इसका?
Mika and Victoria were telling us about this as well. Defi fishes in real life. He is patient. And he knows
heavy
turns that
हाँ ठीक है पैक
situation
गांड होने के.
for his team.
Guys लाइक करो 2000 लाइक पट से ऐसे स्ट्रीम ना देखो.
All he has to do is again not do anything. That's already a lot because the stress on Gen.G
आज से massive champion
makes
बंडल
them
दे.
want to get as much information as they possibly can. Something
La
above here on Halls, and I really like this because he gets so much information, so much value. His gate crash is about to expire, but shouldn't matter at
मैं
the
ऐसे
moment
कूदता हूँ ना
as
एक
coming
वन
out of elbow.
टपली पड़ती है मेरे को.
Yeah, he can always just
हर बार सेम नहीं करता पता
other means. Main thing though is for Devi to stay alive right now.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
Well, he can, especially because of those flashes. But the punishes from the Reckoning as well as the Hunter's Fury does give the value something. Just jumping
मतलब वैंडल का
with the shorty.
इतना पैसा डाल के वैंडल लो 150 रुपया का शॉटगन से मरो.
What's the damage here? What's the capabilities? Monyet wreaking some havoc outside of Arch, but he's alone. They haven't picked up Spike. He can reposition into this. He's got everything. Shot and step, paranoia, and there's smoke. Gen.G realizes, wants to actually double up. They want to use the numbers in their favor. Monyet. Did he hit all of them? He did! He repositions! My god, Monyet! He's down to 1 bullet. He has to change. Either reload or change, which he does. And Monyet almost gets it, but
बोला ना डिफिकल्ट था बे.
perseveres.
अबे वो मार लेता भाई आराम से उधर.
Oh boy.
इधर उधर कूदने को.
अरे एक ही बुलेट थी ना उसके गन में.
काफी है भाई वन टैप मारो.
But still,
बोला ना
it
डिफिकल्ट.
comes down to it. Munchkin actually lands the
उससे
flick
स्मोक नहीं डालता ना दोनों में.
भाई
It's all of these.
भाई
like,
बढ़िया
really
मैच
thin
है बे,
margins and it
बढ़िया
comes out on
मैच है
top.
बे.
Sometimes numbers
हाँ, public?
will still prevail. And
मैं
that's
तो बोलता
why,
छुट्टी
you
ले
know,
लो आज स्कूल कॉलेज जो भी
It
है.
gets so dicey when you're going for these shorty kills. The Reckoning, the Hunter Spree was awesome, but not the cleanest, you know, fight back against it. You're starting to run low on rounds, right? It's 9-9. Alex calls a timeout, and that's something that we often forget. It's like, it's not just a battle of the teams and players, it's also a battle of the coaches.
हो गया.
And, you know, Alex was talking about it. Solo back in the
Heavy
days,
call आ रही है, heavy
looks up to
call.
him, and
ओ यार इनकी जर्सी में पेटीएम स्कैनर डाल दिए इन लोगों ने.
It feels like the plan for Paper
सही है
Rex
भाई.
for the past couple of rounds right now has just been to disrupt the entry into the site of
यार मैंने
Gen G,
सुना
right?
पेटीएम बंद हो गया हाँ क्या
And
पब्लिक?
again, it's resulted in more of these riskier plays.
मजा आ रहा भाई सच्ची में यार. टिमोन भाई कल एग्जाम है. अबे एग्जाम अभी छोड़ दो बाद में देख. मैच चल रही है मस्त स्ट्रीम हो रही है भाई. सब एग्जाम क्या है?
Anymore, get straighted out. You're talking about this, and then that leaves them into these
रात को पढ़ो, रात को
situations with Paper Rex. From the looks
सुबह
of
बोलो
things,
अभी
don't really
थोड़ा
want to always put themselves
ब्रेक
on.
ले रहा हूँ.
So you always got to be careful.
कब है एग्जाम वैसे बताओ?
What is this? Outlaw martial by.
बोर्ड एग्जाम है.
I mean,
I don't hate
there's
it.
like 3
Final.
players of Gen G. There's half shield right
Internals
now.
या final?
I don't hate it.
buddy?
Yeah, and plus,
I'm really missing
you know, till FYI for people, if you only shoot one bullet at the outlaw and reload it, it's faster than, you know, the full reload.
भाई को गुस्सा आ गया.
I don't hate it. But
22nd को है.
Oh boy.
रात को अमेरिका
It's
है.
gonna be Forsaken just back. Oh, that's not even him backing away. That's a trade.
What the fuck?
भाई हारने
by
वाले क्या?
Meteor, punished by Meteor. Straight
भाई
into the
मेरा
goal
अगर
tap.
ये लोग हारे ना मतलब
ICU,
उल्टा हो रहा है.
whole
मतलब
back
जी
exposed.
जीतेगा.
Just trying to get out of,
Fila.
get as much out of Gen G as possible.
मैं clean
This
shot
round,
होने
right?
वाला.
If any round is the round that we want to bait out those ultimates, bait out those pieces of utility, that's gonna be this one.
One yet. Got the
कभी
marshal
नहीं
again,
लगता हमारा
shooting through the smoke blindly.
Wow.
Meteor comes in for the pitch.
मैं भी ऐसे ही खेलता हूँ सर.
Will get diced. Mindfreak looking a little bit too far away.
भाई कैसे उसने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया उसको?
Ilya
हेलो?
by himself. I was about to say the vibe.
चकना खा रहा है क्या एक एक को ऐसे टक टुक मार रहा.
Shot onto Meteor as well, and his position exposed.
Ready है
Gets the
भाई.
heal.
Ready.
This might actually
Heal ready attention.
have to be a save from him. Is he just
Something
backs away?
you gun by can?
Wait. He has a gate crash all the way at the end of halls. Is he willing? No, probably not.
Yeah, I think it ran out. It's probably opting
Ace
for
है क्या?
instead at this
चार
point,
मारा ना?
but Still, I mean, definitely trying to get an idea.
Yeah.
So scouting out, you know, what Gen G's
नहीं
early
होगा
game
race.
plan is, right? At least in the first 30 seconds.
Difficult है
Sometimes
बाबा ये.
they're up
इसका
around elbow, up around mid.
Oh, fake TP
This
करा
side
उसने
definitely
उधर.
feel that A presence, and just not too sure how Paper X can really disrupt that. You know, we were talking about it before. That's why you have the Yoru, right? You always want to
Texture
push
को
up
ज़्यादा
front. You always
improve
want to
करा.
scout
के
and
ना.
crash
shoot ये ना
back.
बंदे का
But it's
game
still,
अपने आप
you
बाहर
know,
आता है.
sometimes just a little bit risky.
I guess the problem for that is
Dual HD हो रही है
because
बहुत
you
भयंकर.
only have technically the one duelist that we can
भाई ये उसको expect कैसे
maybe
किया
argue
उसने?
that Monyet can also do it as the Omen here. There's not really a lot of options for Paper X to really
25
get
मारा
out of
बे.
Archie without getting punished, even with the smokes, right? So we're kind of seeing the other way of that, which is getting punished by Gen G and ultimately giving rounds to Gen G. Okay.
Whoa.
Seeker's been activated. Forsaken's just charging right in.
पड़ा एक बंदे को पड़ा उधर. साइफर को पड़ा.
Doesn't even have to look at his opponents. Cool guys, don't look at snake bite kills. It's not even an explosion,
भाई
guys.
मिल गया
It's a
रे
slow burn, a slow, painful poison
Retake
burn.
खेलेंगे देख.
Cosmic Divide used.
Retake खेलेंगे ना?
on the
100%.
A side itself, Cove making
कर तो plan
Gen
कुछ
G
नहीं.
just a tad bit afraid. As it drops, now they know, and they even
अबे.
have the
ओ
Viper's
भाई.
strength to make
मेरे
things
हिसाब से Gen G जीत गए
easier to
round.
transition, excuse me, into this post.
Trap wire भी
That's
है.
an uphill battle for Paper X, right?
कोई
They might
expect
be
नहीं
able to
करेंगे.
surround this Viper's pit. There is a trip on the other
Sound
side.
आया होगा उनको?
Meteor can make use of it.
हाँ माँ.
And then
Sound
you still
आया.
got to watch out for those players
Gold
up
lobby
inside
नहीं
A main. How do you break this?
Monyet, though, he's vertical, dude. He's got the high ground advantage, and he is using that to actually get the one up. Viper's pit.
मारा
Uses
है.
a snake bite to get a little bit of damage. No one's defusing the spike, and Munchkin through the smoke. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Paper X. Someone's gonna have to start defusing it. Someone's gonna have to hold him. Munchkin, what can you do? Absolutely.
It's Paper X,
everything,
baby.
as he actually has bought enough time. They die to the event horizon.
किसने?
The beach.
डिफ्यूज नहीं किया?
rounds advantage closing up to
दूसरा बंदा क्या कर रहा था?
नहीं था
Just incredible. I mean, the combination of, first of all, the Cosmic Divide to give them that much more space, that much more security, and then the Viper's Pit, and how Munchkin is playing off of it. This is what
ठीक है,
Gen G
11 is
do
all they
off
get.
of a post plant. And it's just that
भाई
much
गया
more
क्या?
difficult. PaperX, although we had Monyet, kind of like you mentioned,
ध्यान का है?
with the vertical play, trying to break through that Viper's Pit, trying to break through Meteor, it worked out for just a second.
अबे
and that's why
मॉली
there's
डाला
so
ना,
much
हाँ
that
मैं
PaperX has to work off.
भूल ही गया।
And now, it's a 2-round differential. How do you
भाई
climb
प्रेशर
up
आ
against
गया
that?
बे,
And they
प्रेशर
have
आ
to
गया
make it
बे।
happen if they are to start out strong in VCT Pacific kickoffs this year.
क्या मतलब
Thankfully,
आज
now
मेरा
they do
उल्टा हो रहा है सब कुछ?
money, creds, to have the weaponry to make something happen. I will honestly try to find a different word other than something. If you guys can just like DM me a different word I can use so that you guys will not be confused. Anyways, the man himself, Ilya, is there on elbow, nursing himself the operator once again. He is just holding that angle for the absolute longest time. He is hoping that someone is just gonna go into his spider's web, but unfortunately for the moment, Gen G, they have their eyes set up here on that A site, and it could actually be good. Monyet's cold in for that one-way smoke that actually drops in and turns into a regular smoke that has a very big partial outside of A main that could actually be bad for Divide. See how that works out, and he is trying to clear that for all intentions by himself.
He's got a bit of time.
Oh, so alone. Oh, he is so dead. Oh, this is not looking
Lick
good. Forsaken doing the same thing. No flashes, and he absorbs his opponent right in front of him, gets full flash, but the trades from PaperX are
ओपी धो लिया उसने।
Oh, something gets it. He even finds the
साला उल्टा क्यों हो रहा है
and all of
बीच?
this because of the shock darts coming in from Mind Freak. Lakia will plant the spike. Moya does not chase for
Sound आया,
his
sound आया।
punch him. So it's the double up from the both of them. Something coming in from the white swing, and he's had enough.
Something getting the final kill. Mind Freak.
आज
Something getting kills we've seen that
था
before.
नहीं।
Mind Freak with 2
टेबन
shotgun
आपकी
kills. Not something you see every day. But a
जिक्स
welcome
गिरी
sight
देख
nonetheless.
के
I mean, just getting
बहुत
the
इम्प्रेस
information
हुआ
off
हूँ।
Divide, trying to play
एक बार
around,
मेरे एक्स को विश कर दो
Start
प्लीज।
cover. That
क्या क्या क्या?
felt really
जिक्स
iffy,
जिक्स
but
गिरी
look
मतलब
at
क्या
how
होता है?
Forsaken really comes
जिंक्स
back
गिरी?
after they get that information, just
इसकी
being
बैंड
able
की रे
to
बाबा।
put out the tire traps.
हाँ बे आज
Got those
heavy jinx हो
Caltrops,
रहा है बे।
shock darts.
सोवा मेन
Gen
बाइंड
G can't really
ब्रीज
walk
में
onto site that
क्या
early,
मतलब जी
so
जीतने
PaperX
वाला है?
trying to-
कैसे
to
शॉट
play a
गार्ड
little bit
मारते
more
हैं?
patient
bleed
this
बोला
round,
मतलब
and
जी जीतेगा।
especially with something posted up with that operator. That was the
Oh, two
cherry
rupees
on
player.
top in this round.
हाँ।
You gotta go for these adaptive risks, I think, because Gen G is so good at just. I don't know if I'm correct with
भाई
these
मेरा पूरा
made
उल्टा
up
हो रहा
stats,
है
but they
यार
feel like they have the first bloods, you know, very much
Short,
loaded in
sweetie.
this first map.
Congrats, you're officially number 1 पनौती। मत करो यार, वो बंद कर, मत करो यार।
नहीं उसने
थोड़ा इधर उधर हो रहा है।
Slows down Gen G.
बाबा रुको, पिक्चर अभी भी बाकी है। जीतेगा तो PRX ही जीतेगा।
Texture to get more of these
पिक्चर खत्म
quick
नहीं हुआ
content
है।
into the site.
ठीक है भाई, ये अगर हारा तो पनौती में डन से।
They're always going to be thinking about
Possible
what's
नहीं।
next, but now dimensional drift
इधर
just
एक,
to
उधर
gain
एक।
further information.
इधर एक ट्रिप
1
है।
minute left on the clock, and Gen G actually going back off of a bit of a
Oh,
team.
इधर
They
एक
want to spread
C4।
themselves across the entire map. Ooh. Just saw
मतलब
the
बी
spike.
होने वाला है, इन्फो मिल चुका है।
Mr. Risky here. You know, not even.
अगर ये गया ना, अगर ये गया तो ये मारा। उनको पता है क्या?
वो तेरे राइट में बंदा है।
But it works for them. And
पीछे
right
जा
now,
मेरी
he's got
जान।
information if
उसको
they were
आइडिया ही नहीं
across
है।
the, you know,
इसको भी आइडिया नहीं है ना, उसको भी लग रहा है कि ये इसको देख रहा है।
something
Karen
to
भाई।
position.
हेरा फेरी हो रहा है
What I'm
उधर।
curious about
अबे ये
is
गिर क्यों रहा है इसका वन में?
That also, and
नहीं ये
या
वाला
फिर ऐसा ही है?
he finds the one pick onto something here. There's the quick charge out. Hilton was actually saved up by Texture, so he has capabilities to enter the site.
Oh,
Forsaken's not going to know about Karen here. Or does he? The Reckoning actually spots him out 14 seconds. Let's see what the battle comes in.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
It's going to be Forsaken. Spike, though, should get
भाई ये
planted
30
all
मारेगा
down to
भाई।
Forsaken for now as he waits for Divide to back the site. Back what? But Texture
भाई मेरा हो गया भाई।
reposition.
भाई क्या मार रहा है ये?
AIM has this top
भाई
variety
जी में तो
Korean
ऐसे नहीं मारा
brought to the
इसने।
Gen G roster.
Texture, what a monster, dude! Yesterday,
He was never
2
this
days
good
ago,
in
he
G.
already
What
had
the fuck
such an
happened
incredible
in
stat
Genji,
line
bro?
up
अबे वो
against his
कहाँ
opponents.
duelist खेल रहा था
RRQ,
उधर वैसे भी
having those first kills that you mentioned before him, he has 16 throughout the entire series. I feel like this one, he got even more. But not just that, the blade storm, the aim off of it, the way that he cut down Divide at his knees, really blocks out Paper X, and now they've earned that match point. And
Hashtag
remember,
Mo
they
Bankar.
are still sitting on one timeout.
Bro can see like 2 seconds into the future, man, and in a very quick and fast game like Valorant.
जी मैं duelist हो गया भाई चलो
Was supposed to give some sort of safety.
क्या खेलने पे जिंजी hashtag Mo Bankar
turns into a signer for Lakia to, you know, it's kind of obvious. I'm just gonna pop shots. What am I gonna lose?
ओ भाई साउंड आ गया मेरी जान
नहीं
आया बाबा
नहीं आया
Forsaken.
मारे गए एक और
Myfric's gonna have to go big, which he does. Oh, this drone.
हो गया चलो
Blows up right in his face, dude. It's all down to the buy. He's got a Vandal, but he's so far
जो
from the
भी टीम
situation.
सपोर्ट कर रहा है वही आ रही है गुड विल्टी
I'm
डिस
running out of words.
क्या है
I would have thought that maybe at least something would have been able to get a
दवा
trade at
नहीं
least.
होगा भाई कम बैक
Wow. Decision making just a little bit
दवाई
off,
की
but then
ला
at
दे
the same time for Gen G to pick up these frags that
भी
quickly.
पनौती यार
They are looking in new form today. William is definitely chuckling at the desk. And now they are just 1 kill away from pushing us into the next map.
Definitely patting himself on the back with his
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर
Gen G inspired outfit. 3 versus 1. Oh my god, Divide doesn't even have any smokes to supplement himself.
कुछ नहीं
He just
बोल
has
हैशटैग वो बंद कर मत करो ना
that spike is just dwindling down ever so closely.
पिक्चर बाकी है बेबी
Slight texture, but
वो लाई ना पेरेक
Carol's
का
just gonna activate gravity well. Whoops!
अरे क्या हो रहा भाई इधर
That's about it.
They know they got it.
He's got no time, man. That's gonna be it. And Gen
पीछे
G
से आवाज आ जाती है भाई पहले ही भाई
in this series.
Bro, what
PRX
a turn है
हारे
bro.
I mean, what
PRX
an
हारे
unbelievable performance texture on a new form. Carrying through that momentum from just a couple of days ago. Karon, the rookie, still showing up huge.
कितना मारा रे
And
उसने
here, of course, you know, not much left to be said. They're anchoring, they're doing everything possible. They know how to play off of
जब था वो
PaperX's
कौन
aggression.
जेट कौन खेल रहा था तब
And
जी
just
में गाइस
really finally
कार्ड लोगे क्या मेरी मुंह बंद कर क्यों कर रहे हो
tough time in the first half. They managed to tie things up, but even
भाई
towards the
heavy
end,
tilt हो
just
गया
not
बे
quite able to defend against this.
And again, it's because of the fact that they can't really slow down what was
टेक्सचर बाय डेथ मैच खेलने आया था उठा लो ये मैं स्पोर्ट्स को
to them because of the composition.
थैंक यू फॉर द
Oh
जीपे
yeah,
सूरज
but you know
भाई
what? Our analysts are going to break all of this down because we got a very interesting composition to talk about.
नंबर 1 पनौती अवार्ड गोस टू टीबोन भाई
Are you guys okay? That was just
जिसे आज पता था रियलिटी
That
क्यों
was the
डिस्पेंड
first
हुआ
game of the day, and
नहीं
we
मेरी
have
क्या
the
गलती है भाई
one with Gen G and Paper X, and Gen G William takes it. Congratulations.
सपना है तो ये 30 मरेगा
match isn't over yet. It is one map.
तीन स्मोक
Yes,
नीचे
and I will say, even as someone who predicted Gen G, I thought they absolutely needed to win this breeze if they wanted to get a win, no matter if it's a
जरा
2-0
दिखा दो
or
यार
2-1,
उसका
because
400
this
है
was the
क्या
best shot. They had some tape on how Paperx likes to play this. They've got great long-range duelers, and they know that at the end of the day, Paperx is going to
टीबोन
want
रहता हूँ
to
रियलिटी
go for the
बचा
speed on any map
क्या हमारा
that
तो
they
टीम
go
भी
to.
नहीं है अभी
And the part I was most impressed about was even Karon was now aware of the fact that when you see one member of
Underrated
Paperx, there's
पनौती
most likely multiple behind him.
Yeah, I mean, this is so well done, and it's something that I haven't experienced in
यार
a very
कैसे
long
आ
time, which
सकते
is
हैं यार
having some faith in Gen G to feel that he be this team that can contend for the top spots. Not since the beginning of Pacific have I felt this
अन्ना
way,
को
but this it just
अन्ना को
feels
बोल
like
के
they
आपका
are
थैंक
at
फेस
the
को
real
सर्विस
deal.
करा दे
Texture continuing to play up
यार
these
एज पर
numbers.
मैं एनालिसिस मैंने बोला
Versus
यार
RRQ. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't RRQ.
अड़बे
being
जैसे
a
आप भी
lesser
PRX
team or
को
anything
सपोर्ट
like that.
करते
It's
हैं
just the texture is him. Good God, the performances that we've seen, our first outlaw
क्या कह रहे हो?
case globally in VCT.
आप भी PRX बोल रहे थे हार गए
Set one
जैसे
up. It's just phenomenal performances top to bottom, and
तो
Karon
वन
even
कम बैक
looking
बोला मैंने PRX
way better than what we saw from him versus RRQ.
Not to
टीबोन
mention,
हटा
he's
रियलिटी
having
बचा
fun. You know, every time the camera cuts to him, he's just laughing. You know,
रियलिटी का क्या
he's-
कनेक्शन है
you know,
भाई
this-
हेलो
this is him in his
हमारा कोई
element
टीम
right
नहीं है
now.
ना भाई
He's so confident, and at the same time, again, his ACS has not dropped anywhere below 315 this entire kickoff. So I guess Gen G. It is insane.
It's across 4 maps now.
Yeah,
उनका मैप था भाई, ठीक है. Second map
for texture, we've been following him for his entire career in Korea, and while he's always looked like
टीम
one of the
भाई
best
विराट कोहली
scorers, these
ढूंढ
are
रहे
actually
आपको.
the best
अरे
games we've seen from it at this
नक्कन
point.
वाचपाटी स्ट्रीमर. अरे इसके फुल मैटर हो गया
I'm
माम्स.
still above all of that, and he's here to prove it with this new
Why?
squad.
And the fact that he's doing this in just current era, because you know when he started off the game, even just a couple years ago, he's already so different.
भाई ये कैसे भाई? दवाई ने 21 मारा.
So damn impressive.
Duelist
It tells you
जीतता
what kind of player Texture really is.
And the other thing is for me personally, I thought Munchkin was having a lot of trouble in that first half. I mean, he honestly only had 1 kill going all the way up to round 12, but he's able to really help bring home that victory in the last round of the half, and then he's climbing all the way back up as the IGL, going for the calls as well as the frags to help support the team. That gives a confidence for someone like Karan as well.
सही पर चाहिए रे बाप.
Is this new?
क्या बोलते बाबले?
Is Texture gay?
Oh my!
Is Lakia FNS?
Is Lakia FNS? I don't know about that.
It could be. Hey, this is something that we're going to see develop all throughout Pacific, right?
I was just talking about the scoreline.
I know.
तू का full frustration.
How close this map was, you know? It came down to the micro plays. It was just that, you know, somebody swung just a second earlier, or a microsecond earlier. Somebody's angle just a little bit wider, right?
Yeah, because honestly, the rounds Paper Rex were winning were very impressive too.
कैसा
I
होगा
mean,
ना?
we got all the highlights that we're used to from Paper Rex. It's just that Gen G had a couple more, and that's the crazy part. If Paper Rex had looked just lost during this map, we would have
मैं होता ना भी.
they're still experimenting.
Cypher खेलता बढ़िया
Paper Rex kind of going back and forth onto things, but they had the same shots. They had some good trades. It seemed like the movement around the map, the speed was all there, but Gen G was staying just one step ahead in most of these rounds.
कौन है ये ब्लॉक कर इसको?
Yeah, I thought maybe we would see like, a bit more of what we had from them.
कौन सा फोन से आया रखा भाई?
On the composition that we saw from them versus Sentinels, but a change up not going for the double duelist, going for the triple
इसने फाटू ने रील शूट करी.
मेरे को तो उसको भेजा ही नहीं तुम.
necessarily cost them here. I think that a lot of the times they were just getting completely outdone, and also
कौन है भाई ये?
checking angles that you
Discord में जो है.
they were getting caught off guard a lot on the play.
देखो हमारी बात नहीं हो रही.
And this is what you get for not having a jet.
कौन है भाई? हेलो.
You have to find different ways to check those angles because you're not able to just have some.
अरे आवाज आ रही है. हेलो.
They're getting you visual, they're getting you info. The Euro and the Omen aren't able to do that as easily. You got to find other ways, and that's the.
क्या चाहिए भाई आप?
तूने शूट कर लिया?
मेरे को आपने आइडिया ही नहीं दिया.
अबे वो पापी पेट.
कौन सा?
टीबोन की. अबे तेरी इसका करना था ना टीबोन जो हमारी बात हुई थी. दूसरी पापी पेट.
व्हाट्सएप का?
कौन सी रील भाई?
कौन सी रील?
मैं और रील शूट कर रहा हूँ. कौन सी रील भाई?
भाई उस दिन रोहित तो बोल रहा था कि तेरा और मेरा पापी पेट है.
कौन सा भैया जी?
क्या चल रहा है स्कोर में? पेपर एक्स आरपी कोई शेयर करो ना. और तो तेरे को
आपको वाचपार्टी स्ट्रीमर से दिक्कत है ना भाई? क्यों शेयर करें?
हाँ मेरे को भी इजी.
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
मेरे को भी इजी स्ट्रीमर बनना है. और क्या भाई बैठो. हेलो. बैठो रिएक्शन दो सुपर चैट लो और क्या बेस्ट इससे बढ़िया क्या है. करो ना स्क्रीन शेयर.
आप करते हो ना आरपी क्लिप्स रिव्यू सेम ही तो है. आप आरपी देखते हो वैलोरेंट देखते हैं. सिंपल.
कितना आसान है भाई.
आसान है भाई.
बहुत डिफरेंस है भाई. 15 मिनट आधा घंटा देखना और 10-10 घंटे देखना डिफरेंस है.
साला प्रिपेयर होके आया भाई.
क्या डिफरेंस है भाई?
क्या डिफरेंस है भाई? देखना तो देखना होवे. हाँ कि नहीं पब्लिक?
और क्या.
तुम VLT के डिस्कॉर्ड बैठ के एक VLT के क्रिएटर को 2 मिनट के
मतलब आप एक चीज बोलना चाह रहे हो. जब आप
वैलोरेंट अब बल पड़ा आरसीबी जी पीआरएक्स VLT क्यों आ रही है?
उनका कोई काम धंधा नहीं है. वेले है फ्री में देख रहे. मतलब
हां वही भाई
हुआ ना. वही चीज हुआ ना टिबन भाई.
मतलब वो चीज हुआ. मैं एक स्ट्रीमर को बोल रहा हूँ कि स्ट्रीमर वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है इज द इजीएस्ट थिंग. इसमें ऑफेंड क्या होने की बात है? इजीएस्ट थिंग नहीं है क्या?
तो आप ये बोल रहे हैं आपने कभी वॉच पार्टी किया ही नहीं जिंदगी में?
मैंने तो किया है. मैं तो बोला इजीएस्ट थिंग है. तो मैंने गलत बुरा तो बोला नहीं. मैंने इजीएस्ट थिंग बोला. इजीएस्ट थिंग
हमने कहा भाई आरपी क्लिप्स भी इजीएस्ट थिंग बोला भाई. हमने भी गलत तो नहीं बोला ना.
तो मैं तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा. मैं तभी तो मैंने बोला किसी को.
हम भी कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे भाई.
हाँ तो वही
आपने उधर पर्सनल ले लिया. आप बोल रहे वैलोरेंट हार गए. वो क्यों बोलना था आपको?
हैं?
आप बोले इजीएस्ट थिंग है वॉच पार्टी करना, तो मैं बोला आरपी देखना भी इजीएस्ट है। उसके बाद आप बोल रहे हो भाई मैं वैलोरेंट हार गया, ये क्या बात हो गई भैया?
तो आप ऑफेंड क्यों हो रहे हो? तो रियलिटी है।
मैं ऑफेंड हुआ? मैंने कुछ बोला? तूने बोला ना भाई।
तो वो तो फैक्ट है यार।
तो उसी हिसाब से मैं भी बोलूंगा भाई उस दिन पुणे में भी 1v1 हार गए, तो ऐसे चलता रहेगा ना बाबा।
तो आप डालो ना उसके नीचे कमेंट।
हाँ? तो वो एंड नहीं होगा ना, उसके बाद आप बोलेंगे कितनी आपके पास स्ट्रीमर ऑफ द ईयर है। तो
मैं तो नहीं डालूंगा, मैं क्यों डालूंगा यार?
उसके बाद मैं कुछ बोलूंगा, आप तो नेवर एंडिंग है ना रे बाबा। बात हो रही थी उधर हाँ वॉच पार्टी और आरपी की। में आपको मैं चैलेंज ये वो क्या है? उसके बाद आप बोलेगे, उसके बाद आप बोलेगे
दोनों में डिफरेंस है, दोनों में डिफरेंस है, दोनों में डिफरेंस है। मैं बताऊं डिफरेंस?
हाँ बोलो।
वॉच पार्टी क्या है? घंटों घंटों बैठ के किसी को मैच खेल के देखना इज इजी फॉर स्ट्रीमर्स।
कैसे इजी भाई?
नहीं मैं एज अ
भाई सुबह 3 बजे उठना इजी बोल रहे हो आप?
सुबह 3 बजे इजी नहीं है
कैसे यार?
भाई मेरे लिए तो इजी है। मैं तो
अपने पर्सपेक्टिव से बता रहा हूं।
अब तुम्हारे लिए अब टीवन भाई तुम्हारे लिए 1 किलोमीटर दौड़ना इजी नहीं होगा, मगर किसी के लिए तो इजी होगा ना 1 किलोमीटर दौड़ना जो दौड़ता होगा।
1 किलोमीटर इजी है दौड़ना, इतने इजी है दौड़ के आया आज में।
अब जैसे तुम्हारे लिए 20 पुशअप इजी नहीं है, मेरे लिए 20 पुशअप इजी है।
मेरे लिए 50 पुशअप भी इजी है। 50 पुशअप मारता हूं भाई, 20 क्या है?
तुम्हारे लिए 500 पुशअप इजी नहीं है, किसी के लिए तो
मेरे लिए 800 पुशअप भी इजी है।
ये तो टीवन भाई नेवर एंडिंग है।
बट एक बात बताओ, आपने क्या फूक के कल ट्वीट करा था?
भाई मैंने इजीएस्ट थिंग बोला, फूक के क्या है भाई? ये रियल फैक्ट नहीं है क्या? एक बात बताओ।
बट डिफिकल्ट है भाई गेम एनालिसिस करना, उसके बाद इनपुट्स देना।
और क्या भाई?
हाँ भाई
मैं अभी
अब आपके आरपी में नहीं होता ये सब, तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं? सिंपल सी बात।
एक सेकंड तुम पहली बात तो वैलोरेंट को आरपी से कंपेयर कर रहे हो। वैलोरेंट एक कॉम्पिटिटिव गेम है।
अरे बाबा हम वैलोरेंट स्ट्रीमर, अब आरपी स्ट्रीमर, इसलिए हमने सोचा कि थोड़ा इधर उधर हो जाए, समझ रहे हो?
हम भाई यहाँ पे कास्ट भी करते हैं, कमेंट्री करते हैं,
कमेंट्री करते हैं, बाय एनालिसिस करते हैं, कितनी बराबर प्रेडिक्शंस देते हैं। गाइस +1
1 घंटे से स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ तुम्हारी, तुम दोनों बस ये कह रहे हो अरे मर गया, राउंड खत्म, अरे मार रहा है, अरे
तो क्या नाचे इधर गाना लगा के भाई। हाँ भाई एनालिसिस करना इजी नहीं है भाई, सारी राउंड्स मैंने बराबर प्रेडिक्ट किया। पूछ लियो चैट से।
बैठ के मॉनिटर देखना, चेयर पे बैठ के मॉनिटर।
तो वही हम भी वही बोल रहे हैं ना भाई, उस हिसाब से तो कल आप भी ये भी बोलेंगे भाई स्ट्रीम करना भी इजी है, बैठ के खेलो बस, और क्या बराबर की नहीं?
आप भी यही करते हो जब क्या बोलते हैं जीटीआरपी के क्लिप्स रिव्यू करते हो, तो आप क्या बोलते बताओ? आप बस इतना ही करते हो बस, और नेक्स्ट क्लिप पे बढ़
है।
क्या डिफरेंस है बाबा?
हंसते ही हो बस।
आधा
बस हंसते हो।
वो आधा घंटा करना और ये 5-6 घंटे करना डिफरेंस है।
तो वही डिफरेंस है ना।
डिफरेंस है।
आपका आरपी का स्पोर्ट्स नहीं, हम क्या करें
भाई? तुम्हारे लिए
जिस हिसाब से आजकल गैंगिंग चल रहे लग रहा है आरपी का भी स्पोर्ट्स आएगा, हम क्या करें भाई? जाके जीटे वाले से पूछो, आरपी स्पोर्ट्स भी नहीं है, हमें क्या?
फिर ऑफेंड होंगे, फिर ट्विटर पे
हम कहाँ ऑफेंड होंगे? हमने तो बस इतना ही बोला, आप आरपी देखो, हम वैलोरेंट देखेंगे गाइस, बराबर।
बराबर।
हमने कुछ गलत तो नहीं बोला भाई?
बात तो सही है
भाई, आरपी में स्पोर्ट्स आया हम भी देख सकते हैं भाई, लेकिन आ नहीं रहे ना।
मगर बात ये है कि मेरे पर्सपेक्टिव से वो बहुत इजी है।
अरे तो हमारी पर्सपेक्टिव भी इजी है, आरपी में डिस्कॉर्ड में आरपी देखना सिंपल भाई।
हाँ तो देख उसमें क्या है, वो तो इजी है ही, वो तो है।
तो बाबा हमने, अरे बाबा आपने कुछ गलत तो नहीं बोला ना? आपने भी गलत नहीं बोला होगा इसमें भाई। कोई ऑफेंड है भाई? आप ऑफेंड हुए थे क्या? नहीं ना भाई, मैं तो बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ भाई।
मैं भी नहीं हुआ, मैं का हुआ, मैं तो
भाई हो गया भाई, शेक हैंड करो यार। इसमें क्या व्हाट्सएप ब्लॉक, इंस्टा पे ब्लॉक करना,
वो तो मैं हुआ।
किसी के चीज या फिर
लो यार को फॉलो बैक करता है यार अभी। चलो हो गया शॉर्ट मैच, फालतू का हिट।
अनब्लॉक करो राका भाई, आपका व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेजेस नहीं आ रहे, ब्लॉक कर
WhatsApp पे
अनब्लॉक कर
तो मेरे को इंस्टाग्राम पे 2-3 क्रिएटर्स ने जो अनफॉलो किया है, क्या वो बच्चे हैं?
सॉरी यार, मैंने कर दिया भाई, फॉलो बैक कर दिया। लो इतनी जल्दी क्वार्टर से एंड हो गई। कांग्रेचुलेशंस, आप गेमिंग न्यूज़ में आ गए।
नहीं है क्या सच्ची में?
अबे कौन
राघव भाई,
बताओ तू सही।
स्टूडियो खोल के देखो कुछ बढ़ा क्या इतनी मेहनत के बाद।
क्या बढ़ा?
सब्स बढ़े क्या, देख लो एक बार।
सब्स के लिए कौन कर रहा है वो? ट्विटर फॉलो।
क्या बात है, आज अगर इसने जस्ट चैटिंग में कुछ डाला ना, आज चुपचाप जीटे खेलेगा आके, ठीक है? जस्ट चैटिंग नहीं करेगा आज। डनसिन
स्पेशली अपना डिस्कॉर्ड
हाँ आज आके हाँ
देखेगा।
वो मत बोल बे, मेरा भी दूसरा उसमें ही चल रहा है।
हाँ
मीम के बारे में कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा अभी, बता।
नहीं, मेरा ट्विटर बड़ा टीबोन।
हाँ कौन सा वाला?
ट्विटर बड़ा
क्या? वो मेरा हर बार बढ़ता है जब भी आप मेरे को टैग करते हो, उंगली करते हो।
तो बस सही है ना?
हाँ बस वही। सर अब इंप्रेशन का 20 रुपए दे दो जो आप में आए। ये चालू हो गया। ओह शिट,
अबे शेयर करो ना प्लीज।
अरे यार इधर रुको एक मिनट। फट भाई शेयर करो यार। मैं इधर कंट्रोवर्सी में पड़ेगा।
डिस्कॉर्ड शेयर नहीं करना भाई, जो तुम गेम देख रहे हो वो शेयर करनी है।
अरे बाबा साथ में देखो ना, इसमें डिले नहीं है, सिंपल। भाई जेनजी कुछ अच्छा ही खेल रहा है भाई, कुछ भी बोल।
Atlas is insane, man.
Peter's not even going for the headshot there. And that's just unfortunate. Again, I mean,
भाई मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया भाई कब हुआ।
want to get a kill, at least some
story,
more space for the team, but can't find all too much. And something going chasing that way, it's
अगला मैच है क्या जी का?
हाँ।
Again, not a feels good moment.
क्या लगता है रखा भाई आपको?
I mean, right now, we were talking about it from the previous round.
आपको क्या लगता है कौन
talking
जीतेगा?
about how they love to
जीगा किसके साथ मैच है?
ocean across the map, find that space and push into the A side.
भाई देखो,
they always have
वही बात है ना, हमें वर्ल्ड कप तो इंडिया को जिताना था, मगर बीच मैच में हमें पता लग गया था कि कौन जीतने वाला है। अब वही है, जिताना हमें जी को ही है, मगर
सिर्फ लीड का 5 प्लेयर बताओ।
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting
लीड के 5 प्लेयर।
All you really have to do is
कर दिया गूगल
your alarm bot on C-Long or
चल एक इंपोर्ट बता दे जो अभी लेटेस्ट आया है।
एक
बोलो
and then that one
क्या अपडेट आया? किसका?
अपडेट नहीं बाबा, इंपोर्ट
ब्लीड में लेटेस्ट और वर्ल्ड क्लास प्लेयर रह चुका है।
Also just Meteor being Meteor. I mean, he was that guy who always bought Marshals in round 2 last
कौन सी
year.
Valorant में?
Primary
वही और क्या?
Sentinel.
वर्ल्ड क्लास प्लेयर है
चुका। Double Odin.
एक टाइम
कर लो गूगल कर लो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
और डाउनफॉल भी इतनी जल्दी हुआ उसका। और बता इतना एग्जांपल।
I love having ultimates very early into the game.
पता नहीं। और हिंट
It makes you very aggressive. And it looks like
भाई क्या हो रहा है इधर?
All right, that's going to be a trade for trade. Texture does.
भाई जेंजी क्या खेल रहे रे बाबा? सच्ची में इंप्रेस किया भाई, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, खेल रहे हैं।
When you see two raises just coming out into the open with showstoppers, you really just have to have your hands up in the air, wave like you just don't care. Anyways, again, Gen G able to go into the C site, gonna be able to plant that spike in, and the quick rotation, the quick huddle around Rubble works in their favor because now all of the utilities that Paper Rex is kind of sprinkled around the map has been subverted for the most part, except for this one really weird off-camp from Forsaken that's been spotted.
भाई बढ़िया क्या मजा है
Ryzen9 caught it.
पता नहीं।
Although it was a bit of information for Forsaken nonetheless.
Yeah.
We've got some smokes up. We've got Mind Freak available, and they're trying to work their way in. Getting those heads-up duels will be advantages.
There's the NT, not nice try, but the neural theft activated. Meteor still
भाई
holding
फॉर्म
on.
है भाई।
He is a force to be reckoned with, but Mind Freak comes up to win. Time is going.
यार ये मैप मेरे को गुस्सा आ जाता है भाई, ये मैप जब भी मैं खेलता हूँ।
If Forsaken didn't pop off there, I shudder to think what would have happened for Paper Rex.
पता नहीं।
Just before I go into the analysis, can you do that again for me, Asrai?
No.
Really? Oh.
We will do it again.
Guys, तुम लोग को मजा आता है ये मैप?
Same
exact situation happened.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
हैवी गुस्सा आ जाता भाई मेरे को गुस्सा आ जाता भाई
Stimulate our audience.
ओह ये कर जाएगा इस शॉट में
Titillating. It was really fun. It was really fun. But I mean, again, the main thing is after
तुम
the
लोगों को भी
exchange, right?
मां बंद कर
TbOne आप ये बोल रहे हो कि ये लोटस मैप जो भारत का मैप है वो आपको अच्छा नहीं लगता रेटिना
नहीं बाबा बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है टॉप 1 मैप है मेरा
But Forsaken getting the heads up duel and just Meteor holding the angle off.
always play safe
Beautiful Valorant on both sides, but Mindfreak.
ओए इंडिया के टीम के मैचेस कब है कौन-कौन क्वालीफायर रेवेनेंट और टू रिपर्स
फाटो भाई वाच पार्टी कर फाटो भाई बताओ जरा
कौन-कौन क्वालीफाई हुआ रेवेनेंट और
चार टीम मेरे बाबा
वो कुछ और है भाई
Doors been opened up, but
वो
no one
इसमें
wants
नहीं
charge
वो उसके लिए एसेंशन के लिए
on tree. I guess it makes a lot of sense. They know that Odin is available already for device, so they don't want to get peppered, wall bang to oblivion on tree.
चैंपियन नहीं ये इसके लिए मद्रिद का हाँ
जो भी जितने भी खेल रहे हैं अभी ये सारे
फाटो भाई का नॉलेज देखो
एकदम
क्यों भाई मैंने क्या किया भाई
वो फ्रेंचाइजी टीम नहीं है जैसे कि अपन
मास्टर्स के लिए फाटो भाई आपका नॉलेज तो कमाल का है हाँ? ये मास्टर्स के लिए बाबा मद्रिद का चैंपियंस के लिए नहीं
going for them right now. The number of options that they have thanks to Meteor getting that first kill, but now committing over to B side, paint shells in, it buys Paperx a little bit of time for something to come up with the judge.
Petition to remove Monday from week. Q baby.
But since they haven't picked up that spike, he can just be
मेरे लिए सबसे बेस्ट मंडे होती है पता है रीसेट डे होती है मेरी मंडे
he really needs to do. Texture stayed. Not going to do much damage, but he does pick it
भाई
up.
मैं सच्ची में सोचा भी नहीं वे लोग इतना अच्छा खेलेंगे PTRX के गेम रियली
The
लव
one that's
इट
going to have to hold the most is Meteor right on top of that B side, which he does, leaving Mindfreak in a
भाई
tough
लग
spot.
रहा है बे 2-0 पता नहीं क्यों फील आ रही है जिस हिसाब से इनकी सिनर्जी बन चुका है ना
He's waiting patiently, but you mentioned it already, man. They're stacking up, and he can't do the high.
अबे लीक्स मिल रहे पीछे से हाँ हाँ पीछे से लीक्स मिल रहे इधर
Difficult shot to land. I mean,
अब आवाज नहीं आएगी तो PRX जीतेगी वो चिल्ला ही नहीं रहे भाई
नहीं
years ago, but still.
हेवी लीक्स मिल रहे उधर से ओ भाई मोनी भैया ये खेल रहे
I don't know. I'm thinking of like Dapper or something. But still, I mean, back
नहीं
into
हुआ
this
कौशल
one,
भाई
it's
नहीं
just
हुआ
so darn good for
तुम्हें वीकेंड में क्या नशा करो तो मंडे
यूट्यूब कैसे म्यूट करते हैं अगर डिस्कॉर्ड भी तो है कैसे म्यूट करते हैं भाई ऐप के अंदर
क्या चीज
यूट्यूब कैसे म्यूट करते हैं
म्यूट साइड
hard up on stairs, B stairs up against you know some of these players from PaperX like Mindfreak.
अब अगर मैंने म्यूट किया तो डिस्कॉर्ड में म्यूट हो जाएगा
And again, it's because they don't really have to chase him. Again, they
कहाँ
can
म्यूट करना है
rotate
तेरे
elsewhere on the map. They still had
अगर मेरे को
Meteor
यूट्यूब
coming
म्यूट
through
करना
C
है
that got the kill on Forsaken
तो
here.
कैसे म्यूट करते हैं
It's a
वो
trade for trade. Something's got the blaze.
तू कहाँ से देख रहा है
aggressively
अभी
here.
फोन
Forsaken
से देख रहा हूँ ना फोन में कैसे करते
as
हैं
the rest of PaperX up into
फोन का वॉल्यूम कम कर
on that flank.
अरे फोन का वॉल्यूम करूंगा डिस्कॉर्ड का भी होगा ना
Genji's trapped onto the site.
तू फोन में डिस्कॉर्ड में है क्या
Excuse me, from Mindfreak to provide some coverage here.
भाई अच्छी आवाज है
Paranoia
ये
to delay them just
भाई
a
पीछे
tad
नहीं
bit
कर रहे
further.
तो फिर नहीं होगा
One satchel pushes
ऐसा कर
right
सकते हैं
in.
क्या
Caron holding, thinking he could be top of the spike.
टीबोन भाई कमल लोटस पसंद नहीं है सुन लो मोदी सर अरे
तो है टीबोन भाई
क्या चीज
रियलिटी चेक तो है फाटू टीबोन भाई ये अपना जो ऑडियंस और है उनका एज ग्रुप तो पता लगता है
The words I was using.
देखा
Because
ये ऐसे बीच में मैं रियलिटी चेक इसलिए देता हूँ ट्विटर पे वैसे बोलते ना यार आई एम मैच्योर यार वी आर वर्किंग इन एमएनसी व्हाट यू टॉकिंग अबाउट
Something getting the blade storm going was, you know, a glimmer of hope, but
मूड में है
just
क्या
a
कब
bit
है
of hope at best.
ट्वीट से लेकिन एक और बोल डेकोरेट और बनाए सब लोग बाय बाय है यार
So something's not going right for PaperX right now. Alex calls in the timeout.
There's a bit of a breather again here.
नीचे स्पीकर
Usually
आइकन
when that
होगा
happens,
भाई मेरे को
PaperX
तो नहीं दिख
do
रहा
get their second wind.
They
definitely need that.
यार कैसे
Especially for all of us that have predicted the
नहीं
PaperX.
पता ना
थोड़ा प्रेशर में खेल रहे हैं लोग मैंने नोटिस किया है
Curious about the interview if we do get to talk to
भाई
PaperX
आज
later.
पेपर डब्ल्यू नहीं दबा रही मैं देखता हूँ
हाँ ना
Off about, you know, the
वही
form
मिसिंग
or
लग रही
the
है
team right now. It's not always so often that you always, you know, when they don't perform well, it's usually when you start to see these patterns, like Forsaken or something start to go chasing and hunting. they don't feel good, and they want to shoot themselves back. Something that just doesn't work out.
PC से आना रखा
Gen.G that's feeling this confident. They're like,
आराम से PC से आजा
शूट करना है
come at us.
I can only assume it's them trying to uphold their performance from last year.
कौन सी वाली भाई नाम तो ले
ऐसे
high that they got, and it might be getting into their heads. I can only assume. I don't know if it's
WhatsApp करके बता दे कौन सी वाली
अरे ऐसे ही है वो सिंपल है
there definitely is a change up here from something. There you go. I changed my words already. Anyways, Monyet still hasn't really shown what he's got on the screen. I don't think he's got too many big highlights.
वाह भाई मैं इसको तब से पूछ रहा हूँ मेरे को कह रहा है कि कौन सा
मेरे को भेजो but that's about it.
तुम्हें बताया तो था तुम मीटिंग में थे तो
एडिट पे
अरे वो क्या मेरा नहीं है यार
ए टीबोन वो हमारी मीटिंग थी आज
आज नहीं कल ट्यूसडे भाई मुझे क्यों नहीं आया यार वो हॉबीबेट अंडररेटेड फॉरएवर
है लिया क्यों नहीं वो
आएगा
Oh my god!
You
barely dodges that. Gets out of harm's way. But that's the power that they've got.
USP हो गया
USP हो गया there though, but Meteor still holding on Rubble. If he can hold on this position, his teammates can rely on him.
ये skin
angle right now, but not available anymore.
skin कितनी गंदी है भाई.
ये skin ना बताने में उस दिन छू लिया वो बंडल.
क्राउड की फेवरेट है
He tries to reposition. Rest of Paper X coming in closer. Something floating, stinging lightning bee. That nade is going to be so strong.
By texture mood में रहा. वो कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
भाई बात बताओ जब टेक्सचर जी में था तब तब तो नहीं खेलता था
अरे वो उसका रोल अलग था ना पे
अच्छा डुअल नहीं खेलता था वो
डुअलिस्ट नहीं खेलता था ना गाइस स्टार्टिंग एक तो खेला बाद में रोल लेवस तो गया
नहीं लास्ट में वो केजे खेला उससे पहले डुअलिस्ट ही खेलता था
अरे उसका उधर सिनर्जी मस्त बन रहा होगा बे सारे सेम वो है ना सेम जगह से ना पब्लिक हां लैंग्वेज का भी सीन है हाय ये फैंटम देखो यार सब लोग वही जगह से है ना मतलब सेम लैंग्वेज का सीन है ना केजे खेलता था वो टेक्सचर नहीं था बाबा डुएलिस्ट किसने बोला एक दो गेम खेला बस वो स्विच होता था बहुत उधर कभी डुएलिस्ट कभी रॉसी डुएलिस्ट खेलता था इधर उधर होता था
पूरा both the players holding
सारे डुएलिस्ट थे टीम में वो भी तो है वो भी तो
discrepancy for Gen.G because they can always have
someone
hit the reeler outside of A main.
मजा तो है भाई मुझे मजा आता है
moving into this round there's only one player holding that A side and it's Mindfreak. He's put himself the one-way smoke on tree here to give him some form of anchoring spot.
तुम ऐसे नहीं होता था बच्चे छोटे बच्चे होते हैं उनका गाल खींचने में मजा आता है
क्या सीखने में गाल
गाल
मतलब
गाल
आपको क्या सुकून मिलता है क्या कभी ये सब करके
नहीं सुकून नहीं ऐसे टाइम पास आज कुछ करने को नहीं है तो ये कर लो कुछ भी ट्वीट कर दो ऐसे पता है कल को मैं ऐसे ट्वीट करूंगा ना भाई एपेक्स बहुत इजी गेम है वहां आ जाएंगे ओ भाई मैंने पता 5 करोड़ घंटे हो तू तो आरपी स्ट्रीमर है
Wait, what is happening here? Locky is trying to run away. He opens the door quickly.
क्या आप कभी आरपी से रिटायर हो गया रखा भाई
Doesn't have to challenge him just
मैं
yet.
आरपी भाई महीने में मैंने बहुत ऐसे छोड़ी भी हुई है
And he has so many angles to deal with the
हां वो
crossfire.
क्योंकि सर्वर बनता अलग बात है
नहीं
रात को स्ट्रीम होगा आज डन
देखिए एक महीने छोड़ा था मैंने
The tempo at which they're going, not just
पुरानी बात है ना 2 साल पहले
chasing down Meteor. In fact, what they do is
मैं कभी बहुत आराम ही तो है
you've got Mindfreak. Set up
रात को ट्विच करूंगा बाबा पता नहीं क्या खेलनी है
Make sure you gain map control. And he got
रात को आप जस्ट शूटिंग करोगे तो क्या आपकी स्ट्रीम की वॉच पार्टी कर सकता हूं मैं पढ़ बे मिंद्रा का बे
ऑब्वियसली कर सकते हो यार
लव यू यार थैंक यू
That's what they want. That's how Forsaken picks up that first frag. That's how
बबले दिखा क्या लैंग्वेज है
Speaking of Mindfreak here, he held for a very long time that tree position. Loving how he does it. I mean, yeah, sure, he doesn't get any kills, but the
भाई मैं सच्ची में सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था बाबा कि भाई ऐसा कुछ होने वाला है
put that into
कि
the factors of how they push up
इतना तगड़ा
I will say though, I don't think I've seen Forsaken be successful in holding a site. He's been good at getting the lurks because he's Forsaken.
कुछ तो missing है रे बाबा.
Stun on C really
तुम लोग ऐसा लग रहा है?
resulted in Gen G, you know, being thwarted. Meteor has gone there
आका सबसे
and
डबल
got those
स्टैंडर्ड
flags, so
इंसान
I
बिल्कुल
don't know
सही
how far
बोला
he can go into this.
क्योंकि कलयुग में जी रहे हैं भाई
Put Munchkin down 56.
ये जिंग के जाने के बाद थोड़ा वीक हो गया टीम. ऐसा कुछ नहीं यार, मोनी भी अच्छी प्लेयर है, अच्छी प्लेयर है मोनी.
PaperX is
मैं ऐसा
no
नहीं बोल.
longer
जिंग
really
मिसिंग है.
pushing out all that much anymore. So Gen G now
ये वो
trying
तुमने
to
फेस
play
कैप पे
along
लाइट
with
कम
this
करी
tempo,
क्या?
trying to adapt to it, but it burns
हाँ रे,
out.
थोड़ा वो
Look at the clock, ASRock.
वाच पार्टी ना थोड़ा इजी लगा मेरे इसलिए.
Something is too slow in
अच्छा वो
this
जाने के
one.
बैच में दर्द होता
He's gonna
होगा.
get pinched in. Unfortunately for PaperX, Meteor
कैन आरपी क्लिप 40 मिनट में खत्म होता है ना, ये थोड़ा लंबा है ना. इजी नहीं.
asking to be Monyet get the final.
ज्यादा लाइट आता है ना तो आंखों के लिए थोड़ा.
PaperX were very quick
हाँ
to
चश्मे
adapt
भी लगे हैं,
and to
उम्र भी
respond
तो
to
है.
the offensive Gen G.
I will take that
चश्मे 8 स्टैंडर्ड से ही था जस्ट.
boom boom from
क्यों?
ASRock. Not quite the one that we got
साइड
from
प्रॉब्लम है
before,
भाई,
but still good.
क्लोरीन अंदर जाता था इसलिए.
अच्छा स्विम नेशनल स्विमर की नेशनल
स्विमर है ना
You
नेशनल.
were absolutely right with the setup that something
भाई नहीं
had.
मगर
I mean, I
स्विमर
would
तो
have
वो
thought
तो
at
मैंने
least he would
देखा.
Love you,
secure
yeah.
at least one op kill, right?
Swimmer
But the
तो
rest
वो
of the team reacting that quickly, Monyet knowing to go for the showstopper that soon.
क्या बुट्टा भाई, हेलो 8 स्टैंडर्ड से है भाई, कैसे बुट्टा.
That's
हेलो
why you got to have this setup from PaperX. That's why
Hey,
they're not pushing
yeah,
out all that
yeah,
much. It might
yeah.
not be, you know, full-blown W gaming, but this is also what
TbOne bhai,
Tutorial was
God
talking
was
about
correct.
before,
I hope
that
you get the
lateral
context.
shift.
Excuse
You're
me, Amol
not
bhai,
always
what
the
is this
same
behavior?
PaperX. You've got
Huh?
Monyet now, and it's just that much
सच्ची में नहीं पता क्या context.
किसने अनफॉलो किया यार, देखो मैं फिर
Gen G
बताऊंगा
now
किसने
starting to
अनफॉलो
feel
किया.
pressure. They call themselves a
फिर
timeout.
लोग
I
फिर
think
वो
it just
बोलेंगे,
Had the
फिर लोग
pleasure
उसे
of
बोलेंगे
also
क्यों
being
बोलना
able to cover
भाई,
the
क्या फर्क
Indonesian
पड़ता है
scene
किसने
because, you know,
अनफॉलो
Southeast
किया
Asia and
फॉलो किया.
everything. Monyet's been there
मैंने भी इसको
for a
unfollow
good chunk
किया,
of time before
कर
he
दिया.
joined Global,
वो
right?
वाला एक
And
मीम नहीं है
a
जो
lot
टीबोन
of
भाई के
the
मैंने एक दूसरे चैनल की वीडियो पे देखा. बाय द वे
characteristics, I think, of
तुमने
the
अगर
Indonesian
दूसरा
scene is
चैनल
how
नहीं देखा,
well
वाई
they
पे
can
टीबोन
adapt
उसमें
यार
क्रेजी
अच्छा चल रहा था, आज स्ट्राइक आ गया बेंच.
कॉपीराइट स्ट्राइक आया है.
crunched up
नहीं.
situations. And you see that
Claim.
कुछ तो आया नहीं बाबा, कुछ तो वो आया, एज रिस्ट्रिक्टेड आया.
interview where he said that he
हाँ
needed
वो
उन्हें
ना
डिलीट ही कर दिया.
adjust, but because
भाई
he's
कभी भी अच्छा कुछ चलता है ना लाइफ में, खराब हो ही जाता है इवेंचुअली.
एज रिस्ट्रिक्टेड तो नॉर्मल है.
अरे बाबा उससे वो होता है.
much quicker.
तो
कोई
भाई
पर्टिकुलर वीडियो का होता है तो तूने डिलीट कर दिया तो सही हो गया.
अरे मैंने अपलोड भी नहीं किया था, ऐसे रिव्यू पे था वो, और अंडर रिव्यू में आ गया बराबर. एड सुटेबिलिटी तो उधर भी आ रहा है, तो उसके बाद पब्लिश करने से आधा घंटा पहले योर वीडियोस ब्लॉक. चलो भाई ठीक.
Anyway, I mean, this is a round where PaperX has some guns. Gen G on the other hand
सच्ची
is
में
more
ड्रीम
of
था
a
यार.
ऑफ मिस कर रहा है भाई, वेरी रेयर
a half buy. Yeah, and you're always thinking about, like, you know, they called in that timeout. They want
ये
to
बहुत
assess
हरामी
the
मैप
information,
है.
get a feel for how
मारा,
PaperX is
मारा.
defending this time. But something's not going to make it that easy.
Oh, that's
ये देखो एंटी फ्लैश कैसे खेलते मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता भाई.
Something's gonna back away.
भाई ये लोग तुरंत ऐसे करते हैं क्या?
Alerts. That nade clearing him up once again. Not big damage. But as that door keeps closing and opening, they don't know how many players have already exited, how many players are still holding.
अगर ये मारा
ये डिफॉल्ट ऑफ क्यों कर रहे हैं सारे? स्किन डिफॉल्ट स्किन मेटा है क्या कुछ?
Overflex. And that's Meteor. He can call back his teammates if he wants to. There it is. Lockdown available. And Meteor opens up the A side by pure sheer power.
I got to see the replay on
शॉट है
that.
यार.
I mean, it's so
delay
interesting
क्यों
and
है बे?
off-putting how Gen G is approaching the map. It was a half buy. You just had this squad of stingers. But guess what? Here comes Forsaken and Spike Flag goes down.
इसने 3 शॉट मारा पूरा.
Might not be the Guardians of the Galaxy, but he is the Guardian of Lotus. 4 Meteor on a Guardian.
4 बुलेट मारा इसने.
That's pretty insane. Dude is
Aim
tapping heads
left.
left and right.
Yeah, first of all, we had the space.
4 मारा इससे शेर बट ये देखो एंटी फ्लैश कैसे रे बाबा. 2
But then PaperX
Three.
comes in to investigate, and then off of that space, Meteor is the one that, you know, they weren't really expecting either.
टुक टक टिक टुक.
He's able to pick off their
वो
heads
डीगल
just
होता
like
डीगल
that.
में भी मारता.
Something wasn't quite able to deal with him, and that's something that I definitely did not expect. I want to see something with his off.
हेवी प्रेशर में खेल रहे हैं PRX. तुम लोग कुछ भी बोलो.
इसमें जीतेगी for new viewers जो नए streamers जुड़े हैं देखना चाह रहे हैं क्या चल रहा है. इसमें जो qualify करेगी टीम फर्स्ट मतलब क्या है उसका वो जो
मास्टर्स जाएंगे.
कितनी टीम जाएगी? एक या दो?
There's a whole
Top 2
slurry of non-flash abilities that can really hurt you
8 टीमों में से या 12 टीमों में से.
कितना टीम में गए?
Genji's been using that to a very good extent.
Top 2 बाबा.
Now going up against him as well.
देख लो मेरा मत क्वेश्चन का मतलब ही इसीलिए था.
So this
तुम्हें
gives
समझ में आ रहा है ना
more
चैट
information and
क्या चल
inkling
रहा
as to
है?
where Genji wants to go.
हेलो.
देख लो
दो है भाई, दो जाता है.
सुन लो भाई.
देख लो चैट.
हाँ.
देख लो चैट. फिर तुम मुझे बोलते हो देख लो.
क्या भाई आपके आरपी में इतने टीम्स नहीं है तो हम क्या करें?
बात तो सही है. मुझे भी नहीं पता रहता.
भाई सब ने बहुत.
पार्ट में बताना थोड़ा. कितनी टीमें जाएंगी?
2 बाबा. 2.
तो अरे हर एक ग्रुप से 2 जाएगी और एक रीजन में 3 ग्रुप है.
I mean, still a really close score, and it
वो तो मैं इसका बोल रहा हूँ, पैसिफिक का बोल रहा हूँ बाबा.
And if you're thinking about it, I mean, something maybe didn't quite get the kills, but at least bought enough time, did enough damage for his team to arrive on scene. That's another thing. Just Forsaken playing this role, you know, unless they're walking into his traps, unless they're going into it, we won't often see him popping off that way, unless you know he arrives with his team.
क्वालीफाई होंगी.
And I love this from Forsaken.
भाई ट्रैप वायर वेस्ट हो गया.
But I love how he's transitioned into this type of guy that can use these sentinels. And look at the man, he's still getting kills left and right.
ये बेबीएक्स अपनी बेसिक्स क्यों नहीं खेल रहे? W का है? क्या ना?
Long range, he got the sheriff. If he can
Bro, उसने एंट्री दिलाई, वो अंदर घुसा, पीछे बंदे कहाँ मर गए उसके?
अरे उसका ट्रैप वायर ना वो नीचे के लिए था, वो ऊपर से कूद के गया पूरा.
Or just holding that angle right up in his face.
Yeah, look at the cones of vision on the minimap too.
Yeah, but they're getting closer. Hold on, wait. Oh my God. Oh, the heart attack, man. Just think about it.
2 teams from each region, वही तो.
Wide swing. Okay, we got this.
कैसे हो बट्टू मेरी जान?
For PaperX, obviously not the score that you would envision for a team of this caliber, but still good nonetheless.
Like तो हो नहीं रहे
तुम. They can
लोग.
pick up the pistol, that would be even better. But of course, Genji has been showing us such a dominant performance.
भाई ये
I
attacking
mean,
map
these guys
नहीं है.
aren't buckled by anything that PaperX is
भाई
doing.
आजकल तो जिस हिसाब से खेलते भाई कुछ अटैकिंग डिफेंडिंग कुछ नहीं है भाई.
You see that? It feels like I can't really say any names right now of Genji
मगर usually जो 3 साइड वाले होते हैं वो attacking map होते हैं.
बात तो.
Lotus that's making any plays because it's the
किसका
whole
pick है?
team. You know, it's how well they're able to play.
ये पिक अभी इनका है PRX. पहला वाला उनका था तो उसी हिसाब से इन लोगों को जीतना चाहिए. भाई इसकी माउस पैड देखो भाई कितना छोटा है इसका.
यार ये PaperX की जर्सी कितनी सेक्सी है.
This one I will say, Meteor was someone who kept showing up. He was the one who won.
मेरे को पुरानी वाला अच्छा लगा यार सच्ची में.
मेरे को पुराने वाला अच्छा लगा मगर ये
Meteor has been holding things down.
मेरे को पुराना वाला अच्छा लगा सच्ची में.
Against Forsaken.
Which team is supporting PRX forever baby.
There's that one point where he was lurking on C, gets Forsaken.
थर्ड मैप जाने वाला मेरे को लग रहा है. हां
allows Genji
टिमोन भाई भगवान बस मोबाइल गेमिंग के बच्चे पीसी में ना आए यार. यार मोबाइल पीसी ऐसा यार ना करो ना यार. मेरी चैट में एटलीस्ट ना करो यार. क्या कर रहे हैं सारे लोग साथ में फ्रेंड्स हैं. ये आज भी चल रहा है मोबाइल गेमिंग पीसी गेमिंग. It's 2024 यार. Come on. TbOne by one tweet exposing all the fake people.
Finals last year, and then of course going to champions as well. I don't need to introduce them. Everyone knows.
Yeah. How much effort with both teams actually fight for rubble here? Because the thing about Lotus, at least in the pro scene that we've seen for the most part, is people will just do basically this. Commit the rubble plays. And
यार मैं वो देख रहा हूँ कि लाइनअप और ये सब में कितना ज़्यादा टाइम इन्वेस्ट करते हैं यार ये सारे हैं.
That flick up from
like मजा आता है मेरे को ये प्रोफेशनल देखने में.
He's alone. He's got dark cover to work for days.
सारे देखते हैं.
His opponent,
TbOne को फेक बोल दिया.
So you see how more that is. 4 versus 1. He's repositioning around the corner here. Meteor hears him.
यार इनकी क्या मेंटालिटी रहती होगी ना, क्या प्रेशर, मेंटल प्रेशर इनके पास वो होता है क्या? चीज़ों को मतलब क्या होता है?
No knife.
साइको कोच होता है क्या?
किसका कोच?
But I mean, it's just how they play.
मतलब
very controlled.
मेंटल प्रेशर.
They know the setups. And I do kind of have a feeling that this is
ये उनका फाइनल एग्जाम जैसा है, जैसे इनका बोर्ड एग्जाम्स होती है ना स्कूल में, वैसे ही है भाई. प्रेशर तो रहेगी. तो मैं आप फेक नहीं हो. थैंक यू यार. Love you fam, सच्ची बोल. Hashtag end Anmol in the chat, please. Discrimination ना करो यार, वही यार पाजी. सच्ची बता रहा.
Throws PaperX off so much.
Can I add as well? Munchkin's toxic screen was
क्या discrimination करते हो यार?
Usually you see that and say,
मैं भी तो केला यार बीजीए में. वो भले मैं गंदा केला, लेकिन केला तो भाई. उस हिसाब से तो मैं भी वो बन गया ना.
अगर आपका इस साल भी 500 की नहीं हुआ
तो क्या होगा? अगले साल होगा फिर.
भाई love the optimistic.
बाद साल अगर इस साल आपका 500 के नहीं हुआ तो क्या आप मोदी जी से भी कंट्रोवर्सी कर दोगे?
3 versus 1 makes it a quick 2 for you1. Okay, that spike is very much out in the open for him. He's got a dash here, positions. But wait, does that angle actually work for him? It's very risky. So he has to try to do something here.
Sorry for how
we even got the
तो मैं VLT के वीडियो में हिपो कार्ड चला रहा था. बट्टू को कुछ ना. वेदम तू बटूरे को कुछ बोलेगा ना? मैं नहीं सहूंगा यार. मेरा भाई है, मत करो प्लीज. बट्टू है क्या चैट में?
कंट्रोवर्सी क्या है?
Really close. At least had the right idea.
मैं बट्टू को कुछ ना बोलियो. मैं अभी बता रहा हूँ. किसी को भी बोलियो, लेकिन बट्टू को ना बोलियो कुछ.
I mean Lakia. As soon as Lakia goes in though.
भाई सच्ची में भाई. मेरे को गुस्सा आ जाता. मैं जहाँ भी दिखता है ना ये वेदांत, मेरे को गुस्सा आ जाता भाई.
Stand out fragger, but in some situations knows exactly what to do. Has enough experience.
He's got a good
now
head
I
on his
realize the
shoulders
potential
for
of last year's GE.
Something challenging here.
Bro, actually bro, I didn't know texture was so good भाई.
भाई लास्ट आप आए थे. मैं मैनेजमेंट में था भाई. नहीं भाई ये लोग जो बोल रहे भाई वो गो कार्टिंग में लास्ट आया था तो क्या भाई?
जैसे TbOne भाई साइफर में सबसे बेस्ट खेलते हैं ना.
भाई गो कार्टिंग पहली बार किया है यार. अब मैं एल ड्राइवर तो मैं क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो भाई? हेलो
भाई फाटू भाई बताना सबको
TbOne में क्या है ड्राइवर भाई? जिसको ड्राइविंग नहीं आती उसको
नहीं. फाटू भाई बताना TbOne भाई कितनी स्पीड से ड्राइव करते हैं.
बाबा स्पीड ट्रिल्स बट किल्स आल्सो ना बाबा.
भाई एक बात बता.
अब अन्ना जिस हिसाब से एक्सप्लेनेशन दे रहे थे मेरी गाफ फट गई थी उधर ही.
भाई उसने वो वाला क्यों नहीं डाला भाई?
तू जो भाग रहा है हां वो डाला.
हां बे पता नहीं क्या अच्छा.
आपको F1 में जाना चाहिए. हैमिल्टन को फाइट दोगे आप यार. मैं
तो पता है क्या गाइस, TbOne इतनी तेज चला रहा था कि जब वो ट्रैक पे चला रहा था मैं उसके साइड में भाग रहा था.
I was enjoying the ride यार.
और वो डाला ही नहीं वीडियो में भाई.
I was enjoying the ride.
And you know, it's that nerd talk about line of sight. You get closer into a corner. You can see your opponent faster than they do. We're not getting any degrees here in the corner of the wall. TLDR guys, the closer you are to a wall when you peek a corner.
TbOne भाई आज डायमंड 3 पहुंचा. आपकी रैंक क्या है? 6 लाख की पीसी में.
Thank you ASRock. Yeah. But yeah, still around
Immortal 1 baby. Yeah.
As they move
तो मैं राका भाई का चैनल क्यों स्टैग्नेट हो चुका है यार? वो
has definitely caught up winning.
TbOne भाई जवाब दे रहा है सुपर चैट का.
हाँ?
So now buying back up, I mean, we saw how Genji, you know.
राका भाई नया मेटा ट्राई नहीं कर रहे हैं. वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम्स, बनियान में से बैठने का वो सब करना पड़ता है.
Thinking about how else PaperX can come in because here the game.
भाई मैं तुम्हें एक क्लिप भेजूंगा.
बनियान में बैठो राका भाई, जस्ट सेटिंग करो, बढ़ेगा देख लियो.
भाई तो अंकित भाई को क्यों टारगेट कर रहे हो? अरे तुम भी कंट्रोवर्सी करना चाहते हो क्या?
अरे नहीं बाबा, मतलब ऐसे ही बोला भाई.
How many of us voted for predicted?
आधे लौंडे लोग स्वाइप करके नीचे चले गए वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम में रखा. आपका तो नहीं पता, नीचे वालों को 1 मिलियन हो गए उधर। Traffic police would like to make you traffic safety mascot. Love you यार। भाई मैं झूठ नहीं बोलता, मैं सच बोलता हूँ। क्या हुआ? उधर अंडा ने बोला ये टर्म में कुछ भी हो सकता है, मेरी गांड फट गई। पहले मैं छे को देखा ऐसा हो रही है कि स्लो एंड स्टेडी विन द रेस।
True, and again, they have to be very aware of how strong the rumble control can be for Gen G here. Again, it was only a glimpse of what it could be on that pistol, but it can translate into these gun rounds a whole lot more. Now looking quickly into the ultimate cache of both of our teams, PaperX has got a little bit more of the strong suit with the blades and the showstopper available here.
गेम में फोकस नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, कुछ और चीज में कर रहा हूँ। क्या हो रहा है भाई? 870 का स्ट्रीट होने वाली है, ठीक है। सी में सिर्फ एक बंदा है, ठीक है। वो अपना पान थूकेगा भी, ठीक है। कुत्ता आते ही पान थूकेगा, देख लियो, देख लियो। बोला कि नहीं भाई, एनालिस्ट तो है।
Munchkin's judge. Oh, but look at that door play from Lakia.
भाई दो ले लिया उसने, डोर ओपन कर दिया।
The door opens so quickly that you can't really sometimes react to the punish that could follow up from the defenders, and you see that activated so quickly here. Something now just going to be holding with the judge first. I do like this because again, you don't want to play that.
तो भाई राका भाई पुलिंग पूनम पांडे मार्केटिंग
Munch is going to be first on the pedestal. He's getting very close. I don't know who's going to get this one. On the corner, he will go drop down by something. Coming in right now is going to be Monyet using that showstopper of his.
अरे नहीं, आरपी में जैसे मारले का गया, बोलने का, पोस्ट डालने का।
They need to make something happen here. It's all down
क्या
to
लग रहा है? अर्ली असली में थोड़ी बोलूंगा मैं। एक पोस्ट डालेगा, मार लेगा, नॉट देयर एनीमोर। 2 हफ्ते के बाद ट्रेलर डालेगा, बूम्बा। क्या बोलती पब्लिक? मार लेगा इस बार।
Guiding light as well, it just pushes Munchkin away enough for something to get into position.
क्या बोलती पब्लिक?
I mean, he was really a lot more calm in this moment, and then picking up that Phantom and tailwinding away. Coming down to it as soon as they picked up those numbers, as soon as they figured out where Gen G was going to approach from. Much more easy for PaperX to defend.
Guys, कागज में लिख लो, PRX जीतेगा ये। अगर नहीं जीता तो मैं गिनीज रिकॉर्ड वाली पनौती हूँ।
In transit of PaperX, and they
yeah?
do once again here in this round. Look at that. Something's been dropped down as well as Forsaken. Monyet frantically trying to get control here of C. Doesn't matter if he is alone or with teammate. What a dodge from Mind Freak. Oh my goodness. They're trying to rally behind that showstopper of Texture. Great flash from Caron.
मैं एक राउंड में कुछ बोलता हूँ, कुछ अलग ही होता है।
What a thrifty round from the Koreans. I mean, all that utility, all those shots starting things off. We had the Sheriff, and all they really did was kind of just wait for that contact from PaperX. Once that green light was lit, Gen G knew exactly how to get going, and it just definitely is a PaperX.
TbOne by we need Marleka and Joseph Chacha one last dance.
A little bit. You know, you got the previous round. Things are starting to go. You know that Gen G is on an eco, and you're like, I can take them. You start to walk out. It just hurts, man.
Yeah.
Bye. ये ट्रिगर हो गया मैं पूरा।
It boils down to I don't want to assume, but
कैसे?
don't want to challenge A for the moment because again they're afraid of that rumble control, especially when they saw the Texture was nearing his showstopper. So they wanted to try to go for BRC.
भाई ये जो तुम लोग ऐसे स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो ना, इससे बढ़िया तो लाइक ही करो भाई दूसरे हाथ से।
You have control of the door, but they somehow get pinched in transition of that.
भाई आज मेरा सारा उल्टा हो रहा भाई। ऐसा लग रहा है कि आज मेरे साथ कुछ है ही नहीं। मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ उसकी अलग हो रही है भाई।
Gen G getting that huge advantage, but every single time that you thought that PaperX was going to break away, Gen G
#वो बंद कर
right back, baby.
That's for highlight भी।
That's just incredible from Gen
मेजी भाई का कल इंस्टाग्राम देख रहा था ऐसा कुछ हुआ
तेरी बन
go
गई क्या
into
रील
with
पूरी
how they are feeling and thinking about this game, but of course, PaperX
Hashtag
buy
mobile.
up onto the next
भेजना
now.
भेजना मेरे को
Got a note in
रेफरेंस
back on
चाहिए भेजना
Forsaken. Something on that op again.
ये मेरे को सीखने का ये जो कर रहा
तो
है
रेफरेंस उसका
हाँ उसका है मगर मेरे को तेरा रेफरेंस चाहिए
तो मेरा तो एडिटिंग पे गया भाई
Gave away the position there of
तूने
something as
एडिटिंग
well
को
as
उनको ही
Mind
दिया
Freak. Nade did stop PaperX for just a few
अच्छा ठीक
seconds
है
here,
इजी है
but not really the biggest of
हार्डवेयर फुल
hindrances for now.
अच्छा लग रहा
मैं
है
जा रहा
ऑफिशियल हो
वेट
गया
करने
Gain control over this
पारा कब है
positioning of the
मैं जा रहा
that they
हूँ
have.
क्या टाइम थे एक टाइम पे 10 फॉलो अप करनी थी पाटो भाई को अभी देखो पंक्चुअल बेबी
सीरियस हो गया 2024 इज पार्ट 2
क्या फायदा सारे स्टिकर तो गए
Trying, hoping that he
जब
can
चाहिए था तब
stop
सीरियस
all
नहीं
the
थी
बाय
but he will not lock you coming into
बाय माय
pitch.
डियर सर
At least stopping some of this massive map control that PaperX has gotten on that A. Spike will get planted. It's all about the retake here for Gen G. Oh, Spike does find Munchkin here, making it a more palatable situation for PaperX. Lakia opening the door. The Forsaken finds him with an Odin. Meteor's gonna just have to run away here, or just stay in the site, whichever. They're already pretty rich, so they can just buy up into the next round anyways. So he can make this into an expensive endeavor for PaperX.
A little bit expensive, man. Yeah, dying. But yeah, that's always funny when you open the door. Hello, say hello to my little friend, and Forsaken's on the other side. But
Sorry, I just wanted to say that's why a lot of
चलो अब तो बोलो कुछ अब बोल सकता हूँ मैं
no, it's not
प्लीज
brand new news or anything, but
एक राउंड
this is
अगर तुम लोग डन बोल गए तब मैं बोलूंगा वरना नहीं
for days that specific angle, whether you're attack or
वरना नहीं प्लीज अगर तुम लोग डन बोल गए तभी मैं बोलूंगा वरना मैं वो बंद
such
रखी
a
रहा
huge power play for you to be
एक प्लीज एक
on the attacking side too, especially
एक राउंड के बारे में बोल सकता हूँ
you can spray through and try to catch someone.
Please.
Try to approach.
यार
That's what Forsaken is doing again, just to give PaperX a little bit more map control. But yo, Charon.
Okay, a little bit of an overreach here for Gen G for sure.
Please, yaar.
Mind Freak and Texture have been just blasted away. Speaking of which, Monyet to infinity and beyond. The
खेल तो रहा है भाई अच्छा मोनी
show
हाँ
truly stop that
मोनी का
show.
एम बढ़िया चल रहा है कुछ भी जिंग जैसा ही खेल रहा है बे
We have a bit of calm here as PaperX.
देखो ये राउंड इजीली PRX प्लीज आई एम डन प्लीज एक में बता दो
Lockdown activated, but it is a little bit shallow. There still is position you can play inside of tree as well as outside right there of stairs, and something holding the blades as well as the operator. This makes the long range fights a little bit more palatable here for PaperX. Haunt does give away his position. They use that Haunt to actually get closer, but Forsaken holds for something. Something now against Meteor, 2 versus 1. That box not really giving too many angles for him to have safety on. And if he gets peeked, it's going to be...
यही बोलने वाला था
That's going to be PaperX 11-8.
जीतेंगे राउंड
So although they
और जीतिए अब ओवरऑल जीतेंगे PRX और लिख के लोग को ये भी कागज में लिखो वरना मैं गिनीज रिकॉर्ड वाली पनौती मुझे लगेगी मसले की बात नहीं है डन से इजी विन इजी विन इजी
the stairs area that you can also watch from, and Divide knows how to pick up his teammate that way.
लगा दी पनौती नहीं देख लो ये my boy टीपन में आशीष चाहिए 23rd से बोर्ड एग्जाम है भाई कई लोग 22nd है आपका क्या 23rd है ऐसा क्या स्पेशलिटी है आपका ऑल द बेस्ट मेरी जान अब फिलहाल के लिए वाह अब फिलहाल के लिए स्ट्रीम देखो बोर्ड 23rd को दिन है अभी भी 2
Open the door, get tripped up, see what happens.
4 दिन
Wall has been called in a little bit closer into the A main.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर
That actually works in the favor here of Gen G.
भागो चुपचाप भागो इधर
Forsaken get blasted very quickly. They're very close into the opposition right now, but Divide realizes that he has
भागो ना इधर से
teammates. Oh my god. Again, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee for something.
लो भाई लो
Use that floaty. Both snipers actually missing as they try to reposition.
बोला कि नहीं मैं
Now they know. Meteor's position exposed. He's only got a Marshall in his
उसका
hand
boots
here,
गया
and truly is danger time for him. If he loses this, PaperX will be on map point. Wow. Okay. Meteor. Woo.
बोला कि नहीं कागज में लिखो अभी साइन करूंगा कहीं भी आके साइन करूंगा तुम लोग कहां से हो बताओ कागज में लिख के रेडी रखो घर आके साइन करूंगा अगर नहीं जीते तो APR देख पॉसिबल नहीं है कमबैक कहां से सिनर्जी देखो ऑफ कर रहा है मोनी डबल सजल करके घुस रहा है पूरा रोहित भाई का बूस्ट जीजिए वो मारा भाई उस क्या हो रहा है खेल रहा है जिंग जैसा खेल रहा है कुछ कोल्हापुर गुजरात मुंबई
just enjoy the laughs of the Vi. Make that your soundtrack, ladies and gentlemen. But
ये नहीं कर
I was
भाई
spewing some
उसने
nonsense words.
उसने उधर से भागा ही नहीं रे
Great impact actions.
भाई क्या रीड है यार ऐसी रीड मेरी रैंक गेम में क्यों नहीं होता बाबा पट से इधर से उधर है बाबा तो भाई 10th क्लासेस का को तो 23rd से है पूरा डर लग रहा है अबे पढ़ाई करो कुछ नहीं होगी
But Meteor is here to just again anchor things, denies access into that C site, and Paper Rex will have to scratch our heads a little bit here. What happened? We tried to push in and actually fall on our heads. This Meteor repositions for this right angle. They might not know about this.
भाई हेवी पब्लिक है रे कोल्हापुर से आओ क्या कोल्हापुर
Way too much. There's so much delaying that the rest of the Paper X members on the other side, if they go into this, it's not a favorable numbers duel. Something kind of losing to Karon on the other side of the map as well. It just doesn't quite work out for them. So, Genji
पब्लिक
gets
कोल्हापुर
their
वही है ना
lives in this map.
Yikes! That haunt.
पब्लिक इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग कोल्हापुर वही जगह है जहाँ पे श्रीमान भाई जाके हेल्प किए थे फ्लड के टाइम पे वही है ना इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग जो फ्लड वाला सीन हुआ था
What happened here at this point? Ah, yes, there it is. Karon getting
हाँ ना
that quick rubble control.
मेरे को याद है
Paper X couldn't push up because of all the delay tactics that we saw from Genji.
वो
And then
क्या था
C-Site,
जगह?
it was the same thing, but then Meteor was the one holding.
Yeah, it's all these tiny
वो
slight
वाशी
bits of utility.
वाशी में कब फ्लड आया
Nanostorm, it kind of slows down the rest of the team. They can't quite follow up with Monyet
मेरे
because
को
of
याद
it.
है रे बाबा
And keep in mind, Paper X has spent both timeouts at this point.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर
They're on an eco. It's a bit of a half buy, but it's starting to bite them in the back.
Ooh, Karon, where did he come from?
Auto
Picks
bite.
up the 2K. There's the quick flash from the Vi.
क्या हो रहा है
Okay, oh, hold on. The Vi gets 2.
Eco था
But
भाई
never mind. All right,
chill करो
I'll bite my tongue there.
इंजेवाड़ी नहीं था
12 to
बाबा
10. Genji.
कोल्हापुर ऐसा कुछ था वही था मेरे को याद है मेरे को याद है बाबा
I'm confident
Has to
I'm
at
pretty
the very least.
confident
The adaptations, I mean,
13-10
that's another thing with the Paper X structure. You know, all of them are giving ideas as to how they want to approach the map or figure out ways to deal with Genji.
भाई देखा तुमने अपने ही स्काई के डॉग ने उनको वो
those timeouts, and this means, you know, unless there's a clear answer, we might actually have an overtime at our hands.
वो भाई स्पैम मारने वाला
Paper
है
X are running out of credits to actually.
नहीं वो सब लोग इग्नोर कर रहे हैं
This camera
texture and an off.
Yeah, there you go.
इनको मिल चुका है मतलब एक का कंट्रोल है
Right in front of him. It's only Forsaken really just holding A main. He
हाँ मैं
wants
इसमें साइफर क्यों नहीं खेलता हूँ यार मेरे को आज तो पता
anchor
नहीं
just by himself. From the looks
ये
of
में
things,
पूरा
that
इन्फो
will
मिलता है
allow
कैमरा डाल
Paper
के
X to
एग्रेसिव आई मीन अटैकिंग वन
make do with elsewhere, but they're so far back from both sides, man. They haven't really done this kind of slower approach at all in this map.
जंजी लास्ट ईयर से बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्म कर रही है बात तो सही +1 वाली बात
One-way smokes are all being spent up around this one spot.
BT.
Then of course you still got Munchkin available with that toxic screen.
अरे मेरे को बहुत
A is a
BT लगा
very difficult spot to hit right now, but
सही है भाई वो मन
something
इसमें
happened off of the Odin suppressive fire.
Okay, they open the doorway into tree. Oof, texture.
How
here you
can
go.
they
Inside the smoke is going to be Karon.
Opposite.
Then Paper X are pushing blind into the site. They gotta just go for that big contact. Something.
क्या W दबाता है भाई ये बंदा जैसे मैं स्विफ्ट प्ले में W दबाता हूँ वैसे नाइस दवाई बेबी
But it's trade for trade here, Quack. It's not the end of the world. Something repositions, almost get
क्या हो रहा भाई
hang by the rope side.
मारेगा something
Lakia pushed down
हो गया
exploding.
अब बोलना
Here's the plan on this spike, 2 versus 1 for Meteor, but Meteor has truly been a miracle worker at this point. They're backing up into
अब बोलना हाँ भाई हेटर्स हाँ भाई बोला कि नहीं मैं बोला कि नहीं
बोला मैंने 13-10 fucking confident enough.
Hashtag
that tension, the rage.
अनओपन मो बंद मत करो. नहीं क्या करो? Hashtag मो बंद मत करो.
Takes them off one by one. It was a great setup that Gen G had, a brilliant idea, you know, playing off of Karan and Texture.
Direct बस है क्या Bangalore से कोरिया?
A bit of a distraction to try to step away. Texture holding the off angle with.
कैसे पना होती भाई मैंने बोला ना PRX जीतेगा.
Leaves them with not much of an escape route, and something is able to take them down that way.
And now we're just gonna pass it on to our panel.
TbOne भाई बाथरूम में आपका स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ. Thank you for the क्या है ये?
The score is now 1-1, and it seems
Thank you
like
for the
Paper Rex here, they are being challenged by
इसका मतलब क्या है?
We did see in the coaches interview that Gen
क्या hashtag मो बंद भाई?
specifically for Paper Rex.
अब तो जीते ना बाबा.
Showing they did their research very well.
No, they very
ये
much
क्या
did,
बात
but this
हो
was a
गया?
much better effort from the side of Paper Rex. I mean, you can see 14 first kills there
ऐसे
for the
से
side of
बैंक नहीं चाहिए बाबा लोग नहीं
those 10 round wins. It's another 13-10 score
तेरे
line. Now we go to match number 3. So we're going to get a nice little zoom in here on Gen G's Sunset to see how they are prepared for that map and whether or not they're actually going to be able to close this one out. But this was still similar to, you know, it's one of those series that, one of these maps that just doesn't really tell the whole
अब बोलना वो है नीरज भाई. Thank you for the continuous support यार.
already
सच्ची.
points to a close match.
Yeah, I mean, any of
Love it TbOne भाई. Please अपनी मुंह बंद रखो. Love you यार. Thank you for the
like
GP.
that. Many good chances for those clutches to happen. Obviously, none of them really
तो
come
भाई
through
मुंह
on
बंद
the
क्यों रखूं मैं?
scoreboard. But the other
जब
thing
जो
is
मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो हो रही है.
I mean,
अब अगली मैप जीतेगा. अगली मैप जीतेगा PRX.
Or the anti-eco consistently throughout the series. If it wasn't for that, this would actually
डिसाइडर कौन सा एस्केंट था ना?
Yeah, very true. That's a
भाई थोड़ा मेरे को 50-50 वाला लग रहा है.
Alex is
ये डिसाइडर एस्केंट है ना एस्केंट?
in regards to that one, because I mean we did see the
Hello.
points well from Gen G that also caught them off guard.
आवाज आ रही है?
They need to be better prepared for things.
डिसाइडर एस्केंट है.
Getting back into form, Monyet as well with a
TbOne
little bit
भाई.
of a rough start on this
50-50
map.
लग रहा है.
बाकी टीम्स जी को सबसे वीक टीम समझती है. इजीएस्ट टीम पता है तुम्हें ग्रुप में?
हाँ क्या?
भाई यहाँ तक कि कास्टर ने एक कास्टर ने वोट नहीं करा जी के फेवर में.
वो मैंने भी देखा. तो उनको गलत प्रूव करना पड़ेगा ना आज. तभी भाई अगर कुछ करेंगे तो दिखेगा ना भाई. सिंपल सी बात है. लव यू मेरे भाई. लव यू टू यार पाजी.
टाइम चाहिए. शायद 5 साल बाद प्रूव करेंगे.
5
साल के बाद स्लॉट नहीं रहेगा भाई. जल्दी प्रूव करनी पड़ेगी. TbOne भाई जीता तो ट्वर्क करोगे. लव यू रोहित भाई. पढ़ाई करो भाई. एग्जाम है. अरे यार
they could have won rounds like a lot. This could have been a lot faster. This could have been a lot easier for them. But
यार
we saw so
मेरे को
many
ये
times where they were
क्या
like
है यार. जय श्री राम बोला क्या
there was
इसने?
a little bit of, you know,
यार मेरे
miscom.
को
There was a little bit of like missed opportunities, which isn't characteristic for Paper Rex from like,
हितेश भाई जरा इंग्लिश में भेज दो यार. मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
Still the hive mind assimilating for them right now. We're not seeing that just consistent ebb and flow between
क्या बोले
the
इसने?
players in the lobby at the moment. And we knew that this was going to take some time to develop. Obviously, when you have a core that sticks together for a very long time.
Hashtag OP निर्मल पाजे. ए समथिंग ने मारा भाई. मोनी ने भी मारा.
Between both of these squads.
22nd को एग्जाम है.
A hell of a time, but
TbOne भाई.
good God, it doesn't.
जय शिवाजी महाराज. ओ आज है.
When it comes down to the
आज है क्या?
so many great moments.
जय शिवाजी महाराज. Let's go.
Towards the end there, Texture as well.
वो आज है क्या शिवाजी जयंती? वो आज मतलब छुट्टी है तुम लोग को हाँ?
Going into sunset, I really don't know what to expect because I need to see what Gen G is going to be bringing to the table on that map, and I need to see if
शिवाजी जयंती की
what we saw from them at AVL.
There is a
शुभकामना बोल
right
रहा
trend
हूँ.
here for
Thank you
Texture
यार.
is that he's losing the maps that he's
तो आज
not
छुट्टी है क्या? मुंबई में भी.
and I know this sounds like a joke, but this has always been the trend for his career.
Oh,
as well. He's not operating out of
yeah.
his mind on previous rosters he's been on in
छुट्टी
challenges
तो
career
है.
where
इधर
he's
नहीं है.
been on
बैंगलोर में
way
नहीं.
back when, before VCT started. That
I
was
guess
also
पुणे
the time
में,
when he wasn't
मुंबई
great
में
carrying the team.
उस
It was
तरफ
very
है.
tough for them to
छुट्टी.
kind of close things out. And
मौज है भाई. सैटरडे छुट्टी, संडे छुट्टी, मंडे भी छुट्टी. कल वैसे भी छुट्टी लोगे. I'm not feeling well today. Little bit of stomach pain. Can't come to office.
In terms of results,
Huh?
yes, in terms of results, absolutely. But both times, I mean, even last time when they lost split against RQ, it was
अब
Meteor
हुई
who
ना
was still
diff.
trying to keep them in the game alongside Texture. So
भाई
hopefully
whole
that
महाराष्ट्र
gives them a
holiday
little
today.
bit of
हाँ
comfort
क्या
knowing
यार?
it's not
इधर
just
नहीं है
by
यार.
individual score that's kind of making or breaking the game. It is about the teamwork and how our opponents are playing around their map picks as well.
Yeah, I think that Meteor here was definitely
Karnatak
a
mein nahi.
player, you know, that we have to highlight. There were so many times
Why did you remember me?
Versus like 3 or 4 even from Paper Rex, right? And somehow you still doubt, oh, surely he doesn't win this, but somehow he does.
You put any gun in this guy's hands and he's going to be able to deliver the results. The Marshall
पूरा इंडिया को वो मिला था छुट्टी क्या बोलते हो बबले?
He is wielding that weapon and he has put it, you know, proven it time and time again. Something though with some great moments throughout this, you know, just kind of getting back.
La 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 la. Corporate में no छुट्टी. सच्ची में? हैदराबाद में भी no holidays. तू हैदराबाद में क्या कर रहा है?
Goes dashing over top of somebody's head with that shorty in hand, just helping things out.
And I like that you're seeing that because the peaks that we're seeing from something continue to remind us of what we saw last year when he got that MVP.
भाई ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए यार. State wise holiday. Holiday हो तो पूरा देश का. क्या बोलते पब्लिक? है कि नहीं? +1 की बात.
See the adjustment come in because they do have Monyet there, right?
मैंने बहुत नोटिस किया भाई क्योंकि मेरा ऑफिस होता था पुणे में हेडक्वार्टर्स ठीक है और मेरा होता था बैंगलोर में ऑफिस हमें जब ऑफ होता है उनको ऑफ नहीं उनको जब ऑफ होता है हमको ऑफ नहीं उसके चक्कर में हम दोनों को ऑफ नहीं मिलता था क्योंकि वो लोग वर्किंग हम नहीं वर्किंग वो वाला सीन होता टेवन भाई इस कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी के बाद राकेश के साथ कभी खेलोगे नहीं खेलेंगे भाई बात भी नहीं हो रही आजकल मेरा और राकेश मतलब कल से ठीक है भाई
bringing it onto the stage for the first time is something very different compared to running.
Controversy कर ली उसने ठीक है.
So now, obviously, we go to Sunset, and that's the big question: is that when they played at AVL, it was Jin coming in.
+1 by Desh Kastri.
Right, and they were swapping out Mind Freak a couple of times.
Why big
they were really swapping up the roles. So now, I mean, first of all, is it going to be the something?
भाई कोई भी हाईलाइट डाल दो सारे हाईलाइट में ये या फिर वो. I guess मेरा हो गया यार.
Then we're gonna have to start questioning. Okay, is the
कुछ अच्छी सी बिजनेस प्लान बताओ ताकि रिटायरमेंट लो स्ट्रीमिंग से. वैसे भी बहुत हेट आ रहा है आजकल स्ट्रीम पे.
I think with the performance that he just had there on Lotus, he should be feeling pretty confident in his race performance. I think that he'll be
दिन दूर नहीं रहा कोई ना कोई तो बोलेगा अबे क्या है स्ट्रीमर का बैठ के तो गेम खेलनी है.
Is that still going to be something that is played here for the side of Paper Rex, or have they decided okay?
जरा आइडियाज दे दो यार. Jingsbone by please support for breed for next match. नारियल पानी अच्छी है अच्छी है. लेकिन मसला होता है यार ये कौन करेगा यार डिफिकल्ट है.
And what they showed during the off-season tournaments may not be exactly what they have planned specifically for Gen G. And as for Gen G, I do believe that there's no information on their sunset just yet, which could be a very, very good
नारियल मैं सच्ची हो रहा हूँ पानी पूरी.
As we saw in the coaches interview, like these two have
मेरे पास आइडिया भी है.
quite a long while.
Gaming पानी पूरी.
That, you know, for
कैसी
Gen G, they're riding on a lot of momentum right now. Yes, they did lose that previous map, but it didn't feel like, you know, that it was a very close scoreline. It's been 13-10 for both maps so far.
Yes, so I think the biggest thing for Gen G is obviously it's not necessarily that you're getting like run over through
Goldby की फैक्ट्री में जॉब
having a lot of pride about we know that we're very strong mechanically, we know we can fight back.
लेकिन मेरी स्किल सेट उधर मैच होगी. इंटरव्यू में क्या पूछेंगे गोल्डबैक मुझे समझ में नहीं आता क्या पूछेंगे.
That is very good news. Now, when it comes to Sunset, sure, there's not much to go off of, but they did show what they prepared coming into Kickoff now, and I can't imagine that it's going to change too much.
भाई लिंगेरी बिजनेस करो. लिंगेरी बिजनेस क्या होती है भाई?
Do they have some more in the bank, or is Paper Rex just going to be able to read right through it?
Future reality team coach. भाई मैं गेमिंग छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ. एक लेजेंड ऐसे ही गया था. मैं गेमिंग छोड़ के ही जा रहा हूँ सब कुछ. और अगले दिन हमारे साथ वैलोरेंट खेल रहा था. एक लेजेंड था.
Yeah, he really is, and it's been so very impressive because again, you know, a little bit of a slow start in the
Shobith underwear.
And just ramps up. This time he started at an 11 when he came into today, and that was a big reason why they were able to take away Breeze, and that continued going in towards Lotus as well. His timings and just decision making as well as his aim have all been very much on point here. And having a solid controller, I mean, we know how important that is. It's one of the most important roles that you could have. You know, a star player in for any team. That's why Mako is so reveled and has been for many, many years. So I think this is such a great start there for Karan, but we'll see.
कुछ भी easy नहीं होता भाई.
Yes, and speaking of that sunset, speaking of Karan, when they played it against RQ in that map 3, that's when Karan was still adjusting, and he was the only person in the server hold that bomb.
नहीं आपको भी controversy करनी है अभी बता दो.
They are playing
the get-go.
Duelist list.
Yep, no
Sunset
duelist.
on PaperX.
आपको भी करनी है कंट्रोवर्सी बता दो भाई टैग करो सिमर को बोलो क्या एनालिस्ट बनेगा रे सिंपल कंट्रोवर्सी कर लो यार लव फ्रॉम राका लव यू रुद्रा भाई सच्ची रेड मारा क्या राका ने हेट देने के बाद रेड मारा क्या ब्रो वेट मैंने स्टेज देखा या फिर मेरा मिस्टेक था आंखों में
How do you W without a duelist? We're about to find out as we head into map number 3 between PaperX and Gen.G. Quack and ASRock, over to you guys.
भाई
ब्रो कुछ भी करते
क्या मेरे आंखों में दिक्कत था या फिर मैंने स्टेज देखा अभी
स्टेज छोड़ो नो duelist baby
भाई एटलीस्ट स्ट्रीम देख रही है कि PRX वाले स्टेज के लिए इसने
How can PaperX actually deal with the tripwires when they
हाँ
don't
भाई
have,
लोग का भाई
let's say,
बिना
a Sova,
सेंटिनल कैसे
to
खेलते हैं
break it easy?
Right? Yeah,
सेंटिनल भी नहीं है
rely on like, I don't know, your bullets, or maybe for
सीएज ऊपर है बाबा वही तो
really what you want to use that for.
पब्लिक आज रात को क्या खेले यार बता दो आइडिया
A head scratcher.
थोड़ा मीम रिव्यू करने के बाद क्या करने को
Duelistless composition is not something that we see all too often. Actually, I don't think we ever see it.
Yo, they're all cooking, man. वही तो
Say that 10 times fast, right? But I will say on Sunset, the Sage Walls are pretty insane because you can get into some good elevations that the smokes of Gen.G might not be able to blot out completely. That being this one as well, as we can see here on Market. But Gen.G is very aware of this, and Devi was almost taken down. But the separation, though, does allow them to get the pickup onto Munchkin. Now, the rest of PaperX is going to be holding back the site, and they're just going down to work. Gen.G not in a comfortable spot, and they're just going to have to try to wiggle their way out of this as we turn into the 2 versus 1. But this could be a quick transition.
इसने अगर स्प्रे मारा ना दोनों दर हो गए
Timings on this, but he gave away that location.
What are predictions now, bro? It's gonna be PRX. Come on. भाई मेरे से पूछोगे ना मैं वही बोलता हूँ जो मेरे को लगता है वो जीतेगा ठीक है पहला वाला मैंने हक दिया लेकिन इस वाले में भाई
sensitivity
that Sage Wall, which is actually really interesting, blocks off Market, and now it allows for the rest of them just to, be free in a target-rich environment. We know that they're going to approach from A main. We can just hold our ground.
लेकिन ये वॉल कहाँ कर रहा है मेरे को देखने का मिड कर रहा है क्या पब्लिक
and that's the PaperX that we see.
मिड वाला तोड़ो वाला सीन है क्या
before Gen.G gets those rifles, the Sage Wall is going to be somewhat harder to break down, so there should be a lot more safer.
तो मैं मुंह बंद करो मैं मुंह नहीं बंद करूंगा भाई अगर ट्वीट आएगा बैठ गई तो देखनी है अगर मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं तो ऐसे होगा भाई इसलिए कुछ बोलनी पड़ती है वरना लगता है सबको ओ भाई क्या मार कुछ बोलना पड़ता है भाई वॉच पार्टी पर कोई बोलेगा इजी है क्या है बैठ के देखने का
In any case, we are,
we're supposed to be good at math.
देखा मैंने मॉर्निंग
भाई
because we have phones that have calculators and you can check it.
Good save.
TbOne by how about plus b the whole square फॉर्मूला हो जाता तो आप पढ़ाई करो जाओ पढ़ाई भी कर रहा है बीच में स्ट्रीम भी देख रहा है एक काम करो ना ठीक है लाइक करो भाई थ्रू उसने दो मारा बता जीत गए अगली मैच में आएगा मजा ए ये 5 लड़के सीधी से एक बार होना मिलने का ओ मैंने बोला ना सेज वॉल मिड में हो रही है एक्लेट्स को भी बोलना पड़ता है इधर जाके करती है वॉल हर बार सबड़े मिड में करो भाई इन्फो ही नहीं है
which as you can see forces Gen.G to be a whole lot more respectful of just
next time prediction रुको मेरे को देखना पड़ता है एजेंट वगैरह सीधा बोल दूं अज्जू भाई का क्यों डिलीट कर रहे हो मैसेज क्या बोला अज्जू भाई ने
full buy run all that quick, right? They don't want to give the bonus over to PaperX, and so just trying to be very careful off of it, cut noise, and then the execution through.
नहीं करना
this first frag actually does so much for them because now they have more options. Not to mention Munchkin making use of tiles to walk up front on mid.
Did they close the door on Market though? That's still open, isn't it not? Okay, there you go. It's still closed up, so Forsaken doesn't have to worry about that for the moment. No aggressive push out here for Gen G.
जियान हो आप ये क्या हो रही है आजकल जियान बोल रहा हूँ मैं नहीं हूँ जियान
Or just letting PaperX cook for the moment, but
ये डिलीट होगा बे ये जैसे शॉटगन नर्फ हुआ ना कुछ ना कुछ होगा इसका देख लिख के लो आज की डेट मैंने ये बात बोला
absolutely felt. Forsaken pushing in, picks up so many weapons. This man is an
साथ में खेलो रुको साथ में खेलो
Caron can't reload. Oh man, he's waiting for his teammate though. He's waiting for something. Who has the wingman? Oh no, the stun! The way he actually loses.
ये क्या थ्रो है?
2 headshots. Holds it off even through the pressure of utility chasing him down to the ends of the earth.
You can definitely see a slight bit of miscomm towards the end of that round.
Something की गन में bullets नहीं थी ना और वो
तो टाइम था ना भाई आराम से मार सकता था
carefully around mid as well, you know,
actually वो हक दिया
and then executing in, but then just at the end of it, although Forsaken picks up the frag, you know, like you mentioned, swapping weapons, something I think wanted to pick up another rifle and just,
अरे वो आराम से reload भी करता था
support Forsaken uncharacteristic whiffing, so Caron just pops off and now back to it.
Wait, wall करके मारा क्या?
Again, that's talking about it, man. This
What up, Jay Desai?
Newcomer for Gen G, already showing why he's, you know, in that spot. This time though, it will get punished. Davai holding a very high angle here, not gonna get spotted, so he will get some damage.
तूने देखा?
Somehow manages to get that backside control already. Opens it up. Will not have to
Sage खेलो क्या public में?
Moment at least. Does he activate it? Paranoia huge. Is he really gonna thrash for the overkill? I love this. And Lakia, welcome.
अबे knife था यार.
To welcome him, you know.
TbOne भाई आज मेरा बर्थडे है आज बिरयानी खाने आ जाओ भाई पुणे में होता मैं आ जाता यार सच्ची पुणे में होता मैं आ जाता
True, we are in Sunset. You know, it's located in
यार नाइफ खा रहा मजा आ रहा
Thank you.
But you gotta admire the movement,
Public.
the way that something plays off of it.
मैं सेज क्यों लोगे इसमें वैसे मेरी इतनी impactful गेम नहीं है साइफर में सेज चालू करूं
Michael
mainly, you know, playing off of that dizzy.
What about इसमें सेज चालू करूं क्या मैं खेलना
tried to make a playthrough
Play
mid, so
Steven भाई
PaperX definitely
आप जो खेलते थे
adapted
अच्छा उसने जो वॉल किया ना it was
And again,
Viper बहुत अच्छा है इसमें
get in a different point. It felt that this is the comeback for something in this specific series is Forsaken.
Bro,
क्या हो रहा भाई
owning with that outlaw, bro.
I mean, he doesn't even have to deal with the headshot. It's all body shots for him.
It's an answer back to whatever Meteor and Texture did to them on that map 1.
Fair enough.
Outlaw का बादशाह बन गया हूँ हाँ
Doesn't allow him to push outside of market cleanly, but yikes. Is he gonna get thrashed in here? Actually into the pit with Texture and teammate. Doesn't matter though.
एक शॉट मिस नहीं किया इसने
into the back of the site.
क्या बोला मैंने आप आओ ना haters का
so that his teammates can kind of use him for information.
दिख नहीं रहा कोई PR is dominating baby
absolutely
haters
everyone rotating
hello
and just to kind of
come out to play
एक
haters में एक song होना यार काम भाई से बात करना पड़ेगा
Okay, I was waiting for like something else for him to say. He just said guys, so yeah. Anyways, this
कोई मुंह बंद नहीं रखने वाला हूँ बोला ना मैं जीतेगा मतलब
possibly from
मैं सुसु गया पट से प्लीज चेयर को गाली ना दो अभी आया सुसु करके हेवी सुसु आ रहा है
Be the one. And because you're absolutely right, right? Outlaw, it's getting so much impact as of the moment, and it seems like again Gen G can't really find that answer against it because they've just been slow creeping up into positions where Forsaken is ready for them. And another a double up to this is he's not the only one playing. It's him. Right behind him has been something, right? So if he misses, something immediately throws out the dizzy at a high enough angle. It flashes the rest of Gen G. They back away, allows Forsaken or something to reset the fight and put themselves in a position where they're more ready to go for the second encounter.
That's actually such like the interesting thing about this composition because the initiators kind of double up as duelists.
they don't have the same mobility, but with the flashes that they've got, it's almost like a Phoenix but better.
Yeah,
and it just really, you know, kind of allows them
Even
to
by
make
मैं तो
such
कह रहा हूँ
plays,
no
but it
duelist
works
meta
on
start
the
हो गया.
defense, on the attack.
Double controller,
we'll have to wait to see. Right now,
double
Gen G has
initiator,
caught the timeout, so
एक
they definitely
sentinel.
switch something
अरे
up.
रुको ना,
Going for the full commit into A.
साउंड आया क्या?
They have
क्या बोल रहे हो?
very much committed
No
a lot
duelist
of
meta
utility
start
just
हो
to
गया.
get into A main. They haven't even pushed
आज
yet on Link.
आज
They
True
haven't
Esports
committed
ने
to
भी
push yet on
G2 के
elbow.
against
I'm scared about this elbow.
no duelist खेला था
Truly, but
sunset में.
look at how many players are already here on tiles. Does Munchkin hear the footsteps though?
I don't.
He tucks himself in the corner. They might not be able to clear him out, and he might get the best sandwich position of his life. He needs to do something right here now, which he does. Divine does go for a trade. No walls just yet. He actually boosts himself up. What a Chad moment here from the
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
Texture left on an island. He's got
Shit यार.
say your prayers, and that's gonna be that.
Bro, वो कहाँ जाता? वो कुछ नहीं कर सकता था बाबा. कहाँ जाता? उसने उधर वॉल किया. क्या करता? स्लोप डालता नहीं.
अल्ट नहीं थी क्या
Made the
उसके
round
पास?
expensive, but yeah, Texture.
Resurrection नहीं
What
था
a
क्या
way to
दवाई के
bail out
पास?
the team, just committing the showstopper.
उसने उधर वॉल करके आगे गए ना.
Truly blowing things up to secure it. One
कुछ
more
नहीं
round
कर
for
सकता.
Gen G.
ट्राई अच्छी. एंटी
That
वाला
said,
सीन.
though, I mean, PaperX, what a good way to push down
हंस रहा
I
है.
love the reaction, sorry, that he just did. Was a quick side
कुछ
into a
नहीं कर
half.
सकता तो उधर.
Alright, same play here for Texture. No contact just yet, though. Just no, they're really pressing up into this. They're not slowing down compared to last round here, Quack. So it is a full commitment right now for Gen G. They want to get a quick start onto this post plant from the looks of things. They want to position for that, for the good goods of this, as I mentioned, post plant, and save up as much utility for when PaperX tries to come into the site.
Yeah, right. Same thing coming through. They know that PaperX is definitely not going to make the exact same play. Something investing into this operator as well. So
खांचलाल एक जॉड हो जाए. खांचलाल कौन है बे?
It's going to be so difficult for them to break through. And that's a great way to
Lawful
start.
dude.
Absolutely. Meteor into the corner here. Loving the use of the wingman to actually clear corners rather than use the spike. If he gets a target, that's an immediate Textures is so far. Even if he can win some of the fights here, he's just way far from stopping something from using that spike.
Unbelievable. I mean, maybe it was Gen G overextending a little bit outside of the smoke. They wanted just to check for information, but punished just as quickly.
फिर भी भाई जिंजी बहुत अच्छा खेलेगा कुछ भी.
Then everyone else is coming in.
जीतेंगे नहीं वो 100%, लेकिन जो खेल रहे हैं ना भाई.
The movement that they got, I mean, Monyet maybe just a little bit more comfortable on this this Omen.
ओपी रेटेगा.
There's also that point where
सामने वाले का एम अच्छा है, ऐसे नहीं.
He flashed nobody, and then he just
यार,
didn't know how
end
many
of the day
players
PRX
to deal with as he was holding
समझ
that
रहे.
specific angle on A.
डोमिनेट करेंगे मैप देख लियो.
So off of that round now, it's another save for
नहीं
Gen G.
जीतेगा भाई जिंजी पॉसिबल नहीं.
Try to play
झुंड
things
में तो
slow
सुअर
and
आते हैं.
careful. They
सुअर
don't
बुला
have
रहा
all
है
too much.
PRX
You've got texture on the Guardian. So you want to make the most of
सिर्फ
what you
आउटलॉ
have.
खेल रहे हैं अभी.
Back towards A.
कुछ नया मिटा है क्या?
PaperX are changing
मजे ले
things
रहा
up
भाई वो
again.
4 सेकंड.
You've got control over B shops, B main.
थोड़ा तो वो
and
कर
you
यार,
don't see
इज्जत दो यार
anything.
ओपोनेंट्स को.
So you have an idea of what's about to happen. That is why Divide as well as Modular
कैसे
will
ऊपर
back
टू
mark
भाई.
that site.
And again, if this is a full commitment of like majority of the players of Gen G, if they push out through elbow like this, the slower from the Vice is gonna stop them dead in their tracks. With the paranoia, that is a death sentence here. For
On
Gen G, if they're
point.
not careful, thankfully not, because of
Randall
the
में
smoke that
मार.
they've had, it allows
हो
them to
गया.
get access to the side.
Spray control.
गए मोरल गए.
It's a complete and utter disaster
Synergy
when
गए.
PaperX comes out to reclaim what was theirs.
10-2 लग रहा है भाई.
Pretty
10-2 है देख ली.
spray transfer. I mean, you're absolutely right. That's right. It's just.
तुम भाई हमारा सिल्वर लॉबी में ही आउटलॉ ही चलती है. हाँ क्या?
Commit to something.
क्योंकि आप सिल्वर हो ना.
शेर आते हैं सुअर अकेला आता है.
Such a setup. First of all,
वो तो
Montana
आपको
in an
टारगेट
elevated
किया था.
position.
यही चाहिए था. ये मिसिंग था पहला वाला.
Could have thrown
हाँ?
the swarms, but he was also
कहता
just in
है
position to
हाँ
gun
एक बंदा
down
बोला कि
anyone that
बत्तू भाई
tries to
अकेले
step
क्यों आते हैं हमेशा.
Now we've
फिर
got
कोई
some ultimates
दूसरा
on the
बोला
side of
कि
PaperX.
झुंड में
We've got
शेर आते हैं,
3
सुअर
coming
अकेला
out
आता
from
है.
Gen G.
सुअर होकर भी तेरे से ज्यादा लड़कियां पटा के जाता हूँ.
Initiate fights. Gen G needs a catalyst.
Speaking of Gen G, they're still
बट तू भी
going
बदल गए.
Sanity
And
is
और
doing
क्या
the same
भाई?
thing over and over again.
Thresh push down mid.
Acting for different
फ्यूचर एक्टर
results.
से ऐसे बात करते हो?
And the different result is You're absolutely right. PaperX, they've committed for this mid control. They thought the
फ्यूचर
Gen
में
2
बड़ा
would
एक्टर
actually
बन गया,
mix things up
इग्नोर
and
किया.
try to go for that mid play.
लव यू बंटू भैया.
It isn't.
इग्नोर
It
किया
doesn't.
तो क्या, अभी से
It's going to
इग्नोर
be
कर
Gen G
रहा हूँ.
once again holding for A, but Meteor is lurking. Maybe that's the difference.
ये प्लेग्राउंड जाते ही सबको एटीट्यूड तो आती है
Buy a
पब्लिक.
little bit of manpower away from the rest of Gen G, so Meteor stays towards the back. The rest of them come back towards the front of A.
एक है यूफो भाई, एक है ये बट्टू.
Thrash activated for the
कौन
second
कौन है भाई और प्लेग्राउंड वाले?
cuts off the corner. Plan denied actually. Texture somehow manages to pick up a kill with the paint shells. No safe space just yet for Gen G. They have to start holding some crossfire angles while they start defusing the spike, and he's using his teammate as some sort of third POV. Oh, info gatherer. Not gonna allow them to push up just yet because of that toxic screen. And here comes the contact, and Texture is coming out on top of this, and it's somehow working somewhat favorably for Gen G for a moment right now. But again, no flat on the spike just yet. Numbers still favoring the Korean side though. Something goes into the operator. Dwindles the numbers a little bit. The TP comes in around the corner. How close does he know? Very close.
अरे इज्जत ही नहीं है रे वैंडल का. वैंडल का इज्जत ही नहीं है. एक शॉट में एक शॉट मारा उसने हेडशॉट. मतलब मर गया.
तूने साइफर को देखता
आर्मर लो, जैकेट लो, हेलमेट लो, लेवल 3 पबजी का हेलमेट लो, जो चाहिए लो भाई. मरेगा तू शॉटगन.
यहाँ से आके मर गया.
2900 की गन के अगेंस्ट तू मरेगा 150 की पिस्तौल में.
पिछले साल न्यू ईयर पे लर्क कर रहा था भाई.
नहीं भाई, इज्जत नहीं है भाई वैंडल पैंटम की. शॉर्टी की इज्जत है बस. तुम लेवल 5 हेलमेट पहन लो, लेवल 18 69 जो पहनना है पहन लो. क्या होता है उसके बाद शॉर्टी से मारा उसने क्लोज रेंज.
Very bad boo-boos here for Gen G.
भाई ये बहुत अच्छा है बे.
Now they're mixing up. For how many rounds was it? Like 4 or 5 rounds straight.
ये सेज वाला अच्छा है बे स्कीम.
And now they're going to try to go.
मुझे अभी तक समझ में नहीं आ रहा ये लोग मिडवॉल क्यों नहीं तोड़ रहे. क्यों दे रहे कंट्रोल भाई.
Oh wow, they might actually be glad here. They're not careful. Into the corner is also Mind Freak.
भाई मिडवॉल क्यों नहीं तोड़ रहे बट्टू ये लोग.
PaperX here.
मिडवॉल क्यों नहीं तोड़ रहे भाई. बेसिक कॉल.
They're gonna have to try to pick up this spike if they
no
can.
Use, no Sunset is such a map कि तेरे को मिड वाला कंट्रोल उधर तक लेना पड़ता है जिधर तक तेरे को मार्केट का डोर है. उसके आगे का मिड कंट्रोल बेसिकली यूजलेस है.
Is the world back?
रोटेशन सिंपल.
Very much more comfortable, but
मेरे की सोचेंगे ही नहीं भाई.
still just the first half.
भाई
समझ रहे थे मिड मार्केट तक ही तेरे को कंट्रोल लेना चाहिए. उसके बाद तो
प्लीज आप मुझे मत सिखाओ. मिडवॉल तोड़ना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सबको पता है इस देश में.
जो तो पूछा ही क्यों.
But it's also just how they are controlling the map. Gen G actually
बात तो ये भी सही
looks
है.
a little bit lost, although they possibly have studied how PaperX played this before.
Easy बोल रहे हैं बे, हो गया.
But that was when Jing was still, and that was when they had a raid.
Holy dog, easy.
Very different. They're not
10
pushing
to
out all
be,
that much.
हो गया.
And whenever Gen G just hangs back and waits, PaperX has a little bit more time to creep
भाई
up.
जैसे ये 4 सेकंड आउटलो चला रहे ना.
ये लोग अटैक कैसे करेंगे मेरे को देखना है बिना डोज.
नर्फ करेगा भाई राइट वाले आउटलो.
अटैक करने की जरूरत नहीं है. एक के पास पोकेमॉन है वो उसमें छोड़ेगा.
भाई नो ड्यूलिस्ट कॉम में डब्ल्यू गेमिंग देखना चाहोगे.
कैसे होगा राका भाई. तो दिखाओ भाई.
Conversing before the game started that it could actually be
TbOne
one that picks up the raise
because
it fits well, right? Jing on AVL was on that raise. Monyet plays the raise.
आप सही बोल रहे हो TbOne भाई. भाई देखो.
PaperX they do a curveball. PaperX things.
भाई अगर मिडवॉल तोड़ेंगे तो रोटेशन स्लो होगी. वरना भाई इधर बाकिंग है और क्या.
As they are huddling, hoping to get themselves these 2 rounds as we are almost coming into a close for the first half.
Tell you what though, ASRock, we've got 4 ultimates on the side of Gen G. Texture on the showstopper, I think, is the one shining light that they were looking for. They could really use that to break apart PaperX. So
TbOne भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये रील पे रिएक्ट करो. अगर 100K नहीं आया वो वीडियो पे मैं बदल लेता हूँ नाम को.
But looking at Divide,
किसमें?
ये रील में रिएक्ट करो ये मीम में.
With them. They don't even know Device boosted here. They are aware of it. Oh my god! Device might actually
आज नहीं बेटे.
It's the PaperX security system, dude. And just as the smoke comes up,
उसको स्मोक पहले ऑन करना था उसके बाद अंदर जाना था लेकिन उसने पहले गया वो वाला मसला हो गया.
Blink of an eye, Quack. 2 drop down from Gen
हो
G.
गया रे. 10-2 है रे बाबा.
The whole game plan has just been
कहाँ
thrown in
भेजा
for a
लूडू?
loop. How do you recover now? You've lost Texture, you've lost Meteor, both star fraggers. Maybe Charon, but I don't know
ये
how
फोटोस
much
आ गया
they
हैदराबाद का.
really do. Look at the sight lines that Paper Rex has covered. Something, in case someone pushes out mid, you're gonna get fragged. If you go through market, maybe, but it's a full 5-on-3 retake. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's the worst possible opponent they wanted to give the kill for, but
क्या बोला मैंने 10-2 है कि नहीं? 10-2 है कि नहीं? देख लो ये भी हो गया.
Contact. I was thinking they wanted to actually get
भाई की एनालिसिस तो है. भाई कोई को मुझे क्यों नहीं बुलाता यार एनालिसिस टेस्ट में? हाँ?
is something because of the thrash. So
इसलिए अच्छी prediction.
was working against the favor here of Gen G.
Just so interesting.
Can I claim myself as a national predator of India?
Against Gen G right now. Apart from that, also just how Dubai was
नहीं जम
holding
रही,
on
नहीं जम
the main man, the celebrations going off. I mean, that wall actually, you know, throws off Texture a little bit. If it wasn't there, he might have just felt a lot more free to dive right in with that rocket, but not now. Back off to this though. Last round of the first half, let's just rush into B. Why not?
Come on, baby, 10-2,
the rifle there.
नहीं होगा 9-3 बाबा, नहीं होगा.
Anyways, everybody's blind up until this point, but that snake bite man, they're just
बोला
coming
कि
into this.
हो गए. अभी ये लोग Call of Duty खेल रहे. अभी ये लोग Call of Duty deathmatch खेल रहे.
Two remaining players on Gen G, now down to Lakia.
By bait
He
करा.
is lighting things up like a Christmas tree.
डेथमैच खेल रहे हैं
All
स्पाइक
for
रश.
naught as he loses the bullets, and there's still 2 remaining players of paper.
हाँ ना अब बोलो ना गाइस. हाँ माँ बंद रखो, माँ बंद रखो. भाई PRX की गेम प्ले मुझे पता है क्योंकि मेरी पर्सनल गेम प्ले इनके जैसा है.
Along with this, some Gen G members. Unfortunate, but you know, it's just that last round.
Never doubt PRX भाई. सामने कोई भी.
And you know,
भले
just want to try
पैसिफिक में बोल रहा हूँ. बाहर का अलग.
I wasn't reading it. My BF loves you more than.
Fnatic का है तो अलग है.
मुझे क्या लगता है टिकन भाई?
You know,
हाँ.
you know where the
First
extra
map was fluke.
goes to.
क्या बोलते हैं?
नहीं वो थोड़ा ओमन वाला मसला. साइफर होता तो वो भी जीत सकते.
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ first map fluke था. ये Gen G जीते. अरे PRX easy.
एडेप्टिव नहीं ये डोमिनेशन. ये एडेप्टिव नहीं ये घुस के मारने वाला. कोई एडेप्टिव कुछ नहीं. क्या कर रहे हैं सामने वाले? भाई दवाई ने ब्रॉन्ज गन बड़ी लगाया है. हाँ ना?
ओ भाई कोच हंस रहा है. पहली बार देखा.
Yo, PRX showing why they are runner-ups of champions. हाँ ना शजल भाई सच्ची बता रहा हूँ. इनके लिए एनकाउंटर करने वाले बाहर की टीम ही है. लाउड हो.
This could be the make or break for Gen G, because when you're in
टिकन
this
भाई
position,
रीड करने वाले चीज.
the pistol round is Gen G.
क्या चीज?
You're forced to force buy. You do not want to play 12, let's say 12 to 2.
PRX तो सेंटिनल्स को भी इजीली हराएगा ना पब्लिक. क्या बोलती?
Nothing, but
इजीली हराएगा मेरे से.
13
बाबा 13-2 है. देख.
नहीं 13-4 है क्योंकि
नहीं बाबा तीनों राउंड जीतेंगे. मेरे को इनकी अटैकिंग देखना यार. एक का मसला है नहीं मिड का सीन है. ठीक है मेरी कैमरा है गाइस देख रहे हो.
13-4
मिड में घुस रहे. ठीक है.
very quick. I also wanted to add as well, Divide, he's been the utility boss on this stage. You know, no safety for himself. He just full blasts, get everything. No shields, all utility.
वो पीछे आ रहे हैं उसको लग रहा है नहीं पाएगा. ये डर अच्छा लगा.
He's giving his life.
वो हेल्प करने आ रहा है वाइपर की.
क्यों हेल्प करने आ रहे? पीछे ही आ रहा है.
Cross it up. No tripwires to be afraid of.
ट्रिपर क्यों नहीं है भाई?
Spike very quickly with the wingman here.
Bye.
Backs away safely, only leaving
OP बे.
3 players
हटो.
very nearby, willing to fight inside near the
बॉल
smoke.
डालो. कुत्ता बे जो हो गया प्लान.
Oh, okay, they're gonna keep fighting this one, but look at
They were not ready for this.
अंधा flashes करे उन्होंने. अंधे flashes.
Gen G, they can't even create these crossfires anymore. And now here's the number game, but Gen G strikes back, leaving Mind Freak by himself. Does he have the time? Does he have the utility? Does he have the angles with the Sheriff?
No.
And that is a resounding no. Gen G
when all
ये
looks
throw
lost,
था
PaperX pushed
ये
it.
मेरी गलती नहीं है इनका throw
Right back.
This might be a dated reference, but that's a no for me, dog.
दवाई ने हगास किया.
I mean, they look so good
ये
on
मेरी
that.
गलती नहीं है उन लोगों ने throw किया मेरी गलती नहीं
चल के जो मार रहे थे ना.
Nobody was there to really do anything because of Devi's wall, right? Blocking off market that way. But Gen G just kind of holds back.
ये मेरी गलती नहीं है कृपया मेरा मुंह बंद करो ना करो भाई लेकिन ये स्ट्रैटेजी अच्छा लगा भाई लेफ्ट वाला बंदा कुछ राइट वाला बंदा कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता
Little bit of a crossfire that Gen G made use of. Karon getting those frags out now. Devi just couldn't have a good time.
मैं समझ गया क्या होता है पता है 4 सेकंड नहीं फेंकेगा
ये मेरा साला प्ले स्टाइल चोरी कर रहे हैं.
4 सेकंड नहीं फेंकेगा अगर साइफर डिटेक्ट नहीं हुआ तो 4 सेकंड मॉली फेंकेगा नेड तोड़ने के लिए कुत्ता भेजेगा प्लांट होता है देख लियो थर्ड राउंड देख लियो
You want the tripwire on the floor because it's harder for the opponents to break it, but obviously they can jump over. Just a quick FYI. Anyways, going back into this for PaperX. They're coming into market. Munchkin hasn't even figured this out yet, and he is full blinded. Can he even find something with the judge now that Dizzy has offloaded himself on him? Absolutely not. Texture does force back everything, and then you can see PaperX trying to find a different angle at this point. But Karon denies with that Spectre.
ये राउंड तो गया छोड़
So there's a
अगली राउंड मिले
chance Forsaken with the judge. I don't know how useful it's going to be. Lakia coming up from behind is the one that you want to watch out for.
ये राउंड गया
There he is.
अरे आगे जाता है टाइमिंग हो जाता है.
Doesn't want to overreach his lead too. Right, they still know that any player of PaperX with
ये राउंड
4 सेकंड ब्रो 3-1 टैप.
मैं ऐसा क्यों किया टेबल भाई आपको टारगेट किया कल कंट्रोवर्सी कर लो इजी थ्रेटेड और आप स्पीड बन के फैंटेक्स
most advantageous here for Gen G.
पूरी बात हो गई आप अभी उठे ध्रुव भाई
Yeah, let's
इतनी बड़ी कंट्रोवर्सी हो गई आज
But of course it's
ये अभी उठा होगा ना पब्लिक
damage coming out from PaperX as well. So a couple of these players
ना 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 दवाई रे बाबा ध्रुव भाई लेट हो गए भाई भाई स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर है कि नहीं बताओ
match point round. So of course it's a little bit important for them to
उसने उसका नेड देखा ना
play
इसलिए
off of this. Either you know bait your teammates or
इसका क्या फायदा बे
they are the controllers.
Yeah. Like how the blade actually clears more of B main.
वो क्लियर करने के लिए नाइफ फेंक लिया बे.
Will just play on the back of that board. Thrash activated quickly. Not sure if it heard where the tripwire was, but Monyet is very much controlling this back angle for now. Devi also
एक बात बताओ वो सेज वॉल फुल कवर नहीं करेगा क्या?
So it's a pretty clean take here from PaperX. They just had to use a bit of utility, but it works solely in their favor.
भाई कितना beauty है बे.
Still though that fight across the pillars. As soon as Devi stays back.
दवाई फॉर्म में. दवाई है रे बाबा. दवाई है.
एस बे दवाई को एस चाहिए.
He was the sword, he was the shield, he was the healer. Man's Devi.
भाई आपका साबुन स्लो है.
Of PaperX. What you need him
भाई नहीं होगा.
भाई मेरी प्रेडिक्शन याद है ना?
The boulder and the mountain.
चलो अभी एक एग्जीक्यूशन देखते क्या है.
ठीक है. A bit of a round against a half buy, but you know you were talking about the tripwires, you were talking about the executes coming through. All of that is actually just straight up negated because of Devi's barrier orb. Put up. Meteor can't really do anything against it. He might have
That's an advantage wall for PRX.
Even if a trip does go off, it just gets blocked.
भाई सेज मेटा और वो.
That's a big problem because they want to get that punish, right? Monyet is so far in front of this. That pop flash
दिल से बुरा लगा मोनी भाई.
blow up in his face. Lakia does get the trade.
होता है कभी कभी.
PaperX to start moving their way quickly into A main. Devi, because of that ace, also now has his res up. So they're looking for a trade here where they can either bait their teammate for a res or just res them to res them. If that makes sense.
मारा है.
Oh, Lakia finds one. Tripwire. Meteor
ये
holding
मरेगा.
the corner of this site.
बहुत difficult
Look at
है
how
इस
Gen G has just got all control
क्या
of A
करेगा?
main. This leaves PaperX
Trap fire में तो
in
मारे
such a
नहीं.
tight bind. If they realize this, they might be able to push at the back of the site. But at this point, Munchkin and Karon just grinding their gears and cleaning up the rest of Paper Rex.
11, 13, 5 बोला था भाई ने 13, 5.
wanted to retake from the earlier
13-4 बोले थे बाबा.
13-5 बोला था. कानों में तेल डालो.
Guys, इसने 13-4 बोला कि नहीं? झूठ बोला.
13-5.
झूठ बोलो, बार-बार झूठ बोलो.
Sorry. It's a little bit awkward, especially when Manya dies that early on in the round. But again,
update your username by March 24th. क्यों भाई? Discord इतना बड़ा हो गया.
But you know what, Gen G, they're getting their second win. It looks like they have a lot more understanding.
भाई अगर आज जीत गए ना, सारी हेटर्स की मॉब बंद तो होगी भाई. कल जो ट्वीट में बज रहे थे हेटर्स की मॉब बंद तो होगी. सर हेवी बजेंगे यार जीत गए. हेवी बात.
But if you look at it, they are committing a lot of utility just to
बहुत डिफिकल्ट है रे esports. गाइस सच्ची बोलो, एक esports टीम का मालिक बनना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है.
But then at that point, Gen G can match them up, which again works in.
Actually, haters नहीं है, ये fans ही है.
Exactly.
क्योंकि उनको दुख होता है कि भाई क्यों आ रहे. Haters नहीं बोल सकते.
Fair enough. Well, we haven't really seen too much.
मुझे पता है RCB से समझ रहे हो.
Tried to explore that option earlier, but didn't quite work out too well. So it's back to another A. Question is, how do we break through elbow? How do we break through this main push? Lakia is holding such a tight angle, and of course you've also got
और बोलो मुझे नहीं चाहिए भाई. Already hate मिल रहे हैं chat. वो भी super chat किए थे.
Wow, look at how both teams actually scramble for A main. Imagine if Paper Rex just pushed that.
I could see, yeah.
भाई एक बार proper A वाला attacking दिखा दो यार.
Past the bells might be good. Maybe
कैसे आ रही है बाबा? 11 है. PRS जैसे टीम गलती नहीं करती है भाई. और just 11-7 वो तो हार सकते हैं PRS.
That's why they actually left it, because Meteor has this camera marking up all the way.
Fans से भाई frustrated है, मुझे पता है.
So that means that this could be a straight up push. Where the tripwire is for Meteor here, that's going to be the important part right now, as Karon is going to try to feed off of it. Paranoia into the corner. This is going to be a very tricky time for Paper Rex, and they're going to have to try to do a lot just to get into that site. Quick little res for Lakia, or rather for Forsaken, but he usually gets reframed by Lakia. Thankfully enough, Monyet was there to punish. Thus settles, and there is a site taken. The numbers advantage for Paper Rex, as well as the long rotation here from the rest of the Gen G players still alive.
Trade's good enough, but Texture on the flank.
Okay. Boom. That was quick. I was looking at that maybe Texture could have gotten something, but you're absolutely right. Pop shot for pop shot.
अगली बार एक लेसन तो मैं लर्न कर लिया भाई. Day 1 में watch party नहीं करनी.
Reading the game really well.
Day 2 से करनी. ये सारा tech issue Day 1 में आता है.
Gives them enough space.
Conversations में यही हुआ था. पता है वो याद है?
Into the site.
Conversations में याद है public?
The flashes again, or going past it, having the players to really come in and trade out for each other. That's Paper Rex style. Every single one of them capable of fracking. Monyet having a good time. The young gun on the stage.
Oh, mid के लिए क्या हो?
Sorry, I was letting you finish off what you were saying, because it seems like Gen G was trying to just get that heavy contact on B main, hoping that Paper Rex was
Why would he hold
this time? Paper Rex immediately activate that null command, and as this kills steps into the direction of kills. Wins rather.
उसको ऊपर जाना था वॉल पे.
Meteor gonna have to run away.
कैसे F दबा रहे हो जब आप उधर?
Once again here by something. And by holding mid control, Lakia wins that out.
F दबा.
They have to deal with the possible flank. With control of the site and timer started to tick down here for Paper Rex.
Why so easy bro? मैं भी ऐसे ही बोलता है यार. जब भी सब गेम्स आता है ना, जब मैं तुम लोगों को मारता हूँ, ऐसे ही लगता है. Why so easy? ये देखो PRX मैं हूँ, Gen G तुम लोग. सब गेम्स.
Oh my God, how did they actually get these punishes? But still, Karon lights up the entire house. 2 versus 1. Monyet coming into the corner right now, and it's all up to him. Can he get it? First one, very low in HP, but Lakia locks it in.
Yeah.
And Gen G hold on.
Down to 5 HP.
ये क्या throw है?
But thanks to a bit of body blocking from Karon, and just might be having to do extra work a little bit more difficult. Gen G stays in the
466
game. I mean, the way the entire site hit breaks out,
Yeah,
Gen G
yeah.
just couldn't quite hold off, and like you mentioned in that retake, texture showstopper, you know, not
Bhai,
quite
kya
being
hua
able to, do what they wanted because PaperX knows
सब
exactly
games
how to
जीत
respond
गए
to it.
सब गेम्स जी होता का है बाबा यार संडे को पूछो चैट से कल दोपहर को हुआ था स्ट्रीम के बाद लेकिन वो मिक्सर में होता है
to get those frags rolling for him. He called immediate down on this wall though. Texture is playing very close into this. This could be an opening for both of the teams, and there it is, man. Something doesn't miss. They can up this wall once again. Munchkin has to get close.
कुत्ता आते ही वो करेगा
Needs, or he wants to just
कुछ
stop
ना
them
कुछ आते ही वो
from picking up
मारेगा
anything right now.
साउंड आया ना पब्लिक
He is preparing his
Nice, काम हो
fight
गया
for it. There it is.
Doesn't
उसका काम
negate the wingman though.
Definitely does not, but there's a whole lot of commitments of
अरे
walls
इसने वॉल भाई किया
to just get that
ओ
win
भाई
back in.
हाफ भाई
If Lockett can get this first frag, which he does, that's a lot of access points for both him as well as Charon coming in through B main.
Comes down to gunplay.
Oh, PaperX realizes though, so they have to force fight this. Can Forsaken hold on? Let his
Hold on.
teammate
Yeah,
at
roll
least
it.
fight for him. Cannot. And as the dust settles, it's Monyet 3 versus 1. And he's not even planted for him. He's trying to get closer and closer, but that spike is just diffusing in front of his eyes, and he can't do nothing for it.
Good stutter step from Lakia. That's a nice
क्या
idea
scene है,
by
guys?
PaperX. You know, we've seen this execute already with the barrier orb, the gecko coming through. Great shot from something to open things up, but
भाई क्या
towards the end,
prediction है
like you
मेरी
mentioned before,
13-7
ASRock,
बोला था
the
मैंने
whole thing just comes down to gunplay towards the
वही
end of
हो
it.
रहा है
All that utility has already been spent.
OP
And
prediction भाई
as Lakia gets the frag from behind, it opens
शर्म
things up
ही नहीं
so
है बड़े।
much. The rest of PaperX kind of got, you know, pinched down inside B main. Can't really fight back because of that. And of course the guns that they had, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, better firepower.
पर
for
इस
Gen
TDM
G
बैटल
to
में
make do with.
किसी ने 6 किल मारा था हाँ बे कौन था वो साला
झूठ
लूज।
बोलो
PaperX a lot
बार बार
more,
झूठ बोलो
a lot more confident to actually push through this. But here's the thing. That Sky
भाई
has
मेरी
not given
setup
away her
copy ना
position.
कर,
So if he can
please.
play close enough, a guiding light could actually be a punishing play here. But the
ये नहीं
bait
करना
switch for
था उसको।
PaperX, they immediately knew what was up. Meteor
कंट्रोल
though,
ले रहे हैं बे
yeah, mentioned it. Quick to go for the trade, but Monyet unstoppable at this point. Just keeps going in. It's trade for trade, but PaperX, as these dust settles, as these fights come to a conclusion,
भी लगता है
is
ये सब
looking to
mistake
get
ना
a little bit of the advantage, and that is just
एनए की
enough
टीम
for
में
them
नहीं
to work
दिखता है
with.
ना
Texas
ऐसे
coming into the corner right now, fighting
हाँ ना
Swan.
पब्लिक
Everybody backs away onto elbow
ये
here.
जो जेंजी ने अभी
But
मिस्टेक्स
they
किया
got everything. Munchkin, it's gonna be big for him. He needs to find something right now with this flank.
wants a
because
gun.
Texture is about to get sandwiched in. He's found himself that Phantom as you were talking about. But something's just too quick. He's just too good. And he's
बोला कि नहीं PRX जीतेगा अब 2-0 हो 2-1 हो वो मेरी प्रॉब्लम नहीं
Nice little setup towards
My
मैं बोला कि
first was a
Gen G,
fluke.
but of course
Let me
PaperX
tell you.
dismantled
अरे
it
फर्स्ट मैप इनकी
with
गलती
the
है
gunplay,
वो
just moving up
स्मोक
front
को
bit by bit.
ओमन
But
देना
throughout this
फायदा ही नहीं
entire map, we've been seeing so much and such an interesting composition. Gen G being able to extend their life by so much longer. 5
Haters!
rounds on the defense, but still 10-2 in the first half. PaperX does it all, and I think something and Forsaken on these rolls.
Haters!
On the stage also has quite a bit to say.
Woo yeah
PaperX,
Woo!
they got a lot of time to cook new things up. We were expecting the same composition that they've had
हो गया ना
in
भाई
this tournament. Maybe just allotting Monyet into the agent selection that Jing has, but no, he's his own man. He's his own person. He's got a whole new slew of things that
गुड
need
नाइट
to
कौन
bring
लिख रहा है
out
भाई
in
अब
their
हो
lives, and you
अब
saw
हो
that.
गई अब होगा असली
Yeah,
मैच
Shrouded steps inside of his smokes. I mean, it's the same stuff that he did at Global, just on a different team and enabling them in a different way. The paranoias at times also helping out the team so much. I mean, Monyet has been putting up good numbers so far today. The entire team has been doing great, but of course at the same time, Gen G, I mean, what a way to start off the map. What a way to start off the match. Still though, towards the end of it, I think the bigger thing to focus on is just this duelistless composition working out so well. It's just
That
shows
is-
whatever role you play, as long as you are that good of a
मेरे
player,
को अभी
you
देखने
can
का
still make it
लाइनअप
work.
क्या
Because
है
I've seen
मसला
a
क्या
big
है
number on the first blood stats under Forsaken and something's name.
मोनिया भाई ऐसे कर रहे थे
again,
टू आगे
it's a celebratory,
देखा कोई नहीं कर रहा पीछे गया
celebratory picture here for Paper Rex. I feel like a lot of fans were, you know, a bit scared of what happened in that first game. Paper Rex, they brought back status quo. I know.
अगर जीते ना,
yeah, because our predictions was in danger. Anyways, we're gonna pass
पार्टो
it
भाई
on to
टकलो होने वाला है, मजा आएगा।
अरे समथिंग है क्या?
और भाई याद रखियो, भाई बस जीते आज।
यार जेंजी फैंस रो रहे हैं, डिसअपॉइंटेड है।
जीते बस। ओह स्क्रिप्ट लीक हो गया।
Day 3's first win goes to PRX. Congratulations!
थोड़ा तो रिएक्शन दे दे।
Shouting, they're so excited for today's win. Something. I mean,
सामने ये है भाई।
your team was the champion.
ऐसा तुम लोग भी बोलते हो क्या जब मैं सामने आता हूँ? डरते हो क्या? रैंक मैच में।
Feels great after off season for 6 months. It feels so good to play on one tournament with my friends. Yeah.
네, 작년에 이어서
Friends like family야.
이어갈까 많은 팬분들이 궁금해하고 있는데 이렇게 멋지게 승리로 시작을 했습니다. 그래서 소감이 어떤지 물어보니까요. 작년에 이제 6개월간의 여정도 굉장히 재밌었는데 이번 시작도 굉장히 좋다고 좋아하는 모습을 보였습니다. 다음 질문도 이어가 보도록 할게요. 되게 맵 1과 맵 2
कोरियन बाबा।
कोरियन है?
정말 어려운
साउथ कोरिया में जापानीज क्यों बात करेंगे? कोरियन ही है।
통해서 승리를 이끌어 갔는데 새로운 젠지 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 또 물어보겠습니다. It was a neck and neck match on map 1 and map 2, but at the end it was
Korean,
Paper Rex obviously. But how do you think about the new Gen G? How was it handling them?
Actually,
इसकी इंग्लिश भी अच्छी है, दूसरी लैंग्वेज भी अच्छी है।
Mature and texture, yeah. Texture so good this guy.
사실 젠지가
Something एक बार बोल देना मैं भी ऐसा गुड हूँ, कुछ तो बोल दे प्लीज। सारी हेटर्स की बंद हो।
역시 칭찬을 하는 모습을
एक सवाल पूछो, डू यू वॉच एनी स्ट्रीमर? या आई वॉच TbOne इज दिस क्रैक। मेरा हो गया, मैं रिटायरमेंट ले रहा हूँ ऐसा अगर ऐसा कुछ हुआ। मेरा हो
세이지를 기용하는 모습을 보였는데 또 머니엣에 아주 훌륭한 에임도 있었죠. 이거에 대해서 썸띵 선수에게 물어보겠습니다. So at map 3 Sunset, it was unusual calm to see no duelist, Sage, and also Manya's crazy aim. So can you tell me about the behind stories of this?
In off season, when Sunset came out, we was cooking so hard. We never take a break, even one day. So
जेपी नगर से साउथ कोरिया डायरेक्ट बस से क्या चेक करो एक बार।
we can play without duelist in Valorant.
For research purpose यार। प्रोजेक्ट वर्क कर रहा हूँ ना आजकल।
네, 저희가 오프 시즌에서도 이 선셋이 맵이 나오자마자 굉장히 열심히 연습했고 그
Morgan भाई, hater हो यार आप।
노력이 오늘 보이지 않았나 싶다고 아주 겸손한 모습을
इतने गेमर्स यार इधर।
So now we have a little present.
टीबोन भाई मिस VLT so much मीटू यार, लेकिन मैं तो इधर किसको मिस कर?
네, 이제 인형을 또 팬분들께
टीबोन भाई शर्म करो। बाबू जी नीचे वाले कमरे में और आप यहाँ पे लुक्स दे रहे हो।
बाबा मैं बस पूछ रहा हूँ कि भाई डायरेक्ट बस है क्या जेपी नगर से कोरिया?
행운의 기운이 깃든
For research purpose भाई।
이 인형에 들어갑니다. Who's the lucky one to get this star? You can go up to the audience and toss it to them. Huh? No, you can go like, yeah.
Introvert as
Someone can catch it. Yes, at the
मैं इधर
front
छोड़ के
row,
जाऊँ?
lucky fan got it.
ये एक्सियोन है।
Thank you something.
मैं इधर छोड़ के जाऊँ, वो लोग लेके आएंगे।
And good luck to your next game. 지금까지 썸띵 선수와 인터뷰 해봤습니다. This was something of PRX, and I'll toss it to the desk.
क्यूट तो है।
Okay, now I'm actually wondering if somebody can throw it from like the middle of the
Something
stage.
भाई,
something भाई मैं भी वही बोला।
Something क्यूट तो है something भाई।
रुको गाइस,
स्पेशली
टाइटल
जब वो
चेंज
इंग्लिश
कर।
बोल रहा था।
पर्पल ड्रेस वाली बहुत क्यूट था यार। समथिंग भी पर्पल ड्रेस था भाई, इसलिए बोला। चलो टाइटल चेंज करनी है। जेनजी का हो गया अभी जीई वर्सेस ब्लीड। लो पब्लिक सच्ची में मेरे को अंदर से ना डर 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 लग रहा है। मोस्ट हैपनिंग गेम। हेलो सैम। सैम हाई बोल रही है चैट में फटो भाई। आवाज आ रहा है? सैम हाई बोल रही थी चैट में।
और यहाँ भाभी जी बाय बोल रही है।
इसकी माँ का मजे मजे इसकी प्री मैच प्रेडिक्शंस मांगो दोस्तों। ये क्या बात हो गई भाई? टॉस, जब टॉस होता है तभी प्रेडिक्शन देते हैं ना क्रिकेट में, वैसे ही है इधर। बराबर।
Oftentimes when you see that stage, you're like, okay, maybe you've got some kind of crafty wall.
I think जी का जीजी आज मत करो ना, पॉजिटिव वाइब्स दो ना।
But it was more so just how reactionary Dubai was during mid-fight to put up.
तुम लोग पॉजिटिव सोचोगे तो पॉजिटिव होगा ना बाबा।
To go for those trades. So
मैंने कल ट्वीट किया था कितनी परसेंटेज जीतने का, कोई लिख रहा है भाई उतना ही जितना आर्यभट्ट ने जो इन्वेंट किया है। कितनी हरामी हो यार तुम। यही क्वेश्चन अगर आता J-EE में तब तुम लोग आंसर नहीं पता क्या है। Who invented zero? अरे वो
just because of the amount of
पता
utility
नहीं
and
यार।
videos that PaperX was throwing at them, they lost steam. And how could you not when you have like mollies left and right and a snake bite here and so all here?
पॉल भी चेंज करिए। सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, पॉल भी चेंज करेंगे। भाई जैसे पब्लिक बोली वैसे ही हुआ। 70% PRX थी, 20% I mean 30% जेंजी थी भाई। सॉरी अब एंटी क्यों नहीं हो रही है बॉल?
It's a very brilliant composition, and in some ways, kind of unlike what you would expect from PaperX, but then they also add their
2-0 G5,
which makes it so deadly, and that's why they were the champions last
जेई
year.
कौन सा एग्जाम है भाई? अरे मुझे क्या पता, मैं तो ऐसे ही बोल। भाई सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, क्रोम आजकल ना एटीट्यूड दिखा रहा है भाई। इट्स टाइम फॉर नया, क्या बोलते हो उसको? Who win now?
Who is going to join them? That's going to be the big question, especially since you have now Gen G and RQ.
टेबोन बाय नेगेटिव बोलो तो पॉजिटिव होती है, इसलिए बीट फॉर द विन। क्या बात है सैब, रियली लॉ ऑफ नेगेटिविटी है ये।
They are meant to be together.
Listen, the only other thing though is I want to point out, I think this was the best.
मतलब अगर मैं बोलूंगा चैट में कि सुपर चैट्स ना करो तभी सुपर चैट आएगी। ओपी इन दी चैट।
Now that they've come back online, they've showed off some new stuff. I don't know who's there to stop it. I mean, yeah, you know, teams like TbOne, Talon looks good, TRX looks revitalized as well, but
टिबे फाटवाई कल ट्वीट, फाटवाई का कल ट्वीट है, अगर जी जीती तो वो टकले होंगे। भाई मैंने भी तो बोला है मैं क्लीन शेव करूंगा, मैंने बोला था भाई। वैसे भी मेरे को क्लीन शेव करने का ही है, मम्मी आ रही है घर। भाई थोड़ी तो शर्म करो यार, 50-50% हो रही है, भरोसा ही नहीं है टीम में। हाई ब्लीड में ज्यादा क्यों हो रहा है?
Really rewards PaperX for consistently remaining at the top.
Yeah, I mean, many days all the way up until the weekend, right? Not only do you get to watch the other groups, then you're obviously watching the play-ins alongside those who made it to Phase 3. That's a lot of tape that you can prep.
High nakra tera ni.
Only 3 maps here on this patch in
जी को full support.
Of course they would have that. It's like okay, sure, we can reveal this right off the bat. We have the rest of the year to go through, right? But we also have the rest of the day to go through as well. And when we come back, we're going into series number 2. It's going to be Bleed versus Global Esports when we return.
2-0 for Bleed. भाई देखते हैं यार, तुम लोग यार थोड़ा तो पॉजिटिविटी दे दो। गाना वाइब तो अच्छी है लेकिन क्लेम आएगा क्या? हाय हाय सारे ग्रुप फोटोज लिया, अभी सिंगल फोटो नहीं है क्या? वाह भाई यार एक फोटो मस्त है लेकिन पेट आया है, क्या करूं? हाँ? कोई ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर है जहां से पेट नहीं दिखेगा? है कोई? पब्लिक दिखाओ फोटो दिखाओ। भाई ये लोग कुछ ना कुछ लगाते, ये वाइब्रेंस वाला सीन है, देखो कैसे दिखता है इनका स्क्रीन। फोटोशॉप कर लो क्यों भाई? तू ही ये मुझको दिखा दे, चाहूं तुझको जाना। फोटो दिखाओ, इंस्टाग्राम ग्रुप में दिखाता हूं, आ जाओ। हाँ भाई एक और क्लेम आ गया, म्यूट कर दे उनकी स्ट्रीम को। हाँ ना भाई, सच्ची में जो पेट आ रही है ना भाई, इसलिए मैं जिम चालू किया यार। एक हफ्ता जिम, थोड़ा बॉडी टोन करने का मेरे को, समझ रहे हो? वाह भाई, इसने कॉमिकॉन की फोटो नहीं ली भाई, सेक्सी फोटोज तो उधर है। फुल स्क्रीन करियो, अब फुल स्क्रीन करो, ठीक है। तू ही ये मुझको बता दे, चाहूं तुझको जाना। वाह भाई, फिर 2 months बिरयानी। यार इस महीना मेरे को, मैं होम टाउन जा रहा हूँ 20 कब है यार इसका फाइनल्स कब है? 25th को है ना, तो मैं 26 को जा रहा हूँ होम टाउन। एक हफ्ता रहूंगा उधर से स्ट्रीम करूंगा, वही रूम है ना हमारा। भाई आज ये ने क्या खेला, अभी तक हुआ ही नहीं मैच, कहाँ से खेला वो? वा ला 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 ला। आई एम द राजा। मैंने सुना इस बार कोरिया में ही होने वाला है चैंपियंस, किसी का ट्वीट देखा था। हो गया अब इसी होम टाउन गए तो वापस बिरयानी नहीं रही, इस बार बिरयानी नहीं खा सकते यार। मेरा पापा का वो है ना, क्या बोलते रहे वो जो साल में होता है, श्राद्ध, उसके लिए जाना पड़ेगा। तो दीदी नहीं आ रही है, दीदी बिजी हो गए यार, बिग पीपल्स। अगर मैं भी नहीं गया ना, मम्मी अकेली फील करेगी, इसलिए जाना ही पड़ेगा। तू ही ये मुझको बता दे, सियोल में है, सियोल में। हाँ चाहूं मैं या ना। इस बार मेरे को मंडे जाना है, वो कैलेंडर बताता हूँ क्या सीन है, अभी बता देता हूँ तुम लोग को। 25th को इनकी फाइनल्स होगी। गैस फाइनल्स कितने बजे चालू होगा, कोई बता सकता है मुझे चैट में? फाइनल्स के टाइम बता सकता है? 11:30 ही है, तो बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है। सोचो PRX आया फाइनल में तो 3-0 तो हो जाएगा, तो मतलब 3 घंटे की गेम। PRX वर्सेस ब्लीड लग रहा है फाइनल्स। क्या लगता है तुम लोग को, क्या जीतेगा? PRX फाइनल्स में तो 3-0 है, 3 घंटे की गेम। लेट से 11:30 चालू हो गया, 9:30 को हो गया। 9:30 कैसे रे बाबा? $11:30 होगा ना चालू। अब मेन सवाल है, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 हुआ ना मैच, तो फिर मैं उस दिन ट्रैवल नहीं कर पाऊंगा। 28 को है ना श्राद्ध, यस, इसके साथ। तो मैं बिग्स भाई के साथ क्यों नहीं कर रहा यार? हमारा झगड़ा हो गया यार। उसने उस दिन मेरे से 500 लिया, दिया ही नहीं, और जब मैं पूछा उसने बोला तू है कौन? बस फ्रेंडशिप कट। सिंपल सी बात। क्या मारता है रे लोग? टिल माय व्हाट हैपेंड टू योर फादर? यार काफी पुरानी स्टोरी है यार। जी वर्सेस PRX इजी 3-0। हाँ क्या इनकी मॉनिटर आर में लाइट भी है, वेरी रियलिस्टिक। टिल बाय ड्रेक लग रहे हो, थैंक यू सो मच। अब ये ना बोलियो वो दिखा दो, ठीक है? BLT का BGMI टीम में कौन है? BLT का BGMI टीम भी है। ये तो लेटेस्ट न्यूज़ है। टीम बाय 10-0 होगा, ये मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है। #bleed 10-7 होगा क्या? सबको मसाला चाहिए बस, क्या करें? एक बंदा बोलता है वॉच पार्टी इजी है। भाई कैसे इजी है यार? हा? कोई अगर 3 बजे उठ के स्ट्रीम कर रहे, इजी है? मुझे नहीं लगता इजी है भाई। सुबह उठना मतलब बड़ी बात है भाई। उसके बाद वापस 9 बजे बंद करके वापस आके 11 बजे स्ट्रीम करते हैं, वो इजी है? नहीं है यार। अब मैं बोलूँगा मैराथन इजी है तो उसको बुरा नहीं लगेगा क्या गैस? बराबर की नहीं? हाँ, अबे मैराथन क्या है? बैठ के खेलने का, सोने का। बराबर की नहीं गैस? हाँ रखा भाई, आर यू देयर? जैसे मैं नहीं उठ रहा हूँ 3 बजे तो मेरे लिए इजी है। हेट यू बिग्स। हेट यू। ये सुपर चैट इतना स्लो क्यों आ रहा है यार? 500 दे दिया विद इंटरेस्ट, 1 रुपया। चलो यार अब तो ठीक हो गया कंट्रोवर्सी मेरा और बिग्स का। लव यू मेरी जान। तो मैं आप क्यों आरआर करूं? वाह भाई, अब मैं आरआर कर रहा हूं, ठीक। लेफ्ट ऑन गोइंग रे बाबा। हाँ मैं तुम लोग को ये बता रहा था, तो मैं अगर 25 को बेस्ट ऑफ 3 हुआ, I mean 5 है, अगर 3-0 हुआ तो मैं बच गया, तो मैं उसी दिन जाऊंगा। क्योंकि यार मेरे को सच्ची में बुरा लग रहा है यार। अभी क्या है ना, अब मेन सीन ये है कि मेरे मम्मी के साथ एक मेड थी, अभी उसने हाथ दे दिया तो मम्मी अकेली हो गई, समझ रहे हो? तो अभी मसला चल रहा है हैवी घर में, तो मेरे को जाके लेकर आना ही पड़ेगा। टीवन भाई नो ऑफेंस, बट राका भाई को लग रहा है हमेशा वही सही है यार। क्या करें, बड़े स्ट्रीमर्स। भाई चल हो गया। संडास में बैठे हो क्या बिंग्स भाई?
They were up against T1. There were some conditions that were out of everybody's control at that time, but I would say it was very memorable.
टीवन भाई GTA क्लिप्स रिव्यू करो।
You could kind of see the gaps in the coordination, but I think that these are easy fixes for somebody like Crazy Guy.
आज अगर उसने जस्ट चैटिंग की ना, तो मैं करूंगा उसकी स्ट्रीम की वॉच पार्टी ट्विच पे, याद रखियो। गोट ऑफ गोटर बोल के गोट कैसा हंसने लगे हो। मैं गोट जैसे ही हंसेगा ना। बिग में संडास नहीं है, पता था। 500 सुपर चैट आया मतलब संडास नहीं है। डाउन टू अर्थ। आज रात को ट्विच होगा यार, मुझे कुछ अलग खेलना है यार, कुछ अच्छा गेम बताओ यार मेरे को ना यार, तीनों गेम देखनी है। असली अगली वाली गेम भी अच्छी है इसलिए।
Both of these squads, and for the opposite side, Global Esports, are they going to continue to try to lean into these solo control?
TbOne versus TbOne, always baby.
Their maps that they played just what, yesterday or 2 days ago at this point.
WATCHPARTY with Rakazut gaming. बरो भाई आजकल थोड़ा एटीट्यूड नहीं दिखा रहे क्या ये क्रोम? लोडिंग स्लो। ये बोल दो भाई, नहीं चाहिए तो बता दो। फक, ये तो ब्रेव है।
I'm not sure what the brains on Global Esports can do to stop that.
Well, and the other thing is, like Akila's mentioned, I mean, with these members who are either primary IGLs or very known for supporting the calling and the communication on their previous teams,
तो मैं आज चोरी होगी।
change up the comp away from the meta. You gotta show us
कुछ और
something
खेलते हैं नया।
we just didn't
valorant
see
खेल
that
आज।
execution, trying to force the double initiators onto these maps.
Yeah, I mean, we just had two very good examples.
Alan Wake खेलेंगे, Alan Wake।
Trying to force something new. The triple controller for Breeze, as well as the no duelists there on Sunset.
वाह, इसकी फोरहेड नहीं दिखता है तुम लोगों को, मेरा बराबर दिखता है। ठीक है भाई, सच्ची में आज प्रेडिक्शन में एक बंदा बोल दे बस जी, मेरे को अच्छा लगेगा भाई, प्लीज।
But it is good to see that he's willing to say, you know what, I don't care about.
भाई बहुत दुख होता है यार, जब भी हमारी टीम ना बाहर जाके हारती है ना, फिर वो कॉन्वर्जेंस के बाद थोड़ा होप्स आया था कि भाई कुछ होगा इस बार। कल की गेम देखे ना बहुत।
Speaking of past records, by the way, I like how this match is showcasing sort of like the classic APAC talents. You know, you have Blaze King, you have Benkai, and you have Crazy Guy for Bleed, all the IGLs that have been facing off against each other for years in the Southeast Asian scene, and they'll know each other very well, right? Even Egoist, who was formerly from X10 and SMG, but most especially for Blaze King, because this defeat versus this Bleed
कितना साल लगेगा बे?
remember, this was the semi-finals of VCT Ascension.
हमारे यार वो कीबोर्ड दे दे मुझे, प्लीज प्लीज मुझे दे दे वो कीबोर्ड, प्लीज यार मुझे वो कीबोर्ड दे दे यार, कोई मुझे वोटिंग दे दो प्लीज।
A bit of a nail biter, I think. I mean, we saw kind of the frame, the outward frame for Global Esports, but there was nothing.
TbOne भाई रात को रेस्टोरेंट टेबल के लो, रात को सांप लंबा करने वाला गेम खेलते हैं।
And be able to show us what the game plan actually is. Another thing that I'm going to have my eyes on as we continue to talk
भाई
about
गोलू
is
अच्छा
going to be playing that primary duelist role today.
तो मैं आज तो असली बिजनेस है जस्ट सेटिंग। हाँ ना भैया, आज ये मौका नहीं खोएगा।
I hate to harp on this too much, but even Global Esports is kind of trying to double down on this and say, no, firepower is not the problem. We have it in spades throughout the roster, not just in our duelists, which is why they trust Povi to just entry. But the kills weren't quite there. Now, the same could be said for Bleed Esports. It's quite one-sided. Sure. And I would say this isn't just
patch up हो गया।
So many clutch moments that comes out from whether it's
TbOne भाई हॉरर गेम हो जाए आज, मना मत करियो। अमन भाई सोनी है, कल भी उठनी है।
If they want to get the 2 wins in a best of 3, you gotta have the other people start to pull their weight.
I mean, this is exactly why you had
भाई ब्लू डॉट से क्या आ रहा भाई, लैपटॉप आया क्या एक और?
coming into Pacific, right? Because everybody knew that he
राका का आज कलेक्शन डे है।
team in Pacific at this point, but
आज राका भाई सीधा आके अगर गेम खेले ना, मैं नाम चेंज करूंगा भाई, मेरी चैनल के नाम होगी बुंडबोन गेमिंग। डन से चैलेंज है भाई, थंबनेल हेवी होगा आज, खुद बना अभी बना रहा होगा। क्लियरिंग ड्रामास, माय व्यू, कुछ तो डालेगा आज। टीम में रोसे भाई क्यों नहीं खेल रहे, जा पूछ क्या? हमने कल वो ले लिया एयर फ्रायर, हेल्दी बेबी।
nearly take down Bleed in the semifinals of Ascension late last year. So curious to see if he's able to carry that form back together. But Lightning Fast, good showing from him. A lot of people question, is he going to be the weakest link?
My side of the story.
Experience on the bigger stages, but he comes in and says, this is why I was hungry for that starting spot on this roster of Global Esports. He is definitely carrying his weight. And now if they can come together as one, I mean, overall the spread you can see.
thumbnail बनाएगा ये यूज कर।
That's the big question for Global Esports,
नहीं आज एडिटर भेजेगा thumbnail।
different personalities from
आज यही से नहीं बनेगा रखा आज एडिटर भेजेगा
would be nice to exchange information to build the super roster that has, you know, influences from all over. But is it working? We're seeing not quite yet, Achilles.
Steven bhai, even if it is hard, let's go one more time. G-Parting, wahi bhai.
Players, they're not going to be super stellar. I mean, there was still some decent moments from Ye when he was bringing out that neon for the very first time. But as we shifted over into the second map, Lotus, we're hoping and you know, anticipating.
वैसे ये बहुत मारता है मेरे को वो.
Chamber where we saw from Execute, maybe it's going to be that heads up. But we actually got to see him on Skype for the first time, and clearly, you know, especially with the.
मैं कल शॉक हुआ था.
It's going to
ये
take
बंदा
a while
Skype क्यों गया?
for him to be able to play that at you know the top level.
Yeah.
अभी prediction होना मैं ये नहीं देखा agents.
Maybe we're only comparing the ones where he's playing the duelist, but even then you see some stark differences in how they're contributing to the team, right? Ye clearly
Subscribe chat on करो इसकी माँ का मजे ही मजे.
that one kill when he goes into that duel, whereas
आज 1 मिनट वाला नहीं 25 मिनट वाला ऑन रखेगा वो.
first kills and he's trying to open and create space for the team. Whether that translates to his KD overall or not, he said in the interview himself he doesn't care as long as it leads to a round win.
Yeah, and I feel like for global esports, it's like sure, again, in theory it should work, but I guess as up against Bleed Esports, I'm not that confident that they should be thinking that way.
चालू करो भाई.
When there's something like scary on the other side, you know, and there's something like egoist on the other side as well. You know, the roles I feel like are a bit more clear cut on the side of
भाई वेज करो मजा आ रहा है.
working as a team, whereas global esports they still have quite the journey to go through.
Yeah, they very much do. So this is going to be, you know, again a bit of a nail biter for both of the teams. I do.
भाई रोज नॉलेज करना मजा नहीं आता. +1 की बात है कि नहीं.
Esports, they have a lot to prove and a lot of motivation behind them.
Yeah, and I'm also curious, of course, we'll get to it in a little bit, but of course the map ban picks as well. Both of them played all different maps in those best of threes that they played. Both of them ended in those 0-2, so I wonder if they kind of target those weaknesses or if they're still going to stick to their own ban pick system.
Well, it would be great if we could hear from somebody from inside the team, so it's perfect that they're going to throw it on stage for our coach's interview with Gyeongmin.
VCT Pacific Kickoff. 탈락을 눈앞에 둔 두 팀이 만났습니다. VCT Pacific Kickoff. We have two teams fighting for the elimination match.
मेरा पार्सल तो नहीं है.
and GE with the
तो मत कहो यार RR क्यों करे?
퍼시픽에 처음 도전하는 필드
아 भी नहीं सकते कोई.
도약을 시도한 글로벌 e스포츠가 그 주인공인데요. 각 팀의 감독들 만나보겠습니다. Hello.
एयर फ्रायर में देखो कितना अच्छा है वो होता है फ्राई. दिख रहा है क्या?
You had a match against T1, so what do you think about your first Pacific match? 이제 첫 매치로 T1을 만났는데요. 어떤 게임으로 인상이 남았는지 묻겠습니다.
Obviously, we're not satisfied that we lost, and I think that we had better chances. It was a very tiring day, long day with many difficulties. Yeah. Unfortunate, but it happens. It's the same circumstances for them. I think if we would have won Breeze and closed it out earlier, I think the game would have had a different outcome.
बराबर.
But yeah, it's okay. You learn from losing.
조금 안타까운 결과.
You learn from losing. दिल की बात बोली यार. मैं इससे डिरैंग नहीं होता. I want to learn more.
그때 좀 더 잘했으면 어땠을까 하는 마음이.
TbOne LON ट्विटर को X रीनेम किया. X = ready Rona. By OP super chat.
Yeah, I've watched the game obviously. I think it was a nice game. Maybe the scoreline was different that it should have been. I think.
क्या दिमाग लगाया बे? Has done by ने.
In my opinion, but yeah, I think Zeta is overall maybe the
donated 40 rupees through super chat.
I think have maybe more experience.
Twitter X equals Radi Rona smiley
모두가
face.
열정적으로 임한 게임이었고 당연히 봤다고 답했는데요. 제타 모두가 모든 선수들이 탄탄한 팀이었고 GE도 정말 잘하는 선수들이었기 때문에 어떤 결과가 나왔어도 이상하지 않았다고 답을 해줬습니다. 이제 그러면 스핀 감독에게도 질문을 해보도록 할게요. So Coach Spin, how was your first Pacific match?
Terrible.
Yeah. Okay.
It sucks to lose on the
कुछ तो
stage.
अच्छा बोल रहे हैं.
First big game for the boys. No one wants to lose. But today we bow.
Yeah.
मेजी भाई, प्लीज. मेजी भाई आप इधर आके कुछ मत बोलो आज प्लीज. कल अब मैं चैट में देखा आपकी सुपर चैट. कौन है? कौन ट्रॉफी उठाएगा बोला इसने? अरे नकुल नहीं. किसको बोला था इसने? मैं भूल गया. क्या नाम है उसका? 200 की सुपर आज भी याद है मुझे। कौन है बोलो ना चैट। सोल नहीं बोला इसने, एक प्रॉपर नाम लिखा था उसमें। अरे वो फेक था भाई, मैं मान ही नहीं सकता यार। सोल का एक प्लेयर को बोला फेक था क्या वो? माफ
You want to win every game, you will go with the same mindset in every game.
चैट में जो बड़े
We are very confident in ourselves. Practice.
मेरा वेरीफाइड है। सुपर चैट में कोई वेरीफाइड स्टिकर नहीं आता।
We expected the maps kind of so.
मेसी भाई वो सब ठीक है, आज कौन जीतेगा बताओ? हो जाए मेसी भाई। मेसी भाई जी वर्सेस ब्लीड कौन जीतेगा बताओ? एंटिटी बोला था वो जीत गया। मैंने एक सुपर चैट देखा उधर, मुझे लगा आपको मान्या मान्या बोला था। हाँ मान्या अभी याद आ गया। वो सब ठीक है, आज बता दो कौन जीतेगा। टीम बताओ कौन खेल रही है? जी वर्सेस ब्लीड। जी हमारा देश का टीम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स। बता दो बेसी भाई, हो जाए। ऑडियंस बनना अभी इजी नहीं है हम लोग के लिए, आपके फोरहेड को देखना पड़ रहा है। फुल हेटर लव यू यार, ये 100 रुपए वाले हेटर आई लव यू। 100 रुपए देके जब हेट करते हो ना, सच्ची बोलूं मेरे को कैसा लगता है? मेरे को अच्छा लगा। हो गया मेसी भाई ने बोल दी जी विनिंग। चलो ये स्क्रीनशॉट रखियो सब लोग। उसके बाद पता है क्या करना है? द रियल रीजन नहीं बोल रहा था, लेकिन मेसी भाई सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, आज मेरा भी पनौती तोड़ा था। वो सब ठीक है। मेसी भाई जरा ये बताओ, ये साउथ कोरिया का डायरेक्ट बस है क्या बैंगलोर से?
Coaches did not mince words at all. You heard it. Neither were satisfied with their earlier performances. Lagia mentioned that, like, you know,
Khatam, Tata.
And Spin just mentioned it was
Goodbye.
I mean, I think that's a perfectly fine way to approach that answer, because doing anything else would probably just be completely.
यार मैं अंडा ही नहीं खाया। वाह।
So I think you know, obviously no one is going to be happy about how things went for either of those series, but it seems like both coaches are very confident in the teams. They say, you know what, we know what we did wrong. We know what the assignment is. The players know what they need to do. It's all down to who executes it better.
Yeah, I think what we can take from those answers, especially, is the fact that regardless of who they played against, both coaches are recognizing that what they showed on stage was not what they've been looking at during practice. So hopefully today,
TbOne by hate to you, love you Himanshu.
The colors that they've been preparing all throughout off season, because that's what you want to, whether you win or lose.
भाई तुम जितना भी हेट करो, मैं तुम लोगों को प्यार ही करते रहूंगा। As simple as और पार्थ भाई किद्दा मार्केट में मेरा नाम इतना खराब हो गया भाई, सच्ची बोलूं भी खराब हुआ। कल रिश्तेदार आए थे मेरे घर में, बोल रहे थे कि ये मेजी जब भी कुछ बोलता है उल्टा क्यों होता है? रिश्तेदार मेरी, सोचो। नाम उतना खराब हुआ है आपका?
They had to play yesterday. This is a really short turnaround period for them, and I think
12 months मेंबर रह के भी हेट करूंगा, चलेगा TbOne भाई डन से नहीं यार। पार्थ भाई आपकी हेट ना बड़ी वाली हेट होती है, मैंने नोटिस किया है, लाल पे लाल। भाई ये तुम लोग को पता है ना, बहुत अच्छी है भाई खाने का। पता है क्या है?
I mean, Lagia talked about it. If they had taken the breeze before it went into overtime, maybe they're able to carry that momentum forward. And they feel like maybe they lost a little bit because of the first set, and they're like, okay, now we've
ऐसे खाने का उसके बाद?
I mean, you look at all of that, you look at the individual performances as well, and then you count just this wild card factor, like Scary, like
ब्रेक का देखा है ना? उससे भी लंबा।
your career has been known zone to flip an entire.
भाई कैसे हो बढ़िया?
Remember, Scary's that guy that even Paper Rex back in the day was like, if he's the last one alive,
कितना खाएगा TbOne?
he will clutch against us all.
That's absolutely right. You know, he's scary for a reason, right? And like,
भाई
I don't know,
लंच तो कर रहा हूँ.
there is that extra attention on them because they were that Ascension team, right? They are the guinea pig for all of this.
एक भी बंदा जी नहीं बोल रहा है भाई.
So there
मैं
is,
एक तो बोलो.
having Ye as well. There is that extra pressure on them to be able to succeed. For global esports, I
भाई
feel
मैं
like
सच्ची बोलता हूँ भाई. अभी ऐसा लगता है कि इज्जत ही नहीं है.
like I feel like it's just too early for them at this point in time. Perhaps later on during Pacific.
भाई इज्जत ही नहीं है. इधर दिख रही है स्क्रीन में, तुम लोग देख रहे हो ना. एक बंदा नहीं बोल रहा है भाई.
that everyone expects to just be dominant from the outset. And then for the other side, it's global. You've been in this league. You have players that are veterans that have been.
And I कर रटे बड़ा भाई याद मत दिलाते यार. बैंगलोर का ओपी डिश. आज से मुझे ब्लैक कलर पसंद है.
I think for global, what they really need to do is
मुझे
a
पर्पल.
nice, fast-paced start to this series. They need to come out
PRX जर्सी भाई हेलो.
opening rounds and just sow that seed of doubt in the heads of Bleed because as we're talking.
मेज़े भाई सोच रहे होंगे ऐसा को-होस्ट मिले तो इसकी माँ का मजे ही मजे.
About like, oh god, are we about to get eliminated? Are we about to have this break? Are we not going to be able to go to the playoffs?
शर्म करो शर्म.
Spiral out of control for the enemy team. So global can get that set up nice.
भाई ये प्रेडिक्शन देख के मेरे को बहुत बुरा लग रहा है.
Yeah, and I mean they mentioned it during the interviews as well, but global esports is a squad with a lot of experience in and around tier 1 as well. Now all the members of Bleed Esports have quite a bit of experience as well, but most of them in much smaller sub-regions, right? Not playing against the best of the world. Not counted in that discussion. But then we also saw that global esports, their mentality has definitely improved a lot because of the veterancy that they have. That they had at Convergence, things like that. So if you're able to push the pressure first,
मैंने सुसु करने के बाद हाथ धोया कि नहीं? मैं खा लिया अभी.
Even if a couple rounds go bad, because you can regroup. We've seen
Guess करो chat.
their comps throughout their own videos as well. They're able to push through to the end and close it out.
And I do believe that. I do believe in experience pulling through. I do believe in, like, you know, the veteranship of every esports. But talking about veteranship, on the side of Bleed, you have Crazy Guy, who has been playing for quite a long while. The Beast from the East, as he was, you know, once known and is now here. I do believe that, like, you know, everybody on Bleed has been saying that, like, he's a cracked IGL. We all follow him, and you know, even Ye, for example, that says something about the potential of this roster. This is only kickoff, so they're.
अरे तुम लोग चालू करो जी, देखनी है मैच.
To be discovered.
जी टेबल बाय सर.
It really does. I mean, just you know.
इनके बस चले तो VS के बाद.
It's astronomical. It's what
इनके बस चले तो VS के बाद से ही जी का नाम हटा दे. क्या? मतलब नीचे. TbOne भाई इस लड़की कास्टर को बैंगलोर बुला लो. TbOne भाई क्यों भाई? हाँ?
गुड बाय बोला बे कास्टर.
क्या बोला बुंड भाई?
गुड बाय इंडिया.
इसने गुड बाय इंडिया बोला एंड कास्टर इन दी चैट. भाई बराबर.
फातिमा जी देख लो कास्टर को एंड कर रहा है राइट के.
माफ
because that's the type of thing that's going to shake
भाई
up.
दो टीम होना यार क्या बोलते हो?
Sure, individually they have experience, but of course while they have 3 as a core, you've got these 2 new members who might not be used to the way.
इंडिया का 2 स्लॉट चाहिए क्या बोलते हो guys?
For a completely different region, and for the longest time playing under a very unique style of valorant.
और बोला क्यों गुड बाय इंडिया? मुझे समझ नहीं आया.
ए मेरे को एक डाउट है फाटो.
I think the reason they feel confident is if they're just firing well.
ठीक है इंडिया से एक टीम जाएगा एसेंशियल. एसेंशियल वो जीतेगा. तो उसको स्लॉट मिलेगा बराबर फ्रैंचाइज. तो उस टाइम जी का स्लॉट जाएगा क्या? सबसे बड़ी सवाल. पब्लिक बताओ या फिर 2 स्लॉट मिलेगा इंडिया को? क्योंकि स्लॉट इंडिया को एक ही है. साला क्या दिमाग लगाया मैच? हाँ?
And he probably expected GE to favor those. So whether he's prepared for that or ban those out, who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But whatever maps we have, GE has
बताओ
to
ना.
say, no, we have different styles. Like you said,
Masters
we
में
can push
8
up the
टीम है.
pace whenever we want.
Well, right now we have
अरे बाबा मैं पूछ रहा हूँ बाबा.
right? Teammate with an operator, but no shield. What are
वैसे
you
बता रहा हूँ.
thinking?
I don't know what the choices are, but get me out of here.
We lost this one, or do it for me.
No, it seems. Whoa, okay.
साला कितनी 69 IQ वाला सवाल पूछा मैंने.
Already gave that big investment, right? You might as well go all the way.
I mean, if it's an overtime, then you know.
Okay, if it's in overtime, but
टीबोन बाय ड्रमस्टिक छोड़ दो और बबले छोटे करने का सोचो माउंटेन आज चेस्ट वर्कआउट गया मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा अमन भाई विंड डीजल जैसा चेस्ट ऐसे आगे आ रहा माउंटेन बोल रहा है 2 स्लॉट इंडिया को भाई ब्लीड जो टीम है एसेंशियल से ही आया भाई जीत के आया लास्ट टाइम
Okay, sure, if it's a rifle, if it's a vandal, it's better to save. But if it's an operator, you go all in. You go all in.
भाई बताओ ना कोई मेरे को वो रिप्लेसमेंट चालू होगा क्या
And I don't have that much faith when I'm playing online, especially like even if it's with my friends. I don't have that much.
I mean, we don't have trust in each other when this happens.
It's very true. But yeah, if it's with randoms, then I'm on the we lost this one side of that one.
Yeah. We need a little bit more context
you make it 40%
right?
and 60%.
Right? Who are you playing with?
चालू कर रहे तुम लोग
But I don't know. It seems like fun. I do believe in that. If you got an operator, just go for it. But I think that if you're going to post a special to like Bleed or to global, for example.
Well, okay. If it's Bleed, absolutely, because it's most likely
I say do it for me. Like, yeah, what they doing?
I think anytime it's at the top level, it's perfectly fine. It's usually acceptable. You know, obviously you can just get out traded because the other person on the other side of the lobby is also just as cracked as you are. But I mean, we have some fantastic offers out here, so I'd say.
ए स्टार्ट करो रे मेरी पब्लिक को आज हॉलिडे है चिल कर रहे वो लोग पब्लिक गाना चालू ना करियो ठीक है गेम जब चालू होगा तब चालू करियो क्या है वैसे गाना में आज कंसीडरिंग आज वेजी होगा मेरे हिसाब से बॉम्बे में तो वेजी होगा पूरा महाराष्ट्र में वेजी है हाँ पब्लिक
So the viewers at home know, in case they don't, like you can refund weapons. You can backpedal off your poor decisions.
There is that
option. Veggie आज मुझे भी लगा.
It's a video game. You have second chances.
Yeah.
You have ways to remedy your mistakes.
You can't say like, oh well, I already have it, so.
You have second chances, but it's like, oh, it's getting late.
भाई सच्ची बता रहा हूँ मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ भाई मेरा पीसी स्लो है या फिर मेरा ब्राउजर स्लो है.
That's true. And
gotta watch out for those skins.
If you are one of those people
गालियाँ इतनी जल्दी.
and refuse to play around without it, I hate you.
Yeah, well.
Stop doing that. Your behavior.
दाल चावल हेवी वेज है आज सोमवार है ना इसलिए प्लस महाराष्ट्र में तो स्पेशल डे है आज वेज ही होगा.
Okay, well, I am glad I have strictly been playing on the Korean server. So
बॉस नहीं है रे बाबा. PC change boss.
Yeah, nonetheless, I mean, listen, obviously the skins are great as well. So I get it, but it's like you only have.
You know, भाई मीटिंग हो रहा है अभी मेरा मैं जा रहा हूँ कहाँ जा रहे हैं मीटिंग पोस्टपोन करो भाई. भाई रुको यार मेरी यार PC बहुत स्लो है. क्रोम का मसला लग रहा है.
It's not the visuals.
कैश क्लियर करना पड़ेगा क्या पब्लिक? रुको एक मिनट मैं ये बंद कर रहा हूँ.
Seems to give me the supernatural power where it makes the bullets magnetic. You know, I'm just saying.
Faker doesn't need skins. You don't need skins. End of discussion. The man's the goat. If he doesn't need his skin, then no one needs skins. You should buy them.
Hey, he might have skins in Valorant. That's the thing. He might have skins in Valorant.
ये तुम चालू करो रे बाबा.
Like you said, I usually play things that like require a lot of setup, right? Like I'm playing the Vipers, Cyphers, and Euros.
मैच कब चालू होगी?
Please don't ask me for skins, because I just don't have time for that. I have to run from one side to the other.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Give it up here. We're too busy. We're too busy. Okay.
We gotta play for wins.
Okay.
2x कहाँ से तुझसे कहाँ से 2x कर? Hi TbOne भाई, only one more month grind for rank up. क्या बात है विनीत शर्मा मेरी जान. ओह मतलब मेंबरशिप की रैंक ग्राइंड. अच्छा इसके बाद इमॉर्टल हो गया. तो डायमंड होंगे.
I think that here, for example, we're looking at very individual plays here. We're looking at Ye, we're looking at Polvi.
गाइस 4000 लाइक तो मैं भी डिजर्व करता हूं यार. TbOne भाई आपके बबले देखकर एडल्ट इंडस्ट्री वाले बुला. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा भाई मेरे को 6 महीना दो अगली बर्थडे में तारा भाई बनियान पे स्ट्रीम करेगा देख लियो. तुम चालू करोगे या कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
It was better overall. So I want to see Global coming into here and having a nice, concise, synergized game plan. Because if they don't have that, then even if they win this match, they're not going to stick around for much longer.
Yeah, and of course, in that matchup against Zeta, it's also because Zeta
ठीक है, हम समझ गए, अब चलो.
coming in, right? And they performed well, so that was kind of exciting to watch from a roster reshuffle.
खाने के बाद अगर कोई ऐसे बात करते रहेगा ना, मेरे को नींद आता है. कॉलेज में हेवी नींद आती है.
So they need to come up and say, we've had the experience way
खाना हो गया. कोई बोरिंग लेक्चर आके कोई कुछ बोले ना. सेरेडेक्स कितना सोता था यार मैं.
On the side of global esports, stand up next to this Ascension alumni over here, and especially since Bleed Esports, as we know, they do have.
टेबल भाई वो क्यूटी का नाम क्या है? जा पूछ क्या? मुझे क्या पता भाई?
Steady and stable.
आज जी का एंथम नहीं सुनेंगे, कॉपीराइट है. और भाई जी का एंथम मत सुनो, कॉपीराइट है. जी आ रहे क्या?
Two teams facing off for another chance. This is the first elimination match. Which team will continue the journey towards MasterLiquid?
Elimination match यारो.
They have proven that they belong. El Diablo has been resurrected. Bleed Esports.
Woo! Yay! काफी तगड़ा प्लेयर से यार. जिसे कॉपीराइट कल आया रे. कल वो एंथम में कॉपीराइट है.
Global Esports.
वो आज एंथम नहीं बजाया. टेबोन बाय आशा असा. एक मिनट क्या?
टेबोन भाई
वो कॉन्फिडेंस अच्छा लगा.
क्राउड में कोई है ही नहीं कोई चीयर करने वाला.
अरे नहीं बाबा, वो नॉर्मल क्राउड है. ओ भाई मुझे डर लग गया, ये क्या कर रहा है? मुझे डर लग गया. गोलू क्या कर रहा है इसे? टीबोन भाई आज ऐसा नहीं हो. 6 मंथ बाद जब आप बनियान से स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो एंड दोनों माउंटेन साइड से निकल रहा है. हराम जादे मायंक.
से इंडियन डाउन टू मून.
इस गेम का कास्टिंग हो जाए टेबन भाई. अरे काहे का कास्टिंग? फिर कोई आके ट्वीट करेगा. कास्टिंग करना इजी है भाई, बैठ के गेम देख के बताने का बस.
शायद उन्होंने पढ़ के उनको मोटिवेशन मिली होगी मेरे रिप्लाई.
टेबन भाई हमारे यहाँ उसे ब्रा कहते टेबन भाई, फुल हेटर. मैं आज हेटर्स की कमी नहीं है चैट में. ऐसा मैंने क्या किया यार, तुम लोग मुझे इतना हेट दे रहे हो? जी फाइटिंग. अरे रॉसी का रॉसी घर में
गोलू भाई वो ऐसे करते थे ना.
है? जी फाइटिंग क्या बात.
हम यहाँ पे गोलू गोलू करेंगे.
कल सिद्ध का ट्वीट देखा मैं. सिद्ध
गोलू गोलू करेंगे गाइस.
सिद्ध ट्वीट करता है हर्ट्स, क्योंकि वो सोल सेकंड है ना. उसके बाद वो हेट्स रिप्लाई करता है कि भाई सेम यार भाई, क्योंकि ओजी भी 3rd 4th ऐसा कुछ आया. उसमें सिद्ध रिप्लाई करते हैं. अरे तुम लोग को तब क्या क्या रिप्लाई किया उसने? अरे तुम्हारा एक्सपेक्टेड था. कितना हराम है यार. वो हेट्स दिल से बोला, सेम यार भाई बोला. सिद्ध बोलता है तुम्हारा तो एक्सपेक्टेड था भाई.
You know, that third map that's kind of left open.
जो मैं हंसा ना भाई वो देख.
But Global are going to be selecting this one right off the rip with Bleed starting on defense. So
टेबल भाई ऑमलेट बनाने क्या? टी भाई ऑमलेट बनानी है क्या? आपका फॉरवर्ड मिलेगा, बना दो यार.
a lot of sunsets and a lot of iceboxes.
Yeah, and the big question on icebox, of
बना
course,
दो.
once again, is that another map where Chamber
बीच में डैंड्रफ है तो मेरी गलती नहीं है याद
curious to see if Bleed's gonna pull that
वेट
one
वेट
out.
वेट लोटस गया थैंक यू गॉड एसेंट गया थैंक यू गॉड
So far, we've only got Xcured on the Chamber.
भाई सनसेट रे बाबा
So we're gonna see if
जी आइसबॉक्स जी सकता है, आई एम नॉट गोना लाई
we're going into split
जी आइसबॉक्स जी
our
सकता है
decider map. Does this indeed favor Bleed Esports?
भाई जी ने सिलेक्ट किया बे सनसेट
They have to try to go through this sunset first. We'll see how they're going to be faring there, but seems like they think that icebox performance that Global had versus
टीमों में आपका रेवोल्यूशन गोरिल्ला में होगा फिर से हेटर भाई #हेटर टीबोन हेटर ट्रेंडिंग हो रही है क्या ट्विटर में #टीबोन हेटर
Is with that sunset, I mean, obviously Global Esports, they left it open last time too. Now they selected to attack first.
किसने बोला था यार
Bleed's still gonna take
रुको लेट मी एनालाइज
going to say they probably still expect the get-go. They played it during the offseason. Global Esports was playing the get-go on mine as well, so there is definitely a bit of a
डेरियन ने लिया क्या
ये
ये क्या खेल रहा है वाइपर क्या
It seems as though like he is flexing. He's probably
डेरियन में
saving
कम
that
नहीं
for
मारता वो भी
Chamber
मारता
maybe a little later.
Yeah, I mean, maybe,
पब्लिक
but
चांस है
it's a very
क्या लगता
defensive
है
composition. You got the Cypher and the Viper and the Omen.
Yeah, I mean, very
हमने
defensive
सेंटिनल
on the
क्यों
side
नहीं
of
लिया
Global.
बे
They are, bringing that get-go into the fold, so it's not going to be the KO here for Russ, which
भाई
actually this would have been
क्या लगता है पब्लिक
they're playing for the KO
सेंटिनल
to
क्यों
the
नहीं
most value. But they also don't have that settlement. They don't have that Cypher to really try and disrupt the potential flanks that can be coming through. So it's again Global straying away from something that's a little bit more calm.
टीबोन भाई आपका इवोल्यूशन गोरिल्ला से ही होगा फिर से
I
हेटर
feel like if they're gonna play it this way, then they have to do something similar to Paper Rex, where they just go in full force, right? Never mind the backline. If you just keep on going
क्या
forward,
लगता है
you don't have
पब्लिक
the backline to worry about. But this doesn't seem like the composition to do it.
Yeah, not the composition nor the players.
बेंकाई वगैरह स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा कल जैसा नहीं होगा भाई
Similar to how they played it at Convergence, where they're going to take space by space and then go for an execute. But now you've got.
तुम लोग को क्या लगता है परसेंटेज कितना है जीतने का देख लियो ये स्मोक्स खेल रहे देख लियो
Find out indeed who pulls through. It's going to be Bleed Esports.
वैसे डेरियन भी बहुत मारता है वो अलग बात है फिर भी देख लियो
We're going to toss it on over to your casters, Quack and ASRock.
Thank you so much for that one, Desk, and we are here.
Zero.
Elimination.
भाई मुझे तो 50%
versus Bleed.
लग रहा है
Both of them really strong.
चलो व्हाट भाई आर यू रेडी यार ऐसे सिचुएशन में सुसु क्यों आता है
And there's still the talk of
री-एग्जीक्यूट होगा क्या
amazing here for Global. He really needs to step up for Bleed as well. Durian and Ye, who really is going to be the front man for Bleed.
ओह इसने सही है सही है
I mean, it's going to be a tough one to say the least, right, ASRock? Ye's
50-50 भाई देखना पड़ेगा भाई
for Bleed, and I
कैसे
don't
खेलते हैं लोग देखना
that's,
पड़ेगा
where
सबसे
his
पहले
talents will shine the most.
लाइक करो सारे मिलके लाइक करो
He has shown that he can perform. His fundamentals are just that strong. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, Polvi just starts things off.
Yeah, that door closes,
Nice.
but the
गलत हो
opportunity
गया
for
स्केरी के
Polvi does not. It's going to give
door
a lot
बंद
of
है
control
टेंशन ना
right
लो
now for Global, as they can choose whether they want to keep pressing
भाई
their
मेरे
advantage
हिसाब
on
से
mid,
बी जाना ही सही
cover
लगता
all
है
the way
यार
back onto that A site, even
Public?
though all the traps for Egoist is positioned there.
आराम से खेल रहे हैं अच्छी बात
Still have the numbers advantage, as well as of course Russ with the wingman to trigger a couple of those and allow them to clear things up even easier.
Yeah, you can definitely feel
मेरे हिसाब से बी जा रहा था क्या लगता है
right
बबलू
now. You've got those traps.
ये
short,
साइफर का
Pacing, I
दो
might
दो
be
ट्रैप
over,
है
but
बे
they need more reinforcements, and right now
उनको लग रहा है बी में साइफर है ऐसा कुछ सीन है क्या
it's always a little bit scary, and that's why they're leaving Darian still around market. But as Global starts to move closer,
कंजूस टीबोन की 100 रुपीस फॉर वाईटी यूजिंग ब्रेव टू अवॉइड एड्स
Open 24/7 here. Nades being thrown out already. There's the wingman for the easy plants. Not even going to be a cancel, deny, or anything. Blaze King does get the kill onto Crazy Guy as well. This is a great start here for Global Esports.
फट बे बाल्ड हो जाओ रेडी हो जाओ
Stuck at the back of that A site. That's
आवाज आ रही है
planted right at the
अरे
presence of
कपड़े
those
बदल रहा हूँ
traps.
भाई
Global
रुकेगा
don't even have to commit into the site itself. They can just stay all day long here on elbow as the rest of Bleed now start to move right in.
They chillin'. Bleed has to go in for that defuse, and as soon as they stick, the spray comes in, and it's just post-plant delays for days.
Ooh.
नाइस राउंड बे
Both Egoist and Durian. Durian somehow making it work, but time not his friend. It shall be his enemy.
नाइस राउंड यारो
Team's demise. This first round, it's taken by Global.
Not to what we expected at all. I mean,
Let's go!
Have a stronger
अब मुझे
start.
सच्ची में लगा ये थोड़ा
But
difficult है.
Global definitely shows that they have surprises in store for us. Polvi is an incredible duelist, and he just waltzed right up the door. Able to take that duel against Scary.
Let's go,
and
let's
then
go,
the
let's.
rotations through to
Reveal
Aiden.
अच्छी थी रे,
After
reveal
losing
अच्छी.
Scary, Bleed instantly just, you know, shrunk down a little bit. None of them were able to defend the site, and you know, we watched the whole thing play out. It was just Wingman doing everything.
Yeah, especially the part where they lost so much mid control and Bleed never really recontacted it, so they couldn't really figure out where Global was planning to push. It was more of a wait for the stimuli and then react, and that doesn't work when you're up against a team like Global that really likes to take the advantage, especially with a composition that has no sentinels, so you really know that they're going to be banking
ये में
on the
सिर्फ कैमरा है.
pushes
जाओ, कुछ नहीं होगा, जाओ.
they actually make for that contact.
मैं बोल दूँ गोलू को फोन करके.
So of course, well, this is just a bit of a save round for Bleed. How much can they really pull off? That's the question.
टेबन भाई सुना है पिरामिड ऑफ चीजा का इंस्पिरेशन आपके माउंटेन से लिया, सही है क्या?
You still know that Durian has that star power. And one of those shots
मत करो.
shows us a glimpse of it.
हल्के से बड़े हो अमन भाई.
Pride with them, but
the what?
Zombie. That's what Ye was playing under this weird new name when they were trying to
भाई
keep it under wraps.
बराबर तो हो रही है.
It's definitely something that you want to respect, because Darian is not someone that you want to underestimate. True. But that said, it's just one pick, and while they
चीजा
are
अरे नहीं पता नहीं क्या है वो. पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ
a lot of noises.
स्कूल नहीं गए ना?
Bleed are, well, not quite able to fight back.
Yeah. Again, it's just Global Esports turning into this bald fist that
सब तोड़ रहे आज सारे haters हैं ना मेरे chat
into the site. Egoist.
Controversy हो गई ना.
He's got a lot of utility to work with here. Even the safety
राघव भाई
of
hate
that
भेज
Spectre as well.
कुछ super chats वो अच्छी
2
बात.
versus 1. He's unaware that the players of Global have just, you know, doubled up here on Elbow, as we can see. So he'll just
आज
take his
heavy
time.
वो करके आए ये लोग.
Don't know if
public.
him cooking like this is going to allow him to win the
Loving
round.
the energy so far. I mean synergy.
Is the way to go. Fortunately,
Loving the synergy so far.
A bit too quick, a bit too a step forward, step earlier. That's going to be 2 rounds right now for Global.
You guys feel like a little bit expensive enough for
But भाई trimmer ready है ना बाबा?
Polvi might have to go for
ओए.
you know, slightly smaller weapons for this,
Oh, Ladu.
this round, small arms. But Bleed on the other hand,
Please जीत जाए. मैं मुझे कोई टेंशन नहीं है क्लीन शेयर होने का.
Esports play style, right? I mean, they've tried to.
ये बड़वा टकला बनेगा ना वो मजा आएगा.
You know, when they have more space, rush over towards A.
Charging में लगा दे
This round, we've seen that Viper's toxic screen from Ye being relegated towards A instead.
Polvi's in trouble. Can he get out of harm's way though? He's alone on an island. He's already brought out his classic because he was just losing so much ammunition as well as HP as he pushes through. He wanted to get that pinch so that his teammates could push up to B main, and when that fails, Global Esports now left scratching their heads, hoping that maybe their other lurker, Benkai, is going to find some contact and success here on top mid. Okay, that...
भाई कैसे कर सकते हो ये सब? इससे पहले ये मॉली डाल देता.
No way he survives.
ये पहले कर लेता, वो बच जाता ओमन. +1 की बात है कि नहीं बताओ?
He's got Thrasher available now, but you know, still a lot of players to work through.
I think I could jump over this, but Scary's prepared to hear the shot. They're here to jump and punish the transition. There it is. And there it is.
Again, it's just Bleed adapting to these changes. I mean, the calling on this side from Crazy Guy, as soon as they feel a bit of pressure towards A, they start to change things up. Global hasn't quite, you know, put one step ahead of that. So they instantly knew how to feel ready for however Polvi might push, and that's what we saw exactly towards market.
Again, leaving Polvi to
कोई नहीं बोनस था भाई, कोई नहीं है भाई. आज कोई एक्सक्यूज नहीं चाहिए मुझे. एलिमिनेशन है भाई आज. कब तक कोई नहीं बोलते रहेंगे? आज 0 मिस्टेक्स होने चाहिए भाई, 0.
He needs some backup from his teammates, right? Anyways, Russ, IGL, down in the dumps for the moment.
+1 की नहीं पब्लिक.
Believe the point on the board.
हर साल कोई नहीं इको था. कोई नहीं. अरे कोई नहीं, एक और राउंड देखे, कोई नहीं
wondering how global esports might change things up.
Zero mistakes चाहिए मुझे, zero.
Leaving Polvi to push on his own, that might be what he's good at, but at the same time, what works well against, you know, a team like Bleed is strength in numbers, because Bleed, you know, often
जब तुम लोग 12th में अगर F होता है तुम लोग का फाइनल एग्जाम, जाके मम्मी पापा को बोलते हो अरे कोई नहीं, वापस लिखेंगे, ऐसा बोलते हो? नहीं ना?
Bleed, you know, is so fluid with how they move that it feels like they're never really stopped at one point, right? Like when you pick up one player from them, they always have this backup plan that they start unraveling. In any case, Global Esports,
अच्छी है,
they
ट्रैप कर गया,
they put Polvi by himself
ट्रैप
on
कर
B
गया,
main,
भाई जाओ ना
while
बीच
the
ऑफ
rest of
प्लीज।
his teammates start moving up on
तो मैं शिशियस के बाद आपसे भी
There's no turnaround now. Durion might be a few seconds late. He's now
नहीं
here
दिख
to
रहा
some
है।
contact, but that smoke separates the rest of them. Polvi spots out
ओ
Grace.
यार इसके मन में
Finalizes the kill though. So that might
टेबल
be
बाय
an
वो
opportunity missed to actually
टेबल बाय
get the
वो
numbers in the
अथवा
favor of Go.
अजूबा के लिए जगह मिलेगी, वो क्या होता है?
pull a little bit of attention away, but unfortunately this
ये
moment
दूर
not
से
quite
क्यों
enough.
कह रहे
50
बाबा?
seconds left, so they still
क्या हो रहा भाई
have
इधर?
some options, but the Thrasher being spent now is just a bit of
Bleed तो
info.
है भाई, bleed
If
तो।
anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to actually reinforce the
ये कहने
A
वाला है
side.
अभी,
Darian
देख
is
ली।
here with the showstopper.
ये काय का हेडशॉट?
30 seconds. He's getting
डेरियन को
mighty
लगने वाला
close
है,
to first
पट
contact
से।
right now.
ओपी दी चैट,
Might be
बोला कि नहीं मैं?
Bleed's decision making. And immediately Global Esports, you see them opening up the site. That's what they were looking
तो
for.
मैं कोई नहीं
All
बोल के
down to
वैलोरेंट डेट
Egoist.
करते हैं, कहा भाई?
Global's calls.
वैलोरेंट कभी डेट नहीं होगा
Solid
यार,
here.
उतना मैं कंफर्म हूँ।
Again, like I mentioned,
हाँ?
Egoist
गलत हो
forced
रहा
to
है ये।
save the weapon for the moment.
आप टकला हो जाओगे आज
He
बस।
starts to call timeout pretty soon.
और आप
For now,
clean शेप
Global
उसका क्या?
Esports definitely
अरे मेरे को क्या, मैं तो कितनी बार किया क्लीन शीट।
knowing how to, you know, pull the attention away, have Polvi to come up
मैं
with
भी
a
भाई
flick,
थोड़े
of
छोटे
all
कराऊंगा
things.
बाल टकला
चोटी वोटी कुछ नहीं, इसने टकला बोला कि नहीं पब्लिक?
Benkai lightning
भाई
fast.
ऑन स्ट्रीम होगी, ऑन स्ट्रीम। ट्रिमर ऐसे जाएगा।
हम अगर अपने यहाँ पे बॉल्ड बोलते हैं, इसका मतलब होता है थोड़े थोड़े छोटे छोटे
पब्लिक इसकी बकचोदी चालू हो गई, देख लियो। ट्वीट करने के बाद भाई ये गलत
This is
है।
the polar opposite
भाई
of what you can do in Sunset, right?
तुमने वो देखा था मेरे ट्वीट के बाद एक
Rather
फूड
than
इमोजी
relying
थी
on your duelist to
ना 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 भाई, बकचोदी नहीं चाहिए भाई, करना है उसके बाद फोटो डालने वही थ्रेड
because
में।
the corners are made to be able to be pushed slowly like this.
भाई
Granted, of course, there are some
डेरियन के लिए
overpushes that
बुरा
we've seen here for Bleed, but Global
पार्ट
Esports,
आज होने वाला।
they've been pretty,
Part got no balls, yo. That's what I'm saying,
they've
man.
been pretty slow and methodical at being able to slowly get control of the sites that they're taking. You know, they're not just rambunctiously pushing up into A and
ट्वीट नहीं करना था, very simple.
making sure that every single corner is scrubbed clean and easy for their take.
Yeah, for real, that's exactly what Bleed does.
सही खेल
Both
रहे, सही
teams
खेल रहे।
really taking things slow and steady
आराम
for
से
now.
खेलो, सही खेल रहे, बस एक्चुअली सही खेल रहे, मैं झूठ
Contrast to
नहीं
the
बोल।
game that we just saw on the same map.
आज अगर
But that's
लीड
also
बाहर
because
गया ना,
this is an elimination match.
ये आज 2 बजे तक पिएगा।
Nightfall executes coming through.
उसने नेड
If
के
Durian doesn't get
बाद
any HP deduction from that Nightfall, yeah, they
हाँ
can
पब्लिक, ये 2 बजे तक पिएगा आज।
already know he's there. He has a
हाँ,
double
हो गया रे,
satchel
मैं इधर
and the
क्यों आया
showstopper.
बोलेगा?
So unless they wait for this,
हैं?
unless
पब्लिक?
they want to push into the site with a smoke that blots out their vision, this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have time right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just a Nightfall. Put Polvi up in this position. Meanwhile, Russ calls for the rotations back over onto A site. They did this in the previous round. Let's see if Bleed can get a good read on it. You've got Ye, who's kind of defending A with his life. You've got Scary watching mid and able to rotate back, pivot towards A link. But whether or not it's going to be enough, it's the other thing.
Oh, there's
it
a
might just be
tripwire.
a retake game for Bleed at this point.
There's a tripwire there as well in Link. If anybody pushes that is...
I love how they are
should be
playing,
an easy
yeah.
kill here for Scary. Ye is
एकदम
by
से
himself. He's already
proper.
activated both of his snake bites right now. So
he can't really push up without any smoke coverage, so he has to back away and just wait for his teammate to go with him. Now it's going to be a straight up firefight here at the back of the site, and it has for Bleed.
और मैं ट्रिमर चार्ज कर लो प्लीज।
Bleed is going to be left with Scary and Egoist.
ट्रिमर नहीं है भाई।
हाँ वाह
करवा
के नहीं भाई, ऑन स्ट्रीम होगी, ऑन स्ट्रीम पब्लिक ऑन स्ट्रीम की नहीं बोला।
ऐसा चैलेंज नहीं था भाई, मैंने मना करा।
देखो
आपने बोला था ऑन स्ट्रीम आप करोगे, मैंने।
बट ये देखो गाइस, देख रहे हो ना,
भाई मैंने तो साफ बोल दिया था भाई कि मैं अपना रूम गंदा नहीं करूंगा, ऑन स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा।
वाह भाई देखो
ना मैंने ट्वीट करा था।
इसने बोला था ऑन स्ट्रीम टकला हो जाएगा, देख
आईआरएल बार ऑन स्ट्रीम कब बोला भाई मैंने?
भाई ये टकला नहीं करेगा, ये बस कट करेगा, कूल लगेगा और क्या भाई, ये क्या बात हुई भाई, टकला बोला था इसने।
But as soon as they planted their foot onto A-Alley, you got this firefight from Global Esports, who knew exactly how to
No balls Fatu. Hashtag no balls Fatu in the chat.
Very nice anticipated play
मैंने
coming
तो
up from
ट्वीट
Global
करा ही नहीं,
Esports.
चेक करो।
Guys,
Bleed here.
छी भाई, zero sportsmanship यार।
करूंगा भाई ट्वीट।
Almost 3 years wasted. Excuse me, कश्यप भाई 31 month से वेस्ट बोल रहे हो? क्या हो रहा है पोली भाई? ओपी बे, ओपी। टक लो बेबी। प्रिपेयर करके आए रे, प्रिपेयर करके आए। सही है, आराम से पीछे आओ।
The only thing I'm looking at that could give a chance for Bleed is if Global over.
फाटू नहीं फट्टू है, वही।
Have so much firepower to work with here.
Global Esports very much in the driver's seat right now.
Hashtag unsub फट।
Almost makes you question if Bleed looks
unsub मत करो, गाली दो बस।
चल हक के भी किल लेना कोई।
Clearly
सही
the
खेल रहा है
competition for it, and in this round at the very least it is, you know, just an eco. But Global are decisively breaking into sights.
नहीं हो रहेगा Bleed।
Through the wall as well.
नहीं हो रहेगा Bleed।
Very impressive stuff. Now
और वे आपने एक मैप में ही बोला था, मेरे को याद है।
And it's scary to think that
आवाज आ रही है?
this is turning into
और दूसरा मैप पे बोला था बैंगलोर जाके कराऊंगा।
You're talking about how it looks like Bleed
वैसे एक मैप बोला था ना इसने।
absolutely out of their element, and it goes to show. And I don't think we've seen any kind of timeouts here from Legia. I think this has been an issue with the Bleed in the past when they start to lose, you know,
Come on, Fatu, be a man of your words.
Start doing this, but anyways,
सही है, सही है।
rips one out. Is he gonna find Egoist? That's gonna be huge. If he does, Egoist survives.
What? Hello?
No way, it clips.
अरे फ्लैश हो गया, फ्लैश हो गया, फ्लैश हो
And that
गया।
allows him to break through. The trap's right there. Like fast can't get in quick enough, and this leaves Russ, the IGL, once again by himself in a position where he might as well just fall down, which he does.
हाफ टाइम में बोला था क्या?
Global Esports
हाफ टाइम में क्या प्रेडिक्ट करोगे?
obliterated here by Bleed.
चोरी कर रहे हो चैट।
might have been a bit of
तुम भी हरामी हो, हरामी हो।
I don't know, man. A misplay from
हो गया तो नहीं, वो थोड़ा कलेश हो गया यार।
Unlucky, but whatever it is, it favors Egoist
अच्छा,
so
यार,
darn
मैं
much.
तो
I mean,
लग
this
जाता।
guy who, you know, used to play on SMG, now back onto this team, showing exactly what he's capable of. This is why they put him on that sentinel role, because he can anchor.
बस इस बात की खुशी है कि ये भाई झूल रहा है।
अबे ये कैसे रे, जम नहीं रहा है उसको एजेंट पक्का।
Unravels the rest of that offense.
हाँ ना बबली।
ये भाई ऑपिंग मॉपिंग ही करता है भाई, चेंबर चेंबर
because it gives enough for Durion to also pick up the operator, which is
कौन पिक करता है यार, ऐसे बताओ ना, इन्फो है कुछ है, ऐसे ड्राइव पिक कौन करता है बताओ भाई, इस लेवल में ना ड्राइव पिक 0 होनी चाहिए भाई। भाई फिनेटिक कभी देखा है ड्राइव पिक करते हुए? मैंने आज तक तो नहीं देखा भाई। ये सब बहुत बेसिक मिस्टेक्स है भाई। आजकल तो मैं भी रैंक गेम्स पे ड्राइव पिक नहीं करता है, डैपर पिक करता हूं ऐसे।
It's an off versus off, but Darian's got the other angle, takes down lightning fast. And as it happens,
Unlucky नहीं है भाई।
comes back in around just to check.
Yikes. Volvi's on an operator, so you can't really deal with so many angles, slow push.
भाई मैंने सेम, मुझे 0 मिस्टेक्स चाहिए, मतलब 0।
One at the corner here. Crazy guy actually picks himself up.
मुझे एक दिन के लिए कोच बनाओ.
And they will get punished gloriously by Benkai. If he finds some opening here, maybe.
जैसे नायक ने एक दिन के लिए वो सीएम बनाना, वैसे मेरे लिए एक दिन के लिए कोच बनाओ. जी का रिजल्ट्स देखो बात.
2v1 5 is all they get.
Not gonna happen this time. And Bleed, no need to call for those timeouts. They're adjusting on the fly here. And what looked like to have been a strong start for Global.
ये देखो पेड़ होकर ऐसे पीक करने की क्या जरूरत है?
Very curious as to how it happens.
और ये राउंड क्या था भाई?
Getting the information.
पेड़ बी में, ओमन मिड में, डुएलिस्ट सिटी में.
Roadmap as to how Global Esports operates.
ये क्या राउंड है बताओ?
Now they're starting to feel a little bit more confident, holding the right areas. And at the same time, I mean, just a good little bit of slicing the pie for Benkai. Now coming back into it, the off, a bit of early aggression, but then punish right back. Crazy guy with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's the 2 damage on Polvi here? Benkai snuck himself all the way up to A. Scary, unaware, egoist.
Public?
Does he
इधर तक कैसे है?
OP kill and OP
Benkai might not leave his ultimate. If Egoist can time this perfectly,
इन्फो ने ले उसे भरोसे पे जा रहा.
Bleed is going to be aware of. Oh, never mind. That Thrash is just diabolical.
Lamau, dude.
Lamau, bro.
With that, the punish from Benkai onto Egoist. It's going to be Darren with the showstopper to try to bring things back for his team. It starts things off with the op shot, and that does bring numbers back just by a bit.
Polvi slowly coming into mid. Ooh, crazy guy. Thought he bit off more than he can chew.
कभी-कभी ब्लेज किंग का ना कल भी देखा मैंने.
Got moments for days.
पता नहीं यार.
Duryan, does he risk himself to
Nice,
push here with the showstopper? Nice.
सेव करेगा.
The ROI is good
BKL
enough.
मैंने क्या करा? मुझे गाली क्यों दे रहे हो?
Wanting to hold
हाँ,
on to
Save
the
करो,
operator,
save
but I mean,
करो.
still, thinking
पीछे.
about how the round plays out, it's a lot
उसको
of
क्यों बोल रहा है? सेव करो.
individual fights. Darren with a nice attempt to try to deter them away from B at the very least, but then towards the end,
साला ये
like you
ब्लेड की
mentioned,
तरफ
it was
से.
just Benkai
ये फाटू ब्लेड की तरफ से क्या ऐसा लग रहा
Part
है?
of it is also how the map is laid out and
साला.
not really able to watch everything. Right, you've got
Rascal
this double
बचा लिया.
controller setup, you've got Egoist on the Cypher, but it's just not quite enough to cover all the bases. There are always these tiny gaps that Benkai, for example, can
गोलू
use
भाई
to
एक
sneak
मारो,
up,
उसके बाद
past
confidence
alley,
आएगा. Come on, let's
sneak
go.
a frag, take control over A.
That's the strength that Benkai brings to the table, right? It's his confidence, it's his timing plays that when it works, it puts you on the map. And we saw that happen when he was... Well, we didn't see it, you know, come into fruition when he was trying to do that against Zeta, because he was losing a lot of the fights against Lash. But here, we're seeing
Look at his aggression,
which is
bro.
the benefit of Global Esports.
वो कॉमन हो गया.
It's lovely to see how Global Esports are starting to move these puzzle pieces to make them all fit together.
भाई
First
इधर
of all, you
तक
got
आया
Polvi.
बे.
He's a bit of a wild card sometimes, but then Benkai, this proven entity, and we know how he lurks.
बेंकाई ने जो रीड किया इस ओह क्योंकि उसने फ्लैश तोड़ा इसलिए हेवी रीड था बेंकाई का.
This is so different from the Global that
Read
we've
everything.
seen from a couple of from yesterday's matches. They're so controlled, they're so precise. These guys have truly woken up, and I don't know if they can continue this.
भाई मेरे को अच्छी लग रही है ये लोग सारे एंगल्स वगैरह क्लियर करके आराम से वो हो रही है.
Very, very careful.
ये मेरे को अच्छा लगा.
Look
इनको
at how
पता
they're
है
still maneuvering across.
ट्रैप्स तो बेका भी गया पक्की बात है.
Carefully checking corners. They want to make sure that they can keep the numbers advantage as they execute in, but Scary does not let that happen.
Lightning fast, already
Oh,
down.
Smoke.
Yay, an Egoist. Ooh, look at this, backside control.
बिना स्मोक के पहले गया ना अंदर.
Cannot get out. Shot and step. He catched up by
क्या हुआ ये round?
kills and Bleed 4-6. Global Esports all turned on their heads with a huge paranoia from Scary.
Yeah, that's exactly what it starts out.
बिना स्मोक के अंदर घुस
He's the
गया.
guy who puts up that roadblock.
हाँ ना बिना स्मोक के अंदर घुस गया ना.
मैं चाहता हूँ जी
Just
जीते.
nicely covers the entirety of B main as they push out. He gets away with that one frag.
एम डिफ नहीं रे बाबा बिना स्मोक अंदर घुसे रे बाबा. स्मोक लेट हो गया. देख रहे हो ना इधर देख रहे हो ना तुम लोग. क्योंकि वाइपर का एक था स्मोक इसका लेट हो गया.
The dark cover was a little bit
Right.
off. So
अरे बिना स्मोक घुस गए रे बाबा।
Quite break through and wow.
नहीं ये नहीं आया फेड के आइट में।
Oh no, actually it's a bleed timeout off of their win.
अरे गोलू ने डाला नहीं रे।
Yeah, is known for those.
भाई हमने चुनौती लगाई थी बंदाई।
It's not really to.
हमने बोला ये झूल रहा है नीचे मार रहा है ये।
Recuperate his team. It's more to
गंदा
try
जुबान है
building what's
आपकी
already slowly.
हमने बोला आपने हमने के।
So with that being said,
साथ भी नहीं तो क्या? मैं नहीं करता बार बार।
Again, trying to maneuver, probably
भाई
figure
ऐसे
out how to
हेयर
deal
बनाओ
with
क्या?
Benkai's
कोच
slurs.
जैसा?
That I think has been one of the biggest issues that they've been trying
यही
to figure
बाकी
out
है
against
बस।
global here.
हाँ कर सकते हो,
How
यही
much
बाकी है बस
map
सबका।
control Benkai really brings to the table to his new team.
Yeah, we've seen those slurs getting a little bit pesky for Bleed Esports now,
और
but
ये
at the same
सिर्फ ये
time, we're
तोड़ने के
wondering
लिए
what
भी।
they're gonna do. You got this
भाई ये लोग
operator,
बार
you
बार
got
वही
the
कर रहे हैं कि उधर तोड़ के
showstopper
कंट्रोल
too.
ले रहे हैं क्या?
Maybe a bit of early round aggression just to bring
हाँ,
the
बोले?
momentum back under their control. We are nearing the end of the first half.
डेरिन को पता है ना उधर जाके वापस मरेगा भी।
6-6. They'll
देख
have
लियो।
an easier time as we swap sides. Oh, but
जाओ ना डेरिन भाई आगे अब क्यों नहीं
नहीं अब नहीं गया क्योंकि एक बार आ रहा था।
Global playing things very carefully too.
एक बार इधर ही है।
Okay, spots out the.
वो कैमरा क्यों लगाया उसने?
Camera there very
थोड़ा
quickly
वो नहीं
brings
है
it
वो।
down. Egoist has placed all of his tripwires.
तुम्हें भाई एक इंडियन प्लेयर है वो भी 0 किल्स इन 10 राउंड। तो आप जाके खेलो ना रोस्ट किंग। जाओ ना खेलो।
Or a link, excuse me. That elbow without any of those utilities.
बज रहा है जैसे बेंच और रैंक 1 प्लेयर है रेडिएंट की।
No money for the cages.
Not too sure, but at the very
there
least,
he
yeah,
is.
there's one up by elbow. He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times
Aim
before.
पे
Once it
मार।
comes-
Oh, that's a huge haunt. Who's got the here's the party? That is going to be Durion dunking it in the face of Benkai. And this is a bloody take here for Bleed. Somehow manages to get in. Durion throws out the nade. Can he find
Nice
one?
goal.
Lightning fast with the late lurk and the counter late lurk from Ye.
वाह भाई
It's
लर्क
1
को
to
चला
1. 2
लेट
versus
लर्क
2.
पे।
Retake will have to be done
लड़कर
here
को
by
लड़कर
Bleed.
मार रहा है भाई।
Global
क्या लाइन अप है
Esports.
इसका?
They've doubled up. They got a solid positioning right
डब्बा के
now.
लिए।
Durion still
चलो वो क्लियर हो गया।
holding this operator. Will have to wait for Ye to double
दिल
up
से
with
बुरा
him.
लगा
But
ये।
Ye just runs into the side and trips
सही है,
up
सही
face first into the
Nice.
embracing hands of Polvi and
ओ
teammate.
भाई,
Happens
पहले ही
twice
आवाज आ
now.
गई थी।
Durion and
हाँ।
GE really commanding
अबे
the
ये
rounds
कहाँ
here
भाग
when
रहे
they
सीधा?
when they get those setups.
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you
गोलू
spot
भाई
out
एक kill,
like a
let's
foot
go.
and an arm and you're like, okay, there's more than one person here. I could have fired off a shot, but it's definitely not going to
गोलू
be enough
मारता
to
है।
win out the round.
मारता है।
So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing out like that. I don't know if it's like a little bit of miscommunication, but at the very least, you can say with absolute certainty, Global
भाई, एक
Esports
बात तो
are
है भाई।
fighting.
जैसा वो चेंबर खेलता है वैसा दूसरा एजेंट इतना ओपी नहीं है
Every
पब्लिक।
single time we've seen it on social media. Always giving their beloved team that support. Polvi's the one right now with the showstopper. How does the not connect?
Oh, yeah.
On Yade, on the corner. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill.
How
And
lit.
is on a tear here. Global Esports want to make a statement to end this first half if they can. Still have to be very careful as they know that Bleed still has working pieces. They've only found Ye. They haven't gotten Durion yet, who has been such a thorn with this operator. They're making a lot of noise here on mid side right now, Quack, but they're coming back to A, where Durion seems to be prepared, but is he truly?
Yeah, I don't know how you can escape with this one. Oh my goodness!
He doesn't need to escape, man. He only needs to thrive, and he gets the collateral.
तेरे
Only
बाबा।
does shut him down very quickly. Damage be done. Has to pick up the spike, 30 seconds.
कुछ तो
His
भेजो
teammate,
ना कुछ तो।
lightning fast, trying to get that
अगर एंगल
clearance
क्लियर नहीं
so
है
that there is a lot more opportunity for Polvi to push up onto the A site more securely.
गौतम भाई
The
क्या
big problem
बोले?
is, can he? Also, just gonna point it out there, does Crazy Guy have some nasty little lineup for a default plan because he's got 2 shock darts. I don't know where, I don't know how.
I kind of expect him to be able to do that. If not, at the very least, he's got the recon for his team to come in at the retake. They've got the numbers for it. But Polvi has paint shells too. I don't know if he wants to push out even further though. That's the thing. Because he might get punished and that's basically going to be the round for Bleed
दिमाग
now.
लगाया crazy guy।
You know, I was thinking that he was going to use all of those utilities of his, but he doesn't really need to. You know why? They're not expecting him to be on the site.
वो हो गया ना क्या
So
बोलते हैं
him
इसको?
just being silent and deadly is already in, you know.
But that said, you know, it also kind of works out because
थोड़ा वो हो गया, पैनिक हो गया, heavy वाला पैनिक था, वो दिख गया.
peeking out over the box, I guess he just didn't quite.
सही है वैसे.
7-5.
Yeah.
So we do end the first half, you know, not
7-5
6, but
7-5
which
is a good half.
isn't the worst thing in the
7-5
world.
is a good
Let's
half,
say
guys.
we shall see if this iteration of
Bleed का attack
can
देखना.
bring them
मैं
back.
पट से सुगर क्या हूँ, please. Like कर दो स्ट्रीम को, चैनल को गाली ना दो, पट से सुगर क्या.
All, and they might actually have an easier time on the defense.
True, and this is the first time we're also seeing Global play this Sunset map, if I am not mistaken. So there's still so many unknown factors of how they've been truly controlling this. And of course, another one of those things is we will not really have any Sentinel, I believe, coming into that second half. So
The Viper.
I mean, we're talking about how the Viper could play as a Sentinel, but doesn't truly play as a Sentinel, right? So they have to learn how to play with that, and very curious to see how they will.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, we were talking about it. You don't have quite the traps. To
Time पे public. चार को गाली ना दो ना.
Sunset does feel like it could be, you know, just enough. At the same time, because you're playing on defense, you just need to delay, really. And as long as Benkai stays hidden well enough, you know, you throw out those utilities to snake bite, hold off for as much as possible, anchor down the sides. He should be good to go. But then again, comes down to map control.
B में info मिल गया.
The way that they move together on this map, they
B
move
में
as
info मिल गया sniper के through.
Crazy guy.
फिर पैर भी डाला है
All of
उसने.
his money for utility.
अरे भाई कैमरा तोड़ रहा है फिर क्या सीन है?
Okay, so it goes on mid. He wants to check if anybody
Obvious है भाई, आगे मत जा please.
with that recon dart, but doesn't find anything.
तोड़ेगा ना ट्रिक.
So the rest of Bleed now push up onto A side. Polvi, he almost got decapitated there by Egoist, but decides otherwise. Here comes Benkai. Here's the footsteps, backs away. Bleed, they've been sought after.
Nice.
Down, and Polvi here pulverizes Egoist. That's going to leave Bleed trapped on A main. If Polvi decides to actually push the tempo right now.
Nice, Golu.
They're taking fights that they can't win. We're not done just yet. Hold on. Benkai is around the corner here, spotted out by Durion. So maybe this is the fight that Bleed are finally looking for. But there is still so much to unravel from Global Esports. So Bleed decides otherwise to go around. I think they're hoping to find Polvi somewhere lurking. But as we can see, he's somewhere there on top of A link. So they're not going to find anything. But if they go to B, this is where they can find themselves a chance. But with market door being closed, they're going to burn a bit of time waiting, checking, and then a couple of seconds they have to rush.
Either way, Global Esports holds the advantage, right? And that's the most interesting thing, at least for this round. Although it's a full new squad, they carry on the same statistics from last year in VCT Pacific, having one of the most highest number of first-round wins.
Oh, flash में मारा उसने.
Yeah! Huge upset there for Global. 5-8.
सही गया.
Bleed also known to
डर के खेल रहे हैं बे. Notice क्या Bleed?
that for Bleed here.
हार गए भी Bleed.
And of course, the best weapon against that, which
public
might pick up. Ah, there it is.
Bye bye, मेरा clean shape finally.
You know, Global Esports hasn't really called any timeouts yet. Bleed maybe called one after a round win, and the way that they're pushing up so slowly.
अभी भी confidence है थोड़ा यार.
You got players like Blaze King, Polvi on the other side.
But मेरे को अभी
The
समझ
slight
नहीं आ
micro
रहा.
timings with the way that they peek out all of a sudden. Sometimes
तू
Bleed
चुप रहे भाई.
क्या पता Bleed का बुरा मैप होगा इसे.
So it's a bit of revenge for Blaze King as well, right? Because this, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus Bleed at Ascension last year.
Yeah, अगर
now
वो नहीं
finding
किया.
his win with a new team, new roster on Global Esports.
You're absolutely right. It means
टीम में काम करो, चुप हो जाओ. Dance.
Coming off of that high with the pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so out of his element here, whether it's because
मैं आज से ना second round
or he's on a role that he's not really truly familiar with.
एक ही शॉट में डन
showing that scoreboard. He's at the bottom for bleed as of this
भाई
point.
ये का देखो यार
See the struggles that
ये आज बोलेगा रे मेरे से नहीं जम रहा
are
है
having to face in global. They're just eating that up. Oh, this wall.
फ्री किल
It drops. Lightning Fast got a chance. Blaze King first on contact. Has a seize. Locks them
देखो
up into
कोई
the
एग्रेशन
prison.
नहीं दे रहा है
If he pushes out, well, he doesn't need to.
गोलू
Lightning Fast
जॉर्ड
is
बेबी
That's gonna be a quick
जीत गए
clear
मैप
here for
लिखो लिखो लिखो
Global. And they are
जीत गए बाबा
terrifying on this control. It's not fast.
न्यू वैलो कोच जीई बोन थैंक यू सो मच आर्यन भाई भाई जीत गए रे जीत गए
needs, but they gotta kind of like cauterize
सच्ची में जीत
or
गया
something, right? Because right now, as it goes on,
Nice.
they're starting to lose out in terms of rounds. They get the buy back up in full this time, but the momentum definitely on the side of Global Esports.
बहुत ही तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं यार शट अप मत देखो ना मैं मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है यार जीत रहे हैं यार
on this outlaw and the amount of damage that they could potentially put out is deadly. However, in this round, it is a bleed with full armor, full utility.
पनौती नहीं मार रहा बाबा मैं ठीक है मैं बात नहीं
टकला मत तो थोड़ा बस कट करा लो
कुछ नहीं बस कट वगैरह टकला हो जाओगे सिंपल सी बात चैट टकला ना इसने बोला तो फिर है आई विल शेव माय हेड मतलब क्या है टकला ही है
In this situation, even if bleed has that
पब्लिक कंफर्म कर दो यार
do so.
टिबन आउटलॉ से क्राउच स्पैम नहीं होता टिबन भाई सेम दिल की बात बोल
नो टकला बोल रहे लव यू गाइस
टकला होना हैशटैग हो रही है ट्वीट हो जाए हैशटैग #2 टकला होना
They might have heard something to where it's B main, but that's about it. So
ऋषि सर को टैग कर लियो ठीक है डन सी
yeah, getting the call over the toxic screen at the very least is a hell. So now rotations coming
भाई
over.
ये तो जीत गए
As long as Lightning Fast can do his job,
Full
still has
plane
that
white
paranoia
oh.
available. Blaze King as well with a haunt for info.
I was actually just about to point that out.
मैं क्लियर मैं करूंगा भाई मेरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं
Statistic do we have?
मैं हर बार करता हूं
Blaze King's haunts have been because it's been giving away so much positioning right now. Look at Duryon just dodging into the site itself.
वो लोग क्या बच गए
Like Fast not going to be able to escape that one. Explosion.
टीबोन भाई अगर आप ई कोच बन जाओ तो आप जी का नहीं निचालो जी का नहीं निचालो क्या 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 बोल रहे हो कबीर
Himself up, a Spectre pushes up, but Scary's on top of that case, and that's going to be bleed 6 to 9. A very messy fight.
कबीर भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ टीबोन भाई अगर आप ई कोच बन जाओ तो आप जी को नहीं निचाइयो लोअर ग्राउंड
Take a slightly better approach towards the site. You know, being able to pull the attention back and forth.
तक ले जाओगे जी ही यहाँ तक भी नहीं पहुंचेगी नो हटा लव यू उमा क्या बोल रहे हो मेरी जान और मतलब अगर मैं कोच बन गया इधर तक भी नहीं आ सकता ऐसा बोल रहे हो शर्म करो आगे जा कुछ नहीं होगा पॉल में एक किल मिले आगे जा भरोसा रख भाई जा जा जा
If he decides to push up, maybe he can find something, but it seems like Poli might have overheated a little bit here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy
भाई मैंने भी बोला कि मत जा
as easy as that. Now the rest of Global pushing up on mid could put a pinch on the late lurking Ye, but B-side should be theirs. Never mind, Ye turns it back, and now he's got that late lurk that GE will have to deal with. And it's deal upon deal. All right, we're not done just yet. It's fine. We're charging in.
दो एक और मिलेगा
He gets another one. We'll get shut down by Egoist. That's dust settles. Who's getting the advantage right now? Feels like it's bleed. Should be. They are pushing lightning fast. But the punishes in the quick trades for
OP in the chat.
are just too damn
OP in the chat.
Keep up.
मैं इससे नहीं बोलता आगे जा मैं कॉन्फिडेंस में बोलता हूँ हैशटैग टीबोन भाई ओपी इन दी चैट चाहिए मुझे हो गया आप जीत गए आप तो पैसा ही पैसा है
गांड फट रही है मेरी
हैशटैग टकला फाटू इन दी चैट
doesn't really work out all too well, and they need.
भाई मुझे बोला ना ओपी, मैंने बोला ना एग्रेसिव जाने के लिए। ओपी यार ब्लेस्टिंग सच्ची बोलो। भाई ब्लेस्टिंग ओपी के लिए। भाई 3 राउंड क्लोज कर दो प्लीज। भाई 3 राउंड क्लोज कर दो। डन कर दो क्लोज। टाइम नहीं है मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है।
भाई गोलू बॉल के वहां पे 2 खेल तो थे। गोलू भाई शेकिंग कर रहा है।
फाटो भाई जरा वो डिस्कॉर्ड में मीम्स डाल दो एआई यूज करके टकला में कैसे दिखेंगे फाटो भाई चलो।
I feel like I was about to say, never say never, as is of course by my favorite movie. With Justin Bieber and Jaden Smith.
Lol, dude, Paul V, what a shot!
And Justin Bieber again. Yeah, Durian though. Sick shot on mid here, but the thing is with global esports, right? Is if you strike us, cut one head down, 2 will take its place. They are so quick at just reacting to the stimuli that Bleed is dishing out.
भाई कितनी छोटी पीक में भी मार देते हैं।
Bleed's strongest
डॉट का एडवांटेज है।
At all. Can find something maybe for Ye here. Okay, never. As soon as I say that,
एकदम उल्टा।
And this makes it somewhat doable. You're absolutely right. El Diablo heating things up, right? Can they exercise him out of the sight? As the Nightfall used very, very haphazardly. No follow-up just to scare them, but the pin making it very difficult to them to push over. What is happening here? Egoist!
भाई हाथ फेंक दिया यार।
Lightning fast finds Ye left in a 2 versus 1.
भाई गोटा मुंह में आया था भाई।
Awkward for Egoist in that moment. Coming out the
Lol, dude.
I mean, you can see the idea.
भाई यार सारे मिलके मुझे पागल वर टकला बनाना चाह रहे हैं मुझे लग रहा है भाई। ब्लेड वाले मिले हुए हैं।
Tried to do what he could, but just without the firepower, I guess. Kind of whiffing some shots.
हार्ट अटैक आया मेरे को सच्ची बोल रहा बाबा। मैं
needed to stay in the pit to keep it up, right? So
भाई क्लोज करेंगे।
just knowing how to make it work, having that
भाई लिख के लोग क्लोज करेंगे जी वाले अभी देख। भाई सच्ची में क्रेजी के लिए यार भाई दिल से रेस्पेक्ट है दिल से। मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा भाई दिल से
star power of Ye, still not quite enough to bring Bleed to a decisive win.
Speaking of not going to be enough.
जा मार
He's in trouble here. He decides to go on the
Control
other
लिया
direction.
क्या?
It might have been incorrect for him. Russ has pocketed himself onto
Russ, nice!
Not falling behind. Let's go. Oh, what a controlled spray!
मैं बोला ना क्लोज करेंगे।
Egoist
मैं बोला ना क्लोज करेंगे। मैंने बोला कि
Volvi might not have gotten any kills, but his teammates sure made use of the push outside of mid that he has just done. Neural theft activated.
भाई जी ने सबकी बोलती बंद कर दी भाई बोलती बंद।
Rather than pick up the spike first because he does
भाई गोलू भी भाई सेक्सी के लिए
not
यार।
have the map control to really take advantage of that.
Well, let's think about this, right? You got
क्या
50 seconds
करेंगे?
left. You got full
1v3 में
armor.
क्या करेंगे?
Got a rifle.
नहीं
It's
होगा।
not entirely
क्या करोगे मैक्सिमम
impossible.
बताओ ईगोस्ट भाई क्या करोगे जाके
So
प्लांट
you could go
करोगे
in for the
बराबर।
spike plant first, but then where do you go after
रहेगा
that? You
plant?
know the full force and might of
साथ में
Global
खेलो
Esports.
बेस्ट भाई सही खेल रहे साथ में रिटेक कर
तीनों एक साथ खेलेंगे।
बराबर वही करने दो प्लांट कोई मसला नहीं है।
You know, well concealed enough.
लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है ईगोस्ट क्लच निकाल लेगा 1 में।
अबे कहाँ से क्लच निकालेगा 1v3 हो? मतलब 3 ब्रेन हेवी ब्रेन वाले बंदे।
It's an idea, but Bankai is
भाई
watching the
अल्ट्रा
back.
इसने क्लियर करने के लिए।
नाइफ होना।
Yeah, there it is.
गोलू
गोलू भाई
Sheer intuition or because the meter for Thrash was running out.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
Dude, he found him. That does not feel good as Echo.
गोलू
भाई अभी उनका वो टूट गया।
गोलू भाई
मोरल टूट गया उनका पक्का मोरल टूट गया।
Now getting hit by the Thrasher like this, Ego is just.
यार मुझे लगा ये ओपी टीम है यार ब्लेड।
But on the other side, for Global Esports, the way that they're coming out on this, first of all, I mean the Thrasher just well timed.
हट भाई जरा ट्वीट में जरा कुछ रिप्लाई करे उधर। हाई किसकी?
This is the Global Esports that knows exactly how to operate, how to move.
6 to close हो ये close हो।
This is what they wanted to show us on that first day as well, on their match as well with this brandishing new roster.
फाटू भाई की जो गोटे मुंह में आए ना जरा मीम सेक्शन में जल्दी जल्दी AI यूज करके फाटो की टकला शक्ल दिखा दो, मुझे देखनी है।
Duelist rushes out, dies on his own, gets information. Apart from that, Russ and Lightning Fast getting those sprays.
Guys, एक मैप में आधा टकला तो बन सकता है फाटो।
For them.
फाटो भाई।
Something the desk as well.
Oh my God, Sam with a clutch. TbOne भाई मेरा ट्वीट आप ट्वीट खोलो एक बार।
क्या? क्या?
एक बार ट्वीट खोलो।
इसने डिलीट कर दिया क्या? चूतिया।
एक बार ट्वीट खोलो।
डिलीट कर दिया।
He's now put in
कहाँ भाई?
situations where he can be put into spots where he can.
इसने डिलीट कर दिया क्या?
नहीं, ट्वीट तो खोलो एक बार।
He's been sick at it. I mean, he's 9-10-3, but those are impact frags.
कहाँ भाई? वही तो दिख रही है। If they win against Blade, I'll go bald.
Picking up a lot of pistol kills.
तो मैंने G mention किया।
अरे ये सब बकचोदी नहीं, ठीक है? हाँ? ये सब
ठीक है भाई, देखते रहो अभी।
भाई ये सब बकचोदी नहीं गाइस, ये सब बकचोदी नहीं हाँ।
Shot by the paranoia of Lightning
ठीक है भाई, RR जो कर दो।
Heading fast though, holding inside his own smoke. That's
गाफ तोड़ो ठीक है अगर इसने नहीं किया।
Pushes out and covers.
गोलो हेटर्स का फट भाई बोल रहे थे वही तो।
On B main. Double satchel from Turion. Man is clean.
हाँ ठीक है, एक राउंड ठीक है। लो भाई रख लो एक राउंड। लो भाई रख लो एक राउंड हम पे तो और राउंड से।
Of course, GE always fighting.
Always.
लो भाई रख लो हमें।
Just think about how that round turns out. I mean, it started from a
अबे हो जाएगा क्लोज आउट भाई, कम ऑन यार भाई। भाई सामने टीम देखो, ब्लेज की, बिंग का रस गोलू भाई क्लोज करेंगे भाई। नहीं होगा भाई कमबैक, तुम लोग ना मुझे मत दिखाइए कमबैक।
ठग दिया।
7-13 नहीं, अगले राउंड। ये राउंड गया तो ये राउंड छोड़ दो, मसला नहीं। नो इश्यूज, नो इश्यूज। अच्छा किया, अल्ट किया उसने इको में, अच्छी बात है, अच्छी बात है। अल्ट वेस्ट हो गया उनका, सही है।
अल्ट करे
ओपी बॉलिंग यार, नाइफ होता मजा आ जाता है।
Crazy guy just at the nick of time, right? And then
कलर डिमोटिवेट कर।
चाबर भाई जी फाइट जस्टिन चावरा भाई फाटो भाई टकला होने वाला है।
How did he kill him, bro?
What is happening? The timings have been so
हाँ ठीक है, ये राउंड तो
wacky.
रख लो भाई, रख लो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, अभी क्लोज आउट करो बस।
Wacky all across the board.
ये
But again,
ऑप आया पोलियो भाई के बाद। ओ ये
it kind of throws things in for a bit of a loop, and then maybe, you know,
TbOne का बेटा इधर ही बैठा है रे बेडू। ओ ये
once Leeds gains control over sight, you know, I mean, once they know exactly
चालू
what's
नहीं
about
होना।
to happen, they're able to kind of come in
Oh,
and put
yeah.
themselves in a position to shoot things down, and you know, maybe kind of keeping spirits up. Still got 4 more rounds to go, but you're very much in the game. You got Polion and Bob now, though. And I want to see what the idea is behind this.
It is to get kills with the sniper. That is the idea.
Oh,
But
yeah.
the idea will not be turned into
पैसा आ रहा है नहीं, इधर क्या हो?
as it's been pretty much snuffed out by
TbOne भाई
Blaze
WhatsApp
Guy
देखो, पैसा आ रहा है।
देख लिया भाई, देखा।
here. Heroics from the sub IGL, as I probably would call it. Anyways, Bleed clean on the take. They just waited a couple of seconds.
6 मंथ हो गया, दूध पिलाओ अपने बबले से मुझे। एक्सक्यूज मी, क्या लैंग्वेज?
And the rest here of Global Esports trying to brute force their way. It might work, but Bleed have been too clean with this trade game for the past couple of rounds now. And Global Esports back again to the drawing board. They're starting to lose control here. 3 rounds a while ago might have seemed impossible, but with how they've been approaching here, Quack, it looks pretty doable from the MYSG team.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
Yeah, I mean, the reads are starting to feel a little bit off from both
12
sides.
is all they get.
Lead starting things out not too great, but then now starting to get
किसने
an
time out
idea
लिया?
for how Global Esports wants to
हमने
play.
लिया क्या?
Going for that aggressive peek up on B. Polvi, that's what that op was for, but Bleed knew exactly how to
OT
counter
नहीं
that,
जाएगा
right? That's
बाबा।
why they kind of played around a little bit more slowly.
क्लोजिंग का मसला चल रहा है, कुछ तो रीसेट हो रही है, प्लेयर्स डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, लेट्स क्लोज इट बोल रहा है, लेट्स नॉट थ्रो आउट.
And again, they are sitting at map point as long as they kind of play it safe. You know, maybe they don't want to allow for Bleed to execute. But as long as they, you know, perhaps go in for a bit of a retake, all it takes is just
खत्म करो भाई, टेंशन आ लो नीलेश भाई, टेंशन आ लो, तुम लोग सब्र करो बस.
Even though we are seeing the max loss bonus for global, right, give them a lot more money to utilize. Their composition is kind of expensive, especially with how they've been buying the operator for Polvi. That's gonna reset their economy somewhat.
ये लोग 20 टाइम कर रहे हैं क्योंकि कोई है ही
Not
नहीं.
closing out map is bad, guys.
Polvi
20 टाइम कर रहे हैं अभी. ये कंट्रोल ले रहे मिड.
नाइफ करके क्या फायदा, जितना ब्लीड को है.
Oh, okay, timer's still going.
रुको मिड कंट्रोल ले रहे हैं क्या?
12 is all they get.
No, they're actually just
भाई पूरा गलत हो रहा है ये राउंड यार.
So Bleed doesn't know this. There could be a huge flank coming in, but
गुल प्लीज रिटेक के लो, मसला नहीं है. गुल प्लीज रिटेक के लो, प्लीज रिटेक.
Or Bleed just decides to go B, there will be no resistance whatsoever here.
I mean,
ठीक है, रिटेक का सीन है. चलो देखते हैं.
As soon as they, you know, play along with the
रिटेक हो जाए
they can come in for a big flank, a big retake. Bleed might not be able to hold off against it. So now Polvi back into his market. They got more lines of sight.
Nice.
Benkai has gotten the first kill. Step in the right
ये
direction
मरेगा.
now
Cypher
for
मरेगा.
Global Esports.
मरेगा से.
Ooh, Wingman and Dizzy.
बोला.
Banks, Egoist, a sad boy. 3 more players here for Bleed. Global Esports coming.
जीत गए बेबी, let's go. Woohoo, yeah!
They will try to do their darndest to stop
जीत
the
गए.
defuse from coming in, but
अबे
it
इसका
will not
लाइनअप
be
है.
denied. Yays on the last
आधा हो गया,
legs.
क्या करेंगे?
No one's still defusing it right now.
Wait.
Okay, there we go.
Line up.
They just try to spray through.
GG baby! अच्छा retake.
Global Esports finally find that one play to secure his first map.
दिव्या शांत रहो, पनौती अब नहीं बाबा, जीत गए. Wow, yeah! Woo!
Both pistols.
भाई बढ़िया खेले यार जी.
Lurking all over the map, but at the same time, what the rest of them can
बढ़िया
all
खेला,
do.
पोली भाई भी.
We got plates
ऐसा
just
टीम
fighting
खेले
frags
लोग
on top
आज.
of frags. You've got
अब पब्लिक
Win or lose. Now I'm getting $85 or $12.
Bleed ब्लार जा रहे हैं. Bleed is going out man. Trust me. Predators की बहन की भाई.
Esports, that final round off of the timeout, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Because of that, we're just gonna
Bhai,
pass
there
it
is a
on to the
reason,
next
yeah.
to discuss things
There's a
deeper.
reason why they say G fighting. They always fight.
Sunset
कोई डिलीट विलेट नहीं होगी भाई. आधा काट लो अभी के, आधा काट सकते हो आप अभी के लिए.
आपका काटू आधा. But we did hear that Global was actually feeling very confident on Sunset.
भाई सच्ची में really feeling proud यार. मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा. मैं जीत गया तो खुशी में ऐसे.
Bleed looking like they were going to have a bit of a run back there at the very end after that final timeout coming through.
खुशी में निकलो. मैं
It's so
झूठ नहीं.
difficult. I mean, Global already being up at
मैं
12
सच्ची
rounds
बोल.
locked in. This means that all they have to do is get that last one. They
Really
fought,
feeling
make it
proud
happen.
of
There were some nice setups at the end,
G.
some nice early picks coming through.
Yeah, and of course.
कल ब्लेड कल ये हुई ना बात. रुको अभी बजो मत, एक और मैप है.
Chain into that really helped them because if you look at the scoreline, if that didn't go their way, this could have flipped on its head the other way. So we have to always keep that in mind.
बचेंगे बाद में.
GE, they were very well
अभी
known
मत
in the
बचो.
old roster with their pistols as well. So
कौन पोली था ना टॉप फ्रैगर? हाँ?
But the biggest thing is what we talked about before the game. Can they
नहीं
show
जम रहा है रे को.
these maps and compositions? And this time we saw that
Hello?
chain of utility. I mean,
हाँ
even
जी.
the last round, just throwing
I think it's time to change the hashtag for G Party to G winning or something, yo.
रुको दूसरी मैप देखेंगे उसके बाद बचेंगे.
Everybody so much, and they're not exactly sure where.
We are going to budge only after we win. Blaze King Blaze King बहुत मारा भाई.
मारो उनको, नाइफ मारो.
भाई Blaze King नहीं मारा था लास्ट टाइम ब्लीड को, याद है? इसमें एसेंशियल में भी
हाँ बोलो फटो भाई.
बहुत मारा.
मैं गंजा कैसा लगूंगा अच्छा?
करना तो पड़ेगा.
इसीलिए
करना तो पड़ेगा फाटो बेटे.
फ्री टाइम में ट्विटर खोल के ऐसा सिर्फ देख के बंद करना चाहिए. ऐसा फुकट में ये वो बजेगा तो जाओ. टीबोन का बाल छोटा है बोल रहे, तुम्हारा बाल ही नहीं बचेगा.
Simple.
So even just getting involved as far as the first kills are concerned, but this is exactly what we wanted to see from GE and exactly what we said they needed to do. Come out get that lead nice and early and start to run away with it so that
TbOne भाई after yesterday's G really Phanteks सच्ची में you should half shave now क्यों भाई सबके बात करेंगे ना ये क्या बात होगा भाई
सब बोल के अन्ना को बोलेगा TbOne
क्या चीज
अगर इसमें गंजा नहीं हुआ तो
गंजा करनी पड़ेगी भाई अन्ना आएंगे अन्ना ट्वीट पे देखा
तो अन्ना को बोल देंगे सच में TVFS आएगा भाई आई विल मेक श्योर दिस हैपेंस
भाई गंजा तो होना पड़ेगा
रियलिटी का सब सोशल्स मेरे पास है
भाई मैंने भी बोला क्लीन शेव करूंगा मैं कर लूंगा मुझे कोई मसला नहीं है मैं कर लूंगा क्लीन शेव कोई मसले की बात क्या तेरा टकला होना पड़ेगा भाई तूने ट्वीट किया है भाई यार ऋषि सर को बोलो ना उधर एक कमेंट करने ओह ये बोलो ऋषि सर को एक कमेंट करने
काटू भाई तू अभी कुछ भी बोलो चलेगा मैं तेरे को मैं बोल दिया जो बोलना है अन्ना को TbOne भाई
ओपी बेबी मजे ही मजे भाई आज तक फाटू टकला नहीं देखा मैं कैसे दिखेगा
तरबता फोन चेस्तू मीकू मतलब चैट इट्स इन हैदराबाद लैंग्वेज
भाई TbOne भाई
तरबता फोन चेस्तू मीकू क्या मतलब
आवाज सुनाई दे रहा है आपको गार्ड फटी हुई वाला आवाज सुनाई दे रहा है आपको
तरबता फोन चेस्ता नीकू इसका मतलब
तरबता फोन चेस्ता मीकू
अन्ना एक बार फोन देखो बराबर ना
नहीं देख मैं कॉल करता हूँ आपको पूरा बोलने के लिए उसके पहले वो बोल दिया अन्ना व्हाटएवर फाटू सेज डोंट लिसन उसके बाद मैं आपको कॉल कर दूंगा ऐसा बोला अरे वही है रे
क्या रे उसका मतलब क्या है
मैं बाद में फोन करके बोलूंगा आपको सब
कॉल यू लेटर क्या
हाँ तो अभी जो बोल रहा है बोल दो अन्ना को पता है
ओ भाई हेवी मारा भाई कल का पूरा खोटा
आई विल कॉल यू लेटर
भाई गोलू बराबर खेला उसका जो करना है उसने
भाई
किया
देखो अन्ना को अपना वीडियोस की परवाह है अगर मैं गंजा हो जाऊंगा तो आगे की सीसी
और भी कंटेंट है भाई
कोई दिक्कत नहीं भाई कोई दिक्कत
कोई नहीं है भाई विग ले लेंगे
आप चाहिए तो
कोई बात नहीं गंजा
कोई मसला नहीं विग लाएंगे कोई दिक्कत नहीं ये अपनी हेयर से बहुत प्यार करता है मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ साला वो भी करता है डाई
भाई
अगर इसका गया है
बहुत दिनों बाद देख रहा हूँ गांड फटी हुई है एकदम
हाँ ना बे
भाई उसका शक्ल देखो गांड फटी
बट तो मैं तेरे को एक बात बोली अपनी बालों से बहुत प्यार करता है मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कम से कम आधा घंटा लगाते हैं बाल सेट करने के लिए सोचो ये बंदा गंजा हो गया क्या होगा मजे मजे यार यूफो भाई ओपे बेबी ये
TbOne
हाँ जी
अन्ना तेरे को वो ला रहे ना ROG सेट्रा
हाँ
ओके
क्यों भाई
सिर्फ मेरे को देना मैं यूज करके दे दूंगा वापस ट्राई कर
भाई मैं ऐसे दूसरों को यूज करने के लिए चीजें नहीं देखता
पैंचो अब भी आ रहा हूँ मेरा माउस लेके जाऊंगा देखेगा
अरे मार दो यार कौन
भाई बोल दिया किसने बोला
ठीक है भाई
लेकिन आप
दो आ रहे
दो आ रहे क्या वैसे इसमें डिले है कि नहीं पता नहीं यार
वो सब नहीं चाहिए भाई पीछे से बाल हट रहे
हेडफोन्स जा रही है भाई कपड़े कम पड़ रहे हुडी कोरियर हो जाता तो करता हो यार साला 5 kg का हुडी है 5 लाख लगेगा भाई
जमल लो कुटो
आए सिया इसाले इसके लिए मैं काले हे ओए सिया उसाले उसके में लखा ले हे
टकला फाटू ना करो यार
ओ मेरी जान हो तुम
टेंशन नहीं है भाई
तेरी जान
मैं समझूंगा कि मेरी वो हो रही है क्या बोलते गाइस उसको
क्या
वो
कुछ नहीं टकला हो रहे हो आप और कुछ नहीं जमले जमाले जमले जमले जमालो
मैं सोचूंगा कि मेरा मुंडन हो रहा है गाइस कोई दिक्कत
मुंडन मतलब क्या होता है शादी
मैं सोचूंगा मेरा मुंडन हो रहा है कोई दिक्कत नहीं तो कितने टाइम लगता है यार एक बाल आने में हाउ मच टाइम इट टेक्स टू ग्रो
लड़का का गांड तो फट गया है लड़का का गांड तो फट गया है आईसी माले मेले ओले मेले गाले हे
still hiding that, but I feel like on the side of global esports, it's slowly coming
अरे
into
मेरे
shape.
से
We're
पूछे
seeing
ना
it
बस
now
कट
on
करता हूँ मैं
TikTok
हर महीना बताओ मैं बस कट करने के बावजूद बस कट मतलब एक्सट्रीम नहीं जीरो में बस कट 1 में होती है ना कटिंग तो आपको लगता है बस कट में 6 महीना फुल कट के मतलब 7 महीना ड्यूड भाई लगता है बैटर थोड़ा सीरियस है बिंग्स और राका का हाँ क्या आज हेवी मसाला मिलने वाला है मतलब
टेंशन ना लो आपका बेटा टीबोन कभी अच्छा नहीं खेलेगा
क्या मेरा क्या भाई
भाई ऐसा तो टकला नहीं है मेरा सर भाई ये क्या क्या फोटोज बना के भेज दी भाई इन्होंने मेरे टकले सर की
दिखाओ मुझे एक बार आईसी मालिका में ओले मेले ले ले कार्टिकोन मीम्स
द फक ब्रो
कहाँ पे है
हेलो
तेरा डिस्कॉर्ड
हाँ भाई ये तो रघु लग रहा हूँ मैं पूरा रघु या राजीव
भाई क्लीन शेव भी होना गाइस क्या बोलते हो
हमटे डमटे सैट और वाली
अंडा है एकदम से
माँ कसम भाई अंडा भाई अंडा टीबोन हम गज्जे करे तो भी हमारा शक्ल थोड़ा बड़ा है ना इतना बुरा नहीं दिखेगा इसको देखो
अच्छा लग रहा हूँ बे जॉनी
अच्छा सेक्सी तो लग रहा हो यार
फाटू सेंस लग रहा हूँ पूरा
टीबोन भाई फाटू का शक्ल देखो ना हंसते हुए चेहरे नु मतलब नहीं कि तकलीफ नहीं होता ऐसा दे वो
गाफ तो फट गए हो
तकलीफ नहीं ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਤੂਰਾ ਤੇਰੀ ਗਾਂਡ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੰਡ ਦੁੰਦਾ ਨੂੰ याद
हां मेरे गांड में लंड दुंदा नु चलेगा तू तकलीफ दुंदा नु लौड़े
ये बट्टू तेरा लॉकडाउन है बेस में एक मिनट रुको बट्टू तेरा लॉकडाउन है मेरा इसमें सॉरी यार
चलेगा भाई देख लो क्या है वो देख के इतना बुरा लगेगा तो कुछ जीपे करेगा मतलब
बट्टू तेरा अरे भाई गांड तो फटी है ही गांड तो फटी है फाटू भाई आपकी बाल सबसे ज्यादा प्यार करता है ये देख लियो
ओए स्टार्ट हो गया बस
भाई क्या है
Put him on that duelist, his signature role.
Oh fuck yeah on Jet. Oh bhai
can this turn the tide for Bleed?
मारेगा
He's
भाई
got to do what he's got to do. If he doesn't, then you know, bye Bleed. Hello India.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
Can't wait to see what happens, right? We've been talking about this. Desk was hyping it up before.
क्या लगता है guys?
Polvi versus
ये Jet ले लिया यार.
Didn't quite deliver on Sunset. Excuse me.
Hashtag no ganja in the chat.
कुछ नहीं भाई हेलो
It put us on the loop definitely where it felt like it was just such a different pacing that we're not really used to. The tempo was everywhere on that first game and it felt like Bleed also felt that as to how they just couldn't really outmaneuver Global Esports. That's not taking away Global Esports that had a phenomenal first game. Anyways, as the pistol starts to go here, contact will be at A site. Very low dart coming in from Blaze King. It might actually have hindered a lot
लगाया
of
उधर
the information gathering.
बोला था जेविनिंग लव यू मेजी भाई सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ यार
Bleed now starting to march their way up into the push here. Bankai gets immediately spotted, not yet gutted, but he's getting pushed out and his teammate is not gone. Mike Fast is holding on. If he can reposition as well, has the spike plant, not yet done. I thought they were pushing for that A site, but with all this happening, they could rotate to B.
I think that's their option.
Bye.
They don't really want to stay. They're no longer welcome on the A side, especially
ये थोड़ा
that
डिफिकल्ट लग
that
रहा
low.
है क्या बोलते हो
वापस बी जा रहे भाई
Just a bit of question marks in the minds of the Bleed players. Have they rotated? Anticipating that. They know they've
जीता भाई फर्स्ट मैच
They've got the shock dart, they've got the
कभी भी चैट में ऐसा लगता है कि भाई क्या हो रहा है
come in with this retake.
Oh, the alarm bot is deactivated. It just came up right now. Lightfast is aware, but Durion's too quick. And now Benkai, 27 HP.
Shot, baby.
Man, he's an aim monster.
साथ में खेलेंगे यार देख
Another one at the flank. That's going to be
उसको पता है एक
His
और
turret
है
is up, so
if he gets some breathing space, maybe he can actually close the distance and utilize it, but he just decided to go for those gunfights, which makes a lot of sense since Crazy Guy was already in the site itself. Not going to work out. And Bleed claimed their first victory for first round.
With that carrying forward through, just trying to keep themselves warmed up in this chilly ice box. I mean, we saw how the pistol round goes off, and it's just a better setup towards this site. You've got Scary watching Global Esports can't really just dive in that freely anymore. They could do that a little bit more on Sunset. You know, they were set up around Elbow, they had the get-go. This time, not so much.
Just play like a
They've gone for the force buy. I mean, it was an expensive round on both sides, and they got the extra money from the plan. But all right, I want to see Outlaw country, baby, because this Outlaw can really make some damage on either side. From Russ here, closer and closer. He hasn't gotten the most value off of his KO as was being pointed out a day ago by the dash.
क्या बोल रहे हो? फट भाई.
Scary finds one. Jorion still
ये भी काम कर रहे हो आजकल आप.
Shoot दे बाबा. Shoot as in.
मेरे को भी दो ना.
इधर से जो आर्मर मांगते हैं इस मैप पे. बात तो है रोहित. बात तो
मेरे को भी दो ना प्लीज.
क्या की मां?
रखा भाई क्या पूछ रहे हो?
I mean, they've already got the numbers advantage, dwindling Global Esports as they try to push it. So despite this being a
sorry, फटू भाई. वो अभी कंट्रोवर्सी किया ना मैं भूल गया.
Oh, it's a big flash. There you go.
फट भाई क्या पूछ रहे हो? शादी हुआ है हमारा.
Gets himself an advantage here, repositions. They don't know where he is.
भाई आरपी करो और टैलेंटेड बनो. डेंसिंग यार. आरपी करूँगा उसके बाद डिस्कॉर्ड में क्लिप्स भी देखूँगा.
Wow, what a way to bring things back. Global Esports just coming in. First of all, you have the Outlaw. Second of all, like the flashback that you just mentioned, ASRock. Bleed doesn't really know how to play against this. I mean, we did see Global Esports playing this just a few days ago. I don't know. It feels almost as if it's not enough game tape for like he had to study up just.
भाई मैं जीत जीतूंगा तो क्लीन शो मैंने बोल दिया. आप भी जीत जीतेंगे तो आपने बोला टकला. सिंपल सी बात.
You know what?
मैटर खत्म.
It makes a lot of sense too. For some force buys to contain or to have the outlaw.
ये थ्रो अच्छा था लेकिन ब्लेड का ये रो.
It works both ways. Even if you win the pistol round, right? You're usually gonna have half shield bulldog, maybe half shield spectre, because you don't want to commit the full buy and quote unquote waste money. But if your opponent realizes this and you buy the outlaw and you're good enough to hit a couple of those shots,
भाई एक पिक किया ना किसी ने. किसी ने एक पिक किया ना मरेगा.
Should be able to one shot the team that just beat you a round ago.
That's precisely why this weapon is a deadly force. This is why they picked it up, and on the other side for Global.
Nice, yeah, really lovely.
Continuing to push forward now. They can't just stop the spike plan.
हाँ भाई out of syllabus कैसा है वो ऊपर?
So messy. Look at this, Polvi. Not only something that's got his elevation working in his favor. Ye and Ego is stuck at the back of the site. They were able to pick up a couple of weapons, but it's just not working out so well for the sneaky beat.
तो जब वो ऊपर जा रहा था किसी ने देखा नहीं वो उसको?
Global Esports get themselves another round, and you know the weird pacing that we were feeling from that last game feels like it's gone here. Global Esports are running rampant in the icebox map.
Well, look at Russ off the
भाई मेरे को एक बात समझ नहीं आया. उसने इको में उधर जाके क्यों पिटा?
I don't know if they can keep this up because
God damn it.
going to buy up in full. Definitely some adaptations coming in.
भाई हो गया भी.
However, if Global Esports changes things up, play for some long-range duels with Polvi's outlaw.
Bleed वाले गए थोड़ा आपका बाल भी गया.
Players just might be able to keep their lead.
And don't forget, there's no healer here. So if Polvi can just even, get those body taps, theoretically or situationally, if he can, it's still.
ये को ऐसा लग रहा हो क्या ये को? इधर थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है यार. हमारे रीजन में ठीक ठाक था. ऐसा लग रहा होगा ये को. भाई to be honest, इधर के रीजन थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है compared to other regions. किसी ने बोला था ये? श्राउड ने बोला. किसने बोला था ये? रैंक गेम थोड़े इधर के डिफिकल्ट है.
It's been obfuscated. Polvi can't see anything. The tide goes down, but
बताओ?
here comes Crazy Guy information gathered.
No.
Can't
Actually,
see it.
yeah, maybe no information gathered.
किसी ने तो बोला था मेरे को भूल गया
Here.
करी ने बोला था क्या
Missing each other here. Ye's holding a different angle.
हाँ करी ने बोला
It's just one thin piece of
अरे
metal.
उससे पहले भी
Here's
उससे
Ye,
पहले
but he
भी
unloads, unleashes
Bye,
the entirety
that's
of this. Jordan's
bolte.
been exposed to the back of the site.
30 seconds.
Might not be long for his world, but because they haven't commit the push fully, he can still reposition.
उससे पहले भी किसी ने बोला था
He's using the smoke. It still just gets thrown up
भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई जी वाले क्या हो गया भाई
global contact.
टकला
Forced to
इनकमिंग
save. So
फाटो जिंदगी भर रिग्रेट करेगा वो ट्वीट का
Absolutely hurts Bleed's economy.
Exactly.
बट भाई any comments
So apart from that, I mean, just right now.
जिंदगी भर रिग्रेट करेगा
कमेंट वमेंट तो पता नहीं लेकिन मैं लॉयर हूँ अन्ना से आएगा इसको कि करना ही पड़ेगा
कल तक रेडी हो जानी चाहिए भाई आपका
हाँ भाई
एक्चुअली यू नो व्हाट इसके बाद जाइए आप स्ट्रीम बंद करो टकला करके
ब्रो ऑन स्ट्रीम करेगा ना ट्रिमर लेके
ट्रिमर है ना इसके पास घर पे
हाँ
नहीं बोलेगा अभी देख
हैदराबाद भी तो
फाटो
स्ट्रीम बेबी स्ट्रीम कोई बात नहीं अभी से अभी मैं स्विगी इंस्टामार्ट से घर भेज दूंगा एक ट्रिमर
हाँ वो भी कर
अभी के अभी भेज दूंगा फिलिप्स वाला या जो ब्रांड तुम बोले वो ब्रांड वाला भेजता हूँ
बात तो है
उड़ाओ बाल
coupled with your teammates, and I think Global have been realizing this a lot more. So we're seeing
भाई वो रील देखा कि नहीं
of
टिकट
that
प्लीज
ideology come into
अरे नहीं मिला मेरे को अभी
as of now.
अरे इंस्टा में भेज दिया तेरे को क्या नहीं मिला
Hasn't really had the need to upgrade at all. He didn't even buy his next
सर प्लीज अगर जीत गए तो ऋषि सर को उधर जाके बोल दो एक बार ट्वीट में रिप्लाई करने के लिए प्लीज
That's going to be a call in the timeout.
I need Fatu's photo
It makes a lot of
right
sense.
now.
Just saying अगर ट्वीट डिलीट हुआ तो 100%
ट्वीट डिलीट नहीं हो सकता है लोंडो स्क्रीनशॉट लेके रखियो अभी के अभी
Timeout being called, and it's going to be Bleed to
अगर
figure things out,
डिलीट
just like
हुआ
I
तो
mentioned.
आप ट्विटर पर आज
We're hyping up this
क्या डिलीट करेगा
pick on Jet for Ye, but we are not
ट्विटर ही डिलीट
seeing too
करेगा
much just
कुछ
yet.
भी कर तू ऐसा हरकतें किया
भाई लोंडो ने इधर स्क्रीनशॉट लेके रखा है
Come in and do what he does.
क्या बोलते पब्लिक
Maybe back then on the chamber he does a little bit more.
मेरी बीवी
This
ऊपर
time
will fight back with the timeout.
the whole team, the whole map,
Chat,
they,
it's
they
time
haven't
to
really
support
been put in a prime enough position, right? You're always playing catch
अगर
up,
वो भी
always
किया तो भी
defending,
तेरे को
being so
गंदा गाली
passive,
मिलेगा
fighting backside.
अभी बता रहा हूँ
And then
पीछे
the
मोहित
defense
भाई
just gives Global that much
अगर वो
more
किया तो भी तेरे को गाली मिलेगा फाटू भाई देख लो
There's so many
ये
why he can't do that. We saw
ये पांच लड़के जी को जिता देंगे
मैं सिंचन बनूंगा लेकिन आप जियान का शक्ल लेके अभी बनो टक्कर
ये पांच लड़के जी को जिता देंगे
but because of how close Global can get in without needing to get contact and
Oh,
explode
yeah.
this entire like 4-stack, it makes it so that Ye can't really get that first pick and then back away. So it's been just so many obstacles that Bleed
I
have
really
to try
love
to
how
deal
G's
with
playing यार
on this defense that
भाई
hasn't really,
सोचो
again addressed by them in these couple of rounds.
Yeah, I guess now that he's got a Marshall, maybe you're trying to find some kind of sneaky
जी ये जीत गया तो
Then
क्या
again,
होगा
Bolvi
यार
trying to do the same thing with
Ball
Marshall.
buff baby
But
let's
right
go
now, Bleed just trying to make sure that Global doesn't get to execute on A as many times as they've done before. But that said, I mean, all of these utilities, even with Scary's top
भाई जो अपनी बात करे वो बात करे सिंपल सी मसला है
Closer now, a couple of body tags. Ye is in trouble. He's pulled out a couple of those
दिल
smokes
से
to
बुरा लग रहा है
bursts,
भाई ये
but it doesn't stop the barrage of
लीड के
bullets
मालिक सोच रहा हूँ
being
ना भाई
thrown
क्या हो
apart
रहा
here
भाई
by
इधर
Global Esports. It gave the weapon to Polvi that he's used up every
Public?
single blade that he's gotten. The rest of
बजलेश देखो चैट में ये होगा इतने में लिख रहे I love the confidence
Ego
यार
is though, so he might be able to hear what's going on, so he calls the rotations over. But again, without the guns, without the vision,
I
they
love the
really
confidence.
can't do all too much in this retake. Global is just controlling things. Ye again getting shut down because of Russ and the whole team spraying him down.
ना ना
And
ना
now
ना
numbers
ना
advantage.
ना
They're
ना
just sitting pretty. They've got the null command. Not really necessary either. Just waiting for Bleed to peek into them.
Polvi's just been put in a pedestal where Povey do
फाटो
go
भाई कल
things
बनेंगे वाल्टर
that
वाइट
he does so scary up against Bleed.
Oh.
He might have overextended his welcome a little bit with that peek of his, and this coaxes the push with the reckoning.
क्या?
How Bleed comes in, Egoist
क्या चूतिया पाए?
pushing up, the huge use on that dart, and in the matter of a split second, it's just been all been turned up in their heads.
भाई साहब क्या रिटेक
उसने गोला डाला बे गोला डाला क्या उसने
OP retake
hello absolutely turned over its head. Bleed
El Diablo jet पे है घर जाएगा
I forgot about the one star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have Scary getting a kill, but at the same time, Darian's Reckoning, this is such a useful ultimate. It throws them off. Global Esports wanting to reposition themselves. Ego is making use of that push up front with the classic. And as soon as they picked up the guns, yes, Benkai tried to stop the incoming onslaught.
Alright bro, yeah, that's a shit man. Guys, सारे मिलके like करो ना, 500 like हो जाएगा.
They were able to defuse it.
Great decision making by Darian then.
Polvi ने फालतू
And a
की चीज़
huge mishap on Polvi. He swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking him out.
भाई ऐसे नहीं हो रहा है. मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. 5वीं बार ये चप्पल गया है उसने.
He's got through. Gets the first pick. Crazy guy right on top, but Russ immediately gets the refrag.
5वीं बार चप्पल गया है
Scary
उसने.
alone. And has been the clutch meister when Bleed was
ऐसे
playing
नहीं हो
in
रहा है ना.
Pacific.
सच्ची में नहीं हो रहा है.
Pacific League, at least for this particular game.
कुछ तो गड़बड़.
Do so. He was clutching quite a bit against T1 as well, but man, right now, it's 4
Big
targets
ball के लिए
on a
देश
map
से
like
गद्दारी.
Icebox with the spike plan.
And Fatu in the chat.
Don't know how you can clutch this round out.
Bro, ये ऑफ कर रहा था, क्या शॉट मारा भाई उसने.
This A site.
Crazy guy ने.
Global Esports. First of all, you got Russ with the suppressive knife from KO, and it just blocks off.
Crazy guy कौन सी टीम में था इससे पहले?
Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and
Crazy guy इससे पहले इसमें था बाबा.
As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they can rush
तो अभी कौन सा टीम में?
Takes Crazy guy perched up on top of screens to get a couple of frags.
बड़ा है क्या Elgis? और भाई दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है ना क्योंकि आपका बाल्ड होने वाले हैं. Blaze King उसमें था boom.
To allow him to spray down as soon as the opponents try to go in for spike plans. He's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site.
दिमाग जब टकला होता है ना ऐसे ही काम करता है यार. क्या कर रहा है? क्या हो रहा है?
Timeout was about from before, but we're not really feeling it just yet.
I think with all of what we mentioned, the one biggest takeaway for me has got to be Russ. He was, I think, very shaky. You know, with that match that they've had against Zeta, but this time. It's all very much different.
Crouch kill.
This guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty
setups. Nice यार, Russ बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है. Russ really, I really loved his gameplay. मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा. I'm really loved his game.
Force, even though he's down to 30 HP, shouldn't matter as
Crazy
much.
खेल रहा है भाई. मैं झूठ नहीं.
Batter the ram into that A site, but it's a cut of
noise.
मुझको बता दे. आपने मिनेट कर और कोई तेरे को उठाएगा 100 elsewhere. So. A strong inkling that it is B, so no need to push there anymore. And Durian, he's taking right now. They are just right underneath each other. Spotted. Does he know about the belt person? He does not. Blaze King comes in. Ye does get the 1 kill, but it is all for naught here, Quack, as Benkai gets the trade. That lockdown is still up and running. Doesn't get any detains, but it clears out the rest of this site. So we do have a clean 3v2 in this post.
Russ is pretty low. Egoist has the lockdown, might be able to use it to push Global Esports back. But then at that point, it comes down to gunplay. How can Scary and Egoist break up the site well enough to sneak a plant? They managed to shoot out some nano swarms, but at the same time, Toxic can only stay up for that long. Benkai tosses in.
Heavy lineup है भाई.
Yet more, and at this point, you've run out of time. The lockdown. Invested, but no returns. ASRock, this hurts for Bleed.
Lol, dude. Bleed हारा तो बाहर, Bleed हारा तो ये भाई आज रात को निकलेंगे
And then there's just that one mishap
Obviously बाहर.
that changes everything, right? That just that one thing, and then
कैसा
it all
लगेगा
just
ना
gets
Bleed को
unraveled
इतना OP
by
टीम
Global
बना के
Esports.
भी. हाँ पब्लिक.
This is the performance that GE
भाई मेरे को एक बार
truly
भाई से ना
was
पूछना है.
hoping.
हाँ क्या?
Showcase, right?
it's
Bleed
these
और
strong
G का
individual pieces that
scrims में क्या
have
score
their
रहता था?
spot. Russ is IGLing.
उससे फैक्ट चेंज नहीं होगा कि आप टकला तो होने वाले।
Polvy's star power from the finish scene. It's all coming together here in this elimination.
चेंज मत करो टॉपिक।
It looks like they're in a
टकला आप
team to
होंगे।
eliminate the Ascended team from Ascension.
हाँ पब्लिक भटका रहा है, चेंज कर रहा है
What a
टॉपिक।
story. I mean, again, you know, everyone's talking about Ye. We keep interviewing him and whatnot, but
क्या
still
बोलते हो?
हाँ ये क्या बोल है?
not quite feeling it. And as we go back in, we're back into the same A play. You've got Bankai and Lightning Fast up towards mid. But even then, you know, talk about a plan gone wrong from before. Darian didn't really know how to respond either when he pushed up.
Nice,
Polvy, what a positioning
भाई
there.
कितनी
And again, they were just waiting
basic
for that ball to
miss
drop down before
भाई
they
रस
start exploding into the site.
चुम्मा खेल रहा है भाई।
It feels like this plan has been
क्या करेगा ये
replicated,
भैया?
changed up a little bit, but still the A side is where GE find their home. Sure, they've
जी,
rotated
जी,
a couple times to B,
मैं
but
झूठ नहीं बोल रहा,
here on
जी,
A, Bleed have no true answers. They will get the 1 kill, GE gets 2. They will get 2 kills, GE gets 3. What is the answer right now? Ye's on his blades, and there's really no reason for him not to go for this. But with the doubling up of these two players from Bleed and that spike positioning not really to his favor, man is in a tight spot, to say at the least. And
भाई ये को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा क्या करना है।
that was a 3v1 and nobody from
full nervous है बे।
showing themselves up until that very last encounter.
हो गया भी ये का।
El Diablo or El Hermano? I don't really know what Hermano means.
भाई मेरे को उसके लिए भी बुरा लग रहा है यार।
I can't tell you.
वो बंदा है क्या ना ट्विटर में जो एवरेज ट्रैक स्कोर कंपेयर करता है, उसके लिए भी बुरा लग रहा है।
भाई मेरे को लगता है पूरा का पूरा ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स स्ट्रेच पे ही खेलती है बे।
And sometimes, you know, like you mentioned how they
हाँ ना पब्लिक वो इतना मेहनत करके
and play around with the timing of things, and then Darren gets invited, he gets a little bit too curious, gets punished for it.
वो इतना मेहनत करके डाटा वगैरह सेव करके वो करता है, सच्ची में
Then there's
यार।
so many factors to consider, so that's another reason why, you know, it feels too risky to make something like that happen. You've got the operator invested in this round. Global Esports steps out the first few seconds.
इतना इज्जत से अपने होमवर्क भी नहीं किया होगा उसने
in
यार।
case there is such a push out.
I like
Now
the
that
hard
there
work.
isn't, back towards A.
At this point, any hell
TbOne भाई ये का भी लगता है 15 years हो गए हैं।
should do it right at this point.
Excuse
They've been
me,
so pushed far back
नाम
that
क्या है पता
there's
नहीं।
not really a lot of options they can use.
बस
Look at
इतना
how
पता है कि वो
defenders are here
Phanteks
on
को कुछ किया
A except
उसने,
for
उन लोगों ने रोस्ट कर
But then
दिया।
nobody is there playing on the side
रोस्ट कर
herself,
दो सर, रोस्ट।
right? And since GE haven't found that contact, they're like, something's amiss here. We have our teammate Blaze King pushing up on Garage right now, so maybe with like 40 seconds left, we can either cut the noise, wait a little bit for this wall to go down,
Bleed टूट गया,
get a pick,
अंदर
or
से
just
टूट गया,
go run all the
100%
way
बता।
to that B site.
And that's what Global Esports has as an option.
अंदर से
And you know what?
100% टूट गया।
It has worked out so well, they're just going to keep going in for it. I kind of like the positioning from Bleed this time, playing so far back. Let them in, let's see if we can kill the spike planter, play around with the timings of the retakes, make sure that Global Esports can't really feel too comfortable.
उनको भी प्रेशर है, उनको लगा हाँ ठीक है सेकंड वाला हम करेंगे।
Running down this clock very much. Nano Swarms could provide some indication of denial. Egoist pretty damn good on that one with the kill here on Polvy. Late lurk from Blaze King. Dart presence known outside of screens. If you can get a couple of picks, that should be lethal.
Golu nice यार
Well,
गोलू।
his teammates on the side are fighting back, and Blaze King somehow manages to pick up Crazy Guy. Durion does get the refrag, but that is time wasted for the favor of Global Esports.
क्या करेगा आप लेके बताओ ये?
Viper's Pit makes it very difficult for them to push up, but they found Lightning Fast. That pit's going down. Time is ticking. Benkai's still alive. Did he press any late nano swarms?
Yeah.
And Russ is also doing the same with the fragment.
Wow.
They're buying as much time as they can. Russ pushes up, gets denied. Spike.
थोड़ा casual हो
Ooh, I don't
गया।
know. It's close.
गया
And it's barely just defused there
क्या
by
बात हुई? इतने
Bleed.
सालों से खेल रहा है।
0.95. They
0.95
somehow managed
bro.
to gear
It was close.
or to grind enough
अरे
gears.
नहीं मर रहा था गोलू को।
Just grit their teeth for that defuse as well for the round win.
Just
अरे
a
गोलू
second.
को कॉल आई कि वो फ्लैश दे रहा है
This is
उसके
very
बाद।
funny contrast because the way that
Global Esports played post-plan in this round is exactly how Bleed Esports would have played it just a year ago or two.
ट्यून भाई ब्लीड
Especially
ये
on a map
नहीं
like Bind, the
यार ऐसे ना
post-plant
करो
lineups,
यार
you got the
हिमांशु
damage
भाई
swarms, you got the fragment,
ऐसे
just
मत
burns
करो
down so
यार
much. But that
मुझे
said,
गाली
even
दो
with the
यार
Vipers
प्लेयर्स को
up,
मत मुझे
Bleed at the very least, because they play so far back, they were able to play around at the timings like I mentioned, and then get some frags in. Right? That's what they really need. Softening up those defenses as soon as the spike goes down. Now, Global wants to change up the plan. Ye is positioned for this. Surely he delivers.
ओ भाई मुझे क्यों गाली दे रहे हो हेलो आराम में हो
Oh no!
What? वो रडार देख रहा था
भाई ये का
And
सच्ची में
got the
थोड़ा नर्वस
opportunity
लग
to
रहा
do
है
so, but he whiffed the shot, and now he
भाई
might
कोई
be
तो
forced
बैकअप
back
दो
here,
इसको
and,
भाई क्या काम से इनका हॉपर को बैकअप ही नहीं है
That was a big mishap. There are no words.
क्या
Keep going forward.
Wait,
Global
why did he
Esports
fall
have
back
been
like
doing
that?
such a good job. Now, whether it's bits of timing or just the sudden peaks
Bro, I
out,
don't know.
they're able to
उसको
react
सुनाई
so
नहीं दे रहा
quickly
क्या?
to take him down. But guess what?
Bro,
Crazy
what
Guy
the
comes back
fuck?
in with the
Nice
Guardian
shot.
play.
Auto mara,
Spike not down yet, but surely soon enough.
Oh, hello.
Bleed are trying to wrap back in around this, make them feel uncomfortable.
Turn the tide activated here from Durian, forcing them into the embracing hands of Crazy Guy. He's been good on the Guardian for 2, but he can't convert it into the third.
Nice यार I like this pick
Reckoning
यार
denies
कैसे यार
a lot of this one. Durian is so close to the rest of them, but they haven't planted anything just yet. The miss of the bullets, but Russ is there to back up his teammate. And Egoist is left into a 3 versus 1. Get close. He might be able to find Russ in member here, but he cannot convert. And Global Esports once again find the opening. Not this time on A, but on B.
मार रहे हैं सब लोग मार रहे हैं बराबर खेल रहे हैं सब लोग उन पे नहीं हो रहा है
It's really weird.
भाई उनका मेन डुएलिस्ट है के कंप्लीट
in this Ye hype train.
भाई इसके लिए बुरा लगा यार
At
सच्ची
some
में
point, you know, I'm going to let the devs talk about it. Meanwhile, let's talk about what's good, right? Because Global Esports, with the way that they're pushing in like this, yes, Crazy Guy got some couple of good shots in, but then they immediately knew how to recover off of it. Blaze King coming back in, always good for the trades, always good to clean things up.
बुम्स भाई क्यों बाल चैलेंज कर रहे हैं अभी से बुम्स भाई नहीं रे बाबा पाटो भाई कर रहे हैं
ये ने बहुत बड़ी गलती कर पहला तो चलो तो रडार देख रहा था मिस कर गया दूसरा ड्रोन के सामने आके
आप पहले ट्रिमर रेडी रखो
फ्लैश नहीं करा उसने
भैया जी आप ट्रिमर रेडी रखो
Right? And he got 2 crucial mistakes.
आप ट्रिमर रेडी रखो
First one was, of course, the whiff that we saw in Polvi.
And
the second one was
बेस्ट गियर गेमिंग के अलग ही बकचोदी
not giving up the tailwind to reposition quickly enough to get back into, you know, better cover. Sure, you're
भाई ऑन स्ट्रीम करेगा यार ये
at least you still have your life to try to retake the site with the rest of Bleed. So again, Global realizing this and challenging that is working for the South Asian team.
It's working out so well, ASRock. Global Esports, what a day. I mean, first of all, winning both pistols from the previous half, now coming up huge in such a fashion. They started off this first half maybe losing the pistol, but as soon as they came in with that force by breaking and wrecking Bleed's economy, they've managed to find this momentum, and they are not looking to slow down. So far, the default towards the start has been to take things slow and easy, but off at the timeout, they want to let it rip. Oh!
Crazy Guy's letting it rip, though. He's letting his presence
ये
known.
क्या मिस्टेक है
It's a bait and switch play between him and Ye. That was
भाई थोड़ा कंफ्यूज लग रहा है ना
huge one.
पब्लिक
They realized that Crazy Guy is consistent as
बंदा
ever.
थोड़ा
Even with
कंफ्यूज
all
लग
of
रहा है
these mishaps that Bleed have put themselves into, and they utilize that. Reducing the numbers of Global Esports is a huge benefit here for Bleed. The rest of Bleed, or excuse me, Global,
मरा इनका
now
केजे मरा
rotating elsewhere on the map.
100% मरा
I don't know if these movements are felt. Egoist is definitely in position, you know, now deciding to really kind of break towards the mid-ground. Although it's not really been a lane that Global has explored before. I don't know how much this Stinger can do though. Spots the shoulder, goes in for the spray, tries to reload. But it's a quick trade. Now, the side might be open unless Scary can turn things around.
Is Blazing already
language में सबको इंग्लिश
on yellow? Well, regardless, Scary is pretty much aware of what could happen here right in front of him. And makes quick work of Blaze King. Bleed come back to strike.
भाई मैं नहीं दिख रहा है राउंड
4-7.
मुझे 8-4 हो
For one round off of plays from, you know, Egoist Darian. Crazy guy. 4-7. Last round of the first half. Yay still on that operator.
Look at that. I love the bait and switch, man. Crazy guy is always that person to make that happen. No?
I got two.
I got two.
That he did. Man is a mathematician. More than that, he's a crazy good Valorant player. Alright, let's see what happens here. Null command's been activated already. There's the utilization of the null command. No escape here for Ye, as he only gets the shutdown on the one. Lightning fast in the rest of Global Esports as they just keep getting kill after kill after kill. Leaves scary.
Yes! Nahi dekha baby, let's go!
Unfortunately, Lightning fast is just too quick for him to deal, leaving us with a 4
सही है भाई.
as we end the first half.
इतना सुसु किया मैंने कि एक राउंड खत्म हो गया.
Earlier on, kind of got halted because of Crazy Guy.
फाटो भाई क्लीन शेव होना. ओ गोलू पे ने ओपी के लगा क्या? क्या हुआ वैसे बताओ पब्लिक?
Pushing a lot tighter, you know, shoulder to shoulder, back to back. Everyone chips in, and then the null command really just feels bad for Ye, but counters him outright. Gets the one,
सही है भाई,
but that
8-4
is
सही.
it. And then everything else flowing through. The rest of the squad from Lead
एक राउंड खत्म हो गया.
quite in position to gun them down. They tried to go in for some of these fights, but then just ultimately lost out in full. Global Esports. This execution. Null command on the KO. Everyone else picking up on these frags as well. Just the next level.
गिफ्ट चाहिए मुझे.
टीबोन भाई फाटो is sad. टकला होगा.
Dude's having fun, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It just
Obviously,
feels
टकला होगा
like
इसलिए.
Bleed, they put themselves in a position where it could work if they didn't have such a cold hand in this.
पर भाई इसके बाद स्ट्रीम बंद करो जाके वो करो.
Or situations where you saw
Clean
that
ship.
Ye could have gotten so much impact.
आवाज आ रही है?
Just fell short of. And it's always it feels like some of these crucial rounds is just that. It's just
कुछ नहीं भाई, कोई नहीं लिख रहा है उधर.
Unfortunately for Bleed,
किसने लिखा क्या?
that means that Global picks up a 4-round advantage over them.
Precisely that. And now, you know, feeling this 4-round advantage. Potentially end this 2-0, moving forward in kickoffs. Whereas Bleed, dude, like, this is not how you want to start. Elimination matches right here. Who wants it more?
Well, Povey seems to say I do with that first pick on Crazy Guy. Trade for trade though, but Ye is down to 45. Still trapped for Global here on
उनका 100 मर गया. गोलू का राउंड है.
Lightning fast.
मेरे हिसाब से नहीं दिखेंगे. रस को कुछ करना पड़ेगा उधर बेट वगैरह.
Looking for that rotation out. They still want to push
भाई
this up.
OP सीन होने वाला है. भाई रस प्लीज देख ले उधर एक बार प्ले यार.
Ye here, or if Ye's gonna check the corner and it is trigger discipline. Ye has, oh my god, lightning fast. Does get the trade off, down to 4 bullets, and he will get
कैजुअल हो गया
by the rest of Bleed.
अरे वो एक शॉट में मारता ना वो एक और मारता 100%.
Keeping up onto the B side. One playing at the back wings, Benkai swings out. Fortunately, everybody's just too
फिर
quick.
भाई जी एंड इंडियन वैलेंट ट्रिम के लिए वाडो है ट्रिम भी नहीं कर सकता. ट्रिम नहीं टकला बन जाएगा.
Will expose. So his suspicions are correct. Big tags, one more, and he will be able to get that. Bleed gets it. And I just heard it a very, very loud nice. One of the players.
गोलू भाई ने फुल वहाँ पे ना शेकिंग करी.
नहीं गोलू भाई को उधर एक मारना था पट से 2 एक मिल जाता उधर राइट साइड.
नहीं गोलू भाई को
मिल जाता.
पीछे हो जाओ. गोलू भाई को उसको भी नहीं मारना था.
जाने देना था. Not too much that you know. So this round really just came down to some of these trades. A little bit awkward at times, but as we take first contact, Ego is the sheriff. You're getting more kills towards the map, and then back towards B. Everyone's got each other's back, even if there are some tiny mistakes here and there.
That's all you want, right? Being able to have those quick trades if need be.
Discipline.
The quicker the better. Oh, indeed. I mean, there's still an alarm bot on mid, so even if they overpush this, it should give away their position. So the only undetected rotation that Global can do right now is either push out of tube
go underneath orange, but even then, right, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
This is such an interesting strat though. 3 down tube. Then you've got Benkai up around Boiler making a bit of noise. Now they peek out. They don't see anything. So Bleed just completely bypasses all of it. Free plant.
Egoists does get overwhelmed. How much damage did he tag the rest of the flankers? A fair amount, so they will be able to clear up a weapon. And they go the other direction. I love this from Global. They're just like, yeah, they're going to expect us on B main. Let's just push on orange. We'll use the body system. You know, it's not us as buddies. It's us using you as a body shield as they push up into the side as a 4-man. Look at this. They're just going to waterfall to the side. I love the idea. But of course, Bleed, all they got to do is set their crosshairs to eliminate. And boy, will they. Russ down to 4. I mean, if he could keep them inside this event horizon radius, this could be a good thrifty round for Global as the rest of Bleed are just running for dear life. Who will die?
Please, Maro, please, Happy Maro, please. Please,
I like the play, it's so good.
Groot bhai, thank you for the 400. टकला मत करो भाई, ये मैचेस तो होते रहते हैं. Love you यार.
Especially when the Bleed players are that sharp. So do what you can. Even crazy guys laughing at it.
Yeah, he realizes what happened too.
But
13-10 लगता है.
Reality sets back in. Next round. You've lost 3 guns. You can't really do all too much in this one. Pull V now on the operator. No armor whatsoever though, so full on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed.
उनको समझ गया क्या ये क्या है?
आधे haters हैं, आधे supporters हैं.
Global gets to hold on to it.
Listen to haters यार, they always love you.
Make some damage happen.
हाँ ना public?
पर मेरे को 90% hate supporters दिख रहे हैं.
गार्ड फट रहे कब से एक ही चीज बात कर रहे हैं.
Ah yes, there it is. As soon as I mention it, activates it straight up. Are they going to push through this though? I mean, yeah, they can get those stuns working for them, but how well can they trade? Pretty damn well actually here for Bleed. Russ is by himself the back of the side.
Nice yaar Russ.
And he will be able to shut down Ye.
अच्छा backup आया.
2 versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making a very good case right now that Bleed's bonus is damn successful.
Short way. बोला नहीं Durian ऊपर जाएगा. Benkai करेगा clutch.
Can the former Paper X player do it? Unfortunately not, as Durian clutches for the 4K and Bleed are inching their lead even closer.
Modular, thank you for 400 again. No takla. Love you yaar.
Durian.
अच्छा है.
Vardhan bhai with another super chat. Takla mat hona.
वो बंद रखो आप. Bye.
Please. I mean, think about how they just approached in. Yeah.
चुप रहे बाबा.
Durian has been giving some bits of good decision making all throughout. So whether it's the call from before or the reckoning in this round, and then the kill towards the end.
Hashtag वो बंद रखो. Sorry guys, sorry.
And you also.
अरे मेजी भाई ने बोला है जी जीतेगा, तुम टेंशन क्यों ले?
With that glass cannon, expensive round, so that's really going to merit the
को ले गए रे बाबा.
hard save here from Global.
ये राउंड तो गए हो.
Maybe just a couple of flashes, couple of those shock darts, but other than that, it's all classics. All.
Sorry, गांड लोग है क्या अभी मेरी? वीडियो डालो 10:30 बजे को.
On the boost spot generator. Does get the pick onto Russ here. Wow. And they're just going into his crosshairs. He does take a bit of damage, but that's just a pistol, man. That's not going to take him down very quickly. Benkai yanks, actually goes almost a takedown. But Bleed's been pretty clean these past couple of rounds, and it's all down to Polvi now.
मेजी भाई को आगे कर रहे हैं.
माफ करो. I just got to play his Game Boy.
Bad Girl scheme कभी काम नहीं किया, छोड़ दो Bad Girl वगैरह.
1v4.
It's the
कभी काम नहीं किया.
It's his, it's his Radiant Boy.
Radiant Boy. There we go. Yeah. Totally forgot.
Copyright infringement.
I mean, at the very least, still want to go for that round loss bonus. But on the other hand, now Ye starting to open things up. Starting to look a little bit better for Bleed as they tie things up with the score.
Yeah.
Guys, like करो यार 5000 चलो.
Ever since the second half happened, it's a 4 straight round here for Bleed.
अबे क्या ट्रेड है भाई? Glock में खेल रहे हैं वो लोग.
And I do like this for Ye. Again, as I mentioned, he's been on the cold hand for the most part
in
Eco
these two
round hai
games.
baba.
And it's only here in the second half that he started to get his groove back.
गोल्ड बाय टाइप डिफ्यूज
And
कर
that
रहा
is so
था
important
कौन सा
right
वाला
now
ये
for
वाला
Bleed, because
वो
again,
मेरा है रे
they
बाबा
put him on the duelist knowing what he could do. And if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed.
वो वाला
Yeah, starting to feel
जो
a
हमने
little
इधर
bit
किया था
more.
हाँ
But
वो कर
again,
सकते थे
it's an
एक्चुअली
8. And now the timeout being called by
Lotus
Esports
वाला
Coach Spin. I wonder what he's had to say. The defenses on this site, I mean,
तो मैं लाइटनिंग पास का एम थोड़ा शेयर किया यश भाई आप जाके खेलो जाओ मैं देता हूँ आपकी फ्लाइट टिकट्स
Especially when you have so many elevated positions, right? You got
बकचोदी
pipes,
कर
you got 410.
थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड कार्नेज ये
The
वू
rest of Bleed Esports following in on it. So Global Esports.
हैशटैग ओपी हाय हाय इंडीचे यार इसी खुशी में यार कार्नेज भाई के लिए 5000 लाइक करा दो यार प्लीज यार प्लीज
And correct me if I'm wrong, Polvi hasn't been in that initial contact against Bleed in the second half for the most part, right? The time that he bought that operator, he was on B. I mean, there was a point where he was on A, but that was just a hard save for Global, so I think that doesn't count. But anything else, when they had rifles, it's always just been Global Esports without Polvi up against Bleed in that first contact. And that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower for Global has maybe significantly gone down. Because again, he's not on the site with them.
Oh, by retake खेल रहे क्या? Public?
Really take things slow at least.
Retake खेल रहे क्या public?
Again, not wanting to make any mistakes.
Monthly
so
rituals
far.
complete. Thank you so much, Carnage, मेरी
Something that
जान.
they want to keep for the side of Global
Carnage भाई,
Esports.
thank you so much. 69 देना जरूरी.
Is that going to do enough damage to stop him from planting? It does not.
पड़ ही गया उसको
Crazy
damage.
guy
थोड़ी सी.
successful with it.
अरे हो गया हाई मिल गया सबको क्या हाई लिख रहे हो अभी
Full-blown retake.
मैं भी लिखूंगा एक
Lightning
बार
fast. Oh, he's already committed the wall, and Durion's always have his reckoning up and running already here, and that's always to the benefit right now
nice.
for Bleed. Shut that on to Ye. Gonna make it a little bit better
इसको
for
भी पड़ेगा चप्पल देख ली
the onslaught of Global Esports.
मार दे गोल नाइस
Fast and crazy guy made the mistake of the jump
बोला ना
spot.
डेरियन का भी चप्पल
That's gonna
पड़ेगा
be something bad for him.
और ये तो पूरा
It's
लाइनअप
already
पे
half,
बैठा है
so unless Gary can really do something other than just
अरे ये
these
लाइनअप पे कहाँ बैठा है
post-plant throws, I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Egoist can get him, yes! Oh my god, that's actually
अरे उसने लाइनअप डाला है
phenomenal. Time is enough for Scary to clutch it!
Unbelievable.
Him and the efforts of Egoist, man.
How does he have so many lineups? It's
तो Eclairs
like it's awesome in the sense that like it wins Bleed the round, but it's always like a little bit annoying to watch because it's
अरे
just
lineup
a snake
था
fight that wins the
मैं lineup
round.
पे जा रहा हूँ
Sound plan, sound
Close था
strat
बे,
from Bleed
close था.
Esports. First of all, like you mentioned, ASRock, that
Close था
reckoning,
public.
always up and at the ready. It just buys a bit more time
Polylistic कैसे करेगा रे
from Global
Polylistic
Esports. So both teams are kind of doing the same thing back to each other. We saw that Nanostorm plus Russ's fragment from before. Now it's going to be Scary's snake fight.
अपने words वापस ले लो पनौती लग चुकी है
It's going to be Ye. It's trying to open things up, dashes in, doesn't see anything. And just instantly going for yet another plan.
बोला डाला क्या उसने
Kind of the spike just a little
क्या
bit
aggressive
offset
खेल रहे
there,
हैं
so
Bleed
the
हाँ
pop shots from Blazeking can't really get through it, through that high tide. Big flank coming in from Polvi here. No utilities activated just yet. Here comes the flank. There's the use of Hunter's Fury from the other side to break down that Killjoy ultimate. Once this wall drops down, all hell will break loose. And who will come out? It's actually going to be Global with the defuse through all of the confusion.
लाइनअप पे गए इधर कोई नहीं था
And that's going to be Global evening things out. Their first round.
अबे कब आया वो
War is chaotic, man. I didn't even notice that happened.
भाई चैट से खड़ा होना एक राउंड क्यों भाई वो ऐसे दिखनी चाहिए कि इजी नहीं है करना वॉच पार्टी
trying to buy
अमर वाले बे
away from the spike as possible too, coming onto the flank.
अमर मोमेंट राइट देयर
For Global Esports to sneak around back.
Diffuse हुआ
Replay, so we can see who actually just
तो कलेश हुआ
because I was also just looking at the fight first in front of us. It got a whole lot chaotic.
रस ने नाइफ किया था क्या अरे वो लाइनअप में गया था ना एक बंदा
Coming into this round, Global Esports, they almost got the whole enchilada. By that I mean 4 ultimates.
अमर मोमेंट भाई
Very strong to think about it, because if Egoist uses his
भाई काफी तगड़ा Valorant देख रहे हैं
from Blaze King is there to respond, just to break it down.
देखिए कहाँ
always
यार
going to be
मिड
a
में
good
वो
thing.
करना
You don't
इन्फो
want
देखना उसका
any extra space giving abilities to be used by here by Bleed.
प्लीज यार चीचा
At the very least, I mean, back thinking about it, compositionally speaking, I
Here we
want to
go.
see Garrett doing more. Lockdown.
नहीं बाबा तू पीछे जा ना तू पीछे जा ठीक है
Plus, man, look at the kills that they've gotten already. Sure, they can try to break this lockdown, but Bleed, they've got the other
अब ये
direction.
गलती है कि नहीं जब तेरे को पता है उधर दो है
Trying to use that lockdown to distract them and bait the rotations over, the Hunter's Fury as well. And as the Sova stays stuck in that animation, yeah, the rest of Bleed, this tiny little squad approaches B.
Polvy's coming in. He's using that Sova drone as a drone to give him a little bit of that inside yellow, but it does absolutely nothing. He wanted that firepower alongside with Blaze King if it could have been done. It's not, so.
अब पैसा है
This is the Bleed that we were looking for, man. Quick, concise.
ये राउंड पैसा है ना पब्लिक
Very sure of the plays that they do.
है पोली को कोई ड्रॉप देगा
तुझे पता है क्या हुआ था लास्ट मैप लास्ट राउंड
अरे उसने चक्कू डाला पीछे गए अल्ट भी डाला तभी डिफ्यूज हो गया
नहीं अल्ट की आवाज में सप्रेस हो गई उसकी साउंड मेरे को भी साउंड नहीं आई क्योंकि
ओह हां क्या
सोवा अल्ट की साउंड में और केजे अल्ट की साउंड में सप्रेस हुआ
है ऐसा भी है
playing around the map. They've got
साउंड नहीं आया बेसिकली
on towards the A side, and if they do get the
तो
spike
सप्रेस हो
down,
जाती है
there
ना
are those post plant lineups.
साइड में कोई
Same thing can be
नहीं
said
था
for
अरे
the
एक बंदा वो लाइनअप में गया ना इसलिए
So Global Esports, we had the one timeout from Coach Spin before. Now, what are you thinking about next? Like, how do you put a thorn in the sides of Bleed?
Very close start for A main, just making sure that they can spot out pipe here, get that control. How far will Polvy actually push on B long with this operator? He does have Benkai right beside him. The risk here is exorbitant. They're doubled up, aren't they? Yikes! Benkai hasn't been spotted yet, so he can maybe wrap around. But no, the turret can actually spot him if he comes around the corner here. If he pushes the same angle that Polvy did, there's still two players of Bleed coming in, and I don't even know how Bleed just second guesses someone's going to push them up, and they get
प्लीज
that
आगे मत जाओ
trade
सेफ
for
के
free.
लो
There's more trades happening here on A main, and EA's just like,
ये सब
thank you
ना
very
ये
much.
सब
Even those two
ये सब
kills,
नहीं करते
leaving Benkai and Blaze
मत
King
करो ना
by themselves for the moment.
Because both teams are
अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ पनौती लगाओ टीवन भाई वापस लो अपने
pushing and pulling with gravity.
अभी भी बोल रहा
Blaze King trying to play off of some of these timings on the peaks, but it's not quite going to be enough. Always trying to get a good read.
क्यों
for
करने का
some of
पूछो
these
आप है
shoots,
बैठो
but
ना भाई
without, really confirming the information as soon as they peek out, it's always, thinking like, all right, we saw a little bit of presence towards B garage.
अरे मारेगा यार
Onto pipes.
साउंड भी आ गया
EA is there, and it just goes back and forth.
They got money. They're chasing Benkai down. They don't want this
हो जा
operator getting value. They spot the alarm bot being brought down. Now they work their magic.
क्या भाई एक और मैप है कहाँ बच गए
That's going to take away the operator's hands from Benkai and ultimately away from Polvy.
साला बच गया बाल बोल रहा है ऐसे नहीं कि इंडिया जीती
Quack.
शर्म करो फाट भाई शर्म करो
Second half or first half, excuse me. And then we get some.
But let's go G winning. G full
Yeah,
support.
starting to put B back up on top.
बच गए बाल.
One round away from match, or at least map
उनको
point.
पता है पुश करेंगे हाँ देख रहे हो
See, that's some of these things,
लीड कर लिया उसने सुना ना तुम लोगों ने पब्लिक
I talked about the rotations.
उसने बोला ना
I knew it. I
they always pushing I knew it यही गलती है हमारी
Some of these executes towards sites, and then they managed to break apart Global.
Save that दीदी at any cost यार उसने जी लिखा एक ही लड़की ने लिखा जी Save that दीदी right away बाकी सब लीड लिखे थे उधर भाई वो दीदी
Because if you are to push, you're gonna need a lot more team effort. You're gonna need some of that execution, and perhaps Coach Spin might.
देश का वाटर एनएच के नहीं होगा उससे
Well, he needs to spot something out. I mean, win or lose, they still.
आप क्यों हट बना रहे अरे
But I mean, this has been a grueling grind for both teams.
मैं ऐसे जी फाइटिंग
Timeout called into just
मैं ऐसे नहीं करता हूँ जी फाइटिंग मैं ऐसे
for global as well. Wolfie,
does have those blades.
यार पैसा नहीं यार, thrifty हो जाए, let's go. भाई ये अगर हारे तो वो क्लोज करेंगे ब्लीड वाले, देख लीजिए.
Fair enough.
ये करना ही नहीं था, ये जो राउंड हुआ ना इससे पहले बहुत ही गंदा राउंड.
Although it is not too many rounds
to
push this into an overtime.
आराम से खेल सकते थे.
But I mean, this is like a second awakening for awakening. Excuse
इधर
me.
जी फाइटिंग नहीं, जी नॉट डिफेंडिंग हो रहा है. मैं ये राउंड में कुछ करो ना इससे बढ़िया.
Possibly could go into map
5 आ गए अभी इधर.
Big flash at the back of the side. Blade, or rather, excuse me, Yay.
Thrifty, let's go. Thrifty हो जाए.
Quick little flash. Crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman. And Polby somehow
Really,
managed to pick up a
Enthoo?
couple of kills. If he can reset the blades,
Nice,
that's gonna be
baby.
huge. Spike has been denied the plant. Drops right down into the side, doubles up with his teammates. They're a little bit too much.
Oh!
Here, but
Thrifty!
Polby, once again, the Finnish superstar brings it all the way back. Never mind. Yay with the turnaround, 183k, and we go to map point.
I gotta see
दो
it from
जमीन
the
पे मारे, एक हवा में मारा
HPOV.
within a second.
Was it a sprint transfer? Was it taps?
Possible,
Whatever
bro?
it was, he got all those 3 kills. And while Global Esports
Within
with
a
their
fraction.
setup
मेरे को
with
दिखाओ यार कैसे
Volby's
मारा ये
knives
ने.
almost turning
हाँ
things
नहीं
around
दिखा
for
रहा. हाँ
Global
देख 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 देख
Esports.
देख. Fuck me baby, fuck me in the asshole यार. क्या मारा बे? Fuck me bro. उसने
What was that,
Showing
bro?
us why the import is here, why Bleed have committed to this tier 1 superstar
मारा.
from NA. Polvy's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact. Couple of players of Bleed already right in front for the picking. Fortunately, he whiffs that
ये नहीं
first
दिखता
shot.
ये राउंड.
He's gonna go for a second chance.
ये राउंड नहीं दिखता.
Heard Crazy Guy a while ago. He's like, they keep peeking, they keep
क्या
pushing.
बोला? अरे
Yes.
वो थोड़ा
Because of that dark
जोश में
flow,
मैंने
Polby
बोल दिया
might be
यार.
forced to back away now.
झुक जा टीमोट भाई. अरे जोश में
Nothing doing for the
होश
time
गया
being.
मेरा.
It got Bleed a little bit of presence made, a little bit of space,
अरे
and off
इसकी
of that
माँ
positioning, now the Reckoning able to push off any Global Esports players who might be on site. High Tide blocks up a lot as well, but
OP
Late
in
King
the
could split
chat.
this time.
I mean, his opponent just popped a couple of shots through the smoke. Blaze King, a
और भी
master
भाई है.
tracer,
निकल सकता है.
bringing up back pain to the source of, to the point of origin. It's a huge fragment though. Here comes Russ activating the null command already. He's got to have to
नहीं
get
हो
a couple
रहा
of
है
impact
ये.
kills here, or else
एक लाइनअप पे गया क्या?
not. Ego is going to be doing his darndest again. He did it a while
Let's
ago.
go.
दो बार.
Holding on to the knife's edge.
भाई एक लेंस की स्ट्रीम देखते हैं बे लाइनअप वाला.
भाई ये वाइपर की एंड किसकी थी, अपनी या उनकी?
Yeah, just rushing in to get that spike defused.
है बुतू?
Very
अपना बाबा अपना अंधा है क्या? देख ले.
For that retake
दो
as
बार
well.
अमर
So
हो
you
गया.
gotta think,
हमारा
although
वाइपर.
it is a few more rounds left. And the Reckoning
ये
was
ने
used.
हका.
You've got Yang has the Blade Storm available. You've got a couple more
गोलू
utility on the side of Bleed
लाइनअप
Esports.
वाले को आज गाली खाने
Global
वाला
Esports
है.
has to, walk around a time
हमारा
warp
वाइपर का
right
नहीं
now.
है, उनका वाइपर का ही है वो.
नहीं बाबा हमारा
That
वाइपर का अल्ट
lockdown.
था.
Okay, there it is picked up.
अल्ट नहीं रे, वो तू पूछ रहे.
लाइनअप ऑब्वियसली उनका. हमारा वाइपर हम पे क्यों डालेगा? चूते है क्या? बट्टू.
हमारा वाइपर हम पे डालने से डैमेज कम पड़ता है.
Egoist wants to go up front, close
क्या
enough
सच्ची
around
में?
pipes to set that lockdown in.
पब्लिक क्या?
Then we'll have the A side. Then it's
ऐसा
going
भी
to be a
होता है?
retake slash
मतलब
numbers
हम
game.
डिफ्यूज कर रहे हैं और हम खुद पे मॉल डाले तो ऐसा होता
Russ
है.
can really fend them off.
They're making a lot of noise.
Okay, there's 0 point.
Lockdown's been activated already. They're still holding the angle here on Maze.
चूते है क्या ये
But
बट्टू?
lockdown does clear up most of the site itself.
बट्टू
and I
तो
think,
ये बोल रहा है
Bleed
कि
was able to spot that nobody tucked themselves into
उन
corner
लोगों ने
back,
तूप
but
डाला,
they
मैं भी
haven't
तूप
really
डाला,
pushed
तो
it.
मेरा
They're
डैमेज
into it
राउंड
now,
खत्म होने
or
दो.
go in the opposite direction. Seems like it's going to be a commitment. This is very hairy here for Bleed. Global Esports, they've tucked themselves into corners.
बचा
He's
लिया
got the first pick, but Polby's right here holding on. Cannot for Blaze King.
लग गई
And it has gone topsy-turvy on either side.
इस
Lightning
बार
fast.
कोलू मार दे
Anchoring,
मेरी जान.
hoping, praying that he can maybe get something before, or rather as he waits for Benkai to come in for the play.
Yes!
Benkai comes up huge. 1 versus 1. It's him and Scary. 20 seconds.
उधर ही है.
To pick up Spike, but look at this. Benkai's down to 10. Scary. All
कर
he
दे बेंकाई
needs
क्लच
is
मेरी जान.
one bullet.
कर दे बेंकाई
A
मेरी क्लच
hair,
मेरी जान.
A whiff, and that might be in. No damn way he misses.
Yeah!
Scary gets it. Benkai had the opportunity, but it is denied.
इतना easy kill था.
Into map number 3.
Close गया बे ना.
Then we will be truly in for a bit of a surprise. I mean, both teams kind of leaving this next map open. It's gonna be split.
Close गया पर बाल बच गए.
We showed us a little.
क्या बाल बचे एक और गेम है.
But at the very
अबे यार राका भाई ने बराबर प्रेडिक्ट किया बे 13-10. साला स्ट्रीम से करे मेरा. सही प्रेडिक्शन.
Towards the end though, the adjustments came back up.
भाई अच्छा खेले यार जी मैं झूठ नहीं बोल.
To discuss this monstrous game.
भाई really अच्छा खेला एकदम टॉप नॉच खेले. I mean global. अच्छा खेले यार 8-4 से सिर्फ 2 राउंड मिला हमें. भाई डिफेंडिंग में 2 राउंड मिले बस.
Right bleed off already, but it looks like they made a comeback, and El Diablo finally waking up here.
Next one side होगा क्यों भाई?
Still dire straits here.
कौन सी मैप है लास्ट?
He's awake.
The alarm has rung. He hits.
और राका ने बराबर प्रेडिक्ट किया बे 13-10 बोल रहा था चैट में.
Committed to waking up. It's just a matter of when he gets out of the bed.
राका भाई को बोलो ना वॉच पार्टी करे.
नहीं भाई. बाद में ट्वीट करेंगे easy है.
Some solid impact. He comes back onto the jet, but for the longest time there, that first half especially, it was not looking good.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it because even through the first half, I mean, the way they were playing, not just the scoreline, it wasn't 8-4, but just the way they were getting defeated, allowing GE to just creep up and then get ready for the execute for free.
भाई कौन सा है next map?
Split. Hoping that they're going to hold angles and they're going to get the picks. Funnily enough, when they're on the attack,
Split थोड़ा strong है भाई मैं झूठ नहीं बोलता. Bleed जिस हिसाब से Split last time Ascension ने खेला heavy dominate किया था उन लोगों ने. सारे मीम रिव्यू एक साथ देख के आ रहा हूँ.
I mean, you look at the post-plan statistics.
अरे चुप हो रे हम बीच की स्ट्रीम पर जाए. अरे मैंने बराबर बोला है प्रेडिक्शन में बराबर किया.
Global just going in, causing chaos and pandemonium in the streets of Icebox and just stealing away the diffuses. So they need to
मेसी भाई
listening in closely.
just saying आपने जी विनिंग बोला just say.
Prevent those little ninja diffuses from
happening.
Moments like that's really a testament to the brains behind Global Esports, right? All of these little calls that they're making in between all of this chaos to either ninja diffuse the spike or to just push through or everything. It really just boils down to all of these sprays that are happening there. But on the side of Bleed Esports, I kind of feel like yes, they did win this map, but there was still a little bit of, I don't know, it's a little bit disjointed for me.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't convincing, right? Let's just put it that way. It wasn't convincing. They had to kind of crawl out of it and claw their way to a victory. Now, the question is of course, is that enough to keep their spirits up? Because, when we saw it in the replays, Crazy Guy trying to keep the spirits up, trying to keep the energy going, even if it's some funny things happening. Like Ye died to the spike, Crazy Guy's like, let's laugh it off, let's move on, we won the round, that's what's important. You saw the vibe, so I think that's the important takeaway here. The way they played this Icebox, there's a lot of work still to be done, but okay, they're waking up in terms of their mechanics, their duels, their fights. Ye seems to have found that confidence a bit more towards the end of the map. Now can they carry that into the third map?
But again, what is he going to be playing on that third map? It is split, and we've seen, across all of the all-season tournaments and everything, a lot of different iterations as far as what you can run on that map. Does this end up going with do they end up going with something like Darian on the Raze and then Ye just sticking to that jet, run the double duelist comp going into this one? Does he bring out the chamber? Or is there going to be something different? We'll have to see what they have cooked up for this one, but I do want to give a quick shout out to Russ because this was an immense improvement in his performance.
Yeah, very good shooting as well, but really crafty plays. You saw that fragment lined up to bounce towards the end as well, but also just good calls, right? He's kind of making sure that he can set up his teammates, especially Povey, to go in first. As soon as Povey gets contact, Russ is there to trade, and usually he's trading for 2 or 3 people in a couple of these rounds. So that's great to see. Kind of taking the reins here for Global Esports.
I like that you brought that up.
Povey,
right? Because on the other side, yes, I know that they didn't see that much setup for Ye. Usually he was just off on himself, but you wouldn't see that much support, I guess, from the other 4 on their side.
Yeah, a lot of the times he was on his own, and we were seeing him getting punished more often than not. The time where Ye really actually started coming alive, when they were providing that covering fire for him on the attack. We saw him dashing in, getting up on top of box within that A site.
भाई कल से 100% ज्यादा अच्छा खेले है कि नहीं बता.
that's really good to see that they
स्प्लिट
have
थोड़ा
that
वीक
make
तो है
one
जी
of the
का
crossfires, they keep him in that, and then from there you
स्प्लिट
can
कैसे है गाइस जी का नया वाला
And Ego is someone we haven't really talked about much.
Honor जैसे में हुआ था क्या
all of the games that they've played, some crucial Cat4 multi-kills for himself as well.
TbOne गेमिंग भाई सुबह से कम अरे मैं जब जल्दी सुबह उठता हूँ ना तो मैं जिम जाता हूँ मैं ज्यादा पानी पीता हूँ तो वो फ्लश होता है अच्छी है पानी पीने से कोई पानी पीने से कोई बकचोदी है क्या नहीं मेरे को नहीं
I also feel like there's several missed opportunities on the side.
हाँ भैया
Really just break out of how they were playing at Ascension, right? You know, you really just
क्या दिखाओ
going into that rhythm and take it to the next step because that's what they're here for. That's why they're here.
भाई सच्ची में मुझे भी दे दो यार
Unfortunately, we're not seeing it yet. Yes, we are seeing a little bit of improvement, but we need that next level.
And you see this a lot with teams that are kind of used to being the top dog in their own area, and then they face off against tougher competition. Whether it's part of the regional VCTs and then going to the Master Champions, whether it's coming up from challengers, you see them being used to, well, we can always play off contact because we'll win. But once you start losing those duels, it gets a little iffy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, we've seen teams have that happen all the time. Thinking about DRX.
Yeah,
and,
I was thinking the same thing.
But the gears are churning right now.
ड्रेस कोड यहाँ पे नीचे है झूठ बोल रहा मैं ये सब नहीं पहनता
Their previous matches.
How do I?
मैं चप्पल वाला आदमी मैं ये पहनता हूँ
कितना टाइम लगा था आपको रील बनाने में
Plenty of sloppy plays, some whippy
ये
aims,
पहनता हूँ
slow reactions, but battling it out. This is such an important matchup for these guys, so you have to imagine the nerves.
मेरे को दिखा दे हटो
Definitely, and like as you mentioned, Will, it's nice that Crazy Guys still trying to keep up the mood, especially since we know that it can be such a downer, especially when it's such a high pressure matchup. It is the first
on stream करनी चाहिए
and
यार
now as we head into map number 3, it is do or die for Bleed and for Global. And for Global, it is a very important matchup for them as well. This is basically a validation for this roster that they are building right here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all comes down to this third map, and of course we'll be going into that shortly. But it's going to be a big question for both Global Esports. Can they bounce back after a map loss? And then for Bleed, I mean, can they continue the momentum?
I mean, historically, Global had some very strong performances on Split last year.
जनता कमाए
split है यार
Yeah, texture.
They had a lot of different people actually on that one, so I'm not sure how they're going to look. But obviously, Split is a mainstay map. This has been the game for the longest time. You cannot play Valorant at a competitive level without having a strong understanding of how to pilot this one. So this might end up being the most even out of all the maps that we see.
लेटर कमाए लेटर दिया क्या
उसका आगे मेरे को हो रहा का WhatsApp देखियो
हाँ मैंने देखा मगर मेरा पेंडिंग है
It's the kind of map that you can't really just go in without a set play, without set plans over here. But on the side of Bleed Esports, I feel like they
अरे वो तो ठीक है एटलीस्ट आ गया ना
They have Blaze King with a lot of experience against the players on their side here, and it doesn't seem like Bleed are really picking up the pace. I'm not sure if they'll be able to pick it up right in map number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I forget which side they're actually starting on. I don't know.
I'll have to, we'll have to look back on that.
We'll see in a moment, but depending on what side they're starting on, especially, like, they will need to have that hot start, kind of like we were saying for
अरे
in the beginning of this
पेंडिंग
day,
जब तक वापस भी हो जाते हैं ना वहाँ से समझ रहे हो
things off on that attacking side. You need to be able to rack up as many rounds
दिखा फाटू
and my big question also is in terms of the compositions for Bleed,
दिखा तो सही स्क्रीन पे एक
role does
बार
he pick up as well, right? So there's a lot of questions to be had in terms of
तो मैं सच बताऊं प्रेडिक्शन क्या है आपका यार मेरे को सच्ची में लगा 2-0 ब्लीड होगा लेकिन लास्ट वाला मैप थोड़ा ब्लीड स्ट्रांग है
ये तो पा कलर भी नहीं है ना ये
a testament to who exactly is that
भाई
playmaker
जॉर्डन से
for dire times, right?
पब्लिक आज मंडे है क्या
मेरे को तो आईडिया नहीं है भाई हम तो जूते पहनते हैं हम तो 1000-2000 वाले लाते हैं जॉर्डन्स भी
क्या करूं
He was the one that was very much
लेटर भी नहीं दिया कुछ
these rounds for the longest time before we kind of had Yang and
अच्छे लग रहे हैं
really wake up alongside him. It was a really strong
यार
the KJ, but
हिदे भाई ने भेजा
love you यार
Polvi
crazy
हिदे भाई
when he had that outlaw in his hands, especially he was finding an immense amount of value for the team.
Yeah, I think that, also here on for Bleed, again, you have those playmakers that, for each round, you manage to have, like, Darion picking up a triple, or you manage to have Egoist suddenly, being successful on a major flank here, that actually managed to, really get that, get the morale up for Bleed that was able to push him forward. And I think that, for the side of Global Esports,
next match कब अभी है
definitely
difficult है यार split है
still, like, it feels like for Global Esports it's not enough.
थोड़ी सी
Well, I mean,
मसला वाला मैप है
they're not going to be happy unless they
याद रखियो जो ज्यादा लेता है ना अटैकिंग में
टिबोन आपके पेपाल में क्या दिखा रहा है वो
Yeah, and then
very interesting.
मेरे को आ गया पूरा पेमेंट आ
the
गया
get-go here as
Pending नहीं
well.
दिखा रहा
I mean,
वो?
it is
नहीं।
alongside the breach. So
पूरा
मेरा कभी नहीं होता मेरा पेमेंट नहीं पूरा नहीं
once
50
they're on the attacking side, which will be the first
50
half
ना?
of Global Esports. But Bleed, I mean, Yay back on the Viper. He's got
मेरा
to
कभी
redeem
पेंडिंग
himself
नहीं
after that
पेंडिंग
first
नहीं
match.
आता
नहीं नहीं पेंडिंग रहता है
वो बड़ा वाला अमाउंट के लिए
हाँ
शायद
और मगर वो पेंडिंग वापस भी चला जाता है पता है ना तुम्हें
वहाँ क्या
हाँ तभी तो पेंडिंग वापस चला जाता है वापस ले सकते हो ना तुम उसे
Do or die. There is no other way. This is it, Quack. We are here for map number 3. Bleed and Global have grinded their way up to the very, very last map in this elimination game here in Kickoff. So we'll get started in just a bit.
I mean, that's what's talking
PayPal
about.
International
Game
Coffee
have
Mate.
woken up. Has he truly
मेरा
woken up and
pending है
hit
अभी
that snooze button?
तो फिर
Or,
वेट
you
कर जब
know,
तक नहीं
what's
नहीं
gonna
इससे
happen
कुछ नहीं
next?
होगा
There are players trying to keep the
अरे कुछ
spirits up.
पता नहीं ना
but
जब
at the same
आएगा तभी
time,
करूँगा ना
there's silence in the stadium right now as they
ओ
feel
भाई
the tension.
सिंपल जब आता है अटैकिंग में राउंड लो बस जीत गए
Global Esports, they want to break open the site.
He breaks open with this fight against Durian that completely misses him. Both the contact on Polvi as well as that boom bot, interestingly enough. Rest of Global. Now
ये हमारा वीक है ना थोड़ा ये पब्लिक जितना मेरे को याद है
Oh my god, where did that come from Russ? He just Goomba stomped the head of Durian there. Global Esports opening Pandora's
दो लिया भाई
Box.
उसमें
Egoist has been such a crucial factor right now. The
Nice.
trades and Blaze King using the wingman to plant all the way from heaven. Total baller.
अच्छा मारा
And
उसने
even
हाँ?
if he lost that fight, the wingman could have planted it.
Yeah.
Lightning Fast was still coming in from mid, so there was layers upon layers.
हटो मेरे को दिखाना सेंड करना मेरे को
Yeah, switching up in terms of the pace, right? Global Esports just go right in, and starting things off with Polvi, Benkai, with the
Oh,
Modular
what about
support. I mean, it really is the same thing of playing in terms of rhythm.
भाई मैं भी लेफ्ट हैंड चालू कर गया पब्लिक मेरा एम ओपी था लेफ्ट हैंड में पब्लिक क्या लगता है चालू करो लेफ्ट हैंड वापस
Such movements from Russ, for example.
Global Esports is that team that I feel like embodies ripping off the Band-Aid, right? Like, oh, you want us to take this nice and slow? No! Go in! Just hammer it down onto the side, which they will definitely do. And Benkai and Russ
भाई ले लो
demands authority
जा बोल
कर दो
कर जा
here on that A
जाओ।
site, leaving the rest of Bleed.
बट तो मैं भी लेफ्ट करूं क्या बे चालू करो लेफ्ट वाला बहुत मारता था मैं लेफ्ट
Just the
में
pistols.
इमोर्टल लेफ्ट में ही गया था
Maybe get themselves a condensed
बोला?
angle here. That could be something.
लेफ्ट हैंड रखो क्या
Global Esports
भाई तो खेलता था तो सीएस में वही
rising
रखना
amount of
सीएस में
crossfires
राइट हैंड ही
to
खेलता था
Not even that could
सीएस
really,
लेफ्ट खेलता था
you know,
तो क्या
stop
बोल रहा है
Blaze
अच्छा
King.
फाटू
जो
लेफ्ट
मेरे को
खेलता
पता नहीं मैं क्या खेलता था
One away from the threat.
फाटू लेफ्ट खेलता था क्या कौन लेफ्ट खेलता था हमारे में तो
वो हमारा नील खेलता था
A bit of a
Ah,
sleeper.
Negan.
I mean, sleeper agent to speak. You know, in the first game, playing on that fade, we didn't really talk about him too much because those were just
इमोर्टल गए तो दो बार खुशी मैडम
maybe a bit of utility coming through.
इमोर्टल गया तो मतलब क्या
Back onto the third
तीन
map,
बार
goes
एक्चुअली
up
इमोर्टल
again.
3 तक गया हूं मैं
Maybe would have at least dropped to like a
घर जाएगा
but the movement somehow just
उसके बाद शादी हो
favors
गई
him instead, and he gets the sprays.
भाई ले लो भाई 7 राउंड ले लो लेट्स गो हां तो बोलो 10 ले लियो
Contact once again. Very aggressive use on the fault line too. Already gonna push through this. Ah, there's the contact and Durian.
Come on, dude. Come on, man. How can you go before? How can you go before? वैसे boom bot तो detect नहीं होगा.
Or ramps. Choose your
Pokemon भी नीचे से जाएगा.
Either way.
ओफी मेरी जान
शर्म करो फट भाई.
It's not something that's going to be easy to stomach. And I guess it really just comes down to the timing of it. You know, trying to break through that choke point. And that's the nature of split. You've got P Garage, you've got A main, and
कभी नहीं
anyone
पहने
who tries
मैंने
to
वो
push
एक
through.
जो गोल्डी भाई ने भेजे थे उसके
Darian
बाद
kind of does the same thing, and getting those sprays out, the toxic screen up.
दिखा दे एक
Fury,
बार.
I mean, the A, excuse me. It really
लो
just
यार
crumbles
इतना
the
बड़ा
entire
बड़ा
push.
दिखा रहा हूँ कैमरे में
अरे भोसड़ी के WhatsApp पे भेजना बाबा. अब मेरे को स्विच करना पड़ेगा.
भोसड़ी वाले जान हो
Right
गया
now, right? They were just
हल्का सा फोन में
तो मैं आपको भी पूछा था पैर के लिए रिप्लाई नहीं आया यार मैं नहीं पहनता रे बाबा मेरे को निर्मल पाज ने दिया था भाई एक बार पहना था ऐसा लगा कि मैं फुल यंग दिखता हूँ समझ रहे
So he's just using the wingman first. You know,
मेरे को देख के फायदा नहीं है मैं पहनूंगा
contact on
ही
Mail.
मैं चप्पल वाला बंदा
Yay.
डाउन टू अर्थ
So close from this contact. He realizes this.
अन्ना
but
भी नहीं
the
बनते,
ball
अन्ना
line
easy
is
पहन,
perfectly
easy.
placed to catch him off.
Thankfully enough,
ये गंजा कब होंगे? अभी होंगे थोड़ी देर में।
does him a solid. I got you.
जीतेंगे जी।
You're perfectly fine with me.
Pings out the Thrasher orb as
इतना
well.
casual trip डाला
The rest of the
इसने।
squad is fully aware of what might happen next, but unfortunately the
वो भी
response not
मारता
quite
है
as
Republic
good.
हाँ?
Lead
हाँ?
Egoist only able to pick up one.
Where did that TP come from? Or where did that TP go?
Nice trades,
fast
man.
On top of the box, gets the trade, 2 versus 3. Russ gonna be planting down the spike. Benkai holding hell here for the moment as Crazy Guy
Benkai को
creeps in
मारना
ever so
पड़ेगा।
slowly.
Crossfire है क्या?
Actually go around the corner. That's gonna be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not really given any form of contact for now. Here it is. 1 to 2, dashing right in, but Durian is quick. Not quick enough to deal with the 2
मैं
players.
चप्पल वाले easy slides नीचे बाबा नहीं अरे नहीं बाबा Public love you यार इधर पंच अरे मैं चप्पल मतलब ऐसे branded वाला सीन नहीं है normal चप्पल इधर दोनों इधर आओ मेरे भाई लोग हाँ
डिफेंसिव है या अटैकिंग मैप
split बाबा defensive obviously
And here's the problem
सच्ची
too,
में
right? The only
हृदय
key
बाय
that
एंड
we
मत
had
पाची
on
ओपी
Heaven
इन दी
was pure
चैट
contact. All of the
मुझे
traffic
मुझे
from,
हृदय तेरा कीबोर्ड
was
चाहिए
was
जूते
set
तू ही
for
रख
any kind of B main
मुझे तेरी कीबोर्ड
contact,
चाहिए वो दे
but
असली
it all
असली
got
प्यारे तो वो
bypassed
दे
because of the shot
वो
itself
कभी
and
नहीं
lightning
देगा
fast. So every kind of trap that they placed was very well ignored. Thank you. By Global
अरे
Esports.
भिंचो कहाँ
Straight
को
up. Same thing. We get hit control. We get some more options. CA trying to deny it with a recon phantom, trying to spray
इसके
through.
पास वो है
Nothing
वोटिंग
doing. Crazy guy though. Did he hear?
इस बार कलेश हो गया टाइमिंग इधर उधर हो गया एक्चुअली मैं आलसी था यार अन्ना के एड्रेस पे चुपचाप ऑर्डर करना था ऐसा एक कल करूँ बाद में उधर आउट ऑफ सिलेबस
Straight up marching
नहीं
his way
आउट ऑफ
here on
बॉक्स
B Heaven. He's got a chance to peek this, but he's not going to do that just yet. He just charges through the
Out
smoke
of stock.
and Volvi's. Thank you very
मेरा
much.
कच्चा भी ले लो excuse me
Yeah,
how do you
okay.
feel about watch party it's really difficult compared to watching RP clips on
Does
Discord
find another. But with all
yeah
of these neural
trying my
activations,
best
it could actually be turned ups in their heads, and Russ just backs
लो
away.
भाई आप भी इधर
As they
कंट्रोवर्सी
realize where they are. That's Global Esports running it all the way through the A site, but the counter neural theft does give all the information that Bleed needs to know.
Rotation's over. Darian with the rocket.
That's why
Yay!
gets those moments. And when you thought
A for effort
the big
thing.
connection ability is there to shut
Volvi is
you
just
down,
crazy man I really underestimated yesterday यार सच्ची में यार
no, he's the one with the showstopper. That's going to deny some pushes for a good chunk of seconds, which allows the rest of Global Esports to go the other way. They're going to try to clear Heaven. If they're not in Heaven, they're just going to drop down.
नहीं
help
इतना
out Volvi.
basic mistake नहीं करेंगे
So there's always that extra assistance. All Povi's got to do is to get that information for the team.
अरे scary
Breaks it
बंदा
out
है
too. And all Russ
Nice,
has
baby.
to do is hold, wait, and play.
Let's go,
Spot sounds scary. He was
भाई
going to go for the full DP.
रस ओपी खेलता है भाई कुछ भी बोलो हाँ
Total control.
ओपी खेलता है भाई रस
It's always such a goddamn good feeling, man. It, like
सच्ची में मैं सच्ची में भाई रस
Let's
go. Your mouse becomes an extension of your arm. That's what I want to
सच्ची में रस भी ठीक ठाक खेलता है लेकिन जो खेलता है ना भाई
There it is.
Volvi ने मारा
Fully anticipating it, and then although Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast,
Agile
he
तो
was still
है
getting the shot early on. Everyone else
फॉर्म है Volvi फॉर्म है
definitely needing to stem the bleeding. It's gonna be Legia with a timeout now.
फाटो भाई गोटा मुंह में और बात
Such a momentous lead in the half.
बोलो ना हेलो
4-1.
पनौती लगाऊं
और राका भाई
Highlight plays
यार
for Volvi.
राका भाई इसके मुंह में आप लंड दो अगर आप हो चैट पे तो इसके मुंह में लंड
चैट पे इधर
3-4
तो
बार
बैठा है
मुझे राका भाई बोल चुका है
ठीक है अबे नहीं मैं इधर ही था वो कहाँ गया
Absolutely right. That 1 to 4 is a definite concern right now for
क्या है ना
me.
किसके साथ कंट्रोवर्सी होता है ना उसका नाम याद रहता है
And Global's already running away with the lead, and you never want that to happen. Sure,
I mean, you could look at Icebox and see that they
क्यों
can
मुंह
slowly
बंद
grind up their way to something.
टेबोन भाई फाटू भाई बोले वो गंजा होंगे अगर जीते तो देखा कैमरा भाई देखा
so much.
हगो ये भाई हगो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
We've seen Bleed for the past 2 maps
गंदा
now start
खेल रहे
things
हैं
off
भाई.
without a
इसको
strong
लग रहा है नेगेटिव बोल के पॉजिटिव
catch
होगा
up. Might even be able to say the same for their match against T1.
भाई पावर नहीं है जस्सी
It just doesn't look too great. You know, always talking about this team. You got Ye picked up. You got strong players. You got Darian. They ascended from Ascension. And Crazy Guy says in an interview, like, we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
अभी कहाँ था वो कैमरा?
Of course, there still is opportunity and chances. It's not like we're already at like 12 to 10 or something, but it is somewhat concerning again as how much Global has really garnered in these rounds.
Yeah, just talking about the lead, but Polvi has been impressive. Now back into it again, looking for an execute onto the site, but look at how Bleed has to set up. Yes, it's that eco, so I don't know how much it really do.
अरे कैजुअल कैमरा है मेरा ओके
It's a 5-stack on 8.
जाओ कुछ नहीं होगा जा बेंका जा
Then also like
जा कुछ कोई नहीं है
ignoring it. Not gonna push past main, maybe up ramps. I don't know if they'll go through screens.
Oh, I think they realize it too. I mean, even if they don't realize it, they have options to go
अबे
elsewhere. And since they did leave Blaze King here on mid, they can always have an opportunity.
Look at the way they avoided that, bro.
Like, something's up.
Precisely.
Oh my god.
Nothing seen so far. Paranoid just for extra security. Now
they avoided that stack. Hello.
Yo, that's a read, bro.
How can Bleed do that?
That's a read from the Orgia.
I mean, there's
Not
still
the read.
people, so
By the info by Cypher.
they catch someone
Info by
holding an
Cypher, brother.
off-angle position here, can take away a weapon, or
रेज ने वहाँ पे स्काई को जिगल पिक
we can
करते
just
हुए
wait till the very
देखा.
last second.
अंडर हेवन
try
बैठा
to
था
get some
रेज
exit
वो
frags and
साइफर
die
के
to the
कैमरे में
spike.
दिखा.
So assuming they're gonna go for the latter.
Oh man, then it's
दो
like
बंदे
both
साइड में ऑलरेडी
sides
दिख गए
saving
थे.
fully because Global Esports can run out mid, they can run out garage. Bleed just dies to the spike.
Probably that, right?
What an eventful round.
I mean, fair. You don't want to give any extra
Read
kills
to
to global players that have been heating up,
All
especially Blaze
points.
King, right?
You don't want to give him
मॉनिटर
another
में खेल रहे
thresher.
कितने अटका है.
Russ sitting on the Rolling Thunder 2.
एक
What's
पांच
your
baby.
dying sound? Voice actor ASRock.
Russ cooked hair. All
God
five
Angel,
I don't want to do that.
Wilhelm scream.
So that सामने वालों को पैसे ना मिले और सामने वालों को अल्ट और ना मिले.
अबे ये कैमरा है क्या? ये तो मैं रोज लगाता.
If you know, you know. Any BL players out there? 1, 2, or 3? Love you guys. Anyways, back into the thick of things. Durian, he's got himself the operator. It's been pretty solid in that Sunset map, but is it going to solid enough?
क्या फायदा कैमरा डाल के बताओ? इतनी जल्दी तोड़ना.
He doesn't really have that much line of sight.
Holy feel मेरे बाप.
Double satchel catches Crazy Guy. This makes it significantly harder for Durian to really get that contact, but it doesn't matter. He still shuts down Polvi. Thank you very much.
Can't really cross back now, and the intentions were kind of sussed out as well. Why else would Polvi be trying to run back down ramp? So that's why the rotations are coming over from Bleed. They're getting a good read on things. And as long as Scary gets the right amount of contact, as long as Benkai doesn't find too much on the A site, Bleed should be able to pick up this round. Of course, it's still really early on though. Scary backs off, Darren back in his place. Global Esports might be able to go out along with a Dizzy push.
And they do have the
से भी
right? So
I don't know. Like it makes sense, but
अबे
you don't want to use it willy-nilly, right?
लर्किंग हो रही है बहुत भयंकर. मेरे जैसा लर्क कर रहा है. देखते हैं क्या
Benkai has
करेगा.
always been that person that
ये
likes
को
to do
मारेगा
this. Timing is
बोला
good,
ना.
actually.
लर्कर बोलते ऐसे ही खेलता हूँ मैं बेबे.
Rotation from Bleed and allow Global to actually start pushing into the ace to the B site.
Oh, it does. And the Rolling Thunder. You're right, ASRock. Even though it's not maximum effect, it does do enough to push Darian away. But Scary from the top of heaven comes back in.
अरे इसको मारना था इसको.
They're on. Might not even
Bye.
know lightning passes around the corner. Okay,
सब गोलू का राउंड है. सब गोलू का राउंड है.
Durian is only
बस
aware
वेट नहीं गोलू नहीं बाबा नहीं गोलू नहीं
is inside this smoke. It's going to be the double contact. There it is. It's all going to be up down to how quickly he can.
गोलू नहीं जाना था यार
It's not really too hot. That paranoia does
मार
nothing
दे
against
रहा
Rust.
कुछ भी
It's
हो
a
जाए
1v1. Scary spin a clutch master, but Rust can do something. What? Extraordinary.
लीग्स मिल गया बेबे
GL and savior of global in this round.
कुछ चिल्ला के अच्छी लीग्स दे रहे हो लोग
Global Esports.
अच्छा मैं लीग्स भाई हाँ चिल्लाने का साउंड आया ना
Scary, you would have thought that he's the guy to clutch
तुम लोग भी
things
ट्विच
out.
पे देख रहे हो ना
हाँ
A
बात
little bit off put,
हट बे
off timed, feels uncomfortable.
हट बे हो जाए क्लीन शेप चलो
Russell lands the shot. And it's just such a good call.
जीत रहे हैं
पनौती लगा रहे हो
Benkai even actually getting a
भाई क्या 1-6 है अब क्या
What is happening?
क्या लगता है
ठीक है भाई
calls man.
ठीक है
It's the smart use of
याद रखना इसने 1-6 में पनौती लगाई थी टीम
क्या पनौती लगाया भाई
the A push and they can still do that B play straight up, but yeah, the
Public.
goal was very much granted.
Auto टकला let's go आइए
Down to 15 here.
क्या कहाँ से
Always playing around the rhythm and timing of things, right? In previous rounds, we had Polvi just diving right straight on A ramps. This time around, they're going along with a team and Bleed kind of playing along with that, trying to get a feel for this dance, and this time getting a better grasp of it. Benkai still, though, however, lurking all around. The rest of that global squad looking to make something happen towards B. They got the utility for it. As long as they can block off Heaven.
Quick little TPs there from, oh, that's a big flash. Egoist, does he go against it? The push out, and it's just too clean for global. No sweat in that
नहीं हो रहा है क्या बाबा
they're executing dude what the
sही kill where he just keeps TPing in position.
भाई उनका executes देख ना कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे कुछ भी करना है कुछ भी कर कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएगा तू
and Bleed
भाई जीत गए भाई लिख के कहीं भी लिखने के लिए मैं रेडी हूँ GE जीत गए कहाँ लिखना है बताओ
इसको चेक करना पड़ता राइट है कि नहीं लेकिन लाइटनिंग फास्ट पिलर में टीम
कहाँ लिखना है बताओ जल्दी बोलो कहाँ लिखना है बताओ
Absolutely right. I mean,
that's why I was the coach of VLT and you were not.
Stab. Ah.
ओ भाई
ये was looking.
भाई अगर वो पलटता ना गोलू नाइफ कर देता
चुप कर कुछ नहीं होगा अबे 7 राउंड ले ले अटैकिंग में बताओ साइफर होने के बावजूद
भाई 0-6 ये लेट्स गो
कहाँ लिखना है बताओ जी जीत गए कहाँ लिखना है फर्स्ट टाइम मोमो गंजा देखोगा मजा आएगा क्या बात नाइफ कर रहा था
Global Esports are having a great time.
फॉरवर्ड पे लिखो लिखने के लिए पेन नहीं है वरना मैं सच्ची बोलो झूठ नहीं
They're creating plays.
ओ भाई क्या पोलवी क्या W दबा रहा है भाई.
Yeah, we'll just play our own game, keep pushing forward. We still have Polvi, who's been so good at these contact plays, and there it is once again. Durian. Okay, there we go. He's got the impact play. Neural theft slows it down a little bit further. Blaze King now pulling the rotation. Hold on, lightning fast. He's got himself that from the shadow, so he can pick it up, the spike. But there is a world where they might break him and not. No, he picks it up. It's pretty easy for him. Anyways, hold heaven. They must. Planet for heaven, planet for open, and it's a 3 versus 3 on this retake.
Still do have Egoist up around screens though.
OP call.
नहीं होगा retake कैसे होगा आप एक के पास?
What it comes down to is how well they can really break apart this heaven hold. Darian out through. Ooh.
अबे Blaze King.
Egoist was waiting for an angle there if it can. Benkai through the smoke as well. Lightning fast coming here too.
उनको पता है कि दोनों इधर है?
Paranoia coming out, but does not dissuade Scary, and Egoist is not in a good spot, but he doesn't need to be. Excuse me, Egoist with the ego peaks, the ego kills, and he saves it once again for Bleed.
He kind of made use of the pressure from the spike tap to make them out peeking.
ये क्या था?
Has that aim just enough to really fend them off. I mean, what a round! Both sides trying to play around things. Darian is here doing a bit of work, but at the same time, Global having the sense of trying to rotate over with lightning fast. But then when it comes down to
Lead,
it,
yeah,
the
bhai, tala
heroics
for a
of
reason.
Egoist.
Tala for a reason.
2-7 lead. I mean, again,
Tala for a reason.
start things out slow, but they never quite back down that easy.
भाई
Bro,
ये का
painted a
0-7 है?
on that A window, man. It was a great picture. It was a picture of them winning that round.
गोल्डे में करो बोलो टीम पनौती लग रहा है मत करो please.
Oh yeah. Durian so close to
What?
He's hiding in the corner. He's been spotted, and that's gonna be him down and dusted.
Okay.
Holding the angle here. Pushes out with the
अब
snake
बोलो
bite.
ना.
Gets
Who is all they get here?
in the corner of things, even hiding inside the smoke.
उसके लिए बुरा लगा यार,
Here by
सच्ची बुरा.
defenders, but it's so early
क्या
that
यार
the
टीम
Seekers
जीत
won't
रहे हैं ना
really
भाई.
threaten the control and rotation
Yeah,
capabilities of Global Esports. Egoist now coming in through B Heaven. He's been such a stalwart of Vanguard.
भाई उनको पता है ये लोग आएंगे किल के लिए.
And he might not be able to do anything at all.
बढ़िया रीड कर रहा है वायरस कुछ भी.
Great ways to check too from the likes of
Smokes
Russ.
Only good for one though.
मुझे लगा.
Still good reactions nonetheless, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Global
मिल गया
Esports
side
have the numbers
easily.
now. They get
Let's
to push in.
go.
They got the site. It's just a near impossible retake. The
भाई
rest
क्या
of the
क्या
members
एंगल
aren't
देख रहे हैं ना
really
बे. कोऑर्डिनेशन देख रहे. भाई गोलू के लिए दिल से
Seems like
रिस्पेक्ट
it's gonna be a save.
है. इतनी बड़ी इसमें
It just came down to a bit of
प्रेशर
guesswork.
कितना होगा ना बाबा.
Unfortunately for Bleed, doesn't
Boy,
quite work out.
8-2
Global
भाई.
Esports on the other hand, again, you think about how they take down this.
गाइस मैं
game,
तुम
it
लोग को
just
देखना चाहता हूं यार
worked out
फ्यूचर में
so
ऐसे
great.
गेम में. समझ रहे हो?
And I think you gotta put into
तुम लोग को देखना चाहता हूं. तुम लोग करोगे ऐसे कुछ प्राउड ऑफ माय सेल्फ. सेविंग नहीं हो रहा है.
Because whenever he's on a non-duelist, it just feels like he's just a step behind. Like I was wondering why Durian was holding for such
और
a
हम
long
आपको
time.
भाई मेरा उम्र हो गया भाई.
A few
लेट्स
seconds
मैं
later, that
इजीएस्ट वे का काम
So
करूंगा
it's,
यार.
at some point you're
समझ रहे
thinking, was Durian supposed to get any form of
मुझे हार्ड
support
वर्क नहीं
utility
करना.
or
इजीएस्ट वे
support
का
spray
काम.
down from Ye as to why he held mail for
तुम
such
लोग
a
हार्ड
long
वर्क करो.
time?
तुम लोग का हार्ड वर्क का इजीएस्ट वर्क मैं करूंगा. वॉच पार्टी.
Definitely wondering. I honestly am not too sure. I can't say for certain.
मैं
But
भी
whatever
छोटा
it is,
टेबल. ये
it's
क्या बात
not
हो गई
working
भाई.
out
छोटा
for
टेबल
Bleed.
कहाँ से आया बीच
That much we know. So
लव यू यार.
timeout
वो बंद
again.
रखा ठीक है गार्ड लोगे क्या.
You're just left wondering, like, how can Bleed really
अबे
catch up with
साले.
this? The entire desk. A lot of people all thought that Bleed would
टूट गई रे
definitely
ब्लीड.
have
भाई
this
मोरल
one
गया.
bag. Given
मोरल
their
गया.
performance against T1, for
Why
example.
targets?
It was such a long day, but they were still able to put up some great numbers. They were still able to push T1 in overtime.
टीम भाई हम हार्ड वर्क करके आपको सुपर चैट करके लव यू बेबी डन सी. डन सी.
You know,
टारगेट
Russia, that everyone was kind of
टीबोन भाई
questioning.
$50,000 एक एवरेज सैलरी है ना फ्रेंचाइजी प्लेयर की.
मुझे
Russ and the
नहीं
leadership,
मुझे मत
man,
देखो.
it
आई एम
just
मैरिड.
feels so different in this matchup. A welcome one for sure.
Bleed's already used
ये
all
कुछ
of
बोला
their
तो इसकी 5x छीन लो.
coughing
सर
right
सर
now.
मत करो प्लीज. मैं लाइक करो यार. भाई 6 घंटे से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ. इतनी डिफिकल्टी प्लीज करो यार.
1 मिलियन का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है ये का.
time out to take a breather or even
परफॉर्मेंस तो
have something planned
₹1
for
वाली.
भाई
his
0-8
team.
यार ये का क्या है
The flip
यार.
side is, you know, if Bleed can survive with a few more rounds
Huh?
going into the
परफॉर्मेंस
second
तो ₹1
half,
वाली है गाइस. कैसी है?
miracles do happen. Switch of sites can definitely change
एक
the
और
winds
स्ट्रीम कर रहा है
of,
जैसे मैं जा रहा
of
हूँ.
impact here.
Yeah, for an
मुझे
extra
difficult
heavy
हो
map
रहा
like
है.
Split,
It's
you
not
know,
easy anymore.
pass, a bit more defender sided. Now, if you know, as long as you crack the code, you got the right executes. Definitely could come up with more rounds, but definitely doesn't feel good. You know, when your coach is just not even like happy with you.
Oh yeah.
So you would want to have like more faith, more spirits up. Darren with the showstopper definitely.
चलो फोटो पे सेलून वेलून है आसपास.
Yeah, Scary's on that first contact too. So Darion wants to get up close and personal. When Scary
हाँ, फोटो पे.
gets that
Hello.
whiff of anyone,
क्या चाहिए भाई?
try to get
Saloon
this
है
game
आसपास.
control. He might even use the
तो कह रहे थे
showstopper,
आप-
but it's not even needed as he gets that double spray down beautifully executed. They're gonna push him up and
Olvi.
just pulverizes the opposition. Scary holds on, gets the 3K, pushes back Blaze King. No more flashes for him.
कुछ कह रहे थे टीबोन भाई आप.
बाबा 8 की लीडिंग है. डिफेंडिंग इजीली करेंगे ये लोग. कम ऑन.
याद रखना गाइस.
पब्लिक याद रखना. ठीक है मैं फुल कॉन्फिडेंस में बोल रहा
दूसरा
हूँ.
पनौती इसने 2-8 याद रखना.
Wow. Oh, that was a risk. That was a risk.
नीचे फाटो भाई नीचे.
Second guess if he should break the wingman. He just tanked it everything and hoped that his judge would be good enough in that close quarters.
Please मारो, please. Please उसको मारो, please. मारो उसको, please.
He disabled for a couple of seconds and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner. And we're not even just yet. Sorry, excuse me. These guys pushing up.
Gun नहीं है क्या मेरी जान?
Just Global Esports feeling the confidence today. I mean, of course, Egoist with nothing but a classic. We're expecting him to clutch back up. He did it before. Knows exactly where Ben is.
Oh my God!
बोला था पनौती है ये, बोला था ये भड़वा पनौती है। 1-5 में पनौती लगाई और 2-8 में पनौती लगाई, लिख के ले लो। और अगर ये पनौती सच हुई गाइस, तो इस भड़वे को गंजा करवाना, ठीक है? इसको गंजा करवाना गाइस, अभी बता रहा हूँ
मैं तो ऑलरेडी गंजा। बस फोरहेड में आईवी बनाना बाकी,
गंजा और नंगा दोनों चाहिए। हैशटैग गंजा एंड नंगा टीबोन चाहिए मुझे भाई।
Egoist definitely showing up huge on this map.
इस पनौती के लिए।
Need one more round if anything.
हैशटैग गंजा एंड नंगा टीबोन।
The previous one, I mean, Blaze King and the rest of them. Yes, he had the judge that was at
बिल्कुल
Wingman, but they were just so confident how they pushed out. You can feel the confidence again.
Wow. Okay, Scary's just out of there. I do not want to deal with this.
बस घुस रहा है वो और
This is not up to my pay grade, at least for now.
OP in the chat. Olivai OP.
Too much, I know, but Polvi
9-3
is
और बॉल.
creating openings when there's so little visual
अच्छी
visual stimuli for this man.
I say like fair enough, you know, the round just started.
अरे टेंशन ला लो रे, इतना राउंड लिया अटैकिंग में। तुम लोग क्या रोज नहीं खेलते हो क्या?
Bleed have got their work cut out for them. The peek out
अरे
does allow Durian
टाइमिंग
to
हो
get the
गई।
trade quickly against Lightning Fast, and Durian just running it down. They're hoping that they can get these contacts. Russ, if he can get a kill, maybe he can rip out an ultimate for himself. One around the corner is going to be Blaze King. But do they know, coming up from heaven is Benkai. Defuse on the spike. The crazy guy holds his teammate's hand, and Bleed somehow manages to squeeze one more round in before we end the half.
There we have
8-2 पे इसने पनौती लगाई थी, 8-4 हो गया।
ताला लगा रहा हूँ मैं।
And it comes down to, I do feel like, again, at least on this map, it's Egoist. On the previous ones, we might have had different performances from like Darian, for
ताला
example.
कैसे लगाया मौको?
But this time,
याद रखना गाइस,
although
ठीक
we
है।
had such a strong and consistent lead coming out from Global Esports, Polvi
क्या हो गया बे?
is
सो गई क्या
creating such
crowd?
crazy openings towards the
ताला
end.
लगा रहा हूँ।
Darian even trying to fly things up.
No curse, no curse, वो भी अच्छी बात है। No curse, वो भी अच्छी बात।
To follow through and clean up for the team. Egoist with his mechanical skill kind of brings the game back just by a bit for Bleed Esports.
एक किल है ये
Is it
का,
gonna be
let's
enough
go।
though for the second half? That is the question on our
कुछ नहीं
minds
बोलेंगे
right
यार, हम डन से।
तीनों मैप 8-4 हो गया, जॉर्ड बे जीई। हाँ क्या?
These little things can actually lead up to it
यार
being
तीनों मैप 8-4 हुआ।
so completely two different sides of the coin for the same for that sentiment, right? Anyways,
okay,
you're
मैं
absolutely
बोलूँगा।
right. Egoist, such a
बाबा
huge
8 राउंड लिया अटैकिंग में, कम हो गया।
some of these rounds wouldn't even be possible.
डिफेंडिंग मैप है।
50% of the rounds that Bleed has
आटे के
gotten,
नहीं बोल रहा
Egoist
मैं।
has clutched. What a percentage, right, that has been for Bleed. Man is doing work, and he's the only one here from Bleed, as you can see on the scoreboard.
50% sounds big, but it's like 2 out of 4.
I mean, you
हाँ
can,
चुप हो गया ना भाई।
you know,
गांड हो गया मेरी।
in some situation, in this situation,
कुछ
you
बोलेगा
gotta
ना,
have
गांड
the
तोड़ने से
gotta
मिलता है।
point.
Sorry
He
actually,
is the kill
sorry।
leader right now. But off to the next half, that's the thing. You know, you got this Gecko pick that could help you really well in retakes.
Building करो boom man।
That's what Global Esports wants to do. And at the same time, bear in mind, you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. Bleed, they have to be ready.
वो early info क्या है उसके
Look at
पास?
mid.
What a stack here.
कैमरा का?
Mention on mid too.
Wow, heaven में।
Any push outs on rafters.
और इधर वरना का वरना मॉब में दूंगा। Sorry Aryan, sorry।
Did Durian get hit at all? Excuse me for the loss of words. The reposition so that the aftershock does not engulf him. Nade is available, throws it out in the corner, and that is a great separation of utility here for Bleed. You see Global trying to push through, and they get separated again because of the snake bite. Again,
nice.
That paint shells, but
3v3
come in aplenty. Numbers. There's going to be the plant on the spike here for Bleed, but Global have heaven and screen control. But Jorion is putting the effort, is putting this game into his own hands. He's already gotten 3K. If he can do more, maybe even an ace.
Oh, that cam says everything.
He has another nade.
अरे नाइस नहीं बोल सकता है क्या जो मैं टीम सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ इतना तो बोल नहीं सकता मैं
Info just sees one, right? So he knows where the other is.
They're taking a very long time to get close into things. BlazeKing can get the trade on Egoist, but it's only as good as that. Bleed get their first round. Global was going for a hard. They were like, let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
Trying to early set up for the retakes. I think that's why Benkai was positioned so far back. However, yeah, you can see in that replay, Darian was not blinded by the paranoia whatsoever, and sometimes that's just one of those things where, you know, the error effects of that flash doesn't quite cover what you need it to sometimes.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि खुद ऊपर से कोई आके मेरे को बोल रहा है ओपी तो बोल सकता ओपी बोल सकता
This is just again a pistol here for Global too.
If
they push up, Russ has a stun, so maybe that's going to be something to utilize right now, which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already. They're already looking right behind them because they are aware that BlazeKing can pick up a weapon, which he already has. And they're not even looking at this. Bleed are so lost. The Thrifty is so solid for the South Asian team. Now it's all left again in the hands of Egoist. He doesn't even have the spike in his inventory.
उल्टा का सीन है
Still though, want to be careful about it. You got two classics, can't lose any advantage that you have. Round's not over.
Oh my gosh, he even get the 180, but Benkai is just too quick.
ये प्लेन लेग और TbOne excuse me उल्टा का सीन है क्या बबले
ये वहाँ पे बैठे
फट में उल्टा का सीन है
is that Benkai does have experience with Bleed Esports, having been on paper having come from that MOS he knows his tendencies.
Bleed for the win लिखने का क्या Let's go Bleed yeah woo yeah उल्टा बोल very realistic chat
I just love the
come on Bleed let's go yeah woo देखते हैं Let's see. मैं Bleed को अभी सपोर्ट करूँगा ये राउंड
Picks up the orb. Holvi denying the elements away from Darian.
Come on Bleed मिट जाओ कुछ नहीं होगा जाओ
Probably maybe
जाओ बाबा जाओ कुछ नहीं
you can even see like there's a double stack from Global here.
If
they actually go through A main and then just pop shots directly where the spike or the orb is, right?
Just what do we call
चुप हो जा हाथी के लड़ अरे
smoke placed right in
what
front
is this lag
I was
right like good enough damage from like both BlazeKing from the last round.
Come on Bleed जाओ Come on Bleed जाओ कुछ नहीं होगा जाओ अरे कोई नहीं है जाओ ना ठीक है मिड जाओगे डन से मिड जाओ बाय मोरल गए
They're being careful themselves. They want to secure this round.
But we have full support here on Bleed के लिए.
The wall's been dropped down already. Lightning Fast has put up his smoke 3 times on B main. And Bleeds is counting.
Full support.
Maybe it's a blessing for them.
Oh,
I mean, it's not a wall, dude.
Great timing on the spam.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And Lightning Fast. Like a Viper. Coiled, he strikes. Egoist does get the rush down. 12 seconds. Can he plant the spike? Scary put in such an unfavorable spot.
Oh, Russ.
Yes, just go in and plant it. And he can.
I can't believe this. Boy, were we wrong about Global Esports.
Let's go Bleed, yo!
And now, having won that round, you're
वाकई उल्टा हो रहा है बे
double digits, you're very likely going into 11 and 5. You see that
मैं तो G को ही support
you
करूँगा.
see the reactions
Let's
from
go
Lightning
GE.
Fast.
Now the hope from
Guys,
South
let's go bleed yo का एक बारी कोई ऑडियो वीडियो रिकॉर्ड करके डिस्कॉर्ड में भेज दो प्लीज मीम को मेरे को ऋषि सर को भेजना
That's enough damage.
कितने हरामी बादरशी थे यार कंट्री
Already used up all of their timeouts, so there's no more.
चैट में भी bleed for the win लिख रहे हैं कितने हरामी लोग हो यार.
Your opponents well enough without your coach.
Let's go bleed.
Come on, let's go mid, let's go. जाओ कुछ नहीं होगा. Mid जाओ.
The easiest feat.
अरे रस भैया इससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं. इससे कैमरा नहीं दिख रहा. सीन हो गया. अरे लेकिन मैं तो bleed supporter हूँ यार मैं भूल गया.
Yeah, doesn't want to overstep his bounds as he's the only one holding that A side for him by himself for the moment. Durion is just quickly charging in, finds Benkai, uses the nade to delay things a bit further. Does he pick up the weapon? That's the question.
मैं बंदे रखूँगा best.
He does.
अरे 10 round मिल गया.
Gets out without being
sorry.
traded to,
Bleed,
which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over. That was a huge pickup right now for Bleed.
बंद रख ले भाई.
Alert coming again from none other than Egoist. Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the bombardment from the rest of Global. Lightning Fast gets one. Blaze King comes into the corner here. There's too much for him to handle, but he is perfectly juggling the aggression up until the point. Ye gets him. Lead still far from a favorable position.
Great thrifty round at the very least for Bleed to
ये
pick
भाई
up.
ऊपर आ गया क्रेजी का 4 किल पे. छू लो क्रेजी
It
का.
starts off with Egoist just
चुप
walking
क्या
up
बैठेंगे?
ramp. This shot
अबे
from
ये
Sheriff
क्या मिसकॉम से बे?
wasn't
Public?
expecting that because who just
तो मुझे बताएगा ये मिसकॉम्स क्या है?
पता नहीं कहाँ देख रहा था.
अरे बाबा उसको लगा ये कैमरा देख रहा है इसके लिए मैं सेफ हूँ. तो कलेश हो गया उधर.
A great way to bring Bleed back into the game. It's not over yet.
दोनों भूल के पुनाती लगा रहे. मैंने कुछ नहीं.
Oh wow, there is a world where Durion can get a pick on Polvi, and that world is now. That world is here. We're living in that multiverse, ladies and gentlemen. Durion does not.
पानी भी नहीं है यार.
Lightning Fast is into the corner.
Nice गोलू.
A quick flick and a quick
नहीं
shot.
कर रहा था भाई जो
Does
दिख
get
रहा है
a
वो तो
low
मारो.
trade. Blaze King now just frantically shooting through B main here. As Bleed have gotten themselves
10 मिनट चुप हो जा. Done सिर्फ 548 से 558 तक मैं चुप हो रहा.
They still have Egoist holding the lurk.
सुपर चैट में नहीं पड़ोगा याद रखिए.
Start calling in his teammates all
लंबी वाली
around
सुपर चैट्स
here.
भी ना भेज.
They're not really afraid of that mid call. Actually, no, there is a ping there, but once they start clearing it up, they should be feeling a lot more confident to start pushing in onto A, which lo and behold does not have any cipher traps.
Precisely the rotations that Bleed needs gives them the A site. However, take a look at what Global Esports has in their inventory. I feel like this Thrasher that Blaze King has, along with the Wingman, not to mention Russ's full kit, might be useful for a retake. So as soon as they confirm that the site hit goes towards A, now just setting up for it, Russ needing to kind of stay alive or at least pick up a frag, but unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now? Nah.
Yeah.
I think you gotta say.
Just looking at the creds for Global Esports, don't really have anything to buy back into that next round, so Bleed Esports live to fight for another day. And the formula from what it looks like, Quack, is two things. Egoist staying alive to threaten the lurk, and Durion just having to get good and beat out Polvi's game.
Having to get good and beat up.
It's literally just that.
True.
Polvi
He did do that in this round.
Yeah, exactly, right? Polvi's been such a thorn on Bleed's side for a very long time. There's no answer to him. So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is
मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैं मेरे मन में बोल सकता हूँ.
And if it works, we can work off of that.
Get good.
I'm setting a
it's
new
just
trend.
funny how that's phrased,
Yeah.
but it's absolutely true. This time catching the timing onto some of these players. And then, of course, you know, while you might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the rest of the team. So quick, so good onto it. Of course, though, that said, now that leader slowly starts climbing. Coach spin, pause.
I can't read super chat. I'm sorry, Utkarsh.
Calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Let's see what we can fix. But you gotta.
I'm sorry.
Although it is the timeout that he called, Lagia gets to talk to his team.
Let's go GE. GE full support.
Let's
go.
That lead can start building things up once again.
Yeah, असली देशद्रोही तो फाटू है याद रखो. उसको बस गंजा नहीं होने का याद रखो. मैं तो बोला मैं कर दूंगा क्रिश.
I mean, obviously we can't hear what
कि भाई इंडिया के लिए अरे इंडिया बोलते इसलिए देश के स्ट्रीमर के लिए मैं बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ
Yeah, true.
ना
He's probably just listening to Crazy Guy and how he's
इंडिया बोल दिया इसलिए मैं बात नहीं कर
formulating things, you know?
देश की स्ट्रीमर पार्ट 3 अच्छी है
Definitely is a really incredible player. I mean, some of these rounds, he's coming up with these calls and expecting plays, finding the trades for his team. A lovely welcome addition to Pacific for sure, but then again, 3 rounds for Bleed to equalize.
Big punishment that we can see from Global here. First things first, Polby's got his showstopper. Look at where he's positioned, all the way downtown on screens. There's a setup thrash here from Blaze King, and if Bleed overreach, Polby is waiting for the Kumbayas, the boom boom pows. He pushes right up, but Durion gets 2. There's going to be aftershock right now from Russ. And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the trades are even, and Bleed still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A site if again, Polvy's still holding in that position.
It's got to be Polvy though, right? Yeah, and then at the very least, I guess maybe Bleed just wanting to bypass all of that. Transitions over to the B site. It does give the rest of Global a little bit more time and space to pick up some of these rifles. And then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is...
Ooh, that smoke telegraphs something though. It's a beehive that covers a lot of things.
Oh.
I wonder what the call for Bleed is. Honestly, pushing all the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now, because if they can find where Benkai is hunkered at, they wouldn't have to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but they probably won't. Crazy Guy's one off from his Seekers as well here. Benkai's holding on.
Stay alive. Got the showstopper in. Got some rifles now. We can play in this round. We don't have armor, but sure enough, it's a better fight than, you know, as to go with classics.
Look at how far everyone from Bleed is placed at. Scary's just done.
Oh, great camera from Benkai.
That's hard. Polvy's by himself at this point. Plant, Spike actually out in the open. This works in their favor. Now Polvy's been spotted. If you can just jiggle a little bit more for Crazy Guy to get that bit of information. It's not even diffused at all, yeah. So he has to back away. Gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports. They used Scary as the bait man.
Scary's just like, yeah, I'm gonna run into Ben.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see that with how far, but somewhat tradable they were playing with each other, right? Because you saw Scary on Hell, Egoist was playing on Male, and then obviously the one just gonna be holding the spike is Crazy Guy. Yeah.
Still, yeah, a series of unfortunate events for Global Esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still. They put themselves in the lead. Polby. Back to the sudden rhythm game where we push out.
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peeked that. Trade for trade though, both of the raises down and dusted. And this gives a chance right here for Bleed to rotate and at least not be afraid anymore of, you know, the operator that is available here.
हो गया ना 15 मिनट.
I do hear the thrash being
Done
used. So that's probably to get a lot more information here on A, see if
क्या था भाई ये?
controlled or whatever.
मैं tips मांग रहे हो क्या?
So Benkai, be ready.
Definitely here's the Trailblazer at the very least, trying to make use of his one way. He's got a second. Oh no!
He doesn't have a second chance to actually use it.
I was thinking about it. But what a great spray. Like, of course the Cypher would be on the other side.
Of course. Here we go. Second time to do another thing with the Thrash. Look at how far back Ye is actually playing. He's been pushed back hard by this Thrash though. Wingman used actually on Male, and Ye has got himself the perfect timing on this lurk. He's been spotted already, but him gravitating this attention definitely secures the round here for Bleed.
So interesting, Ye the lurker now.
अच्छी call है, saving की अच्छी call.
Bleed having the economy to go for this hunt.
I will become what you want me to be, or what you need me to be.
That's what a flex player does.
Nice redress भाई.
Right now.
मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा.
I never thanked you, and
You know that. You'll never have to.
It's not the hero that
they need
Valorant.
or that they want, but he's the hero that Bleed deserves.
Well,
hey man, he's doing his job.
Any effort is welcome, right? And it just gives Bleed the wins that they're looking for as they slowly claw their way back up the game. I mean, you started out this half, you know, it was 4-8 in favor of Global Esports. Now look,
कि भाई ये बूंद बनने का पैसा लो और मुंह बंद रखो. मैं बंदी हूँ, मैं कुछ बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
All the way back.
मैं कार रहा हूँ. Peacefully कार रहा हूँ. ये देखो.
भाई. Demotivate हो गए बे.
What feels like the change of pace here for Bleed?
कुछ नहीं होगा.
I mean, again, I pointed out a while ago that they've been using Polvi here. But is it Polvi just overheating? He's got the first picks every single time. Again, I'll probably just check the stats later on. But the first bloods feel
defense map according to you.
Hello, motherfucker.
So he just holds off from re-peaking once again and not getting traded. Feels like that's already a win condition done for Global.
It kind of is, but then, you know, while we were talking about overheating. First Bloods.
Analyst है क्या?
Right, I mean, definitely not to discredit Polvi.
India का है ना वो? Bleed की मालिक India का तुमको नहीं पता? हाँ ना बबले? Bleed की नहीं, sorry.
The first pick, they know that there is another opportunity for them
का भी India का ही है.
for that trade. And off of the trade, you know,
Public Bleed का भी है ना?
On a map like Split, without the numbers, it's that much easier for Bleed to break through. So Russ now, fault line connects, but doesn't
TRX पता है. Bleed का भी है कुछ.
Darion's one. Ult charge away.
सही है.
Russ, does he want to challenge?
Sorry. I'm sorry, Babu.
He will. And no picks will be garnered. Darion's just charging it in. That's gonna get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover, and Bleed somehow should be at least bombarded and wiped out, but they're holding on. Benkai gets the 3K though.
Let's go!
Is creating
मारा बे Benkai ने 4 मारा बे.
Global Esports
क्या मारा बे?
So even after Breach's ult,
great response coming in from Global Esports.
Yo, that was crazy as fuck, dude.
Trying to adapt to the rhythm of it. Trying to get a sensing for how this is played. They knew that Russ had
was pretty bad.
Of course it was sent out. But at the same time, I think Darian just kind of thought that like he would be able to punish that easily. Thought wrong. Lightning Fast was around the side. Benkai arriving on the scene on time too.
बिल्कुल मैंने
quick double, and then Ye turns the entire round around on its head.
I just love how that's the reaction for Global here, right? One mistake, one slip up.
चुप हो जा भाई, गाली नहीं देना चाहते बस.
Really get punished by it. Crazy guy is nursing an operator.
Appreciate भी नहीं कर सकते हमारे players.
Darion spots it. He gets one. That wall saves him. And Russ trying to get any form of contact, any form of trade, gets denied, and himself in the process as well. Benkai gets a couple of kills, but he can't do what he did in that last round, leaving Polvi in a 1 versus 4 with an operator in hand. You know it's not going to happen, so he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already. Global still has a lot more plays to do, and just use this time to talk about it once more.
Yeah, why not? But as it comes down to it, this match down to a knife's edge, Bleed slowly clawing their way back in. This still could become Bleed's game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they definitely still have what it takes. Darren with the showstopper, able to be the catalyst for the team as he dives through.
हाँ क्या?
I love how you mentioned that because
बस ये बड़वे को टकला देखना चाहता हूँ.
अगर T-Bone की वजह से हारे ना,
Masters Madrid.
Twitter पे end करूँगा T-Bone भाई, आपको याद है?
I mean, anyone who wins Kickoff gets what, +3 points? Champion points?
Twitter पे end होगे T-Bone भाई आप.
Huge thing.
Don't forget
to bring in to a team, if we're talking about Bleed at least, that just came from Ascension Pacific not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple of months ago, which is crazy to think at the least.
Yeah, Bleed is a team that really knows how to grow and adapt together. You know, we were talking about it, most time was spent, right? And it forces coach, they force coach
पूरा 20 spam हो रहेगा.
So Crazy Guy's actually doing so much right now. Of course, back into it. Darian and Egoist can feel their impact on the server as they pick up more frags. Off to the next round, though, without the ultimates, can't go in just as fast. Taking a bit of a breather. Yeah, I think they're just trying to find some kind of a path, some kind of a route into the site.
And the route could be A. They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As long as you can get that mid, you can obviously transition to B main, mail into A heaven. They gotta make something happen now. I think they're using up a couple more extra seconds just to see if there's any over pushing.
Yeah, check
from
B.
from Global Esports.
If there's something around this area of heaven, yeah, then they might be able to play around. So both lurks actually very important that they stay alive, whether it's Egoist or Game.
The biggest person that needs to stay alive from bleed here has got to be Scary. Because first things first, they dropped the spike, and they need to pick it up somewhat. Okay, there's still B-main control right now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in front of him. Trigger Discipline could provide some dividends. And Blaze King is holding on. This is going really, really bad for Bleed as they get unraveled. They took too long. And again,
nice one.
Brought into that A site. But everybody's taking corners, checking angles. And it's all down once again to Egoist. This time, he's by himself. Right in front of him is Polvi. And Polvi...
Faadu bhai! कुछ बोलते हैं भाई जी ने आज क्वालिटी गेमप्ले दिखाया सच्ची बात फाटू भाई की गोटे मुंह में फाटू भाई की गोटे मुंह में सोचो टकला फाटू कैसे दिखेगा हो गया
3 kills back to back in such a fashion. Polvi picking the next one up.
खुशी मना रहा हूँ यार भाई लोग तुम लोग के साथ
That pressure is mounting up on their shoulders again.
TbOne साला
नहीं लगा
They
रहा
had so much, but then towards the end, just one guy was the difference.
It's just that one misstep, that one not checking of a corner, and everything just goes down the drain, right? I mean, you're talking about it. We're looking at it. Durion. Is he just gonna push this? This could actually just be them losing their lives, but he somehow manages to find Benkai. They destroy the tripwires here, and Bleed strike back. Okay. It's not yet over. It's a 4 versus 3, sure, but you can never count out Global Esports. So Bleed has still got to grind the 2 rounds into overtime for them to even have a chance.
They've taken out Blaze King.
Next
is gonna be Polvi. Looking to dive straight onto site, perhaps from heaven, but denied by Darian.
One enemy remaining.
Just one more. That's gonna be Russ. IGL, captain, my captain. Can you lead me into the promised land? Let's drop down on Hell here. They know where he is. The reposition, but he's good for the first, could be good for the second. Crazy Guy, if he overheats, that's an opportunity for Russ to get into the site. Cooler heads, wins heated moments, 11 to 12. This is where it goes down. Quack. One more round, overtime or done time. I don't know.
Wait and see, but at the very least, for this round,
मैं नहीं देखूँ ये round, public.
Going for that full sight, full force execute. Delaying and off-timing some of these flashes, right? First Paranoid, then Crazy Guy guiding light. Just kind of throws Benkai off, and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben with the Cyber Cage up, Blaze King trying to go back in.
Tripwire not found. That could be Durion's life already done, which somehow, miraculously, it doesn't. Polvi gets immediately traded in the back of the site. Benkai's still here. Pushes up. He converts, and Benkai is a hero, leaving it all down to Scary.
How I got to?
Neural Theft activated. is
Takla! Benchot! Oi, Takle!
He's done miraculous things during Ascension Pacific.
Oi, Takle, Batu!
And he do it now.
क्या मत कर करूँगा मैं
Their opponent. Scare's giving away his location
here. Oi, Takle Batu!
Shot and step.
It is scary.
10 seconds for the smoke too. Paranoia. There's the
Takle Batu! OP in the chat! टकले फाटू ओपी इन द चैट
eliminating bleed from Kickoff. Every single one of us.
टकले फाटू ओपी इन द चैट.
Their performance against
हाँ बड़वे.
phenomenal.
Hey.
Able to challenge such a top
Hey, टकले.
and now up against global esports.
Hey.
Full roster, a complete overhaul.
Hey, टकले.
And
Hey.
we're seeing its effects in full.
Hey, Batu.
Calling from Russ, the frags
स्पैम चाहिए उधर उसकी
bent
चैट में
high.
स्पैम टकला कर. कल ये टकला नहीं हुआ ना. एंड मैं आ जाऊंगा क्लीन शो करके, कोई मसला नहीं है. ये बंदा टकला नहीं हुआ. वो जो ट्वीट किया इसने टकला बनूंगा, ऋषि सर को बोलो कुछ करने के लिए. चलो चलो भाई. हाँ भाई. ओ टकले. ए बोलना कुछ. ओ टकलू. ए इसकी शक्ल देखना बैंड चोर को. फाटो आयो पी. आओ भाई. मैं तो भाई मजा आने वाले इसकी शक्ल देख. फाटो पे बकचोदी नहीं, कल टकला होनी चाहिए स्ट्रीम पे कल की वॉच पार्टी में. जस्ट से ओ फाटू जवाब दे भाई कुछ. भाई दिल से रिस्पेक्ट यार जी को. भाई सच्ची में भाई.
Everybody actually has, right? There
यार
was
यार सच्ची
rounds
में
where
बहुत ही
Russ
सेक्सी
got
खेले यार.
amazing
भाई
clutches,
मैं सच्ची में
King
वो
with the trigger discipline, Ben Kai with amazing anchoring and pull these explosiveness
तगड़ा
all
खेले
culminated
भाई.
together to give global
लाउडा ट्वीट डिलीट करेगा. पब्लिक तुम लोग हो ना भाई साथ में. फट पे अभी मैं स्ट्रीम के बाद सीधा जा रहा हूँ सैलून क्लीन शेव कराने. ठीक है आप भी जाओगे सैलून करनी है आपको. वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, टकला. बस कट किस कट कुछ नहीं है गाइस. टकला ना, टकला या बस कट, जल्दी बताओ. हेलो आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
G가 이제 킥컵의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 펄비 선수 함께합니다. 안녕하세요. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
ना करो यार.
नहीं भाई ना करो नहीं. ट्वीट तो बहुत बैन चुत बड़े बड़े कर रहे थे आप. टकला हो जाऊंगा ये वो.
देने के लिए
गाइस ये गलत है. अगर इसने नहीं किया ना, मुझे नहीं पता भाई, मुझे नहीं पता. टकला करनी पड़ेगी आपको आज. गाइस बजना है लौड़े.
I mean, but one thing about what I want to say to you, Paul.
Oh, what about
ASRock? I mean, they voted for Bleed for the win. So, what can you tell them?
I mean, I hope now some people have some.
हटो भाई टकला होना पड़ेगा. स्ट्रीम के बाद आज अगला वाला कर रहे हो क्या सुने?
Some people will respect our names now.
Yes.
मैं लव यार जी.
응원해주는 팬분들 그리고 믿어주는 팬분들께 더 감사하는 마음을 전하고 말했습니다. 왜냐면 캐스터들은 거의 다 블리드 팀을 승리로 예측을 했거든요. 그래도
मैं ट्वीट करने वाला हूँ.
자랑스러울 것 같아요.
नेक्स्ट मैच में एक और रखेंगे.
मैं ट्वीट करने वाला हूँ.
फाटू भाई ओला बुक करके मत जाओ, उबर बुक करके जाओ, जल्दी पहुंचा देता है. चलो
मैं ट्वीट करने वाला हूँ. फीलिंग ब्लैड फॉर दैट एवरेज ट्रैकर स्कोर गए.
टकला मत होना, जाटू लगेगा बहुत.
फीलिंग बैड
टकला में
फॉर दैट
बहुत गंदा लगूंगा.
ट्रैकर स्कोर गए. Who took
चैट तुम्हें देखना नहीं है ना फाटू से.
so much time. Who took so much time to do analysis and yet G1 lol dude. टकला फाटो और एनफेटू. सिंपल सी बात है, सिंपल सी बात. चलो भाई कहाँ है भाई हमारा. ऋषि भाई ने रिट्वीट किया.
क्या
सेंड फोटोज प्लीज.
क्या हुआ
ऋषि भाई ने
टकला ना.
ट्वीट करा.
ट्वीट इसमें क्या और कुट में लौड़े.
नहीं क्या ट्वीट किया पूछा लोड।
अबे रीट्वीट बोल रहा हो, क्या ट्वीट किया बोल रहे?
मेरे को देख नहीं रहा। Send photos please.
फट भाई अगर आपने अंकिता ने भी किया ऑन स्ट्रीम हो रही है क्या या वीडियो आएगी? बट भाई व्लॉग करो ना, इसका मजा आएगा। क्या बोलती पब्लिक? भाई मैं करूंगा भाई क्लीन शेव, मुझे क्या, मैं बहुत बार किया है क्लीन शेव। स्ट्रीम के बाद जाऊंगा बाहर में क्लीन शेव करके आऊंगा, सिंपल बात है भाई। हाँ बट भाई
टकला में भाई फुल सपोर्ट टू जी भाई, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। कौन कौन ट्वीट कर रहा है प्लीज मत करो यार।
हाय रे बाबा, हाय हाय हाय, दिल से बुरा लगा यार आपको। ना 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 ना
अरे
पता है
जी
सबसे
की बात
दुख
नहीं
कौन है
कर
आज?
रहा
भाई मैं अगर क्लीन शेव किया ना भाई, सबसे खुश पता है कौन है मेरे घर में? मेरी माँ। उसको पसंद ही नहीं है ये, वैसे मैं इतना अच्छा भी नहीं दिखता हूँ। मिस यू यार।
जय श्री राम।
एक बार देख लो मेरे को। भाई पावर क्यों नहीं है यार? भाई मैं अगला मैच भी देख लूँ, मेरे को होना ये मैच। लेट होगा क्या पब्लिक? आंटी की कुछ के लिए एनी टाइम यार। ट्रिपल चिन दिखेगा, हुडी पहनेंगे, अंडा लगा हुआ। हाँ जी पाटो भाई, होनी चाहिए, याद रखियो। सच्ची में बहुत ही मजा आएगा यार। ला 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 ला। सब लोग रिशेयर कर रहे पाटो भाई आपकी। रॉसी ने भी किया अभी।
क्या करा? यार गार्ड मार रहे यार ये तो।
राहुल भाई बोल रहे आई थिंक इट विल सूट यू।
I think it will suit you.
रॉसी ने someone is not celebrating today बोल रहे रॉसी। ब्लीड से ज्यादा फाटो भाई दुखी।
भाई मैं खुश हूँ भाई, बट टकला यार कुछ और बोलो यार।
नहीं 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 नहीं, कुछ नहीं बाबा, कुछ नहीं। गैस अगर तुम लोग को नहीं पता, मैं एक चीज बोलता हूँ, ये अपनी बाल से बहुत प्यार करता है। मतलब इतना प्यार करता है कि ये डाई डालता है, समझ रहे हो? प्लस इसको यंग दिखना वो सब वगैरह वगैरह, समझ रहे हो? और इसकी अभी लौड़े लगे पड़ी है। आई एम सो हैप्पी। वो ये
If
टकला।
you BCM टकला, you will become face of esports. Become टकला।
अरे भाई कल वॉच पार्टी करोगे ना ऐसे टकला आने का? बस कल किस किस की गेम है वैसे? मैचेस रुको है, कल नहीं है?
कल मिलते तुमसे। कल क्या नहीं है भाई, कल मैचेस हैं।
और कल लेट है बे, तो फिर मैं अभी करूंगा
तुमसे।
पब्लिक कल सीधा 1:30 को है।
बताता हूँ ना, रुक।
टू भाई यू शुड डू अ डोनेशन स्ट्रीम फॉर फाटू सरकट। क्यों डोनेशन स्ट्रीम? 50 रुपए लगता है इसे मारने में।
हाँ कल 1:30 है। 1:30
ओ कल 11:30 को नहीं है क्या?
कल DFM
तो मैं ये देख लो TbOne वर्सेस ये
कल 1:30 है
भाई। मैं देख रहा हूँ ये मैच फिर। भाई ब्लीड आउट हो गए बे, सोचो भाई। भाई मुझे लगा टॉप 2 में आएगा, ब्लीड आउट हो गया भाई।
बुरा लगा ये के लिए 1 मिलियन का था। जस्ट से
भाई इसके बारे में सोचा है तुम लोगों ने? भाई ये खेले सच्ची में बोल रहे हो भाई। The power of panauti.
To the casters, they hate us because they ain't us.
भाई जस्ट सिंग मेजी भाई ने बराबर बोला, वही हुआ बे। मेजी भाई का
लीड ये की वजह से हाइप में थी।
क्रेजी भाई। लीड कैसे बे? VLR GG देखते हैं एक बार, कौन थे टॉप में? पुल भी था क्या? मैचेस रिजल्ट ब्लेस किंग टॉप बेबी 56 किल्स, पेंकाई सेकंड। अबे पुल भी फोर्थ था बे, रस थर्ड, गोल लास्ट था 35। गोल अपना काम किया भाई, स्मोक लेके जो चाहिए सब कुछ किया उसने। 18 वो है असिस्ट। ये शुड हैव प्लेड चेंबर। अबे तुझे क्या, ये जो भी खेलेगा हमें क्या, हार गए ना, हम जीत गए, सिंपल भाई। लेकिन सबकी मुंह बंद करा दिया भाई जी ने। क्या बोल दी गाइस? मैं भी सोचा नहीं था भाई जीतेंगे। जिस हिसाब से कल वो लोग खेले मुझे लगा भाई ऐसे ही हुआ तो होने वाला नहीं है, लेकिन जो खेले भाई आज, हाँ क्रेजी भाई। भाई मैं क्लीन शेव, मतलब सब कुछ क्लीन शेव भाई, कुछ नहीं रखने वाला हूँ। क्लीन शेव, क्लीन एकदम, टाइल्स रहेगी इधर। ऋषि भाई आई आस्क्ड वांटेड टू सेंड पिक्स वंस गो बट फोटो भाई प्लीज डू द नेटफुल। हो जाएगा भाई। हाँ जी फोटो भाई जा रहे हो अभी?
वत्सल ने भी ट्वीट करा अभी, पैंच सब हराम जा रहे हैं।
करना तो पड़ेगा भाई। फोटो भाई डर की जैसा दिख रही है, ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को।
पक्का क्या?
हाँ
पक्का।
क्या हो रहा है? गैस में जाओ, मेरा वो पावर नहीं है इधर।
RK2
ये ऑफ करो,
घर पे बुला लो।
पावर कैसे नहीं है? आटो भाई टक्कर ले।
तू लास्ट मैच देख रहा है?
पावर नहीं है, सोच रहा हूँ मैं जाऊँ अभी। कैसे नहीं है पावर? वो कुछ तो कलेश हुआ है। मैं क्या कोई कुछ मुझे बोल रहा था। मेजी भाई सीरियसली लव यू यार, सीरियसली लव यू, मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ यार।
जेडी का ट्वीट, सबका ट्वीट देख लिया भाई मैंने। और से ऋषि भाई ने भाई 1 मिनट नहीं लगा, ऋषि भाई ने ट्वीट करा भाई, बुरा लगा भाई। 1 मिनट नहीं लगा भाई। हाँ?
कितना आरामी बंदा है बे वो बंदे सिर्फ 8 ही देता है बे। कौन है वो हार्टस्टक वाला? अभी ये को भर रहा है।
कौन
बोल रहे कि कब जा रहा है वापस? वो एवरेज ट्रैकर वाला बंदा। भाई कितना वेल्ले लोग हैं भाई। भाई मतलब क्या कुछ काम ही नहीं है फिर। लाइफलेस पर्सनल ना
बीपरा कॉफी। अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
अब क्या होगा? अगले किसके अगेंस्ट होगा हमारा? देखो अब क्या हम लोअर ब्रैकेट में क्या क्या सीन है अभी? फाटो टकला होगा कल, नहीं होगा तो तुम लोग एंड करोगे सिंपल। किसके अगेंस्ट है?
टीवन भाई शेव कब करा रहे हो आप?
मैं अभी जा रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम एंड करके एकदम क्लीन। आप मेरी टेंशन ना लो, मैं ऑलरेडी कर चुका हूँ 4 बार।
मेरे को आपकी शक्ल देखने दो एक बार।
हाँ मैं ग्रुप में भेज दूंगा भाई व्हाट्सएप में, मुझे क्या, मैं तो इंस्टा पे भी डालूंगा, मुझे क्या।
पूरी क्लीन,
आप
पूरी क्लीन शेव।
पूरी क्लीन भाई, ऑब्वियसली क्लीन शेव मतलब क्या
जीरो
होता है?
जीरो एकदम
जीरो ऐसे। आप आपकी सोचो टकला।
अगर मैं टकला होऊंगा भी, बाल कटवाऊंगा भी, मैं टोपी पहनूंगा, याद रखना।
गाइस ये देखो बकचोदी चालू हो गया। टोपी पहनूंगा
गाइस, भाई टोपी पहनूंगा।
देखो गाइस चालू हो गई। टोपी पहनूंगा, बाल नहीं कटवाएगा। हाँ?
बाल नहीं कटवाएगा किसने बोला भाई?
नहीं 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 भाई, टोपी वोपी कुछ नहीं भाई। गाइस चालू हो गए इसकी बकचोदी, देख लियो।
The man of words is the words of man.
गाइस देखो इसको।
ठीक है भाई, टोपी ठीक है।
नहीं सॉरी गाइस, याद रखियो
टोपी ठीक है
भाई। टोपी कीपी नहीं पता, ऋषि सर ने बोला है कि फोटो भेजने मतलब भेजना पड़ेगा भाई, सिंपल सी बात
भाई। ऑफ कोर्स भाई टोपी पहनूंगा।
गाइस देखो, नहीं 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 भाई ऐसे थोड़ी होता है भाई। हमें कैसे पता चलेगा भाई? पब्लिक हमें कैसे पता चलेगा ये टोपी पहन के कुछ बकचोदी करेगा, AI डालेगा? नहीं 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 भाई, दिखाना पड़ेगा प्रॉपर। ठीक है भाई, ठीक है भाई, पब्लिक देख लेंगे, मुझे क्या, सिंपल। फोटो नेटेड प्रॉपर वाली भाई। बड़ा ब्लॉग करता है ये, इसका भी ब्लॉग कर दे, टकला होने का भी, सिंपल। गाइस
ये लड़की क्यों पड़ी जो झाड़ में घुस जाओ?
हर बार आपके कैमरा ऐसे जाता है, सिंपल।
एक लकड़ी क्यों पड़ी हो जो झाड़ में घुस जाओ?
हर बार कैमरा जाता है।
मजे मजे में मैंने करा भाई।
आप भी मास्क पहनो, मैं क्यों पहनूं भाई? मैं क्लीन शेव करूंगा, मेरे को है
गाइस, इसलिए
मैं कितनी बार किया है
अंदर का थोड़ा वो।
कल स्ट्रीम नहीं करेगा ये, देख लियो इसको, ऐसे भागेगा, बहाना देगा, देख लियो। ओ एक्चुअली फटो भाई, आप तो रात को स्ट्रीम करोगे ना? अमेरिका का भी है तब भी हो जाएगा ना? हाँ
जब भी होगा हो जाएगा।
गाइस देखो चालू हो गए इसकी बकचोदी
भाई। जब भी होगा हो जाएगा। और
जब भी होगा मतलब कब भाई? कल ही होने का भाई। जब भी होगा मतलब 1 साल के बाद करेगा।
ठीक है भाई, कल ही हो जाएगा, बकचोदी नहीं।
तो जाओ इसके बाद
साथ दिखाएंगे टीबन भाई आपका क्लीन शेव।
मैं तो भाई मैं क्लीन शेव करके सीधा इंस्टा पे फोटो डालूंगा, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं भाई, सिंपल। मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, मैं तो डाल दूंगा। क्या बोलते हो पब्लिक?
आपके जी मैं चुल भी बहुत फालतू ट्वीट यार। नहीं चुल की बात नहीं है यार, मेरे को कुछ नहीं होता
भाई, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई। हेलो,
एक हफ्ते शिमला चले जाओ बिना टकले हुए, शायद भूल जाए ये बुन।
कोई नहीं भूलेगा बाबा, सबने ट्वीट किया है उधर। चलो भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ, आता हूँ रात को ट्विच पे, चिलिंग्स करेंगे, गाना सुनेंगे, ठीक है? मैं जाके क्लीन शेव भी करता हूँ, ठीक है? एवरेज ट्रैकर गए, क्या करेगा आज? कुछ नहीं, सोए और कुछ। चलो सारे में लाइक करो यार, 6000 लाइक हो जाएगा, ठीक है? कितने बजे यार? पावर का सीन चल रही है अभी, पावर को आने दो, उसके बाद मैं आता हूँ। मैं अभी बाहर जाऊँगा, ठीक है? बाय बाय, लव यू ऑल। रात को मिलेंगे ट्विच में, एक्सक्लेमेशन ट्विच फॉलो करके रखियो। चिलिंग्स करके पता नहीं कौन सी गेम खेलनी है, देखते हैं। पालवर्ड कुछ भी हो जाए, CS2 देखते हैं। बाय बाय।
ਸੱਟ ਨਾ ਤੂੰ ਬਾਲੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੀਨੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾ ਬੈਠੀ, ਤਾਰ ਲੈ ਤੂੰ ਮੰਗ ਤਾਰੇ ਝੋਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾ ਬੈਠੀ, ਕੋਠੇ ਤੋਂ ਦਿਸਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੈ ਲੱਗਣ ਨਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਤੇਰੇ ਪੈ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਮੁੱਖ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੱਕੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਅੱਕਾਂ ਮੈਂ, ਨਾਲ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਥੱਕਾਂ ਮੈਂ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਫਿਕਰ ਤੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਦੇ, ਦਿਲ ਚੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਹਿਮ ਤੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਦੇ, ਲੈ ਲੈਣੀ ਤੂੰ ਪਿੱਪਲ ਦੀ ਛਾਂ ਕੁੜੀਏ, ਕਹਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਓਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਕੁੜੀਏ, ਕਹਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਓਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਕੁੜੀਏ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ, ਪਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ, ਫੁੱਲ ਤੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਦੀ।
Yeah, what's going on? Where we at?